Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 57 to Chapter 110. The blood of the dragon horse was slowly absorbed by Xianxia using the dragon transformation skill. As the golden blood was absorbed, the circulation speed of the dragon transformation skill was much faster than before, and the absorption speed of the natural yuan energy was much faster as well. The 6 dragon marks in his chi kept vibrating, and the blood of the dragon horse spread to every part of Xianxia's body through the vibrations of the dragon marks. Buzz, Xianxia's entire body was emitting a buzzing sound. His expression was calm, and his eyes were tightly closed. His body was surrounded by a golden light, and it looked really mystical. Big Yellow was pounding his chest and stamping his feet gloomily. It wasn't a good feeling to watch someone refine his blood with his own eyes. What was more depressing was that he had to stay here to protect Xianxia. This guy is an extraordinary man. He has opened up his divine sense at the Qi-Hai realm, and he is able to fight against a mortal core warrior when he is only at the mid-Qi-Hai realm. His body can even withstand the poison of the green hellish python, and his body is as tough as steel, and his Qi and blood are like dragons. He is born with the aura of a superior being. This is really rare. De Huang Dog stared at Xianxia without blinking his eyes. Even with his pride, he had to admit that this young man in front of him was really outstanding. Perhaps, this kind of monster couldn't even be described as outstanding, but as miraculous. In fact, reincarnation itself was a miracle, and it was Xianxia's reincarnation that created this miracle. What kind of skill is this guy cultivating? How can he absorb my blood? De Huang Dog stared at Xianxia, and he became more and more shocked. On the other side of the forest, Chen Shuang had a gloomy expression, and Nguyen Ling was following behind him. Senior disciple Chen, that dog is extremely fast, even you can't catch up with him. Nguyen Ling said. No matter what? Today, we have to kill that damn dog, and that Xianxia, how dare he kill people from the Tianjin gate? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Chen Shuang gritted his teeth. He scanned the area with his divine sense and locked onto a direction. Search in that direction. My divine telekinesis can sense their passing auras. They're not far ahead. As Chen Shuang spoke, he brought Nguyen Ling forward. That direction was the valley where Xianxia and De Huang Dog were hiding. Inside the cave, Xianxia's aura was getting stronger and stronger. The dragon horse's blood had been completely refined by him, and the dragon transformation skill had undergone a huge change. The circulation speed of the dragon transformation skill had doubled. This meant that Xianxia's cultivation speed had also doubled, and the speed at which he absorbed the heaven and earth yuan qi had also doubled. At the same time, after absorbing the dragon bloodline contained in the dragon horse, not only did the dragon transformation art undergo a qualitative change, but Xianxia's qi and blood also became more vigorous. Above his head, a bloody aura vaguely resembling a dragon appeared. What? This brat actually released dragon qi. How was this possible? Just what kind of divine secret technique is he cultivating? It's actually so mystical. De Huang Dog couldn't stay calm anymore. It was as if he had seen the most bizarre thing in the world. A human could actually emit dragon qi. It's really dragon qi. This brat is too abnormal. If I give him my origin blood essence, won't he be able to use the cultivation method to evolve my supernatural power? Damn it, my own supernatural power hasn't even been awakened yet. De Huang Dog was extremely depressed. He felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Buzz, a vibrating sound came from Xianxia's dantian again. The original 7th illusory dragon pattern began to gradually condense, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely condensed. At the same time, the 8th dragon pattern quickly appeared. The continuous condensing of 2 dragon patterns was definitely not due to the energy contained in De Huang Dog's blood. It was completely driven by the qualitative change of the dragon transformation skill. The dragon pattern condensed under the impetus of this qualitative change was the most solid. Soon, the 8th dragon pattern was completely formed. Xianxia's entire Qi-Hai underwent a tremendous change. He suddenly opened his eyes and quickly took out a handful of human elixir and swallowed it. Whoosh, waves of wind came out from the cave. At this moment, Xianxia had reached the late Qi-Hai realm, but his qi had not stopped growing. The qualitative change of the dragon transformation skill had brought great benefits to Xianxia. It was definitely not something that could be compared to absorbing a powerful demon soul. In his Chi, the 9th dragon pattern was gradually forming, and the 10th dragon pattern was completely condensed. Boom! An extremely powerful wave of Qi burst out from Xianxia's body, shaking the whole cave as if there was an earthquake. With 10 dragon patterns, Xianxia's cultivation had completely stabilized at the late Qi realm, and he was even close to reaching the peak. His combat power had increased by at least a few times. 10 dragon patterns originally had the strength of 100,000 Jin, but because of the qualitative change of the dragon transformation skill, this strength had to be stacked. Even if it was not stacked, a late Qi realm warrior with the strength of 100,000 Jin had never been seen before. This was too terrifying and unimaginable. Damn you, your father still wants to change the world? De Huang Dog stuck out his tongue. Jiang Chen's transformation had really shocked him. Brother Chen, there's some movement over there. Nguyen Ling and Chen Shuang had just walked to the edge of the valley, and they immediately sensed the movement inside the valley. It must be that dog and Jiang Chen. Let's go. Sister Ling, if they fight later, you just need to stand behind them. That man and that dog are very cunning, you're not their match. Chen Shuang reminded her. Alright, I'll stand aside and help Brother Chen. Nguyen Ling said. But when she thought about what that dog had done, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Inside the cave, 2 beams of light shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. He slowly stood up from the ground and grinned at De Huang Dog. After obtaining great benefits from De Huang Dog, he found De Huang Dog to be more and more pleasing to the eye. De Huang Dog's ears pricked up. Those 2 from Tianjian Gate are here. Kill them for me. Let's go. Jiang Chen grinned. 1 man and 1 dog strode out of the cave. Coincidentally, Chen Shuang and De Huang Dog had also arrived outside the cave, and the 2 sides directly met face to face. Jiang Chen, damn dog, let's see where you can run now. Chen Shuang drew out his long sword with a clang. His cold eyes stared at the man and the dog. At such a close distance, he had already locked onto the breath of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. This time, he absolutely couldn't let them run away. I'm not going to run this time. Jiang Chen said calmly. Jiang Chen, other than using poison, what else do you know? Even if you use poison, I'll still kill you today. Chen Shuang raised his long sword and pointed it at Jiang Chen. I don't need poison to deal with you. It's such a waste. Jiang Chen said confidently. With his strength that was close to the peak of the Qi realm, he could instantly kill an early-stage Dan warrior. If he used all his strength, it was not impossible for him to kill Chen Shuang. Haha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Die. Chen Shuang threw his head back and laughed. After that, he swung the long sword in his hand and unleashed a dazzling net of swords towards Jiang Chen. Go, kill him. No, don't kill him. I still want to take revenge. De Huang Dog moved to the back and squatted on the ground. He stuck out his tongue and looked like he was watching a good show. Facing Chen Shuang's attack, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. With a shout, he immediately unleashed the 6 solar fingers. Along with 2 loud bangs, 2 huge golden fingers appeared out of nowhere. Each of them was as thick as a pillar that could support the heavens, and they shone brightly. After breaking through to the late Qi realm, Jiang Chen was able to unleash the 2nd solar finger from the 6 solar fingers. The 2nd solar finger allowed one to attack with 2 golden fingers at the same time. Moreover, after Jiang Chen attacked with the 2nd solar finger, the 2 golden fingers quickly merged together and became one. When the 2 huge fingers fused together, their size did not increase significantly. However, the light they emitted became much brighter. In terms of power, it was definitely not as simple as 2 huge fingers fusing together. This kind of fusion was several times stronger than the single sun finger. Rumble, under the impact of the golden fingers, the sword net created by Chen Shuang was shattered. The power of the golden fingers did not decrease and continued to attack Chen Shuang. What? Chen Shuang's expression changed. Such a powerful combat skill was rare even in the Tianjian Gate. Although Chen Shuang was a mid-mortal core warrior, the combat skills he cultivated were only mid-rank mortal combat skills. He didn't even have the chance to cultivate a high-rank mortal combat skill, let alone a powerful earth combat skill. The golden fingers arrived in front of him in an instant. Chen Shuang didn't dare to be careless. The combat weapon in his hand produced a buzzing sound, and he unleashed another bright sword beam. The sword beam was like a golden waterfall, and it clashed with Jiang Chen's golden fingers. Rumble, the loud explosion caused the entire valley to shake. The golden light shot up into the sky, it was bright and dazzling. Although Chen Shuang had blocked the attack, he did not feel any better. He was forced back a dozen steps before he could stabilize his body. He could feel the blood and qi in his body rumbling, and his chest felt stuffy. It was an indescribable pain. He looked at Jiang Chen who was standing in front of him, and he looked refreshed and energetic. Impossible, this is not possible. Chen Shuang's eyes turned red. He couldn't accept this result. He was a genius disciple of the Tianjian Gate, a mid-mortal core warrior. How could he lose to a young man who was only at the Qi High realm in this remote place? This was ridiculous. Nguyen Ling who was standing behind him had her mouth wide open. Her confidence in Chen Shuang had suddenly disappeared, and her heart was filled with shock. Kaka, good, good. Young man, you really didn't disappoint me, woof, woof, De Huang dog was barking excitedly. It looked like this guy was used to being a dog, and he had forgotten that he was a proud dragon horse. I don't believe that I will lose to a Qi High warrior. Even if you have reached the late Qi High realm, I still won't lose. Chen Shuang gritted his teeth. He had always been proud, and he couldn't accept the fact that he had lost to a Qi High warrior. Jiang Chen, I haven't used all my strength yet, take my thunderbolt slash. Chen Shuang unleashed his energy once again. He leapt up into the air, and he reached a height of 20 feet. Bright yuan energy covered his body, and the air around him was vibrating. The long sword in his hand was emitting waves of sword energy. Slash. Chen Shuang had used his thunder slash and his low-ranked combat weapon. He had used all his strength, but he was still confident that he could kill Jiang Chen with his sword this time. Besides, the finger skill Jiang Chen had just used was too powerful. It was obviously an earth-level finger skill. It was already very difficult for a Qi High warrior to use such a powerful finger skill. He was sure that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to use it again in a short period of time. Too bad, Jiang Chen had disappointed him. The 6 solar fingers was created by Jiang Chen, so it was easy for him to use it. Besides, he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, so the yuan energy in his qi had reached its peak. With the help of the 10 dragon marks, and the fact that the dragon transformation skill had just absorbed some dragon blood, it was enough for him to use the double solar fingers continuously. Pop, Jiang Chen was calm and composed. His fingertips were sparkling with a bright light, causing the void to make crackling sounds. His body was covered with billowing airwaves, and there was a blood-red dragon shadow flickering above his head, making him look holy and mighty. Jiang Chen looked calm and composed. Bang, another 2 huge golden fingers were formed, and the double solar fingers merged together in a blink of an eye. The 2 fingers then dashed towards Chen Shuang. For Jiang Chen, fighting with a mid-mortal core warrior was a test of his combat strength. He kept using the double solar fingers and chose to fight with Chen Shuang head-on. The feeling of defeating an enemy head-on made him feel refreshed, and his confidence was boosted. The air shook. The huge golden fingers collided with the thunder slash again. The huge finger had shattered all 3 thunder slashes. It was as if it was destroying everything in its path, and there was no doubt about the result. In a situation where the yuan energy was almost the same, the advantage of combat skills was obvious. Although Chen Shuang had a low-ranked combat weapon, it couldn't make up for the difference between a mortal and an earth-level combat skill. In this situation, unless Chen Shuang had a mid-ranked combat weapon or an earth-level combat skill, he wouldn't be able to fight with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was too powerful, and he couldn't be judged by normal standards. The golden waves created by the collision were like ribbons, constantly circling above the valley. The powerful impact had wreaked havoc in the valley, creating huge pits with black smoke rising from them. On the other side, Chen Shuang's longsword was stabbed into the ground, supporting his tottering body. His hair was in a mess, and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood, dyeing his chest red. In that strike just now, Chen Shuang had not only received a heavy injury from the double solar finger, but he had also received a backlash from the thunderclap slash. Under the double impact, Chen Shuang was already seriously injured. It could be said that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Chen Shuang kept shaking his head. He couldn't believe what he had just seen, especially when he saw Xianxia standing in front of him, who was still calm and composed. Chen Shuang felt an unprecedented shock in his heart. "Kaka, leave the rest to me." De Huang Dog laughed out loud, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. With a swoosh, his majestic body dashed out and arrived in front of Chen Shuang in the blink of an eye. "Damn you! How dare you hit my butt?" De Huang Dog bared his teeth and moved behind Chen Shuang. Without saying anything, he opened his mouth and bit down on Chen Shuang's butt. Ah! A sharp scream resounded throughout the valley. With Chen Shuang's current condition, of course, he was no match for De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog's teeth were extremely sharp, and with a slashing sound, half of Chen Shuang's butt was bitten off, causing blood and flesh to splatter all over the place. Although Chen Shuang was a mid-mortal core warrior, when it came to the strength of his body, he was far weaker than Xianxia. De Huang Dog couldn't bite through Xianxia, but it could definitely kill Chen Shuang. Ah! Chen Shuang let out a miserable scream towards the sky. He was terrified, and it scared Nguyen Ling, who was standing next to him. Nguyen Ling's expression changed, and she lost all her previous arrogance. De Huang Dog was extremely cruel. With a single bite, he tore off the other half of Chen Shuang's butt. Blood and flesh splattered all over the place. It was a horrible scene. After that, De Huang Dog pushed Chen Shuang onto the ground. Then, he jumped onto Chen Shuang with his huge body and bared his fangs. He unleashed the most brutal and bloody attack on Chen Shuang's body. So King cruel. Witnessing such a bloody and brutal scene, even Xianxia couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This dog was definitely a cruel character. Whoever offended him would face serious consequences. In order to avenge his butt, De Huang Dog didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own blood. Of course, he wanted to vent his anger on Chen Shuang's body. A miserable scream resounded throughout the valley. Chen Shuang's body had become a bloody mess, but he was still alive. It was obvious that De Huang Dog wanted to torture him to death. "Who asked you to spank me?" De Huang Dog didn't forget to curse as he ravaged Chen Shuang crazily. "De Huang, that's enough." Xianxia frowned. Chen Shuang must die, but there was no need to hold such a huge grudge against him. Crack! As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, De Huang Dog snapped Chen Shuang's neck. Chen Shuang's screams came to an abrupt end, and he was completely dead. "Bah, you got off lightly." De Huang Dog spat viciously. Xianxia, who was at the side, almost fainted. Damn it, Chen Shuang was already in such a state, and he still got off lightly? What if he didn't get off lightly? After killing Chen Shuang, Xianxia picked up the longsword that Chen Shuang had dropped. Then, his gaze and De Huang Dog simultaneously landed on the terrified Nguyen Ling. Xianxia's face was cold, while De Huang Dog's face was filled with a sinister smile. In the blink of an eye, one man and one dog walked to the front of Nguyen Ling. Don't kill me, I beg you, don't kill me." Nguyen Ling was scared out of her wits. She had never been so terrified before. These two fellows before her were too terrifying. This was definitely the most brutal scene she had ever seen. She didn't want to die, and she didn't want to die like Chen Shuang and Xiaohua. "As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want me to. I can be your woman, I can be your human pet." Nguyen Ling's face was pale, and her face was filled with pleading. Hearing the word human pet, De Huang Dog's eyes immediately lit up. However, with a flash of light, Xianxia had casually cut off Nguyen Ling's neck. Nguyen Ling's eyes widened, and then her body softly fell to the ground. "Damn it, brat, what do you mean by this? She already agreed to be my human pet, why did you kill her?" De Huang Dog was instantly angered. It took him so much effort to get a human pet, but now, she was killed by Xianxia with a single slash. Xianxia glanced at the exasperated De Huang Dog for a second, then ignored him and slowly put the longsword into his storage bag. A low-ranked combat weapon could be considered as a rare treasure. "Hey, brat, why are you so cruel? You don't even have the slightest bit of sympathy. You even killed a woman. You better compensate me for being your father's human pet. De Huang Dog didn't give up. The word sympathy came out of his mouth, but he didn't feel ashamed at all. Enough. Have you forgotten that this woman has been chasing after you all the way here? If you fall into her hands, I'm sure you'll be skinned alive. She's from the Tianjin gate, and when you cut the grass, you need to get rid of the roots. Jiangchen glared at De Huang Dog. Nguyen Ling wasn't a weak woman, she was a mortal core warrior. When she was gnashing her teeth and trying to kill him outside the mountain range, Jiangchen had already sentenced her to death. Besides, Nguyen Ling was from the Tianjin gate, and Jiangchen didn't want to draw the hatred of the Tianjin gate here. De Huang Dog was still mumbling, but he didn't really say anything. Jiangchen set a fire and burned the bodies of Chen Shuang and Nguyen Ling. After that, he brought De Huang Dog and left the mountain range. Outside of Mount Origin, a young girl in purple clothes was rushing towards them. She looked like she was about 14 or 15 years old, and she was extremely beautiful. Her face had a childish look, and her bright eyes were as pure as water. She was extremely fast, and wherever she went, the air would be filled with a cold aura. Big bro Jiangchen, please be safe. While the young girl was rushing towards them, she was praying. This young girl in purple clothes was none other than Yan Chenyu, who had completely awakened her 9 meridians. Not long ago, she came out from her closed-door cultivation, and the first thing she asked was Jiangchen's whereabouts. In her mind, Jiangchen was her first man, and also the only man in her life. After knowing what happened to Jiangchen, Yan Chenyu didn't say anything and immediately left the Yan family, rushing towards Mount Origin. When Yan Chenyu arrived at the outer area of Mount Origin and was about to enter, she saw a man and a dog walking out from the mountain range. Big bro Jiangchen. When she saw the young man in white clothes, Yan Chenyu's worried expression immediately turned into surprise. She couldn't help but call out to him. Xiao Yu. When Jiangchen saw Yan Chenyu, he was also happy. This little girl is so pretty, if she can be my human pet, hee hee. De Huang Dog had a lewd look on his face, but before he could finish his sentence, a slap landed on his head. De Huang Dog glared at Jiangchen and shrunk his neck. Surprisingly, he didn't say anything to fight back. Although De Huang Dog was shameless, he wasn't an idiot. He could tell that this beautiful girl in front of him had a certain position in Jiangchen's heart. Big bro Jiangchen, you're all right. This is great. Perhaps Yan Chenyu was overjoyed, she actually threw herself into Jiangchen's arms. The soft body in his arms was so soft that it seemed as if it didn't have any bones. She even had a faint fragrance. Jiangchen took a deep breath, and his face was filled with enjoyment. He didn't even need to think to know that Yan Chenyu was worried about him, so she came to help him. This little girl was so affectionate, it touched Jiangchen a lot. Xiao Yu, don't worry. I'm fine, right? Jiangchen patted Yan Chenyu's shoulder. Only now did Yan Chenyu realize that she was in Jiangchen's arms. She immediately jumped out of Jiangchen's arms like a frightened rabbit, her face blushing. Hee hee, Jiangchen chuckled, his face was filled with enjoyment. A beautiful flower stuck on a cow dung. De Huang Dog murmured. Get lost. Jiangchen kicked out with his foot. Jiangchen scanned Yan Chenyu's body with his divine sense. He found out that Yan Chenyu was brimming with vitality, and her weak condition was completely gone. The formation of her 9 meridians had completely transformed her. Little you have already broken through to the mortal core realm, isn't this just a blow to your confidence? Jiangchen looked like he had suffered a heavy blow, but the smile on his face didn't disappear. The stronger Yan Chenyu was, the happier he would be. After all, the 9 meridians was an ancient divine body. Since it was a divine body, it was not something ordinary people could compare with. The divine body among humans was just like the divine beasts among demon beasts, they were favored by the heavens. The speed of their cultivation was not something ordinary people could compare with. As they cultivated, they would develop all kinds of innate abilities, and each of them was extremely powerful. People like this could not be judged by ordinary standards. Big bro Jiangchen, it's all because of you that I am where I am today. You saved my life, and I haven't thanked you properly yet. Yan Chenyu said in a serious manner. Then, how should little you think big bro Xianxia? Xianxia had an evil smile on his face. Just marry me, stop being so mushy in front of your father. De Huang dog couldn't stand it anymore. Bad doggy. Yan Qinyu stared at De Huang dog. Thinking about marrying him, her face became even redder. The more she thought about it, the more shy she felt. She immediately turned her back to him. De Huang dog bared his teeth and was about to tease this innocent girl again, but Yan Qinyu's words knocked him down to the ground. Little doggy, don't talk nonsense. Plop, the word little doggy instantly knocked De Huang dog down to the ground. Jiangchen, who was standing aside, immediately laughed out loud. Little Yu's naivety had even defeated De Huang dog. This cynical dog had finally found his match. Big Yellow stood up from the ground while trembling. He was extremely furious, and tears were streaming down his face. How dare this girl call him a puppy? Damn you! Which part of your father is small? Can you find a dog that's bigger than your father? Bah, I am not a dog. Alright, let's leave this place as soon as possible. Jiangchen said with a serious expression. Big bro Jiangchen, where are the people from Tianjin Gate? Yan Qinyu asked on the way. I killed them. Jiangchen said casually. Hearing the word kill, Yan Qinyu's face showed a trace of uneasiness. Seeing this, Jiangchen couldn't help but sigh. This little girl was too naive. The torment of her illness had prevented her from taking a step out of the Yan family's front door for a few years. She was an innocent girl who knew nothing about the world. To her, killing was a strange and unreachable thing. Little you, you'll get used to it in the future. Jiangchen gently put his arm around Yan Qinyu's shoulder. Yan Qinyu had the 9 meridians, and this small red city would not be able to hold her down. Sooner or later, she would step into the real world of cultivation, and if her 9 meridians wanted to grow, killing was a necessary stage. I don't want to kill anyone. Yan Qinyu said with a serious face. To her, killing someone sounded like a cruel thing. Jiangchen didn't say anything and just smiled. The little girl had just come out of the mortal world and still needed a period of time to adapt. This was something that couldn't be rushed. Along the way, De Huang dog surprisingly didn't say anything. Yan Qinyu's puppy had completely defeated him. The Yan family's meeting hall. Yan Zhanyun was pacing back and forth in the hall. The great elder Yan Hongtai and the others had worried expressions on their faces. Yan Qinyu's 9 meridians had been awakened, and not only had her illness been cured, she had also become a mortal core warrior. This was supposed to be something worth celebrating, but no one could laugh about it. I wonder how brother Jiangchen is doing now. Yan Zhanyun said worriedly. Yuer is already a mortal core warrior, and with her 9 meridians, she will definitely be able to help brother Jiangchen. Yan Hongtai said. Chief, brother Jiangchen has helped the Yan family a lot, we can't just watch something bad happen to him. Yan Yang said with a loud voice. His life was saved by Jiangchen, and now that Jiangchen was in danger, he couldn't help but worry. There shouldn't be a problem. With brother Jiangchen's abilities, it won't be easy to kill him. Yan Zhanyun said. He was just trying to comfort himself. In fact, he was more worried about Jiangchen than anyone else, but the Yan family really couldn't do anything right now. Firstly, for the sake of the Yan family's survival, he couldn't go against the Tianjin Gate directly. Secondly, Li Sanyu hated Jiangchen to the core. Now that he finally had a chance to kill Jiangchen, Li Sanyu would never let it go. He would definitely pay close attention to the Yan family's movements. If Yan Zhanyun decided to do something, Li Sanyu would definitely stop him, just like how he stopped Li Sanyu outside the mountain range. Just when everyone was feeling restless, Yan Meng walked into the hall with a face full of joy. Master, Great Elder, Miss and Brother Jiangchen are back. What? They're back. Everyone's worried faces were instantly replaced by joy. They raised their heads and saw 3 figures walking into the hall. It was Jiangchen and Yan Qinyu, followed by a De Huang dog. When they saw Jiangchen, the originally gloomy hall immediately turned into a celebratory atmosphere. Haha, brother Jiangchen, it's great that you're alright. Yan Zhanyun laughed out loud. He couldn't contain his joy. Brother Jiang, where are the people from the Tianjin Gate? Yan Yang asked in surprise. They've been burnt to ashes. De Huang Dog said. He wanted to prove his existence. Everyone was familiar with this dog. He was a disgusting dog, and his image had been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. This dog was able to make the disciples of the Tianjin Gate travel thousands of miles to kill him, so no one dared to look down on him. However, since this dog was following Jiang Chen, no one would reject him. No way, Brother Jiang, you killed them all? Yan Yang's mouth was wide open in shock. That's right, I broke through to the late Qi Hai realm at the most critical moment and defeated Qin Shuang. Jiang Chen said it casually, but it had shocked everyone. At this moment, everyone in the hall were staring at this young man in front of them. Aside from shock, there was also disbelief in their eyes. Since when did breaking through become so easy? This was a huge blow to everyone's confidence. Besides, even if he was a late Qi Hai warrior, he couldn't just kill a mid-mortal core warrior just like that. That was a mid-mortal core warrior. Since when did a mortal core warrior become so weak? If it wasn't for the fact that they knew Jiang Chen well, they would have laughed at Jiang Chen's boasting and then looked down on him. Everyone was speechless and shook their heads. Yan Yang had a helpless expression on his face. Compared to Jiang Chen, who would dare call himself a genius? He couldn't even be called a genius anymore, he was a monster. Brother Jiang Chen, I'm sure the Li family knows that you and Xiaoyu have returned. 3 of Li Sanyu's sons have died, and he won't let this go easily. If this guy goes crazy, he can do anything. Yan Zhanyan said with a frown. Li Sanyu's target is only me. If Chief Yan feels that I brought trouble to the Yan family, then Jiang Chen will leave now. Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang Chen, what are you talking about? You've helped the Yan family a lot. Even if I, Yan Zhanyan, have to risk my life, I won't just stand by and watch. Besides, in Red City, the Yan family and the Li family have always been enemies. Sooner or later, we'll have to fight each other. Yan Zhanyan's face turned serious, and he quickly said. That's right, we'll just have to fight. We're not afraid of Li Sanyu right now. Yan Hongtai said. Everyone on the scene were acting arrogantly. They might not have the courage to fight against the Tianjin Gate, but when it comes to fighting against the Li family, they would never back down. If Li Sanyu chooses to fight us now, he will definitely lose. Therefore, this is an opportunity for the Yan family. Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang Chen, why do you say that? Yan Zhanyan asked. Think about it, the Li family lost 3 young masters, and almost all of the young geniuses were killed. This kind of attack has caused the Li family's morale to plummet. But the Li family is deeply rooted in Red City. The death of a few Qi Hai warriors won't affect the Li family's overall strength. So, what is Li Sanyu trying to do? He should be trying to calm the people and increase their morale. But, Li Sanyu was so angry that he killed 2 of the geniuses from the Li family's subsidiary forces. Jiang Chen's eyes were shining with wisdom. He continued, Li Sanyu's actions will definitely disappoint those subsidiary forces. They will lose their morale. Even if the Li family is at its peak, they still won't be a match for the Yan family. Jiang Chen's words had unquestionably awakened the crowd. Jiang Chen was right. A fight between 2 families was like a war. When both sides were equally powerful, the most important thing in a war was morale. Almost all of the young geniuses of the Li family had died. They had lost their morale. Li Sanyu had killed 2 young masters from the subsidiary forces, which had caused them to lose their morale. If a war were to break out, it would be the Yan family's best chance. Brother Jiang Chen is right. If the Li family wants a war, we won't be afraid at all. Yan Hongtai said. Good. Everyone, go and make the necessary arrangements. Gather all the forces of the family and prepare for a war. Yan Zhanyan's aura fluctuated. Leader Yan, I have a favor to ask. Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang Chen, please speak. Yan Zhanyan was very polite to Jiang Chen. I want Head Elder to stay with the Jiang family in Fragrant Sky City for a few days. With Head Elder here, I can feel at ease. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Hongtai. Brother Jiang Chen, you're afraid that Li Sanyu will send someone to attack the Jiang family, right? But don't you have a heavenly core warrior hiding in the Jiang family? Yan Hongtai didn't understand. Everyone could understand why Jiang Chen was worried about the safety of the Jiang family. But the Jiang family already had a heavenly core warrior, why would they need another mortal core warrior? Heavenly core warriors have strange personalities. If head elder can go there himself, then I'll feel better. Jiang Chen said that the Jiang family didn't have a heavenly core warrior. If Li Sanyu became desperate and sent a mortal core warrior to attack the Jiang family, with the Jiang family's current strength, there was no way they could defend themselves. Jiang Chen had to be careful about this. Grand Elder, please go to Fragrant Sky City and ensure the safety of the Jiang family. Yan Zhanyun looked at Yan Hongtai. As for Red City, there was no need to worry. Jiang Chan and De Huang Dog were both powerful warriors, and they were equivalent to mortal core warriors. If Yan Qinyu used her 9 meridians, she would be as powerful as Yan Hongtai. Alright, I'll leave now and head to Fragrant Sky City. Don't worry, brother Jiang Chen. With me here, I won't let anyone touch the Jiang family. Yan Hongtai promised. Thank you. Jiang Chen cupped his fist towards Yan Hongtai. With Yan Hongtai personally taking care of the Jiang family, he felt much safer. Next, he would have to settle the debt with the Li family. After that, the Jiang family would have nothing to worry about. At that time, Jiang Chen would leave Origin Mountain and start his journey. Yan Hongtai left for Fragrant Sky City. The Yan family had started to prepare everything. Once the Li family made a move, the Yan family wouldn't be caught off guard. Li family, for the past few days, the Li family had been grieving. Li Chonghao's white silk hadn't been removed yet, and now, Li Chongming's silk had also been removed. The atmosphere of the entire Li family was extremely gloomy. The anger that came from Li Shanyu made even the lowest-ranked guards and servants tremble in fear. They didn't even dare to breathe. In the Li family's courtyard, a huge mourning hall was built with black cloth. In the middle of the hall, there were 2 black coffins with the word funeral written in white. Li Sanyu and a few other mortal core warriors were standing in front of the mourning hall. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Right at this moment, a scout from the Li family ran over in panic. The scout was sweating profusely, and his face was filled with anxiety. What's wrong? A mortal core warrior asked with a frown. Chief, Jiang Chen is not dead. The man said carefully. Bang, indeed, when he heard this, Li Sanyu's anger immediately erupted. He suddenly turned around, and the scar on his face looked ferocious. What did you say? What was that Qin Shuang doing? He actually didn't kill him. Li Sanyu was furious. Jiang Chen is still alive. I saw him and De Huang Dog entering the Yan family with my own eyes. Oh right, there was a young girl in purple clothes with him. She looked about 14 or 15 years old. I didn't see any disciples of Tianjian Gate coming out from the mountain. That person spoke very carefully, for fear of angering the angry Li Sanyu. If Li Sanyu used him as an outlet to vent his anger and slapped him to death, it would be too unjust. Li Sanyu had just slapped 2 of his own people to death not long ago. The spy did not recognize that the girl in purple was Yan Qinyu. Ever since Yan Qinyu was attacked by the 9 meridians, she had never left the Yan family. Now that she had grown into a beautiful young lady, it was only natural that the spy did not recognize her. Good boy, you are really lucky. Li Sanyu clenched his fists tightly. He thought that with Qin Shuang's ability, he would definitely be able to kill Jiang Chen. If that was the case, although he couldn't kill Jiang Chen with his own hands, he would still be able to vent his anger. Now that Jiang Chen was dead, he had set his eyes on the Jiang family in Fragrant Sky City, looking for an opportunity to destroy the Jiang family. However, he never expected that Jiang Chen was so lucky that he could walk out from Origin Mountain alive. This made Li Sanyu very angry. As for the identity of the girl in purple, Li Sanyu did not care at all. He only cared about Jiang Chen's life. Master, this boy is so mysterious. Even the disciples of Tianjian Gate couldn't kill him. Do you think that Qin Shuang and De Huang Dog were killed by Jiang Chen? Someone frowned and said. I think it's highly possible. Master, this boy's growth is too fast. We have to find a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. If we let him continue to grow, I'm afraid that it won't be long before we can take our revenge. Our Li family will also be destroyed by that boy. An elder of the Li family said. Xianxia's growth had finally made them feel fear. If they let Xianxia live, he would definitely be a huge threat to the Li family. They had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Did you see it clearly? Xianxia went to the Yan family, and not back to Fragrant Sky City? Li Sanyu looked at the spy. This subordinate saw it clearly. There's no mistake. The spy said. Looks like it's time for the final battle with the Yan family. Gather all the men from the Li family and prepare to fight the Yan family. We have to kill Xianxia at all costs. Li Sanyu said while gnashing his teeth in anger. All three of his sons were dead, and he couldn't bear it any longer. He had to strike now. If Xianxia returned to Fragrant Sky City, he would be afraid of the Heavenly Core warriors from the Jiang family, and he wouldn't have the courage to strike. But, if he was at the Yan family, Li Sanyu could still give it his all. Master, we have just lost so many men, and our morale is low. I don't think it's a good time to start a war with the Yan family right now. Someone said worriedly. Say no more, we must fight. I want the blood of Xianxia and the Yan family to pay tribute to my three sons, and all those geniuses from the Li family who died. Li Sanyu waved his hand. He had made up his mind, he had to kill Xianxia no matter what. That night, both the Li family and the Yan family made their moves at the same time. The entire Red City was in an oppressive atmosphere, as if a storm was coming. From the changes in the businesses of both families, one could tell that both families were going to do something serious this time. I saw that many businesses of the Li family have closed down, and even the Misty Rain Tower has closed down. Looks like these two families are really going to start a war, and Red City is going to be in chaos. It's all because of that Xianxia. This man killed all three of Li Sanyu's sons, and even Li Chongming, who was an early mortal core warrior, was killed by him. It's no wonder that Li Sanyu is going to go crazy. You guys should have heard about it. During the exam in Origin Mountain, none of the young generation of the Li family survived. All of them were killed, and it's all because of Xianxia. This Xianxia is really daring, he even killed disciples from Tianjian Gate. I can't believe it. This is too cruel. He even dared to kill disciples from Tianjian Gate. He is definitely the most cruel man I've ever met. The chaos in Red City is also because of him. This guy is a devil incarnate. I heard that the chaos in Fragrant Sky City is also because of him. Even the Mu Rong family in Fragrant Sky City was killed by him. How cruel. Red City was going to be in chaos. Everyone was sighing, and the name Xianxia was being discussed everywhere. From Fragrant Sky City to Red City, Xianxia had undoubtedly become a devil incarnate in everyone's eyes. Wherever he went, trouble would follow. For the next 3 days, both families were in a state of intense preparation. Li Sanyu didn't bury his two sons, he wanted to avenge them before letting them rest in peace. In the evening, the Li family had gathered all their forces and were ready for battle. Li Sanyu was wearing a black outfit and sitting in the main seat of the meeting hall. Chief, everything is ready. A mortal core warrior said. Alright, tonight, we will fight the Yan family to the death. Li Sanyu said in a cold manner. Chief, it's just that our men's morale is not high. Our scouts have reported that the Yan family is ready as well. In this situation, I'm afraid we are no match for them. Someone said worriedly. Say no more, there is no way out. Even if both sides are badly injured, even if the Li family is destroyed, we have to kill Xianxia today. If not, when Xianxia grows stronger, the Li family will have no choice but to stretch out our necks and wait for his death. Li Sanyu was definitely a ruthless man. If not, he wouldn't have been able to survive in Red City. Right at this moment, 1,000 miles away, a huge black hawk flew out from Mount Origin with extreme speed. The black hawk was 3 meters long, and it had a pair of tough black wings that looked like iron plates. Haha, I've been trapped here for 20 years, and I'm finally free. The black hawk laughed out loudly. In an instant, he transformed into an old man in his 50s. He was skinny, and he was wearing a loose black robe. His sharp eagle eyes were glowing with a cold light. There is a city in front of us, let's go check it out. With a sway of his body, the old man transformed back into his Black Hawk form and flew towards Red City with extreme speed. A heavenly core demon lord's speed was just too fast, let alone a flying demon beast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above Red City. Swoosh swoosh, the appearance of the Black Hawk caused a tornado to appear in the sky above Red City. The powerful pressure of a heavenly core warrior spread out, making everyone feel uncomfortable. Look, a huge hawk. Such a powerful aura. Heavens, don't tell me that's a heavenly core demon lord? Why is it here? Many people were shocked when they saw the big black hawk. There had never been a heavenly core demon lord in the entire Red City. The Yan family, Xianxia looked up into the sky and suddenly furrowed his brows. With his experience, he could easily tell how strong the big black hawk was. This black hawk was at the peak of the early heavenly core realm, and it was just a step away from the mid-heavenly core realm. De Huang Dog looked at the black hawk and suddenly grinned. No one knew what he meant. A heavenly core demon lord. Yan Zhanyun was shocked as well. The war between the Li family and the Yan family was about to break out, but a heavenly core demon lord had appeared out of nowhere and disturbed the entire Red City. No one knew what kind of big changes were going to happen next. The big black hawk who was hovering in the sky suddenly moved its body. It looked at a direction with its sharp eyes. It was the Li family's location. There's a treasure here. Although it's hidden in a mysterious way, I can still sense it. It's a familiar scent, it's the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. Haha, blood-winged hawk. The big black hawk suddenly laughed out loudly. With a flap of his wings, he turned into an old man and descended towards the Li family. The blood-winged hawk was an unusual species of hawk. It had the noblest bloodline of all hawks. The big black hawk was a hawk, so he had extraordinary senses when it came to his own kind. Therefore, even though the blood-winged hawk's demon soul was hidden very well, the big black hawk could still sense it. What the big black hawk didn't expect was that a blood-winged hawk's demon soul would appear in this tiny red city. If he could obtain this demon soul, he would have the chance to absorb the blood-winged hawk's bloodline and inherit its innate abilities. He would be reborn from now on. In the courtyard of the Li family, everyone was still paying attention to the big black eagle. The old man in the black robe suddenly appeared and landed in front of Li Xianxia. The old man's gaze was like a knife as he glanced around. After that, his eyes landed on Li Xianxia. It's with you. Hand over the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, or I'll kill all of you. The energy of a heavenly core demon lord made everyone in the Li family nervous. Right at this moment, everyone's eyes fell onto Li Xianxia. It was obvious that this demon lord was attracted by the chief. The blood-winged hawk's demon soul? What was that? Many of them had never even heard of the blood-winged hawk before. If they angered this demon beast, it might just wipe out the entire Li family. Wouldn't that be a joke? The Li family had sworn that they were going to have a life-and-death battle with the Yan family, but in the end, they were wiped out before the battle even started. Li Xianxia was stunned as well. Being stared at by the cold eagle eyes of the old man in the black robe, he felt a chill run down his spine. He had heard of the blood-winged hawk before. It was a powerful beast, but he didn't have the blood-winged hawk's demon soul with him. Senior, are you mistaken? The Li family doesn't have the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. Li Xianxia bowed towards the old man. He didn't dare show any disrespect, and his tone was as gentle as possible. He was afraid that if he angered the old man, he would be slapped to death. The blood-winged hawk's demon soul is with you, humph. I'll give you 3 breaths to hand it over, or else, I'll slaughter everyone here. The old man's voice was cold and emotionless. He was filled with killing intent, and no one dared doubt the authenticity of his words. The expressions of everyone in the Li family changed. No one dared doubt the old man's words. If Li Xianxia couldn't hand over the blood-winged hawk's demon soul in 3 breaths, the old man would really kill them all. With their strength, there was no way for them to fight against a heavenly core demon lord. Li Xianxia immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The blood-winged hawk's demon soul, what was that? He really didn't have it, so why did this guy in front of him think that he had it? What made Li Xianxia even more depressed was that this guy in front of him was not someone he could mess with. If he couldn't hand over the demon soul in 3 breaths, then it would be no laughing matter. Could it be a red demon soul? Li Xianxia suddenly had an idea. He quickly took out something from his storage bag. Senior, are you talking about this demon soul? Li Xianxia raised the red demon's soul and asked. He had obtained this demon's soul by accident when he went out a few years ago. Although he didn't know what kind of demonic beast it was, it contained a strong blood qi and a strange aura. Li Xianxia felt that it must be something extraordinary, so he kept it and threw it in a corner of his storage bag. All these years, he hadn't paid much attention to it. He didn't expect that it would attract the attention of a great demon today. But Li Xianxia wasn't sure, because this demon's soul was only at the early mortal core realm, and the big black hawk in front of him was a heavenly core demon lord. How could it take a mortal core demon soul seriously? It really is a blood-winged hawk. Haha, this demon soul contains the complete bloodline of the blood-winged hawk. Good luck, this is really good luck. When the old man saw the red demon soul, he immediately started laughing out excitedly. This demon soul might be just an ordinary demon soul for ordinary people, but for an eagle-type demon beast, it was a priceless treasure. What the old man cared about was not the level of the demon soul, but the bloodline of the demon soul. The blood-winged hawk was the king of all eagles, and its bloodline was extremely precious. Ordinary humans and demon beasts couldn't absorb it, but the old man could. Seeing that Li Xianxia had really taken out the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, everyone from the Li family felt relieved. At least, their lives were saved. Give me the demon soul. The old man said with an unquestionable tone. Yes, senior. Li Xianxia replied. When he was about to hand over the demon soul, he suddenly took it back. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Senior, I will give you the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, but I would like to ask for your help. Li Xianxia said. For him, this was a great opportunity. With the Li family's current strength and morale, if they were to fight the Yan family head-on, they would definitely lose. But with the help of this demon soul, it would be a different story. Huh? You dare to negotiate with me? The old man's aura fluctuated, and his face was filled with anger. I don't dare, senior. Li Xianxia kneeled down on the ground and raised the demon's soul in his hand up high. I just want to ask for your help. I don't have any intention of negotiating with you. If you don't want to help me, I won't say anything. Please accept this demon's soul. Your attitude is not bad. I am in a good mood today. For the sake of the blood-winged hawk's demon's soul, tell me, what do you want me to do? The black-robed old man took the demon spirit and examined it closely as he spoke. Hearing this, Li Xianxia was overjoyed. He was a smart man, and he knew that if he used the demon's soul to threaten the old man, it would definitely anger the Black Hawk. All demon beasts were brutal and overbearing, and if he did that, it might backfire and bring disaster to the Li family. Therefore, Li Xianxia followed the old man's words and achieved his goal. I would like to ask Senior to help me kill 2 men. Li Xianxia said. Haha, that's easy. Tell me, who do you want to kill? The black-robed old man roared with laughter. Killing people was simply too easy for him, and it was as easy as flipping his hand. One of them is the chief of the Yan family, Yan Zhanyun, and the other one is a heavenly core warrior from Fragrant Sky City. If Senior can help me kill these 2 men, it will be a great help to me. Li Xianxia kneeled down on the ground and said. He didn't dare ask for too much, like asking the old man to kill the Yan family. All he wanted was for the old man to help him kill Yan Zhanyun and the hidden heavenly core warrior from the Jiang family. After that, the Li family would be able to destroy the Yan family and rule over Red City. As for Jiang Chen, he wanted to torture him to death bit by bit. He wouldn't let him die so easily. Oh? There is a heavenly core warrior in this small place? The old man furrowed his brows. Senior, this heavenly core warrior is just an early heavenly core warrior. He is definitely not your match. Li Xianxia saw the old man was hesitating, so he quickly said. In fact, he hadn't even seen the heavenly core warrior before, so how could he know if the man was an early heavenly core warrior? But, this was the only way for Li Xianxia to convince the old man to help him. Alright, I promise you. The heavenly core warrior's heavenly core is also a great tonic for me. I never thought I would meet a heavenly core warrior in this small place, interesting. But, just in case, I'll help you kill this heavenly core warrior after I absorb the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. The old man said. After all, a heavenly core warrior was not someone ordinary people could compare with. They weren't easy to deal with. Even the old man had to be careful when dealing with them. However, with the blood-winged hawk's demon's soul in his hands, the old man was confident that he could defeat them. Besides, the reason why he agreed to help Li Xianxia was because the heavenly core of a heavenly core warrior was a great tonic for demon beasts. Alright, I won't kill a heavenly core warrior for now. But, I hope Senior can help me kill Yan Zhanyun before you go into secluded cultivation and absorb the demon soul. Li Xianxia had a hideous smile on his face. He didn't need to deal with the Jiang family first, he needed to eliminate the Yan family and kill Jiang Chen first. The rest of the men from the Li family were extremely excited. They didn't have much confidence and morale when it came to the war with the Yan family, but if they could get the help of a heavenly core demon lord to kill Yan Zhanyun, then the Yan family would be no match for them. Alright, killing a mortal core warrior is just a piece of cake for me. The old man put away the demon's soul and accepted the request. If that's the case, that's great. I won't hide it from Senior, the Li family is about to go to war with the Yan family, and with Senior's help, we will definitely win. I don't think there's any need to wait for the war, let's do it tonight. Li Xianxia stood up from the ground. He couldn't hold back the excitement on his face. As the saying goes, there's a silver lining at the end of the tunnel. Li Xianxia had already prepared himself for the war with the Yan family. But, who would have thought that the demon soul he obtained by accident would attract a heavenly core demon lord? As long as the old man killed Yan Zhanyun, no one in the Yan family would be his match. Once he eliminated the Yan family and killed Jiang Chen, he would wait for the old man to absorb the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. Then, he would go to Fragrant Sky City and eliminate the Jiang family. From then on, the Li family would be the ruler of this land. The old man nodded his head. First of all, Li Xianxia was a good talker, and he kept calling him Senior, which satisfied his vanity. Second of all, he had just been released from the cage, and he had obtained the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. He was in a good mood, so helping Li Xianxia kill two men was just a piece of cake for him. Li Xianxia's energy was boosted. He shouted at the men from the Li family, "Listen up, everyone from the Li family. Follow me and attack the Yan family. With Senior's help, Yan Zhanyun will die for sure, and the Li family will win for sure. Tonight, we will eliminate the Yan family, and no one will be spared. No one will be spared, no one will be spared." With the help of a heavenly core demon lord, the men from the Li family who were low in morale were suddenly boosted up. They felt that in today's battle, the Li family would be unstoppable, and the Yan family wouldn't be able to stop them. That night, with Li Xianxia as the leader, a few hundred men from the Li family marched towards the Yan family. At the same time, the Yan family received the news, and with Yan Zhanyun as the leader, a few hundred men walked out of the Misty Rain Tower. Heavens, the sky is really going to change. The Li family and the Misty Rain Tower are going to fight for real this time. They've started fighting. Tonight, they won't stop until one of them is dead. The Li family and the Yan family are going to fight at the same time. I think the battle will start in the central square. Red City is going to change. Let's go and watch the show. Watch my ass. Only those who are not afraid of death will go and watch the show. Two tigers are going to fight, and you're just a monkey standing there. Aren't you just looking for death? Red City was in chaos. Most people stayed in their houses when they heard the news, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Some curious and busybodies stood far away from the central square, waiting to watch the show. Both sides were filled with energy and killing intent. They stood in the middle of the square, facing each other. On the Li family's side, Li Xianxia was the leader. 5 mortal core warriors followed him. Li Xianxia had a ferocious smile on his face. The long scar on his face made him look even more terrifying. On the other side, Yan Zhanyun and Jiang Chen stood side by side. Yan Qinyu, De Huang Dog, and 4 other mortal core warriors from the Yan family stood beside them. But in terms of overall strength, the Yan family's side was obviously stronger. But what confused Jiang Chen and Yan Zhanyun was that the Li family's morale was supposed to be low, but why was it so high? Something's wrong. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Something's wrong indeed. The Li family's morale shouldn't be so high. What actually gave them such high morale? Yan Zhanyun was puzzled as well. But right now, both sides were like arrows on the bow, and a war was unavoidable. Haha, Yan Zhanyun, hand over Jiangchen now, and I'll let you die a quick death. Li Sanyu laughed out loudly. His energy was soaring, and his face was filled with confidence as if everything was under his control. Today, I'll kill every single member of the Yan family, and then I'll destroy the Misty Rain Tower. The Li family's grand elder shouted out arrogantly. With the help of a heavenly core demon lord, they were confident that they could make the Yan family disappear from Red City in one night. On the other side, Jiangchen furrowed his brows even deeper. When he thought about the heavenly core demon lord who had disappeared, he had a bad feeling about this. Humph. Li Sanyu, the younger generation of your Li family has been wiped out. Today's war will be the day your Li family is destroyed. Yan Zhanyun let out a cold snort and shouted out loud. Haha, Yan Zhanyun, if that's the case, I'll let you die first. Li Sanyu laughed out loud, then he turned towards a direction and shouted, Senior, please kill Yan Zhanyun. Swoosh, right after Li Sanyu's words left his mouth, a sharp bird cry sounded out from the sky. Everyone saw a majestic black hawk suddenly appear in the sky. The black hawk flapped its wings and transformed into an old man in a black robe. He unleashed the energy of a heavenly core warrior, causing everyone in the central square to feel a great pressure. It was an indescribable feeling of discomfort. It's that great Yao. The faces of the Yan family members changed drastically. The old man was standing in the air. Being able to fly was the symbol of a heavenly core warrior. No matter if it was a demon beast or a human warrior, only those who reached the heavenly core realm would be able to control the natural energies and fly. Qi Hai and mortal core warriors could only absorb natural yuan qi, but they were far from being able to control it. This was the difference between the mortal core realm and the heavenly core realm. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Of course, the old man was an eagle, and he was a flying demon beast. Even before he reached the heavenly core realm, he could still fly. The sudden appearance of the old man in black changed the situation in an instant. A heavenly core demon lord was enough to change everything in Red City. All the men from the Yan family were terrified under the pressure of the old man's energy, and their morale had been completely suppressed. Yan Zhanyun's heart skipped a beat. Now, he finally understood why Li Sanyu was so confident all of a sudden. With the help of a heavenly core demon beast, he would be extremely arrogant and confident. Jiangchen, who was standing aside, had an extremely cold expression. The sudden appearance of a heavenly core demon beast had messed up all of his plans. If it was in his previous life, he could kill a heavenly core demon beast with just a stare. But too bad, he was only at the late Qi Hai realm now. No matter how many skills he had, he couldn't use them. He was no match for a heavenly core warrior. Jiangchen took a deep breath. He had no choice but to use the great soul derivation skill. But, it wasn't easy to scare away a heavenly core demon beast with just soul pressure. Ha ha ha, Yan Zhanyun, I'll let you die a quick death today. I'll definitely kill everyone from the Yan family and let them accompany you in hell. Jiangchen, you little bastard, I'll skin you alive and tear out your tendons. I'll grind your bones into ashes to vent my hatred. Li Sanyu had a ferocious expression on his face. When he thought about how his old enemy was going to die in front of him, and how he would be able to avenge his son, he was extremely excited. In the sky, the old man's sharp eagle eyes landed on Yan Zhanyun. This was the man he wanted to kill tonight. After killing this man, he would turn around and leave. Are you Yan Zhanyun? In order to confirm Yan Zhanyun's identity, the old man asked. Yan Zhanyun's expression suddenly changed. Just a single look from the old man in the black robe was enough to frighten him. With his current strength, there was no way he could fight a heavenly core warrior. They were not on the same level. Don't hurt my dad. Yan Qinyu spread her arms and stood in front of Yan Zhanyun. She was unleashing a freezing cold energy from her body, and she was ready to attack. She would never allow anyone to kill her father in front of her, unless the old man stepped over her dead body first. What a strong cold energy! I never thought there would be someone with such a miraculous body in this small place. Too bad, your cultivation level is too low. The old man was shocked at first, but soon, a cold smile appeared on his face. Move aside. It looks like Dad is going to die today. Yan Zhanyun said. Dad, I won't move aside. Yan Chenyu was very firm. Humph. Since you have such a deep relationship with your daughter, then let's die together. The old man obviously didn't have much patience. He stretched out his palm and was about to grab Yan Zhanyun and Yan Chenyu. The grab of a heavenly core warrior was unstoppable, and if they were hit by it, the Yan father and daughter pair would definitely die a horrible death. Woof. Right at this moment, a dog's bark sounded out. De Huang Dog raised his head and barked at the old man in the sky. The old man felt that the sound was familiar. He quickly retracted his energy and looked towards the direction of the sound. When he saw that it was De Huang Dog, his expression changed. In the next moment, the black-robed old man did something that shocked countless people on the spot. The old man, who was filled with killing intent, immediately retracted his energy. He turned into a beam of light and flew down from the sky. He arrived in front of De Huang Dog and kneeled down on the ground. The old man was kneeling down on the ground, and his forehead was touching the ground. It was obvious how much respect he had for De Huang Dog. What? What was going on? A heavenly core demon lord had kneeled down in front of a dog. The lively scene immediately quieted down. The entire square had become extremely quiet. Everyone had the same expression, their mouths were wide open as they stared at the old man kneeling down in shock. What the fuck? What was going on? That was a heavenly core demon lord, but why did he kneel down in front of a dog? What kind of god was this dog? Everyone had a bad feeling about this. This scene had gone beyond their imagination. A war could change in an instant. The smile on Li Sanyu's face hadn't disappeared yet, but it had frozen on the spot. The old man was his biggest and only support. Today's war was already a foregone conclusion, and the Yan family was going to be wiped out. As long as Yan Zhanyun was alive, everything would go according to Li Sanyu's plan. But no one had expected such an incomprehensible scene to happen at the last moment. The Yan family felt like they were being toyed with by fate. According to their plan, today's war with the Li family would cause the Li family's morale to drop, and the Yan family would definitely win. But no one had expected that a heavenly core demon lord would appear at the last moment and change the situation. Right at this moment, the Yan family had lost all hope, and so did Yan Zhanyun. But who would have thought that when the demon lord was about to strike, he would kneel down in front of a dog? What the hell was going on? Jiang Chen's eyes were wide open. He looked at the arrogant and narcissistic De Huang Dog with surprise. Even with his experience as the greatest saint in the world, he had no idea why the old man would suddenly kneel down in front of De Huang Dog. Although De Huang Dog's bloodline was noble, strength was everything in this world. The old man's strength was much stronger than De Huang Dog's. If they were to fight, De Huang Dog wouldn't even be a match for him. But the reality was that the demon lord had kneeled down in front of him. What the F***ck? De Huang, how did you do it? Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to De Huang Dog. For the first time, he was impressed by this dog. How is it? Impressed, right? That's right. For someone like me, who is handsome and domineering, there's nothing that's impossible for me. De Huang Dog's narcissism had reached the pinnacle. He began to talk to Jiang Chen using his divine sense. Enough. Hurry up and tell me, what method did you use to make this eagle kneel down? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. I'm such a mighty existence. Of course, I have my own means. Do you believe that if I ask this little eagle to commit suicide right in front of me, it won't even dare to resist? De Huang Dog raised his huge dog head high. He was so arrogant that he was about to reach the sky. Forget about committing suicide. Do you have any way to make this eagle listen to me? Jiang Chen asked. That's easy. Watch me. As De Huang Dog spoke, he looked at the black-robed old man who was kneeling on the ground and said, Little eagle, stand up. Yes. The black-robed old man didn't dare to be stubborn. He quickly stood up from the ground and stood at the side respectfully, like a child who had done something wrong waiting for an adult to teach him a lesson. Seeing this, everyone looked at De Huang Dog in a different light. Their eyes were filled with admiration. It was as if they were prostrating themselves before him. Even Jiang Chen had to admit that this dog was very miraculous. In his previous life, although he had many methods to subdue demonic beasts, they were all built on the basis of strength and certain methods. From now on, he's your master. You'll do whatever he asks you to do. De Huang Dog stood up straight and placed his front hooves behind his back. He circled around the black-robed old man like a human and spoke with a mature expression. Right after De Huang Dog finished speaking, the black-robed old man kneeled down in front of Xianxia and respectfully called out, "Master." Damn it. How could this be? Who the hell was this De Huang Dog? The crowd felt as if they had been struck by lightning on a sunny day. They staggered and almost fell to the ground. They couldn't take it anymore. This was a heavenly core demon lord. Just a moment ago, he was ferocious, but in the blink of an eye, he had become as docile as a little lamb. Even Xianxia was shocked. He thought that De Huang Dog might have a way to make the old man listen to him, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. A heavenly core demon lord didn't dare go against De Huang Dog's words at all, he just obeyed him unconditionally. Looking at this, even if De Huang Dog really asked the old man to commit suicide on the spot, he wouldn't dare go against him. It was hard to imagine how De Huang Dog did it. Looking at the situation, the Yan family members who had lost all hope started smiling again. Yan Zhanyun was laughing out loudly. Fate really knew how to play a joke on him. Not only did it play a trick on him, it also played a trick on Li Sanyu. Yan Zhanyun was very excited, but Li Sanyu didn't feel the same way. This old fool felt his head spinning, and he was completely stunned. How could this happen? Why did this happen? What was going on? A brutal and overbearing heavenly core demon lord was here to help him kill, but now he suddenly kneeled down in front of the enemy. Wasn't this just toying with him? Big Black Hawk, stand up. Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. The old man stood up from the ground. He couldn't help but feel surprised. This young man in front of him looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, but he had such an attitude. It was as if he was a superior man who had hidden his true strength. If it was any other ordinary man, he, a heavenly core demon lord, would have panicked when he saw him kneeling down in front of him. But this young man in front of him was calm, and his eyes were calm, as if kneeling down in front of him was a matter of course. But, the old man immediately felt relieved. Since De Huang Dog was willing to follow him, how could he be an ordinary man? Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and took 2 steps forward. He looked at Li Sanyu with an indifferent expression and said slowly, "Li Sanyu, have you ever heard of the saying, lifting a rock only to smash your own feet?" When Xianxia's words came out, Li Sanyu almost vomited blood. This was simply the biggest mockery to him. He was simply the biggest idiot. Not only did he lose the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit, he even made a fool out of himself. If he didn't ask for the black-robed old man's help, with the Li family's strength, even if they couldn't win, they could at least put up a fight. But now, what's the point of putting up a fight? Li Sanyu, you should have heard of another saying, giving someone a taste of their own medicine. You wanted to use a heavenly core demon lord to kill Yan Zhanyun, and now, I'll use a heavenly core demon lord to kill you. What do you think? Xianxia continued speaking with an indifferent tone. The Li family's camp immediately fell into chaos. If Li Sanyu died, there would be no point in fighting this war. Big Black Hawk, bring me Li Sanyu's head. Without giving Li Sanyu any time to think, Xianxia had already given the order to the black-robed old man. Yes, master. The black-robed old man bowed. With a sway of his body, he moved like a ghost and appeared in front of Li Sanyu. His cold eyes locked onto Li Sanyu. Li Sanyu immediately felt a chill in his heart. It was the threat of death. Being stared at by the black-robed old man was like being stared at by a poisonous snake. No, don't kill me, I've already given you the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit. Li Sanyu said with a trembling voice. Xianxia heard the words blood-winged hawk clearly, and his eyes lit up. He thought to himself, no wonder Li Sanyu was able to ask the old man in black to kill someone for him. It was because of the temptation of the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. The blood-winged hawk's demon spirit was a rare treasure. Not only was it tempting to the black-robed old man, it was also tempting to Xianxia. If it was in his previous life, the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit wouldn't be of much use to him. However, it was different now. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill and could absorb any strange bloodlines in the world. So far, aside from absorbing the poison of the green hellish python, he had yet to absorb any strange bloodlines. If the dragon transformation skill wanted to level up, absorbing strange bloodlines was the best shortcut. Moreover, according to the records of the dragon transformation skill, if he could obtain the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit, he would be able to inherit the blood-winged hawk's innate ability. The so-called innate ability was different from normal combat skills. Normal combat skills had a fixed level. Take Xianxia for example. He knew quite a few saint-tier combat skills, and the 9 solar energies was created by himself. However, his cultivation was too low, so his cultivation was limited. Even if he had a powerful combat skill, he still couldn't practice it. However, the innate supernatural powers were different. Whether it was the god body of humans or the supernatural powers of beasts, they all changed according to the changes of the cultivators. The maximum power of an innate supernatural power would increase along with the increase of the cultivator's cultivation base. It would always be in the most perfect condition. It was also the terrifying feature of the innate supernatural powers. The reason why divine bodies and beasts were so powerful was because they didn't need to practice any combat skills. They only needed to awaken their innate ability and use the support of their unique bloodlines to bring out their innate ability to its most powerful state. Crack, completely ignoring Li Sanyu's panic, the old man's sharp claw landed on Li Sanyu's head. After that, under Li Sanyu's desperate expression, the old man crushed his head. One of the strongest men in Red City had died on the spot. Swoosh, the death of Li Sanyu had instantly caused chaos within the Li family's camp. The imposing aura had disappeared, and everyone's faces had turned pale. Facing such a powerful heavenly core demon lord, Li Sanyu was killed with just a single strike. How were they going to deal with him? After killing Li Sanyu, the old man turned around and walked back to Jiangchen and De Huang Dog. He was extremely respectful. Little Black Hawk, well done. Big Yellow praised the old man. He was a heavenly core demon lord, but he was called a Little Black Hawk. If it was someone else, the old man would definitely tear that person into pieces. Big Yellow praised the old man. Buddy, what should we do with the rest of them? De Huang Dog looked at Jiangchen. That's the Yan family's problem, it has nothing to do with us. Let's go. Jiangchen smiled, then he turned to Yan Zhanyun and said, Chief Yan, I'll leave the rest to your family. I'll go back and wait for your good news. Remember, Chief Yan, when you're cutting the weeds, you have to remove the roots. Don't worry brother Jiangchen, I know what to do. Yan Zhanyun cupped his fist towards Jiangchen. The gratitude and respect he had for Jiangchen was like a raging river. Not only him, at this moment, everyone from the Yan family felt the same way. Everyone looked at Jiangchen with a passionate gaze. This sacred young man had once again saved the lives of everyone in the Yan family. In the hearts of the Yan family, Jiangchen was the Yan family's lucky star. If it wasn't for him today, the Yan family would have been destroyed by now. Right now, Li Sanyu would have ended up like Yan Zhanyun. This was an undeniable fact. Although the biggest hero today was De Huang Dog, don't forget that De Huang Dog was brought here by Jiangchen. The Yan family had nothing to do with De Huang Dog. Jiangchen nodded his head. He brought De Huang Dog and the black-robed old man and left the central square. He didn't want to get involved in the rest of the matter. The Li family and the Yan family had been fighting each other for a long time. Today was the day to settle the scores between the two families. The Li family was definitely going to be destroyed. As for how to deal with the Li family, he believed that Yan Zhanyun would know what to do. More importantly, Jiangchen wanted the blood-winged hawk's demon's soul. He had to get it first. Kill. Behind him, a series of battle cries were heard. Soon, the entire central square was filled with endless roars and murderous intent. The battle cries and screams were mixed together. It was a dark night. It was destined to be another night of bloodshed. After today, the Li family of Red City would be wiped out, and the city would welcome a new order. However, Jiangchen didn't care about any of this. For him, the crisis in Red City was just a note in his rebirth. Soon, he would embark on a new journey. Along the way, Jiangchen and De Huang Dog were walking in the front. The black-robed old man was following behind them like a docile sheep. De Huang, how did you manage to tame this hawk? Xianxia couldn't help but ask using his divine sense. Hehe, it's too easy. I planted a divine sense seed in this hawk's body, so it's completely under my control. I can kill it with just a thought. De Huang Dog had an insidious and proud expression on his face. Xianxia was startled. No wonder the black-robed old man was so obedient to De Huang Dog, it was because his life was in De Huang Dog's hands. But Xianxia was even more confused. No matter if it was a human or a demon beast, the divine sense was the source, the most important place. If someone planted a divine sense seed in their divine sense, they wouldn't do it even if it cost them their lives, unless the person was an idiot. But this hawk in front of him didn't look like an idiot. Besides, with the big black hawk's heavenly core cultivation level, why would De Huang Dog plant a divine sense seed in him? How did you do it? Xianxia asked. Do you still remember the Tianjian Gate demon ceiling tower I told you about? I released 3 demon lords from the tower, and as a condition, they have to obey me and serve me in the future. You know, these demon lords have been trapped in the demon ceiling tower for dozens of years, and because of the special condition of the demon ceiling tower, the demon lords who are trapped in there will never be able to improve their cultivation, and they will never be able to come out again. De Huang Dog's eyes were shining with a cunning light. So, you used this as a condition to control them. Xianxia finally understood. De Huang Dog was indeed a cunning man, but the 3 demon lords would definitely agree to it. Even if they were controlled, it would be better than dying in the demon ceiling tower. There must be a powerful defense mechanism in the demon ceiling tower, or else it wouldn't be able to trap these demon lords. So, how did you release them? Xianxia asked again. His impression of De Huang Dog had improved. Ordinary defense mechanisms couldn't pose a problem to Xianxia, but he was after all the once greatest saint in the world, and he had a lifetime of experience. Besides, breaking defense mechanisms sometimes required great strength as a foundation, but this dog was actually able to break the defense mechanism of the demon ceiling tower and release 3 demon lords. Of course I have my ways, I won't tell you. De Huang Dog said proudly. Didn't you say the demon lords you released were captured by the inner circle disciples of the Tianjian Gate? Why did this black hawk come out again? The 3 demon beasts were indeed captured by the inner disciples. I never thought that this black hawk would be able to escape. It seems that flying demon beasts have an advantage in escaping. De Huang Dog said. You unreliable dog, but you did something reliable today. You have made a great contribution. Xianxia patted De Huang Dog's head. Get lost. Don't pat my head. Also, I'm not a dog, you're the real dog, woof. De Huang Dog's face was filled with anger. The last bark he let out made Xianxia chuckle. Not long after that, Xianxia and the other 2 arrived at the Yan family. Yan Zhanyun had prepared a special courtyard for him, and no one was allowed to get close to it. In the courtyard, Xianxia and the black-robed old man stood facing each other. The black-robed old man's face was filled with respect. He didn't dare to show any neglect. Although he was not satisfied with this kind of subservient attitude, he couldn't do anything about it. His life was in the hands of De Huang Dog. As long as De Huang Dog willed it, he would die. Even though he hated De Huang Dog, he still had to pray that nothing bad would happen to De Huang Dog, because once De Huang Dog died, the divine sense seed in his divine sense would explode, and he wouldn't be able to survive. Big Black Hawk, let me ask you, did you get a blood-winged hawk's demon soul from Xianxia? Xianxia asked. Yes. The black-robed old man didn't dare to lie. Give it to me. Xianxia's tone didn't allow any refusal. It was an order. What? The black-robed old man's expression changed. The blood-winged hawk's demon soul was very useful to him. It could be considered as a great opportunity for him. But now, Xianxia wanted to take it away. How could he feel good about it? I asked you to give it to me, so hurry up and give it to me. You don't even dare to listen to your master's words. Believe it or not, I'll make you die a horrible death. De Huang Dog humphed. Yes, yes. The black-robed old man quickly nodded his head and took out the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. This dog is definitely a ruthless character. Towards De Huangdog's words, he doesn't dare to have the slightest bit of resistance. Compared to the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, his life is obviously more important. Seeing the blood-colored demon spirit, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. He is experienced and knowledgeable. With just a glance, he could tell that this demon spirit is indeed the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit. Furthermore, it contains the complete bloodline of the blood-winged hawk. This demon soul was only at the late mortal core realm, which was perfect for Xianxia to absorb. According to Xianxia's estimation, if he absorbed this demon soul and absorbed the energy within, then the dragon transformation skill would absorb the blood-winged hawk's bloodline, and he would be able to break through to the mortal core realm. However, Master is a human. This blood-winged hawk's demon spirit isn't very useful to Master. As an eagle, this blood-winged hawk's demon spirit is the most suitable. The black-robed old man said unwillingly. Xianxia glared at the black-robed old man, then he grabbed the blood-colored demon spirit. Don't worry, I won't take it for free. I'll give you a sacred heavenly demonic skill. If you cultivate it, the benefits will be even greater than the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit. It's not impossible for you to break through to the demon king realm in the future. After saying that, Xianxia told the black-robed old man about the sacred heavenly demonic skill through his divine sense. The black-robed old man's body trembled, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. In the end, his eyes were glowing with a strange light. This sacred heavenly demonic skill was obtained by Xianxia from a powerful demonic saint in his previous life. It's a supreme demonic cultivation technique. If it were to be measured by human cultivators, it would be a sacred level cultivation technique. In the saint origin world, anything related to a sacred level is a supreme treasure. Whether it's a cultivation technique, a combat skill, or a combat weapon, it's all the same. Demonic cultivation techniques are even rarer. Xianxia was involved in many things in his previous life. Although he couldn't cultivate this sacred heavenly demonic skill, he still memorized it. Today, besides the fact that the black-robed old man had taken out the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit, Xianxia also had another reason for passing this demonic cultivation technique to the black-robed old man. Not long from now, he will embark on his real journey. The Jiang family is the only thing he's worried about. If there's a great demon guarding the family, he can be at ease. Therefore, the stronger the black-robed old man is, the more help he can provide. After the chant of the sacred heavenly demonic skill was passed to him, the black-robed old man trembled with excitement. He knelt down on the ground and said, "Thank you, Master, for your gift, thank you, Master, for your gift." The black-robed old man's eyes were filled with tears. The way he looked at Xianxia had completely changed. Although Xianxia was only at the Qi High realm, in the black-robed old man's heart, he was like a mountain that he could only look up to. That was a sacred-level demonic cultivation technique. This young man in front of him could casually take out a sacred-level demonic cultivation technique. How could he be an ordinary person? This was unbelievable. Even the legendary powerful demonic king would not be able to obtain a sacred-level demonic cultivation technique. Moreover, even if one had such a powerful sacred heavenly demonic skill, who would be willing to take it out? There was not a single sacred-level cultivation technique in the entire eastern continent. Not only did Xianxia take it out, he even gave it to the black-robed old man so casually. This boldness, coupled with his mysteriousness, had completely conquered the black-robed old man. Xianxia was right. To the black-robed old man, this sacred heavenly demonic skill was far more valuable than the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. Damn you! How did you know the sacred heavenly demonic skill? Are you the reincarnation of an old monster? Tell me what good stuff you have so that I can benefit from it. De Huangdog looked at Xianxia in surprise. He had always felt that Xianxia was mysterious. However, when he saw Xianxia casually take out the sacred heavenly demonic skill, he was still deeply shocked. Go away. Demonic cultivation techniques are useless to you. Xianxia said impatiently. This guy was a genuine dragon horse. His bloodline was at the peak of all demonic beasts. Naturally, he did not need the demonic cultivation technique. If he forced himself to train, it would limit his growth. I'm going to train in seclusion. You two guard the gate of the courtyard for me. Don't let anyone disturb me. Xianxia said, then turned around and walked into the room. Stinking brat, you're too awesome. De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen's back with an annoyed expression. He then turned to the black-robed old man who just stood up and said, "Go, guard the gate. I'll lie here and sleep." "Yes." The black-robed old man bowed at Big Yellow, then he happily walked towards the door. His face was filled with joy, and the gloominess from before had disappeared. Obtaining the sacred heavenly demonic skill was a real fortune. In the room, Jiangchen sat cross-legged. He used his demon soul to lift the blood-red demon soul and let it float in front of his face. Jiangchen did not immediately swallow the demon soul. This was his first time refining a demon soul with a strange bloodline. He needed to adjust his condition to the best and circulate the dragon transformation skill to the extreme. Big Yellow was lying on a big green rock in the courtyard, snoring away without a care in the world. The black-robed old man was standing solemnly in front of the main entrance. While acting as Jiang Chen's loyal guardian, he was also pondering the sacred heavenly demonic skill that he had just obtained. It was a dark and windy night. In the central square of Red City, there was another bloody scene. This was going to be a bloody battle without any suspense. The Li family had lost Li Xianxia. Not only had they lost their pillar of support, they had also lost their morale. In this situation, they could only wait to be slaughtered by the Yan family. The battle only lasted for half an hour before it ended with the Li family's defeat. Blood flowed like a river in the central square. Dead bodies and broken limbs were everywhere. This was definitely the most brutal battle in the history of Red City. More than 100 people from the Li family had died. The remaining few hundred people had surrendered. They were surrounded by the Yan family's people. Their faces were pale, and no one knew what kind of punishment they were going to receive. "Master, what should we do with these people?" Yan Yang asked in high spirits. "Kill them all." Brother Jiangchen said before he left that we need to eliminate the roots when we cut the grass. An old mortal core warrior from the Yan family said. "Don't." Yan Chenyu hurriedly cried out. Her face was pale, and her expression was unnatural. As a young girl who didn't know much about the world, she had never seen a scene like this. In the battle just now, she had used the cold energy from her 9 yin meridians and killed 2 people. This made Yan Chenyu feel terrible. If she killed these few hundred people as well, it would be too cruel, and she couldn't accept it. "Dad, they have already surrendered. Killing them is too cruel." "I believe that big bro Jiangchen didn't mean it like that," Yan Chenyu hurriedly said. Yan Zhanyun lovingly touched Yan Chenyu's head. His face was filled with pain. His daughter had a kind heart, and she didn't know much about the world. She would definitely suffer in the future. This was also the reason why he had to let Yan Chenyu participate in this battle. It was always a bad feeling to kill someone for the first time, but as a cultivator, she had to get used to it. If not, when she entered the Qi province in the future, she would be the one who would suffer. Yan Chenyu was born with a divine body. This small red city wouldn't be able to hold her down. Besides, his daughter and Jiang Chen were in love. Who was Jiang Chen? He was a real devil incarnate. If she wanted to be his woman, she couldn't be a burden to him. You can leave now. I know what to do, and I also know what brother Jiang Chen wants." After saying that, Yan Zhanyun took a step forward. He glanced at the Li family members with a cold gaze and said, "Kill all the people from the main branch of the Li family. As for the people from the subsidiary forces, we can accept their surrender, but they will have to go through a test." Yan Zhanyun's words had decided the life and death of the Li family members. It was similar to how Jiang Chen dealt with the Mu Rong family. However, compared to Jiang Chen, Yan Zhanyun was a bit more merciful. At least he had accepted the surrender of the subsidiary forces. Yan Zhanyun understood what Jiang Chen meant. The so-called cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots was referring to the people from the main branch of the Li family. As for the people who had already surrendered, they couldn't be killed. In the future, when the Yan family ruled over the entire Red City, they still had to show some mercy. Yan Chenyu sighed and left the central square with a lonely face. Yan Yang hurriedly followed behind her. Today's battle had left a huge impact on Yan Chenyu's heart. This little girl might not be able to get used to it in a few days. On the same night, the Li family was annihilated. All of their men were killed, and most of their affiliated forces surrendered. Some of the more stubborn ones were killed as well. To put it bluntly, a new order had arrived in Red City. From now on, the Yan family was the biggest family in Red City. All the properties of the Li family were now owned by the Yan family. From now on, the Li family no longer existed in Red City. Li Xianxia, the tycoon who had dominated Red City for more than 20 years, had disappeared in the long river of history. This was a huge event that shook the entire Red City. There was no way it could be hidden, and no one tried to hide it. Almost as soon as the Li family was annihilated, everyone in Red City knew the result. Such an explosive event had shaken the entire Red City. No one could remain calm, especially when they found out about the unpredictable changes of the battle. They couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of the world. Sigh, the tycoon of Red City has been annihilated just like that. From now on, the Yan family will be the only tycoon in Red City, and no one will be able to challenge them anymore. Do you guys still remember that demon lord who appeared before? I heard that he was helping the Li family to kill Yan Zhanyun, but he was conquered by a dog. That's right, the dog that the Tianjian gate is looking for. This is so funny. That dog is really evil, even the demon lords are obeying him. That's right. The heavenly core demon lord who was helping the Li family turned around and killed Li Xianxia. Such a huge change, who could have predicted it? This is so brutal. That dog is definitely not an ordinary dog. I heard that the demon lord kneeled down in front of the dog, and he didn't even dare to move. Many people were talking about the incident. De Huang dog had become the center of attention. Who could have thought that a bloody battle would be changed so easily by a dog? In my opinion, the reason why the Li family was annihilated so quickly was because of that Jiang Chen. Ever since he came to Red City, there has been no peace in this city. You're right. Everything was caused by Jiang Chen. You should know that Jiang Chen was the one who brought that dog out. That Jiang Chen is a very ruthless man. He not only killed the 3 sons of Li Xianxia, but also the disciples of Tianjian Gate. He is so ruthless and audacious. Although the Yan family had defeated the Li family, everyone's topic was only Jiang Chen and De Huang dog. This man and dog were the key to the destruction of the Li family. The entire Crimson City fell into a state of sleepless nights. At this moment, Jiang Chen was wholeheartedly refining the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. After spending half an hour, Jiang Chen had adjusted himself to his best condition. The 10 dragon marks in his qi kept vibrating, and a blood-red shadow of a dragon was floating above Jiang Chen's head. His vitality was very strong, and after absorbing the blood of De Huang dog, he could now transform into the shape of a dragon. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the blood-red demon soul that was floating in front of him. In an instant, 2 blood-red beams shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes, causing the air to tremble. Buzz. After the blood-winged hawk's demon soul entered his body, a buzzing sound could be heard from Jiang Chen's body, and his yuan energy kept vibrating. Jiang Chen was circulating the dragon transformation skill to its limit, and he started refining the blood-winged hawk's demon soul bit by bit. What a powerful energy! If I can absorb all the energy from the demon's soul and merge the blood of the blood-winged hawk into my body, my strength will double, and I will reach the early mortal core realm. A happy expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face. A late mortal core demon soul was the most suitable for him to absorb right now. Under the control of the dragon transformation skill, the blood-red dragon marks were like real little dragons. They were twisting around the blood-red demon soul. Jiang Chen had a lot of experience, and with his control of the dragon transformation skill, he could ensure that the energy from the demon soul was released and absorbed bit by bit. There wouldn't be a situation where the energy was too strong for his body to handle, and there wouldn't be a situation where his energy was drained. Time passed by, and Jiang Chen had entered a special state. Within the courtyard, De Huang dog was lying on a big green rock, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a faint golden light was emitting from De Huang dog's body. The golden light was getting stronger and stronger, and it gradually wrapped up De Huang dog and turned it into a huge golden cocoon. De Huang dog's energy was getting stronger, and it was as if something inside his body was about to wake up. His entire body was undergoing a fundamental change. If Jiang Chen saw this, he would probably start cursing out loud. This dog had entered a special state in his sleep, and he was activating his bloodline and innate abilities. Once this process was completed, De Huang Dog would become a mortal core warrior. As an ancient dragon horse, it was normal for it to activate its innate abilities. A rare breed like this would have more than one innate ability. But, what made people depressed was the way this dog was leveling up. This method of leveling up while sleeping was ridiculous, and it was a huge blow to people's morale. Others would work themselves to death just to level up, but this dog just needed to sleep and leveled up. The courtyard was extremely quiet. Xianxia was absorbing the blood-winged hawk's demon's soul in his room, and a Huang Dog was sleeping soundly on a big green rock. Outside the door, the old man in black robe was guarding the place with a dedicated attitude. In Red City, with the protection of a heavenly core demon lord, no one would be able to get close to the courtyard. The old man in black robe stood there with an infatuated look in his eyes. He was like a statue, and he didn't move at all. His entire mind was focused on the sacred heavenly demonic skill. If this skill was used properly, the old man in black robe could really become a powerful demon king like Xianxia had said. Two figures came from afar, a man and a woman. They were Yan Qinyu and Yan Yang, who had rushed back from the central square. Yan Qinyu was in a bad mood, so the first person she thought of was her big bro Xianxia. "Stop right there," the old man in black robe, Lung Lung, said as he raised his head and looked at the two. "Where is big bro Xianxia?" "I want to see big bro Xianxia," Yan Qinyu said. Both she and Yan Yang looked at the old man in black robe with fear in their eyes. This old man in front of them was definitely a ruthless man. They could still clearly remember how Li Sanyu was killed. "Master is in secluded cultivation, no one is allowed to disturb him." The old man's voice was still cold. In front of De Huang Dog and Xianxia, he was indeed a docile little sheep. But in front of outsiders, he was a brutal eagle, a powerful heavenly core demon lord. "Let's go, little you, don't disturb Brother Zhang's secluded cultivation," Yan Yang said. Yan Qinyu nodded her head, then she turned around and left. Xianxia's secluded cultivation was an important matter, so of course they couldn't disturb him. Another hour passed, and it was already nightfall. Yan Zhanyun and the other high-ranked men had dealt with the Li family men, and they returned to the Yan family in high spirits. The first thing they wanted to do when they returned was to visit and thank Xianxia. Of course, De Huang Dog was there as well, but they were stopped by Yan Yang. "Chief, Brother Jiang is in secluded cultivation right now, don't disturb him," Yan Yang said. "Looks like Brother Xianxia has learned something new again. Maybe he will be able to break through to the mortal core realm after this secluded cultivation," Yan Zhanyun said with a sigh. Compared to Brother Xianxia, I don't think there are many people in this world who would dare call themselves a genius. His age, his strength, his methods, and his horrifying speed of leveling up, a man like him is simply a peerless monster. Everyone was sighing. "Yan Yang, from now on, you have to set Brother Xianxia as your goal. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to reach his level, but it's still good to have a goal and an idol." Yan Zhanyun patted Yan Yang's shoulder. "I will. Brother Jiang is the goal that I, Yan Yang, have been chasing after for my entire life." Yan Yang rarely admired people, but when it came to Xianxia, he was completely convinced. "This time, Brother Xianxia has helped us a lot. You can even say that he has saved the entire Yan family. This is a great favor that we, the Yan family, will never forget. When Brother Xianxia comes out from his secluded cultivation, we must thank him properly," Yan Zhanyun said. "Indeed, from saving you to saving the entire Yan family today, Brother Xianxia's kindness to the Yan family can't be expressed with words," a mortal core elder said. Towards Xianxia, everyone in the Yan family was deeply grateful. To put it bluntly, without Xianxia, there would be no Yan family today. "Yan Yang, how is you?" Yan Zhanyun asked. "She locked herself in her room, she wants to have some peace and quiet." This time, it was a huge blow to her. All these years, Yu has never stepped out of the Yan family. She is just a little girl who doesn't know much about the world. She has never seen such a tragic scene before. Yan Yang said. "She will have to experience this sooner or later. She has the 90 meridians, so she will have to face a lot more in the future." Besides, since she wants to be with Xianxia, she can't just be a burden to him. Yan Zhanyun said with a smile. Everyone knew that Yan Chenyu was going to walk a different path from them in the future, and she might even walk the path of Xianxia. Rumble, right at this moment, a loud explosion sounded out from the depths of the Yan family. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a blood-red beam shooting out from the courtyard where Xianxia was cultivating. The beam shot up into the sky, and an extremely powerful aura spread across the entire place. Xianxia's eyes were shining with a bright light. Swoosh, after that, a whirlwind appeared above the Yan family. All the natural energies were sucked out, and within the blood-red beam of light, a tiny golden light suddenly appeared. Slowly, the golden light became brighter and brighter, and eventually, it formed into a golden core the size of a fist. Look, that's a mortal core. Brother Xianxia has formed his mortal core. Such a powerful energy. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. How long has it been, and he has already broken through to the mortal core realm. He has just broken through to the mortal core realm, how can he have such a powerful energy? I am a mid-mortal core warrior, but under the energy of Brother Xianxia, even my soul is trembling. Monster, he is a peerless monster. Everyone from the Yan family were shocked, especially the few mortal core warriors. They had all broken through to the mortal core realm before, but they had never seen an energy like Xianxia's before. They didn't even dare think about it. Swoosh! Swoosh swoosh, the powerful energy turned into ripples as it spread out from Xianxia's body, covering the entire sky above the Yan family. Especially the illusionary blood wings on his back. Every time they flapped, they would create a hurricane, making Xianxia look extremely magical. Right at this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at Xianxia in the sky, including De Huang Dog who had just woken up. Heavens, what am I seeing? Brother Xianxia has just broken through to the mortal core realm, but he can actually fly. This is unbelievable. You know, only heavenly core warriors can use the heavenly core in their bodies to control natural energy. This is a miracle. Look at that pair of blood wings on his back, it's the blood wings that allow him to fly. It's not because he can control natural energy. This is amazing. I wonder how Brother Xianxia did it. That pair of blood wings is emitting the aura of a demon beast, it must be the wings of a demon beast. I wonder what method Brother Xianxia used to refine it for his own use. A mortal core warrior can fly. This is beyond our knowledge. Brother Xianxia is indeed a rare genius. Yan Zhanyun and the others were excited. They had witnessed the birth of another miracle. Xianxia's blood wings had changed their minds. Sigh, I will never be able to catch up to Brother Jiang in this lifetime. Looks like I can only look at him as my idol from now on. Yan Yang sighed. Living in the same place as a man like Xianxia was a huge blow to him. In the sky, Xianxia's black hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were like stars, shining brightly. He looked like a god who had descended from the heavens. Absorbing the blood-winged hawk's demon soul had given him endless benefits. At the same time, he had also revealed the true power of the dragon transformation skill. The dragon transformation skill had completely absorbed the blood-winged hawk's bloodline, and even the blood wings had evolved. This was beyond Xianxia's imagination. It was an unexpected surprise. Being able to fly in the sky at the mortal core realm was a huge advantage that ordinary people couldn't achieve. Not only that, Xianxia had also inherited the innate ability of the blood-winged hawk's bloodline. The innate ability of the blood-winged hawk, Nine Heavens Hawk Cry, was a powerful sound wave battle skill. It did not have a grade, and it would continue to grow according to Xianxia's cultivation. The so-called sound wave battle skill was even more terrifying than normal battle skills. It was also harder to defend against. The powerful sound waves could penetrate a person's soul and directly attack a person's origin, causing damage to their origin. The reason why the blood-winged hawk could become the king of the hawk bloodline was because of this innate ability. And this was not all that Xianxia had gained. The impact of the bloodline and the energy had allowed Xianxia to form his mortal core. Right now, within Xianxia's Qi, the golden mortal core was like a pillar in the middle of the ocean, stabilizing the entire Qi. 15 dragon marks were circling around the mortal core, like the moon surrounded by stars. That's right, 15 dragon marks. When Xianxia broke through to the late Qi High realm, he had 8 dragon marks. Because of the abundant energy, he now had 10 dragon marks. Now that he had formed his mortal core, his strength had almost doubled, and he now had 15 dragon marks. According to Xianxia's estimation, if he wanted to break through to the mid-mortal core realm, his strength would need to double, and he would need at least 30 dragon marks. This time, absorbing the blood-winged hawk's demon's soul had allowed Xianxia to fully understand the terrifying power of the dragon transformation skill. It had also allowed Xianxia to confirm the path of cultivation that he wanted to walk in the future. All the skills and combat skills from his past life, besides the 9 solar energy skill, could be discarded. Just imagine, if Xianxia used the dragon transformation skill to absorb all sorts of rare bloodlines and obtain powerful innate abilities, he would be able to reach a terrifying level. It was simply unimaginable. Outside the courtyard, the old man in black robes stared at Xianxia, who was floating in the sky with his mouth wide open. The shock on his face was no less than the others, it was even more intense. As a demon beast, and an eagle at that, no one understood better than him what it meant for Xianxia to absorb the blood-winged hawk's bloodline. This was unprecedented. How is this possible? How did he do it? He is just a human, how could he absorb the bloodline of a demon beast and merge it perfectly with his own body? The old man in black robes muttered to himself. Even though he had lived for more than 100 years, he still couldn't understand it. This is too miraculous. This young man is really extraordinary. Could he be the chosen one? Or is he the descendant of a god? His body is emitting an aura that makes people's hearts palpitate. His eyes are as cold as water, and even when he is facing me, his expression hasn't changed. He can casually take out the sacred heavenly demonic skill, and now he even has a way to merge with the blood-winged hawk's bloodline. Is he still human? The old man in black robes was completely convinced by Xianxia. In his mind, Xianxia was definitely not an ordinary human, and his future achievements were beyond his imagination. Woof, woof. God damn it. How did this kid do it? There must be a big secret on his body. He must have cultivated an ancient divine skill. A human being can actually merge with the bloodline of a demon beast? This is really blinding my dog eyes. De Huang Dog was jumping up and down in the courtyard. He simply couldn't stay calm anymore. This young man was too mysterious. He was like a bottomless pit that no one could see through. De Huang Dog was already depressed when he was able to absorb his own blood in Origin Mountain. But now, he had directly absorbed the bloodline of a blood-winged hawk, and he could casually take out the sacred heavenly demonic skill. What kind of monster was he? Everyone from the Yen family was staring at the young man with the blood wings flapping in the sky. Other than shock, they couldn't find any other words to describe their feelings. This was a godlike young man. Swoosh, Xianxia flapped his blood wings and slowly descended from the sky. With a shake of his shoulder, he retracted the blood wings back into his body. Kid, tell me quickly, what kind of divine skill are you cultivating? How can you merge with the bloodline of a demon beast? De Huang Dog rushed to Xianxia's side and asked impatiently. I'm not telling you. Xianxia glanced at De Huang Dog, then he strode out of the courtyard. Damn you, what are you so proud of? De Huang Dog snorted and followed behind Xianxia while wagging his tail. Master. When the old man in black saw Xianxia coming out, he quickly bowed and said, Master, your power is unfathomable. You will definitely soar into the sky in the future. If the old man in black had addressed Xianxia as master because he was afraid of the divine sense seed that De Huang Dog had planted in him, then right now, he was more than willing to address Xianxia as master. Black Hawk, what's your name? Xianxia looked at the old man in black. His eyes were shining brightly, like a king looking down at his subjects. Master, you can just call me Old Black. The old man said respectfully. Alright, Old Black, let me ask you. From now on, are you willing to serve me completely? Xianxia asked. Your humble servant is willing to listen to all of Master's orders. Old Black didn't dare show any neglect. He knew that with his potential, it would be extremely difficult for him to reach the peak heavenly core realm, and it would be extremely difficult for him to form a divine core. Xianxia had given him the sacred heavenly demonic skill, giving him the potential to break through to the Demon King realm, or even the Demon Emperor realm. For him, this was a great opportunity. Besides, Xianxia was a miraculous person, and his future achievements were immeasurable. Following him would definitely bring him endless benefits. Alright, I'll leave this place in a few days and head to the inner regions of the Qi province. From now on, you'll stay here and guard the Yan family, and focus on cultivating the sacred heavenly demonic skill. As long as you do your job well, there will be plenty of benefits for you in the future. Xianxia said. Now that he had broken through to the mortal core realm, and the grudge between him and the Li family had been settled, it was time for him to embark on his own journey. The Jiang family was the one he worried about the most, and if Old Black was here to protect them, he would be able to leave without worries. Xianxia didn't ask Old Black to protect the Jiang family, but the Yan family. The reason was simple. First, he wanted the Jiang family to occupy Fragrant Sky City in peace, and he didn't want to attract too much attention. Second, there was no difference between Old Black protecting the Yan family and the Jiang family. With Jiang Chen's help to the Yan family, even if Yan Zhanyun had to die, he would still protect the Jiang family. Therefore, as long as the Yan family was safe, the Jiang family would be safe as well. Old Black will not disappoint you, I will ensure the Yan family's safety. Old Black bowed. He really needed a place to focus on cultivating the sacred heavenly demonic skill. The Yan family had become the local tyrant of Red City, and it was perfect for him to cultivate. At this moment, Yan Zhanyun and the others arrived one after another. All of them had happy expressions on their faces. Congratulations, Brother Jiang, for breaking through to the mortal core realm. Congratulations. Yan Zhanyun cupped his fist and congratulated Old Black. Chief Yan, I was just about to look for you. I'll be heading to the inner region of the Qi province in a few days. Everything in Red City has been settled, and from now on, there will no longer be any forces that can fight against the Yan family. Besides, after I leave, I'll ask Old Black to stay here and protect the Yan family. Please arrange a place for Old Black to cultivate behind closed doors. Xianxia said. Hearing this, the Yan family was startled at first, but then a happy expression emerged on their faces. As for Xianxia leaving for the Qi province, everyone was prepared for this. Xianxia was a golden-scaled beast, and sooner or later, he was going to soar into the skies. There was no way he would stay in this small red city. What surprised the Yan family was that Xianxia had asked the Black Hawk to stay here. They had witnessed the Black Hawk's strength before, it was a real heavenly core demon lord. The Yan family was already one of the biggest forces in Red City, and if they had a heavenly core demon lord to protect them, they would be the king of all the kings. Brother Xianxia has done so much for the Yan family, and Yan Zhanyun can't repay it. I'm willing to move the Jiang family from Fragrant Sky City here, and I'll give half of the Misty Rain Tower to the Jiang family. Yan Zhanyun said in a serious manner. The Misty Rain Tower was the Yan family's main property, and it was also their only property. It wasn't easy for Yan Zhanyun to give half of it to them. However, no one from the Yan family objected to Yan Zhanyun's decision. If Yan Qingyu and Jiang were to be together in the future, the Yan family and the Jiang family would be one big family. Besides, on the surface, it seemed like the Jiang family wanted to move to Red City because of the Yan family, but in fact, everyone knew that it was the Yan family that was relying on the Jiang family. Chief Yan, you're being too polite. My dad is used to living in Fragrant Sky City, so I'm afraid he won't be willing to move to Red City. I don't want the Jiang family to attract too much attention either. It's good for the Jiang family to be the king of Fragrant Sky City, but I hope Chief Yan can take care of the Jiang family in the future. Brother Jiang, don't worry. From now on, the Jiang family's business in Fragrant Sky City will be my business. In this 28 cities, whoever dares to disrespect the Jiang family, I will be the first to kill him. Yan Zhanyun patted his chest and promised. He had planned to give up half of the Yan family's assets to the Jiang family, but he didn't expect that Jiang didn't care about the Yan family at all. Maybe in Jiang eyes, he didn't care about the Yan family's assets at all. With Jiang ability, he could get anything he wanted. With Chief Yan's words, I can rest assured. Tomorrow morning, I will return to Fragrant Sky City and leave in a few days. Jiang said. In his previous life, he had nothing to worry about, but this life was different. He was an orphan in his previous life, but now he had a father who loved him dearly. He knew very well that no matter where he went, Jiang Zhenhai would always be the one who would worry about him the most. Therefore, before he left, he needed to spend more time with his father. This kind of opportunity might be rare in the future. The next day, Jiangchen opened the gate of his house and walked out with De Huang Dog. He saw Yan Zhanyun and Yan Qinyu, who was dressed in purple, fighting side by side. When they saw Jiangchen coming out, they both had a faint smile on their faces. "Xiaoyu, you seem to be in a good mood." Jiangchen smiled and said. "I've thought about it for the whole night, and I figured it out. It's just like what Dad and brother Jiangchen said, some things have to be experienced sooner or later. Now, I have completely walked out of the shadow of yesterday." Yan Qinyu took a step forward and held Jiangchen's arm as she said happily. "That's right, Xiaoyu is born with a divine body. You have a lot of things to experience in the future. But, I'm still surprised that you can adapt so fast." Jiangchen reached out his hand and scratched Yan Qinyu's nose. Annoying. Yan Qinyu stared at Jiangchen, but her face was full of joy. In a girl's heart, as long as she could be with the person she liked, that was the happiest thing. "Brother Jiangchen, are you returning to Xianxia City?" Yan Zhanyun asked. "That's right." Jiangchen nodded. He was indeed going back to the Tianxiang city. "Big brother Jiangchen, father and I will go back to Tianxiang city with you," Yan Qinyu said. "From now on, the Jiang family and the Yan family will be one big family. Brother Jiangchen has been helping the Yan family for so long. As the leader of the family, I have to pay him a visit personally," Yan Zhanyun said. "Thank you, Leader Yan." Jiangchen smiled, but he didn't say anything. Yan Zhanyun was right. In the future, the Jiang family and the Yan family would have a lot of interactions. Yan Zhanyun should really pay Jiang Zhenhai a visit. Therefore, Jiangchen, Yan Zhanyun, Yan Qinyu, and De Huang Dog left the Yan family. They walked out of Red City and headed towards Tianxiang City. As for Old Black, Yan Zhanyun had already found him a quiet place to stay. Old Black had gone into closed-door cultivation to focus on studying the sacred heavenly demonic skill. Tianxiang City, Jiang family. Ever since the Mu Rong family was destroyed, the entire Tianxiang City had finally calmed down. There were almost no more fights. The mayor's mansion was the only family that ruled the entire Tianxiang City. Jiang Zhenhai had recently learned the Shan Yuan skill, and he was trying his best to break through to the mortal core realm. Right now, in the Jiang family's meeting hall, Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Hongtai were sitting leisurely. Brother Jiang's energy is getting stronger and stronger, and his Yuan energy is getting stronger as well. I believe that in a few days, he will be able to form his mortal core," Yan Hongtai said. He had been in the Jiang family for 4 days now, and he had been chatting happily with Jiang Zhenhai. Yan Hongtai was after all a late mortal core warrior, much stronger than Jiang Zhenhai, who was only at the peak of the Qi Hai realm. When they first met, Jiang Zhenhai was a bit nervous, but after knowing what Jiangchen had done in Red City, he became less nervous. After a while, the two of them became good friends. "That's right, I can feel it too. I never thought that I would be able to break through to the mortal core realm so quickly," Jiang Zhenhai said with a smile on his face. He knew that this was all because of the Shan Yuan skill. His son was the biggest pride of his life. "Brother Yan, you said that the Yan family and the Li family are going to fight soon. I wonder how they are doing now?" Jiang Zhenhai asked. He was worried about Jiangchen. Although his son had extraordinary abilities, his cultivation level was still weak. "That's right, I wonder how he is doing now." Yan Hongtai's worries were no less than Jiang Zhenhai's. They still hadn't received any news about what happened in Red City last night. Right at this moment, the guard Jiangqing walked in and said, "Mayor, Master Yan, there is a man named Yan Meng outside the door. He said that he is from the Yan family, and he wants to see the mayor." "It's Yan Meng. It's probably about the war between the Yan family and the Li family," Yan Hongtai said with a serious expression. "Hurry up and invite him in," Jiang Zhenhai said quickly. "Yes." Jiangqing didn't dare to hesitate. He turned around and left. Not long after that, an old man in his 40s or 50s walked in. It was Yan Meng. Yan Meng, has the war started? Yan Hongtai asked impatiently. Chief Elder, the Yan family and the Li family had a war last night. The Li family has been destroyed, and Li Sanyu is dead as well. Now, Red City belongs to the Yan family. Yan Meng said excitedly. When he thought about the exciting battle last night, he couldn't help but feel excited. After the battle was over, Yan Meng rushed over from Red City to report the good news. He arrived early in the morning. What? Yan Hongtai and Jiang Zhenhai shouted out at the same time. They couldn't believe their ears. Haha, Li Sanyu is dead, and the Li family has been destroyed. Great! Yan Meng, tell us, how did we win? Yan Hongtai laughed out loud. He had been living in fear for the past few days, and today, he finally heard some exciting news. The battle last night was too dangerous and exciting. Li Sanyu had invited a heavenly core demon lord to help him kill the chief. Yan Meng told the story vividly. When he thought about the old man in the black robe, his face was still filled with fear. What? A heavenly core demon lord? Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Hongtai shouted out again. Even a heavenly core demon lord came, how did we win? Yan Hongtai asked impatiently. This is all thanks to Brother Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Brother Jiang Chen, the Yan family would have been destroyed last night. Chief Elder, do you still remember the Dehuang dog that Brother Jiang Chen brought out from Mount Origin? Yan Meng said. Yes, I do. Yan Hongtai nodded his head. That dog was really amazing. It only barked once, and it scared the heavenly core demon lord silly. After that, the demon lord kneeled down and listened to Brother Jiang Chen's orders, and then he killed Li Sanyu. Li Sanyu had shot himself in the foot. Yan Meng said in an excited tone. He still hadn't recovered from yesterday's excitement. Hearing this, Yan Hongtai and Jiang Zhenhai looked at each other. Both of them had an unnatural expression on their faces. A heavenly core demon lord was subdued by a dog at such a critical moment, and the dog turned around and killed Li Sanyu. This was too dramatic, but just thinking about that kind of scene was exciting and soul-stirring. Brother Jiang, you've given birth to a good son. The Yan family will never forget the great kindness your son has shown us. Yan Hongtai suddenly bowed deeply towards Jiang Zhenhai. Yan Meng, who was standing beside him, bowed as well. His tone and expression were extremely solemn. Normally, with Yan Hongtai's status, he wouldn't bow to a Qi-Hai warrior, but the man in front of him was no ordinary man. He was Jiang Chen's father. Brother Yan, don't be so polite. The smile on Jiang Zhenhai's face almost reached the back of his ears. Even the leader of Red City, a late mortal core warrior, had bowed down to him. This was a scene that he had never even dreamed of. All of this was because he had a good son. There's another good news. Brother Jiang Chen has formed his mortal core, and he has become a mortal core warrior. He will return to Fragrant Sky City today. Yan Meng continued. He left the Yan family after Jiang Chen had broken through to the mortal core realm. Yan Hongtai and Jiang Zhenhai were shocked once again, especially Jiang Zhenhai. He clearly remembered that not long ago, Jiang Chen was only at the first level of the Qi-Jing realm. Even when he left the Jiang family, he was only at the early Qi-Hai realm. Since noon, Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Hongtai and the rest of the Jiang family had gathered outside the main gate, waiting for Jiang Chen's return. Everyone in the Jiang family had heard about their young master's glorious achievements, and their eyes were filled with admiration. Not long after, Jiang Chen and the other three arrived at the main gate of the Jiang family. With their speed, they had spent such a long time traveling from Red City to Fragrant Sky City. They didn't forget to go sightseeing along the way. Dad. When he saw Jiang Zhenhai, Jiang Chen called out to him. Good boy. It's only been a while, and you've changed so much. You really are my son. Jiang Zhenhai's face was filled with smiles. Having a son like this, his face was filled with pride. Leader, you're here as well. Yan Hongtai was not surprised to see Yan Zhanyun and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had helped the Yan family a lot, and if he was the leader, he would have come to visit the Jiang family in person. Dad, let me introduce you. This is the leader of the Yan family in Red City, Yan Zhanyun. This is the daughter of the Yan family, Yan Chenyu. You can call her Xiaoyu. Jiangchen quickly introduced them to Jiang Zhenhai. I didn't know that the leader of the Yan family would be here. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Jiang Zhenhai cupped his hands towards Yan Zhanyun. He still looked a little nervous. This was the leader of Red City, and if it wasn't for his son, he wouldn't have the chance to stand next to Yan Zhanyun. Brother Jiang, please don't be so courteous. You have given birth to a good son, and he is the savior of our entire Yan family. From now on, the Yan family and the Jiang family are one big family. Hurry up and greet Uncle Jiang. Yan Zhanyun said. Greets uncle. Yan Chenyu bowed towards Jiang Zhenhai. What a beautiful girl. If I could have such a beautiful daughter-in-law, then my life would be perfect. Jiang Zhenhai looked at Yan Chenyu. He was shocked by her beauty, and couldn't help but want to introduce his son to her. Hearing this, Yan Chenyu's face blushed. She was extremely shy. Haha, if Brother Jiang doesn't mind, then let you be your daughter-in-law. Yan Zhanyun laughed out loud. Dad, you're so annoying. Yan Chenyu suddenly felt like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her father-in-law. Of course, this daughter-in-law was definitely not ugly. From the way Jiang Zhenhai kept signaling to Jiang Chen with his eyes, she could tell that this mayor was really satisfied with this daughter-in-law. Jiang Chen, who was standing aside, had a silly smile on his face, and he didn't say anything. Kid, in my opinion, you should take this opportunity to marry little you. De Huang Dog's voice reached Jiang Chen's ears. Marry your ass, get the hell out of here. Jiang Chen stared at De Huang Dog angrily. At this moment, everyone finally noticed De Huang Dog. Yan Hongtai and Jiang Zhenhai thought about the De Huang Dog who defeated a heavenly core demon lord yesterday, and they knew that it must be this De Huang Dog in front of them. They immediately put on a serious expression, and they didn't dare show any disrespect. Young master, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. Jiangqing walked to Jiang Chen's side, bowing and flattering him. Jiangqing, you've worked hard during this period of time. Later, go to the accountant and get 10 gold coins. Jiang Chen patted Jiang Cheng's shoulder. Hearing his young master asking for another 10 gold coins, Jiang Cheng's eyes were filled with tears. He was so excited that he almost kneeled down and called Jiang Chen his ancestor. Let's not stand in front of the gate. Chief Yan, please come in. Jiang Zhenhai made an inviting gesture, and everyone entered the Jiang family's courtyard. When they arrived at the main hall, Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu walked at the back. Little you can think about what my dad said. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Think about what? Yan Chenyu was startled at first, but then she remembered about her daughter-in-law. She blushed and said, Big bro Jiang Chen is so annoying. On the same day, the Jiang family held a big banquet to celebrate. The destruction of the Mu Rong family and the Li family had made the Jiang family and the Yan family the rulers of their respective cities. Furthermore, from now on, these two families were the rulers of this region, and no one else could compete with them anymore. They were the real tyrants of this region. Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun chatted happily until sunset, when Yan Zhanyun finally got up to leave. The Yan family has just defeated the Li family. There are a lot of things to take care of, so I won't bother you any longer. Yan Zhanyun cupped his fists towards Jiang Zhenhai. If Brother Jiang has time in the future, please come to the Misty Rain Tower in Red City. Let me be your host. Alright, if I have time, I will definitely visit Brother Yan in Red City. Jiang Zhenhai was a straightforward person. Then it's settled. I'll be waiting for Brother Jiang at the Misty Rain Pavilion. Brother Jiang, please wait. We'll be taking our leave. Yan Zhanyun said. Chen help me send off the leader of the Yan family. Jiang Zhenhai's face was beaming with happiness. Outside the Jiang family. Leader Yan, there's one more thing. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Zhanyun. Brother Jiang Chen, please speak. Yan Zhanyun said. I've decided. I'll leave in 3 days and go to the inner region of the Qi province. I need some human elixir, and I hope that you can prepare some for me. I want some of the highest quality pills, at least 70% effectiveness. Jiang Chen said. He didn't know when he would be back, so he needed to prepare himself. Human elixir was an essential treasure for any cultivator. Xianxia, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, had a strong desire for human elixir. Xianxia didn't ask the Yan family to prepare all the pills with 100% effectiveness. In this small city, pills with 100% effectiveness were still very rare. He could synthesize any pill he wanted anyway. Even if he consumed it directly, the dragon transformation skill could remove the impurities from the pill. Brother Xianxia, don't worry. I'll take care of it. Yan Zhangyun promised. Alright, I'll go to the Misty Rain Tower in 3 days, and then I'll leave. Xianxia said. Brother Xianxia, I want to leave with you in 3 days. Yan Qinyu said suddenly. Leave with me? Xianxia frowned. Xiaoyu, you need to know that I'm not going on a vacation this time. I've made up my mind. Wherever Brother Xianxia goes, I'll go. I have the ability to protect myself. I won't drag you down. Yan Qinyu said with determination. It seemed like she had made up her mind. That's good. Brother Xianxia, Yuer has the 9 meridians. She was born with a divine body. Staying in this city will limit her growth. She'll have to leave sooner or later. Yan Zhangyun nodded. Although he loved his daughter like a treasure, he still had to think about Yan Qinyu's future. Alright, Xiaoyu, go back and get ready. We'll leave in 3 days. Xianxia said. He knew more about the power of the 9 meridians than Yan Zhangyun. Yan Qinyu's future was limitless. This small city would definitely limit her growth. Plus, with a beautiful girl by his side, Xianxia wouldn't reject it. That night, Xianxia came to Jiang Zhenhai's room. Chen, you're here. Jiang Zhenhai's face softened when he saw Xianxia. Dad, there's something I want to tell you. Xianxia said. You want to leave, right? Jiang Zhenhai said. Dad, you already know. Xianxia smiled. I guessed it. With your talent and ability, you'll have to leave the city sooner or later. Fragrant Sky City and Red City are too small. It's good for you to travel, but don't forget, this is your home. Jiang Zhenhai patted Xianxia's shoulder with a lot of force. This was a man's unique way of expressing his feelings. Xianxia could feel his father's reluctance to leave. Xianxia felt warm in his heart. He couldn't help but feel a little sour in his nose. He just realized that he was Jiang Zhenhai's only son, and also his only son. When are you leaving? Jiang Zhenhai asked. In 3 days. 3 days? So soon. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes showed a trace of loneliness. Dad, don't worry about me. I've already made arrangements for the Jiang family. I have a few low-ranked combat weapons for you, they can help strengthen the Jiang family. After saying that, Xianxia took out 3 low-ranked combat weapons from his storage bag. They were the ones he got from Li Changhao, Li Changming, and Chen Shuang. These low-ranked combat weapons were nothing in his eyes, but for the Jiang family, they were rare treasures. Combat weapons. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes fell onto the 3 low-ranked combat weapons. His eyes immediately lit up. Although he was the mayor of Fragrant Sky City, this was the first time he had seen a real combat weapon. Dad, I can see that your Yuan energy is restless. You'll be able to break through to the mortal core realm in 2 days. At that time, you can choose one of these 3 combat weapons to use. Xianxia said. Good, with these low-ranked combat weapons, our Jiang family's foundation will definitely be strengthened. Jiang Zhenhai nodded his head. The way he looked at Xianxia made him like him more and more. Through his son's performance during this period of time, in his mind, there was nothing his son couldn't do. For the next 3 days, Xianxia stayed with Jiang Zhenhai and didn't step out of the Jiang family's front door. Jiang Zhenhai cherished these 3 days with his son. On the 2nd day, he was about to break through to the mortal core realm, but he stopped himself from doing so. He wanted to wait until Xianxia left before he could break through. 3 days passed by quickly. One day, before the sun had even risen, Xianxia and a Huang dog quietly left the Jiang family's back door. Kid, aren't you going to say hi to your dad? The Huang dog said. No need, I'm going to leave anyway. Xianxia walked forward with big steps without looking back. The man and the dog's speed was extremely fast. By noon, they had arrived at Red City. Xianxia didn't waste any time. He went straight to the Misty Rain Tower and met Yan Zhanyun. "Big bro Xianxia, I'm ready." Seeing Xianxia, Yan Qinyu's face immediately bloomed into a bright smile. She bounced towards Xianxia's side. "Xiaoyu, you have to think it through." Xianxia purposely reminded him again. "I've thought it through." Yan Qinyu nodded her head. "Brother Xianxia, here are 10,000 human elixir pills. 800 of them are 100% effectiveness pills, and the rest are 70% to 90% effectiveness pills." Yan Zhanyun handed over a storage bag. 10,000 human elixir pills. Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect Yan Zhanyun to be so generous and prepare 10,000 human elixir pills for him. With so many human elixir pills, even the powerful Misty Rain Tower wouldn't be able to take out all of them at once. The human elixir pills in this storage bag might be half of the Yan family's wealth. "Thank you, Master Yan. I'll accept it." Xianxia accepted the storage bag without hesitation. He really needed human elixir pills. The more, the better. Yan Zhanyun had been looking for a chance to repay Xianxia's kindness, and this was his chance. "Brother Xianxia, from now on, I'll leave you heir to you. I hope you can take good care of her," Yan Zhanyun said in a serious manner. He only had one daughter, and she had always been regarded as the apple of his eye. When he decided to let Yan Qinyu go out this time, he had made up his mind. Yan Qinyu having the 9 meridians was just one of the reasons, but the main reason was that Yan Qinyu was following Jiangchen. With Jiangchen's abilities, he would definitely be able to ensure Yan Qinyu's safety. "Don't worry, I won't let anyone bully Xiaoyu." Jiangchen held Yan Qinyu's soft hand. This was a man's promise. "Dad, you heir won't be by your side. You have to take good care of yourself. You heir will miss you." Yan Qinyu threw herself into Yan Zhanyun's arms. She was reluctant to leave. After so many years, this was the first time Yan Qinyu left the Yan family. "Go. I hope that my daughter will become someone great in the future." Yan Zhanyun patted Yan Qinyu's shoulder. Outside of Red City, 2 people and a dog were walking towards the direction of Origin Mountain. The man was wearing a white robe. He was handsome and had the aura of a superior. The girl was wearing a purple robe. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. She looked like a fairy. Beside her was a Dehuang dog. The dog had a strong body and looked very powerful. This group was Jiangchen, Yan Qinyu, and Dehuang, who had just left Red City. Jiangchen turned around and looked at Red City. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He sighed in his heart. After being reborn for 100 years, he had come to this remote area. In such a short period of time, he had destroyed the Mu Rong family and the Li family. He had completely changed the order of this area. And this was just the beginning. Jiangchen not only wanted to change the order of Red City, but sooner or later, he wanted to change the order of the entire Saint Origin realm. Today, he had completely embarked on his journey. After being reborn for 100 years, he wanted to once again fight for the world. A real man was full of hot blood. He would dance in the sky and fight in the sky. Wherever he went, he would leave a deep footprint. Origin Mountain had a circumference of 10,000 miles, and this 10,000 miles was a straight line distance from any direction. It was extremely vast, and the terrain of the mountain was rugged. There were dense forests and valleys all around. It was not an easy task to travel through the mountains. This was also the reason why Qin Shuang and the other 2 lost their way while chasing after Dehuang Dog, and it took them a month to get there. Dehuang Dog was a mysterious man, and he was very familiar with the path. Under his lead, they had traveled 1,000 miles in just half a day. At this place, the demon beasts had become stronger. The demon beasts in the outer perimeter of the mountain were usually wild beasts or ferocious beasts. But after traveling 1,000 miles, the demon beasts that appeared were all at the Qi High realm. Many of them were at the late Qi High realm, and they were very powerful. Of course, this kind of power was only for ordinary people. For Jiangchen and the other 2, they were still too weak. Right now, Xianxia and Xianxia were both early Mortal Core warriors, and De Huang Dog had also reached the Mortal Core realm after he awakened his innate ability. With such a powerful combination, they could practically do whatever they wanted in Origin Mountain. Of course, they still had to be careful. Origin Mountain was an ancient mountain, and there might be some unusual creatures in the deeper parts of the mountain. No one could be sure of this. Therefore, the deeper they went, the slower their speed became. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar that shook the entire forest sounded out from the bushes in front of them. After that, a scorching hot wind came from within. Xianxia looked over and saw two ferocious tigers with spotted skin all over their bodies suddenly appearing out of nowhere. These two ferocious tigers were as tall as a human, and they looked strong and ferocious. Both of them looked exactly the same, and their bloodthirsty eyes were staring at Xianxia and the other two. Twin tigers, both at the late Qi High realm, hee. Xianxia laughed with a relaxed expression on his face. Along the way, not a single demon beast had stood in their way, and they had been walking for half a day without a single fight. Who would have thought that they would run into two fools here? Jia, these two little tigers are really stupid. They didn't hide when they saw us, but instead came to seek death. Watch me bite them to death. De Huang Dog had an evil smile on his face as he walked towards the twin tigers with his head held high. Roar! The twin tigers roared out once again. Although they were only at the late Qi High realm, because they were twins, their combat strength could complement each other. Together, they could fight against a Mortal Core warrior. The twin tigers leaped in unison. They were more than 3 meters tall, and they pounced towards the De Huang Dog. Wherever their huge bodies passed, even the air would emit crackling sounds. It could be seen how powerful they were. Kaka, you guys are still far from being able to compete with me in terms of ferocity. De Huang Dog laughed out loud. With a leap, he transformed into a beam of golden light and rushed out. De Huang Dog's body glowed with a faint golden light, and in the blink of an eye, he collided with a ferocious tiger. Bang! A muffled bang rang out, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Under the collision of the De Huang Dog, the originally ferocious tiger let out a miserable cry, and its majestic body was sent flying away like a kite with a broken string. Bang bang bang, the tiger couldn't control its body, and its head smashed into dozens of trees. Blood kept spitting out from its mouth, and in the end, its majestic body landed 20 meters away, creating a huge crater on the ground. The tiger wriggled for a bit, and then it completely stopped breathing. When the other tiger saw its companion die, it immediately became furious. It pounced towards De Huang Dog like a madman. But too bad, in front of De Huang Dog, its speed was too slow. De Huang Dog opened up his bloody mouth, and with lightning speed, he bit the tiger's neck. Swoosh! A stream of blood shot out from the tiger's neck. De Huang Dog forcefully tore off a large piece of the tiger's flesh, and a huge bloody hole appeared on the tiger's neck. This kind of injury was fatal, and it instantly caused the tiger to lose all its combat strength. It let out a miserable cry, but this wasn't the end. De Huang Dog was extremely cruel. He used his steel-like hard head and rammed it on the tiger's skull, causing the tiger's head to split open. Even its demon soul was squeezed out, and it died on the spot. Jia, just two little tigers, how dare you fight me? You're courting death. De Huang Dog laughed out proudly. Looking at the broken corpses of the two tigers, he finally found the thrill of bloodthirst. Damn it, when did this dog level up? Xianxia rolled his eyes. When De Huang Dog attacked just now, with Xianxia's eyes, he could tell that De Huang Dog had broken through to the Mortal Core realm. What made Xianxia depressed was that this dog had been following him all this time. Besides eating and sleeping, he had never paid attention to cultivation. But now, he had broken through just like that. This was a huge blow to Xianxia's confidence. Puppy dog, you're too cruel. Xianxia glared at De Huang Dog. Facing such a bloody scene, she still wasn't used to it. If it was her, she would just kill the twin tigers, but she wouldn't do something as cruel as De Huang Dog. Plop! The arrogant and narcissistic De Huang Dog suddenly fell onto the ground. After that, he stood up angrily with his front legs off the ground. He glared at Xianxia and said, "Don't call me puppy dog. How am I small? I'm not a dog." De Huang Dog roared out. He couldn't tolerate being called small. This was an insult to him, and it was a waste of his majestic body. Puppy dog, you look really cute when you're angry. Xianxia blinked her big bright eyes. Facing the angry De Huang dog, she wasn't afraid at all. Plop. De Huang dog fell onto the ground once again. Damn it! How dare you describe me as cute? Can't you see how cruel I am? Have you ever seen such a cruel dog as cute? De Huang dog was so angry that his body started twitching. In the end, he rolled his eyes and sighed. He thought to himself, forget it, I'm a big man, I'll forgive this ignorant girl. Haha, Xianxia laughed out loud. This cynical dog had finally found his match. Xianxia walked up to the two tiger corpses and picked up the demon souls. The late Qihai demon souls were no longer useful to him, but they were still treasures. It would be a waste to just leave them here. In the next 7 days, Xianxia and the other two had traveled 4,000 miles. This speed could be considered extremely slow. Along the way, they had encountered many powerful demon beasts that tried to stop them. There were even early mortal core demon beasts, but they were all brutally killed by Big Yellow. This dog had vented his dissatisfaction towards Xianxia onto these demon beasts, and what happened to these demon beasts could only be described as a horrible scene. This place is the deepest part of the mountain range. There might be even more powerful demon beasts here. Xianxia said. We're walking in a straight line right now. This should be the most dangerous place in the mountain range. But, the more dangerous a place is, the higher the chance of finding something good. Damn it, we've been walking for so long, but we haven't found anything good at all. De Huang dog said angrily. He kept looking left and right, trying to find something good. Let's go, there are no real treasures here. Xianxia shook his head. He had the experience of a saint, and his ability to sense treasures was extraordinary. If there was a real treasure nearby, he would definitely be able to sense it. Big bro Xianxia, let's hurry up and leave this mountain range as soon as possible. Xianxia said. After these 7 days, she had gotten used to Big Yellow's brutality, and this was a good thing for her. The more she killed, the more scenes she saw, the more mature her mind would become. Big Yellow, Big Yellow. Alright, this mountain range is too remote. Besides, the natural energies in this area are scarce, so there's no way any real treasures can be found here. Xianxia nodded his head. In the world, there would always be natural essences in special places and environments. But, there was a precondition. Natural energies could create natural products, and in places where natural energies were scarce, precious natural essences couldn't be found. This was also the reason why there was such a huge gap between warriors in different places. The gap between natural energies would lead to the gap between cultivators, and with the lack of natural energies, the gap would only get bigger and bigger. In Red City, a mortal core warrior was a true warrior, and he would be respected by everyone. But in the divine continent where Xianxia lived in his previous life, not to mention mortal core warriors, even heavenly core warriors didn't have a chance to survive. This was the gap between them. 3 men and a dog continued walking. After walking for about 2 to 3 miles, De Huang dog's ears suddenly twitched. He sniffed with his nose, then he turned around and walked towards the left side. Puppy dog, where are you going? Xianxia said. Don't talk nonsense, just follow me. De Huang dog said without turning his head around. Towards Xianxia calling him puppy dog, De Huang dog had tacitly accepted it. There was a saying in life, if you can't fight back, then just accept it. But De Huang dog swore that only Xianxia was allowed to call him puppy dog. If anyone else dared to call him puppy dog, he would definitely tear them apart. What did this dog find? Xianxia furrowed his brows. He and Xianxia hurriedly followed De Huang dog's footsteps. After passing through a dense forest, there was a narrow valley in front of them. Inside the valley was a huge pond. Looking at it from the outside, the water in the pond was clear, and it looked very ordinary. De Huang, this valley looks very ordinary, why did you bring us here? Xianxia asked with a puzzled expression. Do you see that pond? De Huang dog's eyes lit up as he looked at the pond in the valley. It looks very ordinary. Xianxia said in a serious manner. There is a treasure in the pond. De Huang dog laughed. De Huang dog, you must be joking, right? It's just an ordinary pond, how can there be any treasure? Xianxia snorted disdainfully. He had already scanned the pond with his divine sense, and the pond looked very ordinary. There wasn't even a strand of hair in it. Kid, how dare you question me? De Huang dog bared his teeth at Xianxia. There is indeed something fishy about it. Xianxia's expression changed. The pool was indeed not ordinary. This made him change the way he looked at De Huang dog. If it was him in his previous life, he would have been able to easily see through this pool. However, his current cultivation was too weak, and his abilities could not be compared to his previous life. In other words, Xianxia only had the experience and mentality of a saint, but he did not have the abilities of a saint. De Huang, how did you sense it? Xianxia asked curiously. The valley was small and hidden, and the pool was very ordinary. Even if someone passed by, they would not pay attention to it. However, De Huang dog was able to sense that there was a treasure in the pool from a few miles away. This was too extraordinary. There must be something good in the pool. I don't know what it is exactly. I forgot to tell you, but I have an amazing ability, and that is my ability to sense treasures. Within a radius of 5 miles, as long as there is a treasure, I will be able to sense it. This range will increase along with my cultivation. De Huang dog said proudly. Damn, it really is an insane ability. Xianxia was immediately surprised. As a descendant of the dragon horse, it was normal for De Huang dog to have a special ability. This kind of treasure hunting ability was really insane. It could be said that De Huang dog was blessed by the heavens. It seemed like as long as this dog followed him, he would be able to find a lot of treasures. Puppy dog, you are so amazing. It was rare for Xianxia to praise De Huang dog. Kaka, of course. There are still many things that I am amazing at. When I get to the Qi province, I want to have tens of thousands of pets. De Huang dog had a proud look on his face. Such a big dream made Xianxia and Xianxia speechless. Let's go and see what's in the pool. Xianxia was the first to enter the valley and walk towards the pool. There seems to be an invisible barrier around the pool. Be careful. Xianxia reminded. 2 people and a dog stood 10 feet away from the pool. Looking at the pool in front of them, they could not help but have a serious look on their faces. Xianxia slowly reached out his hand and moved it forward bit by bit. Chi-chi. Just as Xianxia's palm was about 3 meters away, there was a chi-chi sound. Xianxia quickly pulled his hand back and saw 2 fingers covered in frost. Xianxia waved his hand and a scarlet flame rushed out, dispersing the frost. What a strong chill. Xianxia sighed. Big brother Xianxia, let me try. After saying that, Xianxia directly strode forward. Others might be afraid of the cold air, but she wasn't. She had the 9 meridians, which was the coldest divine body in the world. The cold air was just a tonic to her. Xiaoyu, how is it? Xianxia looked at Xianxia who was 2 steps away from him. From the outside, Xianxia still looked the same as before. Everything was calm and peaceful. However, from her eyes, he could tell that the scene she was looking at was completely different from what they were looking at. This pool has such a strong cold qi. Xianxia was extremely shocked. Come, let's go in and have a look. A golden barrier appeared around De Huang dog's body, and a scarlet flame appeared around Xianxia's body. Both of them were men with strong vitality, so they weren't afraid of normal cold air. Swoosh, when Xianxia and Big Yellow entered the 3-meter radius, the scene in front of them immediately changed. The pond in front of them was covered in a layer of white fog, and it was filled with a bone-chilling cold air. With such a strong cold air, if any ordinary mortal core warrior came here, he or she would be frozen to death. Behind Xianxia, there was an invisible ice screen that kept shaking. This ice screen has blocked the cold air from leaking out, and it has also turned the freezing pool into an illusion, making it impossible for people to see what's going on inside. There must be something good in this freezing pool. If not, there wouldn't be such a strong cold air. Xianxia said. Xianxia stood aside and let the cold air enter her body like nothing had happened. The cold air didn't pose any threat to her, and it was even a great supplement for her 9 meridians. Let me see what's underneath the freezing pool. Xianxia unleashed his powerful senses and penetrated into the freezing pool. Sure enough, he saw a crystal-like stone at the bottom of the freezing pool. It was the size of a fist. 10,000-year freezing crystal. There is a 10,000-year freezing crystal at the bottom of the freezing pool. That's why this place is so strange. The ice screen is also formed by the 10,000-year freezing crystal, and it can block everything. What a great treasure! Xiangqian's eyes fell on Yanqinyu. The 10,000-year freezing crystal was an extremely rare treasure, and it was extremely difficult to form. This fist-sized 10,000-year freezing crystal was a rare treasure even in the divine continent. He didn't expect to find it in this remote and desolate place. The 10,000-year freezing crystal was useless to ordinary cultivators, because it contained a huge amount of cold air that ordinary cultivators couldn't even get close to. However, for some cultivators who cultivated cold bodies, it was a supreme treasure. Just like now, the 10,000-year freezing crystal was useless to Jiangchen and De Huangdog, but to Yanqinyu, it couldn't be any better. Not good, there's danger in there. Jiangchen's expression changed. Just as his voice faded away, the freezing pool began to churn, and a loud roar came out. In the next second, a huge monster suddenly rushed out from the freezing pool. Roar before they could even see what it was, a loud roar that shook the entire valley sounded out. Jiangchen looked over and saw a huge monster in front of him. The monster was 3 meters long, and it was looking down at the trio from above. The monster's body was like an ice sculpture, and white fog was coming out from its body. Only half of its body was outside the freezing pool, and the other half was still inside. If its whole body came out, it would be at least 6 meters tall. The monster's eyes were like ice cubes, and the white fog that was coming out from its mouth was terrifying. The 10,000-year freezing crystal has been here for too long, and it has already given birth to a living being. This monster is at the mid-mortal core realm, and with the cold air here, it can continuously absorb energy from the 10,000-year freezing crystal. It's really hard to deal with. Jiangchen's expression became serious. With his current abilities, ordinary late mortal core warriors were no match for him. But this monster in front of him was different. The environment here was too cold, and if Jiangchen fought with it, he wouldn't be able to use his full strength while defending against the cold air. Besides, this monster had the help of the 10,000-year freezing crystal. It was much stronger than any ordinary demon beast. Roar! The monster let out an angry roar. Anyone who stepped into the freezing pool would be treated as its mortal enemy. In the monster's mind, the 10,000-year freezing crystal was its own, and no one could touch it. The monster's body trembled, and dozens of ice arrows shot out from its body towards Jiangchen and the other two. Humph! Jiangchen let out a cold snort and unleashed his double solar finger. The golden finger collided with the ice arrows, and a huge amount of energy rippled out, causing the entire freezing space to be destroyed. Roar! Roar! The monster kept roaring, and it kept going crazy. Seeing this, Jiangchen and the other two quickly retreated 10 meters away from the freezing pool. After retreating from the icy pool, the freezing pool returned to its peaceful state, and no monster came out from the pool. This monster won't come out, it's only guarding the 10,000-year freezing crystal. As long as we step within 10 meters of it, it will attack us. De Huangdog said. Big bro Jiangchen, let me try. Yanqinyu suddenly said. Jiangchen looked at Yanqinyu and nodded. Alright, you have the 9 meridians, so you won't be afraid of the cold. You might be able to deal with that monster, and get the 10,000-year freezing crystal. It will be very beneficial for you. Yanqinyu took a deep breath and walked towards the freezing pool. Jiangchen and De Huangdog were afraid that something might happen to her, so they followed closely behind her. Roar! As soon as the three of them crossed the icy pool, the monster roared. It leaped up, and its entire body was pulled out of the freezing pool. With a height of more than 20 meters, it looked like an ice mountain, and the horrifying cold air was wreaking havoc in the surroundings. This time, the monster was really angry, and it wanted to tear these three guys into pieces for invading its territory. Ha! Right at this moment, Yanqinyu let out a light shout. Her jade-like palms danced in the air, creating a mysterious trajectory, and then suddenly pushed towards the monster. Walala, the air began to tremble. The cold air emitted from Yanqinyu's body was even colder than the freezing pool. Xianxia and De Huang Dog, who were following behind her, couldn't help but shiver. Yan Qinyu shot out an ice beam, and the monster felt the cold air becoming even stronger. A surprised expression appeared on its face, and it didn't even try to dodge, letting Yan Qinyu's ice beam land on its body. Crack! When Yan Qinyu's ice beam landed on the monster's body, it instantly turned into a huge net, and covered the entire monster. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of ice had formed around the monster's body. Only then did the monster feel a trace of danger, and it wanted to resist, but it was already too late. The cold air that came from the 9 meridians actually made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts, as if it was the ancestor of all cold. Roar! The monster let out another roar, and then it stopped breathing. Its gigantic body had been frozen. Above the freezing pool, the monster had completely turned into an ice sculpture, and the cold air was spreading everywhere. Xianxia and De Huang Dog, who were standing aside, were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. The monster itself had an ice body, or in other words, it was a block of ice itself, and it could actually be frozen by ice. This was an eye-opener for them. The 9 meridians is indeed worthy of being called the body of all cold. It's really scary. Xiaoyu, what's this skill called? Jiangchen asked. De Huang Dog also looked at Yan Qinyu with interest. This skill is called 3 feet of frost. Yan Qinyu said. This was an innate skill that she got when she formed her 9 meridians, and it was really scary. 3 feet of frost wasn't built in a day, no wonder it could freeze the monster. Jiangchen couldn't help but sigh. Yan Qinyu only lacked combat experience, but her body was really scary. Just this 3 feet of frost alone was something that not many mortal core warriors could deal with. Big bro Jiangchen, I'm not very familiar with this skill, I can only freeze the monster for a minute at most. Yan Qinyu said. 1 minute is enough. Xiaoyu, go into the freezing pool and take out the 10,000-year-old freezing crystal. Jiangchen said. Big brother Jiangchen, I got it. Yan Qinyu's face was filled with joy as she held the 10,000-year freezing crystal in her hand. Perhaps only Yan Qinyu's 9 meridians could hold the 10,000-year freezing crystal in her hand like this. Even if it was Jiangchen or De Huang Dog, they would have to use their powerful yuan force and blood qi to block the bone-chilling cold from the crystal. The 10,000-year freezing crystal is a miraculous and precious natural treasure. Even on the ranking list, it has a place. Little you, this is your fortune. Jiangchen said with a smile. If Yan Qinyu could get her hands on the 10,000-year freezing crystal, it would be a great help to her 9 meridians. Big brother Jiangchen, this treasure was found by you and Puppy, how could I take it? Yan Qinyu was a little embarrassed. Little girl, as long as you don't call me Puppy anymore, this 10,000-year freezing crystal is yours. De Huang Dog would not let go of any chance to change his fate. He looked at Yan Qinyu with a pleading look. Okay, then I won't call you Puppy anymore. I'll just call you Puppy, okay? Yan Qinyu said in a serious tone. Plop! De Huang Dog fell again. Alright, little you, although this 10,000-year freezing crystal is a rare treasure, it is not useful to everyone. Let's quickly finish off the frozen monster and leave this place. Jiangchen said. Okay. Yan Qinyu put away the 10,000-year freezing crystal and turned around. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind, and with a wave of her hand, a few feet-long ice sword was formed. Yan Qinyu swung it with all her strength, and the ice sword pierced through the air and landed on the frozen monster. Without the support of the 10,000-year freezing crystal, the frozen monster had no power to resist at all. Under Yan Qinyu's sword, it was directly cut in half and shattered into pieces of ice. Once the 9 meridians were opened, they would be absolutely terrifying. Even if Yan Qinyu had no battle experience, her own strength was enough to make ordinary people unable to deal with her. Little you, it's best if you don't refine the 10,000-year cold crystal directly. Although the 9 meridians can absorb the cold energy within the 10,000-year cold crystal, the energy contained within the 10,000-year cold crystal is not something you can handle right now. Therefore, you have to refine it slowly. Jiangchen reminded. I know, I'm going to use the 9 meridians to fuse the 10,000-year cold crystal into my mortal core, and then slowly absorb the energy within. Yan Qinyu said. Merging the 10,000 years freezing crystal with the mortal core meant that Xianxia could absorb the energy from the 10,000 years freezing crystal at any time. This kind of unique cultivation condition was really enviable. Half an hour later, 3 men and a dog left the valley. Right now, Xianxia had become a mid-mortal core warrior. The merging of the 10,000-year freezing crystal with the mortal core had brought Xianxia great benefits, allowing her to break through to the next level. Xianxia was wearing purple clothes, and she had completely concealed the cold energy within her body. She followed behind Xianxia, and on the surface, she didn't look like any other ordinary person. This meant that she could now control the 9 meridians very well, and she could control and release the cold energy freely. 2 freaks. De Huang Dog, who was following behind the two, couldn't help but mutter to himself. There was no need to mention Xianxia, he was a freak, a peerless monster, and now, even the woman next to him had a god's body. He was really blessed by the heavens. Puppy, you are also a freak. Xianxia patted De Huang Dog's head. Grandaunt, you should just call me Puppy Dog. De Huang Dog wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was completely defeated by Xianxia. One day later, a loud roar shook the entire forest. A majestic golden lion appeared in front of Xianxia and the other 2 men. Its bloodthirsty eyes were glowing with a cold light. It was treating the 3 men and the dog as its prey. The golden lion in front of them had a strange appearance. It had a pair of strange wings on its back. This lion's name was the revolving golden lion. Although it wasn't a demon beast with a strange bloodline, it was still a rare species among the lions. Not only did the revolving golden lion have a strong body and strong attack, it could also fly in the sky. Although its flying speed wasn't as fast as a real flying demon beast, that pair of wings was still a unique advantage for it. This place was located in the center of the mountain range. The revolving golden lion in front of them had reached the peak of the mid-mortal core realm, and it was only 1 step away from the late mortal core realm. It was not easy to deal with. Damn it, another one that doesn't want to live anymore. Let daddy go and bite it to death. De Huang Dog bared his fangs, and his eyes looked ferocious. He had the bloodline of the dragon horse, and ordinary mortal core demon beasts were no match for him. After saying that, De Huang Dog turned into a golden beam and dashed towards the revolving golden lion. This guy's head was extremely hard, it was as if it was made from steel. Roar. Seeing a dog provoking it, the revolving golden lion was instantly enraged. It let out a loud roar and shook its head, then it dashed towards De Huang Dog. This was the most primitive way of fighting between demon beasts, the ultimate duel of body strength. At this moment, the entire forest was shaking, as if there was an earthquake. Bang, De Huang Dog and the revolving golden lion crashed into each other. The collision created a huge amount of sparks, and even the air produced a cracking sound. The collision of the 2 beasts was like 2 mountains crashing into each other. The energy was overwhelming, and it made people's hearts tremble. In terms of strength, although the revolving golden lion had an advantage in terms of cultivation, it was still no match for the abnormal De Huang Dog. The revolving golden lion's gigantic body was knocked back a few meters, and it even broke a few big trees. Its bloodthirsty eyes were now filled with fear. It looked at the ferocious De Huang Dog, and its eyes were filled with fear. Roar, of course, the revolving golden lion wouldn't let it go so easily. It flapped its wings, and its gigantic body instantly flew up into the sky. The revolving golden lion in the sky was glowing in a golden light, and it looked like a gigantic sun hanging in the sky. The revolving golden lion roared once again. It opened its mouth and spat out countless golden beams. Each beam was like a sharp sword, and it attacked from above towards De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog also spat out golden beams from its mouth and collided with the revolving golden lion. However, this kind of attack obviously couldn't cause any damage to the revolving golden lion who was in the sky. Damn you! Come down here if you have the guts. See if I don't tear you apart. De Huang Dog jumped up and down, and he angrily cursed at the revolving golden lion. He only hated that he didn't have a pair of wings. Otherwise, he would definitely fly up and explode the revolving golden lion. Boom! Boom! The revolving golden lion continued to attack. Seeing that De Huang Dog was about to die from anger, the revolving golden lion's face actually revealed a look of delight and ridicule. The revolving golden lion's performance made De Huang Dog even angrier. Mother asterisk cur. Come down here. De Huang Dog was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nostrils. Xianxia, who was at the side, couldn't stand it anymore either. He couldn't help but shake his head. He raised his head and glanced at the revolving golden lion that was looking smug in the sky. His body trembled, and a pair of blood wings appeared on his back. With the help of the blood wings, Xianxia flew up into the sky like a sharp sword. This human who suddenly flew up scared the revolving golden lion. It turned its head to look at the blood wings on Xianxia's back, and its eyes revealed a look of shock. Humph. Xianxia coldly snorted and punched the revolving golden lion with lightning speed. Bang! At such a close distance, with Xianxia's speed, the revolving golden lion didn't even have a chance to react. The punch landed on its body, and it was sent flying dozens of feet away. Such a huge force caused the revolving golden lion to spit out a mouthful of blood in midair, and its body was on the verge of collapsing. The revolving golden lion was shocked. It was too unlucky today. What kind of people did it encounter? A dog that was so ferocious, and now it encountered a human who could fly, and it seemed even more ferocious than the dog. What should it do? What was there to fight? Just run. The revolving golden lion didn't dare to be negligent. With a flap of its wings, it dragged its heavily injured body to escape. Unfortunately, its speed was trash compared to Xianxia. Not to mention that the revolving golden lion was already heavily injured. Even if it was at its peak condition, it still wouldn't be a match for Xianxia in terms of speed. Xianxia had inherited the blood wings of the blood-winged hawk. The hawk itself was a valiant flying demonic beast, and the blood-winged hawk was the king of hawks. Xianxia's blood wings casually flapped, and he blocked in front of the revolving golden lion. Still want to run? Try my ninth heaven hawk cry. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. His spirit force vibrated, and he roared at the revolving golden lion. Screech! The sharp cry of an eagle sounded out. Invisible sound waves came out from Xianxia's mouth like ripples. In an instant, the sound waves reached the sky and resounded through the 9 heavens. Layers upon layers of sound waves interweaved into an invisible sound wave net, and it instantly covered the revolving golden lion. The sound waves were like knives. Not only could it hurt the revolving golden lion's body, it could also hurt its soul. Xianxia's sound waves directly penetrated into the revolving golden lion's body. Puff! The revolving golden lion spat out a mouthful of blood, and its eyes immediately became weak. After that, it shook its head violently and let out a blood-curdling scream. Not only had Xianxia's sound waves severely injured its soul, it had also damaged its divine sense. Bang! The revolving golden lion couldn't control its body anymore, and it fell down from the sky, creating a huge crater on the ground. Right now, there were many wounds on the golden lion's body, and blood kept flowing out of its mouth. After wriggling a few times, it completely stopped breathing. A mid-mortal core demon beast was killed by a single roar from Xianxia. This was the first time Xianxia had used the 9th heaven hawk cry, and its power was much stronger than he had imagined. Xianxia's blood wings fluttered as he slowly descended from the sky. De Huang Dog's eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Big brother, your 9th heaven hawk cry is really powerful. I was caught off guard just now, and it almost made me lose control of my mind. Xianxia said with a surprised tone. Soundwave combat skills were the hardest to defend against, let alone a powerful innate skill like the 9th heaven hawk cry. The blood-winged hawk is the king of all hawks, of course its innate skill is not weak. For Xianxia, a mid-mortal core demon soul was very useful. The dragon transformation skill could absorb it directly. This revolving golden lion's demon soul could at least help Xianxia form another 2 dragon marks. Xianxia had broken through to the early mortal core realm and formed 15 dragon marks. According to his estimation, in order to break through to the mid-mortal core realm, he would need to double the number of dragon marks, which would be 30. And if he wanted to break through to the late mortal core realm, he would need 60. The dragon transformation skill could allow one to transform into a dragon and soar into the sky with 100,000 dragon marks. However, the distance between 100,000 dragon marks was still too far. Furthermore, the process of cultivating the dragon transformation skill required a huge amount of energy to condense each new dragon mark. The path that he had chosen was a process of consumption in itself. To put it bluntly, his consumption was equivalent to the consumption of thousands of geniuses combined. Xianxia swallowed the revolving golden lion's demon soul. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, it only took him a few minutes to completely absorb it. 2 more dragon marks appeared in his GC, and they surrounded his mortal core. The 17 dragon marks were like loyal guardians. Every time a new dragon mark was formed, it meant that Xianxia's combat strength had increased. For the next 3 days, 3 men and a dog stayed in the center of the mountain range. Along the way, they met many powerful demon beasts, and they were even attacked by a pack of wolves. Luckily, the 3 of them were strong enough to kill all the demon beasts that tried to stop them. When Xianxia and the other 2 left the center of the mountain range, because of the demon soul, Xianxia had formed another 2 dragon marks in his dantian, making it a total of 19 dragon marks. 4 dragon marks was Xianxia's biggest gain from his trip to Origin Mountain. The only regret was that he didn't meet any demon beasts with special bloodlines. If he had, he would have been able to obtain new innate abilities. The one who had the biggest gain was Xianxia. Not to mention the 10,000-year freezing crystal. After more than 10 days of training in the mountain range, Xianxia's temperament had changed completely. At least, she had gotten used to killing, and she was getting more and more familiar with her innate combat skills. The only one who was depressed was De Huang Dog. His face was gloomy. Looking at the 2 of them getting quite a lot of benefits while he didn't even get to train a single hair, he really didn't feel good. De Huang Dog's nose sniffed around, trying to find the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to heal his wounded heart, but in the end, he was disappointed. The pitiful De Huang Dog had the ability to search for treasures, but there were no high-grade treasures in this place. The only thing he found was the 10,000-year cold crystal, but he gave it back to Xianxia. Sigh. Why was his dog life so bitter? Another 3 days passed. After half a month of travel, they had finally arrived at the border of the Qi province. They were only 1,000 miles away from the edge of the mountain range. In this area, there weren't any powerful demonic beasts. The 3 of them had been traveling at an extremely fast speed. Another 1,000 miles and we will reach the Qi province. De Huang Dog, tell me about the big powers in the Qi province. Xianxia looked at De Huang Dog. This guy used to come from the Qi province, so he must have some knowledge about the big powers in the Qi province. You've asked the right person. I've been in the Qi province for so long, there's nothing I don't know. The eastern continent has a total of 28 big provinces, and the Qi province is the smallest one. It only has a circumference of a few 100,000 miles. De Huang Dog said. What? A circumference of a few 100,000 miles is the smallest? Xianxia cried out in surprise. Her face was filled with disbelief. A few 100,000 miles. What kind of concept was that? It could be described as boundless. And this was only the smallest of the 28 provinces. If that was the case, then wouldn't the entire eastern continent be boundless? If the eastern continent was already like this, then what about the entire Saint Origin realm? Xianxia couldn't even imagine it. Of course, she couldn't be blamed for this. She had been living in Red City since she was young, and she rarely left the Yan family. She had no idea how vast the Saint Origin realm was. Xianxia just smiled and didn't comment. De Huang Dog was right. A province with a circumference of a few 100,000 miles was really nothing. Compared to the divine continent, not to mention the Qi province, even the entire eastern continent was tiny. A powerful saint could tear the void with their bare hands and travel millions of miles with a single step. This kind of concept was not something an ordinary person could understand. Xianxia still had a long way to go if he wanted to return to the peak of his power in his previous life. I heard that there are 4 big sects in the Qi province. Aside from the Tianjian Gate, who are the other 3? Xianxia asked. He was about to enter the Qi province, so he needed to have a better understanding of the powers in the Qi province. This was something he needed to know. The Qi province is a big province after all, and it is considered a vast land with abundant resources. There are countless big and small powers here, but all of them are second and third-rate powers. The real big powers, aside from the Tianjian Gate, are the Black Sect, Valley of Happiness, and the Burning Sky Pavilion. These four big powers are competing with each other in the Qi province. You can imagine the relationship between them. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are like fire and water. Fights between their disciples are common occurrences. De Huangdog talked nonstop. He knew everything about the distribution of the powers in the Qi province. Wherever there are fights, it will be very lively. Xianxia smiled. He was a devil incarnate himself, so he wasn't afraid of getting into trouble. De Huang, do you know what is the cultivation level of the strongest among these four powers? Xianxia asked again. Let's take the Tianjian Gate as an example. Qi High warriors can only be registered disciples, Mortal Core warriors are Outer Circle disciples, and Heavenly Core warriors are Inner Circle disciples. I heard that there are a few core disciples above them, and all of them are Divine Core warriors. If my guess is correct, there might be a combat soul warrior hidden in the Tianjian Gate. Of course, this is just a guess. I don't think there are many combat soul warriors in the entire Eastern continent. De Huangdog said. Combat soul realm? Xianxia smiled. In the path of cultivation, the Qi Jing realm, Qi High realm, Mortal Core realm, Heavenly Core realm, and Divine Core realm could only be considered the 5 basic stages. Only after breaking through the Divine Core realm would a warrior be able to form a true combat body, and form a combat soul in his Qi Si. This was the combat soul realm. The gap between the Divine Core realm and the combat soul realm couldn't be mentioned in the same breath, and it was extremely difficult to cross this gap. This gap was like a natural chasm, and it had stopped countless heroes. Many Divine Core warriors couldn't even cross this gap in their entire lives, let alone the higher combat king realm. That was the realm where the true upper echelons of the world stood. The Qi province was a place with many geniuses. Although the Tianjian Gate had some Divine Core disciples, it was hard to say if there were any combat soul warriors among them. But, since we've killed a disciple from the Tianjian Gate, we better stay away from those men from the Tianjian Gate in the future. De Huangdog said with a guilty expression. Speaking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but feel speechless. He really wished he could stew this dog. If not for this dog, he wouldn't have offended a big sect before he even arrived. Damn it, damn dog, let's go our separate ways. Xianxia suddenly remembered that all the disciples from the Tianjian Gate knew this dog. If this dog followed him, it would be a disaster, and no matter where he went, the Tianjian Gate would chase after him. Damn you, you brat, you're too mean. De Huangdog bared his fangs at Xianxia. Right at this moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared in front of them. These 4 men came from the other side of the mountain range, and they immediately saw Xianxia and the other 2. When they saw De Huangdog, their expressions immediately changed. Damn it, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. De Huangdog almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia even rubbed his forehead with his hand. He knew that his miserable life in Qi province was about to begin. The 4 men in front of him were wearing light yellow clothes with a short sword embroidered on their chests. It was the symbol of the Tianjian Gate. Even without the short sword, the way they looked at De Huangdog was enough to tell their identity. Damn dog, look. It's that damn dog. Damn it. That dog is still alive. Where did junior brother Qin Shuang and the others go? Cut the crap. Kill him. When the disciples of Tianjian Gate saw De Huangdog, it was as if they had just seen their father and mother's murderer. They immediately became enraged and unleashed their Yuan energy. 2 of them even drew their weapons. It looked like they wouldn't stop until they killed De Huangdog. Xianxia wanted to cry, but no tears came out. What kind of hatred was this? But when he thought about what De Huangdog had done, if it was him, he would probably stew De Huangdog as well. Among the 4 men in front of him, 2 of them were at the early Mortal Core realm, 1 was at the mid-Mortal Core realm, and the last one was a young man in his 20s. He was at the late Mortal Core realm. With a cultivation level like this, even in the outer circle of Tianjian Gate, he would be one of the best. You guys from Tianjian Gate are endless? Do you believe that I, your father, will bite you to death? De Huangdog's nostrils flared as he threatened. Humph. Damn dog, you can't atone for your sins. Before you die, tell us where junior brother Chen Shuang is. The young man at the late mortal core realm let out a cold snort and asked. Xianxia immediately understood that the reason these 4 men came to Origin Mountain was not only to kill De Huang Dog, but also to find Chen Shuang and the other 2. Thinking up to this point, Xianxia's eyes instantly turned cold, and a faint killing intent emerged from his body. He would never allow these 4 men to pass through Mount Origin and enter Red City. If they did, he would be unable to cover up everything that happened in Red City. Those 3 cowards wanted to kill your father, but your father has already eaten them. De Huang Dog said in an extremely arrogant manner. What? Senior brother Chen Shuang and the other 2 really met with misfortune. Senior brother Liang Dong, kill this damn dog and avenge senior brother Chen Shuang. One of the men immediately became furious. The young man at the late mortal core realm was called Liang Dong. After listening to De Huang Dog's words, his killing intent immediately burst out. But right after that, he turned his gaze to Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu. Or, it could be said that the last thing he saw was Yan Chenyu. When he saw Yan Chenyu, Liang Dong's eyes immediately lit up. He felt as if a beautiful scene had appeared in front of him, and he was mesmerized by it. Such a beautiful girl was rarely seen in this world. If you look at her one more time, I promise you that you won't be able to see anything anymore. Jiang Chen's words carried a trace of soul energy, causing Liang Dong to shiver. Only now did he turn his attention back to the young man in white. Who are you? Liang Dong asked. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen told his name calmly. He had a plan in his mind. Senior disciple Liang, this guy is with De Huang Dog, he's definitely not a good guy. He must be De Huang Dog's accomplice, let's kill him as well. One of them said in a vicious manner. You guys better not provoke me, or else, you'll end up like those 3. Chen Shuang, Nguyen Ling, and that guy named Xiao Hua, they were all killed by me. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. What? Hearing what he said, the 4 men immediately shouted out in shock. They couldn't help but carefully observe this young man in white. Young man, I guess you don't know who we are. Let me tell you, we are from the Tianjian Gate. If you dare kill people from the Tianjian Gate, there will be no place for you to live in the Qi province. No one in this world can save you. The mid-mortal core disciple said in an arrogant manner. Good, very good. Jiang Chen, I don't care who you are, and I don't care where you come from. Since you dare kill people from the Tianjian Gate, you have to die. Today, you and De Huang Dog will both die. As for this beautiful lady, I'll take good care of her. Liang Dong's face was cold. When he saw Yan Chenyu, his eyes were filled with a perverted look. You have no idea what will happen to you just because of what you said. Jiang Chen's eyes were extremely cold. In his mind, he had already sentenced this Liang Dong to death. Humph. Kill him. Liang Dong let out a cold snort and gave the order without hesitation. Right after he finished speaking, the 2 early mortal core disciples unleashed their energy and dashed towards Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Jiang Chen shook his head. 2 early mortal core warriors were just courting death. Shua, Jiang Chen moved. His body swayed slightly, and he rushed out like a beam of white light, rushing in front of the 2 of them. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. His 2 index fingers pointed at the center of the eyebrows of the 2 men. The originally tyrannical aura of the 2 men instantly disappeared without a trace. Their bodies, which were rushing forward, also stiffened and became motionless. With a casual push from Jiang Chen, the 2 of them fell to the ground with a thud. Looking at the space between their eyebrows, there were 2 bloody holes, and dark red blood was still gushing out. The 2 of them widened their eyes, which were filled with the fear of death. Looking at this scene, Liang Dong and the other mid-mortal core disciple couldn't help but gasp. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. After all, the 2 men lying on the ground were mortal core warriors. When they attacked together, even Liang Dong couldn't kill them so easily. This situation could only mean one thing: this young man in front of him was too strong. His strength was too strong. Translator ramblings. Only now did the 2 men remember that this young man in front of them had killed Chen Shuang. Chen Shuang was a mid-mortal core warrior, and he even had a low-ranked combat weapon. But still, he was killed by Jiang Chen. Kaka, do you see this? This is what will happen to you. Going against your father is even worse than this. You'll die without a complete corpse. De Huang Dog was laughing out loudly. The ferocious man ran next to the bodies of the two men and stomped on their heads, instantly turning them into a bloody mist. De Huang Dog's attack was extremely brutal. How dare you? Jiang Chen, do you know what you're doing? Liang Dong shouted out loudly. He couldn't believe his own eyes. In the Qi province, no one had ever dared to kill a disciple of the Tianjian Gate in such a blatant manner. This guy was extremely daring. Don't tell me you're the only one allowed to kill me? Jiang Chen snorted disdainfully. He walked towards Liang Dong and the other man step by step. His entire body was emitting a faint aura of a superior being. Just one look from him was enough to make these two men feel like they were about to submit to him. Liang Dong was still fine, but the mid-mortal core disciple had started trembling. After Jiang Chen had broken through to the mortal core realm, he was not someone these two men could compare with. Senior disciple Liang, what should we do? The man asked while trembling. Humph. Don't be afraid, I can tell this guy is just an early mortal core warrior, he's no match for me. Liang Dong let out a cold snort. He shook his arm, and a shining longsword was thrown out by him. The longsword was like a long snake as it pierced towards Jiang Chen. Can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen casually pointed his finger out. A huge golden finger carrying an irresistible force dashed towards Liang Dong. What? Liang Dong let out a scream. He could feel a vast amount of energy from the huge golden finger. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on him. This was an absolute suppression, and it made it hard for him to even breathe. Let's risk it all. Sword-breaking style. Liang Dong gritted his teeth. He was a late mortal core warrior after all. He immediately used the sword skill from the Tianjian Gate. The longsword produced a clattering sound as it slashed towards the huge golden finger. Bang, a deafening explosion sounded out. The huge golden finger and the longsword collided. Even though Liang Dong had used all his strength, he still couldn't block the powerful 6 solar fingers. Liang Dong was sent flying backwards. His back crashed into a huge tree more than 30 meters away. The tree broke into pieces, and Liang Dong was lying on the ground, coughing up blood. Even the longsword in his hand was knocked away by the impact. While Liang Dong let out another wah sound. The blood he spat out was mixed with some of his internal organs. It was obvious how serious his injuries were. Right now, even the mortal core within his qi had cracks on it. Jiang Chen walked towards Liang Dong step by step. He bent down and picked up the longsword. It was a low-ranked combat weapon. Let me go. Liang Dong slowly raised his head and begged. No one wanted to die. Besides, he still had a bright future ahead of him. Swoosh, right after he finished speaking, Jiang Chen casually waved his hand. The longsword slashed across Liang Dong's face and destroyed both of his eyes. Arg! Liang Dong's body was twitching, and he let out a miserable scream. He covered both of his eyes with both of his hands, which were still bleeding. He screamed in a heart-wrenching manner, my eyes, you destroyed my eyes. I just wanted you to taste the feeling of not being able to see. Now that you've tasted it, you can die now. Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy. The longsword pierced through Liang Dong's neck, and the scream stopped abruptly. Jiang Chen wanted him dead no matter what. Destroying his eyes was just a punishment for Yan Qinyu's blasphemy. After killing Liang Dong, Jiang Chen turned around and walked towards another man. That man was terrified, his body was trembling, and his face was pale white. When he looked at Jiang Chen, it was as if he was looking at a devil. Just a simple glance from Jiang Chen was enough to make him tremble in fear. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. The man knelt on the ground with a puff. He had no backbone at all. As a matter of fact, under the pressure of Jiang Chen's superior aura, he had no way to resist even if he had the courage to do so. Look at your pathetic face, killing you will only dirty my hands. Jiang Chen spat. Yes, killing me will only dirty your hands. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. That man kept kowtowing. When he heard Jiang Chen saying that killing him would only dirty his hands, he was overjoyed. It was obviously an insult, but he felt like Xianxia was praising him instead of insulting him. Damn you, you're too king useless. De Huang Dog looked at him in disdain. Brat, get out of the way. Let me kick his head. Hearing that his head would be kicked, that man immediately cried. His nose was full of tears, and there was even liquid flowing out of his crotch. A dignified outer sect disciple of Tianjian Gate was actually scared to the point of peeing his pants. Get lost. Xianxia furrowed his brows and shouted coldly at the man. What? That man quivered and looked at Xianxia in shock. For a moment, he didn't understand what Xianxia meant. Letting him go so easily and asking him to get lost? How could this be possible? Get out of my sight before I change my mind. Xianxia looked at him in disgust. Yes, yes. That disciple felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly ran out of the mountain range. He was running for his life, how could he not be fast? Brat, why did you let him go? You killed a member of Tianjian Gate in front of him, and now you let him go. Tianjian Gate won't let you go. What are you thinking? De Huang Dog didn't understand. Cutting the grass without removing the roots wasn't like Xianxia's style. What do you know? Xianxia glared at De Huang Dog and said, with a dog like you by my side, Tianjian Gate won't let me go. If I don't let him go, Tianjian Gate will send more people to look for them. Just like this time, if we didn't meet them, they would have found Red City sooner or later. Once they reach Red City, all the information will be exposed. After listening to Xianxia's words, Yan Qinyu immediately understood. She couldn't help but feel scared. Big bro Xianxia is right. If that's the case, Tianjian Gate will definitely blame the Yan family and Jiang family. With their strength, it's impossible for them to fight against Tianjian Gate. I have to ensure the peace of Red City. If I let that guy go, Tianjian Gate will target us, and they won't be able to find Red City. I, Xianxia, can handle Tianjian Gate alone, but the Yan family and Jiang family can't. Xianxia looked serious. This was the reason why he let that guy go. If he didn't let him go, Tianjian Gate would keep sending people to Red City, and they would find their way to Red City sooner or later. If he let him go, all the blame would fall on him. Good, brat, you have guts. De Huang Dog praised Xianxia, but, you haven't even reached Qi province, and you've already started fighting against Tianjian Gate. I'm afraid your future life won't be easy. If I want a peaceful life, I won't come to Qi province. I'll stay in Fragrant Sky City and be a young master. That's what I call a peaceful life. Xianxia smiled and said, let's go. We'll be out of Mount Origin in another 1,000 miles, and we'll be in the Qi province. Xianxia brought Yan Qinyu and De Huang Dog and continued walking. Yan Qinyu kept glancing at Xianxia from the corner of her eyes. She was very happy. This was the man she wanted in her heart. He was a true hero in her heart. He was handsome, responsible, and strong. 1,000 miles was nothing for the three of them. There were no more demon beasts that could threaten them in the outer area of Mount Origin. Therefore, it only took them 2 hours to walk out of Mount Origin. After leaving Origin Mountain, Xianxia could clearly feel that the natural yuan energy here was much denser. It was at least twice as dense as the Red City area. Besides, this was just the edge of the Qi province. The deeper they went into the Qi province, the denser the natural yuan energy would be. Besides, the places occupied by the 4 big sects must be the places with the densest natural yuan energy. Powerful warriors could even use the terrain and formations to gather natural yuan energy, making the sects the most suitable place for cultivation. Everyone would yearn for this place, and it would flourish for a long time. Outside of Origin Mountain, there wasn't a bustling scene like what Xianxia had imagined. In front of them was a vast grassland. The wind was blowing, and the grass was swaying. There were people and caravans coming and going on the grassland, but they were very few. Outside of Origin Mountain, there is such a huge grassland. Yan Qinyu was surprised. Mount Origin is too remote. Even the people from the Qi province rarely come here. Only a small number of caravans would come here to look for opportunities. This grassland in front of us has a circumference of at least 5,000 miles. After crossing this grassland, there is a large stretch of barren hills and hills, which has a circumference of another 8,000 miles. After crossing these barren hills, we will finally reach the Qi province. De Huang Dog said. No wonder the 4 big sects didn't expand to the Red City area. Xianxia suddenly understood. This area was too desolate. Origin Mountain was a huge barrier, and there was still a grassland and barren mountain in front of them. It was normal that no one would pay attention to this area. Let's go, it's getting late. If we can cross the grassland and barren mountain by tomorrow morning, that'll be good enough. De Huang Dog said. Jiangchen and Yanchen nodded their heads. The 3 of them started running at full speed across the vast grassland. All 3 of them were monsters among monsters, and their speed was extremely fast. De Huang Dog was the descendant of a dragon horse, and he was the king of speed. Jiangchen had an amazing movement skill, and he had absorbed the blood-winged hawk's demon's soul, so his speed was amazing as well. Yan Qinyu was born with a divine body, and she had reached the mid-mortal core realm after absorbing the 10,000 years freezing crystal. Although she was not as fast as Jiangchen and De Huang Dog, she was not any weaker. Huff huff, as the strong wind blew past her ears, Yan Qinyu's pretty face was filled with excitement. The pleasant feeling brought by running on the prairie made her feel extremely good. This kind of scene was something that she had never imagined before. From the corner of her eyes, Yan Qinyu looked at Jiangchen, who had a relaxed expression on his face. She couldn't help but smile. Following this man, her future life would definitely be very exciting. Running all the way, the next morning, 2 people and a dog crossed the grassland and barren mountains, completely out of the desolate area. Only the 3 of them could do this. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to do it. Even a mortal core warrior wouldn't be able to keep running at high speed for a long period of time. After a long period of time, their yuan energy wouldn't be able to keep up. However, none of these 3 were normal people. Jiangchen, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, was one of them. His yuan energy was so strong that it could never be used up. De Huang Dog was the descendant of the dragon horse, and Yan Qinyu had the 9 meridians. Their yuan energy was extremely strong. After leaving the barren mountains, there were obviously more people coming and going. Some of them didn't like each other, and some of them even started fighting. Yan Qinyu was very curious, so she kept looking around. Jiangchen and De Huang Dog had obviously gotten used to this. In the cultivation world, there were many situations where people would start fighting because they didn't like each other. If my memory serves me right, after we cross this mountain and walk for another 10 miles, there will be a city. I don't remember which city it is exactly, and I've never been there before. De Huang Dog said while wagging his tail. Let's go. We'll go check out the city first, and also find out about the Qi province's current situation. Jiangchen said. 3 men and a dog slowed down their speed. Soon, they crossed the last mountain, and a city could be seen from afar. There really is a city, and it looks like Red City. Yan Qinyu said. This can only be considered the smallest city in the Qi province. It can't be compared to some of the bigger cities. De Huang Dog said. Soon, 3 men and a dog arrived in front of the city's gate. The gate was 30 feet tall, and it looked very majestic. On top of the gate, there were 3 big silver words, Silver Moon City. There were a lot of warriors coming and going in Silver Moon City, and Yan Qinyu's beauty had attracted a lot of attention. This girl is so pretty, she looks like a fairy that has descended from the heavens. Yeah, she is emitting an aura of the heavens and the earth. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. I don't know where she came from, but she is so beautiful. Countless eyes and praises could be heard. Seeing this, Jiangchen couldn't help but let out a sigh. A girl like Yan Qinyu would always be the center of attention no matter where she went. Not to mention this small Silver Moon City, even though saintesses from the big sects in the divine continent 100 years ago were not as beautiful as Yan Qinyu. Little brat, you bringing her out is just like bringing trouble with you. De Huang Dog said. You're the trouble. Yan Qinyu stared at De Huang Dog, unconvinced. Alright, let's enter the city. Jiangchen said as he walked towards the gate of Silver Moon City. Stop. Every person entering the city will have to pay 3 human elixir pills. There were 5 guards standing in front of the city gate. One of them said arrogantly. All 5 of them were Qi warriors, and the leader of them was a late Qi warrior. A late Qi warrior would be considered a tyrant in Fragrant Sky City. Even in Red City, he would be respected by everyone. However, in this small Silver Moon City, he could only be a guard. This was the difference between the 2 of them. Damn you, we need human elixir pills to enter the city? Big Yellow couldn't take it anymore. Where did this dog come from? So much bullsh**. This is the rule set by the mayor's mansion, who dares to disobey it? One of the guards said rudely. Damn, a guard is so arrogant, I will bite you to death. De Huang Dog showed his fangs, but Xianxia quickly stopped him. He knew De Huang Dog too well. This guy even dared to cause trouble at Tianjin Gate, so there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. If Xianxia was half a beat slower, this guy would have bitten that guard to death. Xianxia didn't care about a few human elixir pills. He didn't want to fight with people right after he arrived in Qi Province. If he offended Tianjin Gate for the time being, he would have a hard time in the future. Xianxia waved his hand casually and took out 9 human elixir pills from his storage bag. He threw them into the guard's arms and walked into the city. I have never seen this guy before. He must be an outsider. He looks rich. If I knew this earlier, I would have asked for more. The guard's voice came from behind Xianxia and the other 2. That pretty girl is so hot. If she could sleep with me for a night, that would be a real pleasure. Another guard had a lecherous look on his face. His eyes were staring at Xianxia's back, and he was almost drooling. However, as soon as the guard finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled, and the smile on his face froze. Then, a cracking sound came out from his body. In the blink of an eye, a layer of transparent ice appeared on his body, and he had completely turned into a statue. Hey, old Wang, what happened to you? How did he get frozen? He's dead, he's not breathing anymore. Old Wang is dead? What happened? Who did this? The guards immediately panicked, each of them revealing a horrified expression. A living person, who was still alive and kicking just a moment ago, had turned into an ice sculpture in the next moment, frozen to death. It was really like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. It was that young man just now. The leader of the guards said. They raised their heads, but the shadows of Xianxia and the other 2 were nowhere to be seen. Inside Silver Moon City, De Huang Dog grinned and laughed. Jia Jia, Xiaoyu has learned to be ruthless now. You can kill without leaving a trace. He said something disrespectful, so I just wanted to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect him to be so weak, and he just froze to death. Xianxia said with a round expression. Cough cough. Hearing this, Xianxia started coughing violently. Big sis, the 9 meridians fused with the 10,000-year freezing crystal, and you let a mid-Qi warrior withstand it. Can you blame him for being weak? Xianxia and a Huang Dog were speechless. Even a mortal core warrior couldn't withstand Xianxinyu's attack, let alone a Qi warrior. That guard was just asking for death. Sometimes, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. The Xianxinyu today was no longer the innocent girl from Red City. After being together with Xianxia and De Huang Dog, she had already gotten used to killing. Did you hear? The inner circle disciples from the 4 big sects have been decided in the Qi province competition. Really? Who got first place? I heard that Liang Xiao from the Tianjin Gate, Bai Hua Dai from the Valley of Happiness, and Guaniyun from the Black Sect are all late heavenly core warriors. In this inner circle disciple competition, the winner will definitely be decided by these 3. That's right, these 3 are all geniuses amongst geniuses, and each of them has their own powerful skills. Even if they want to decide the winner, I'm afraid that both sides will be severely injured. You guys are wrong this time. The winner of this Qi province competition isn't these 3, it's the northern and southern dynasties from the Burning Sky Pavilion. Along the way, people were talking about the Qi province competition everywhere. It was hard for Xianxia and the other 2 to not hear them. What is the Qi province competition? Xianxia asked. This is a competition held by the 4 big sects of the Qi province. It is held once a year, and it is divided into the inner circle competition and the outer circle competition. The reason why it is called the Qi province competition, and not the 4 big sects competition, is because all geniuses in the Qi province are allowed to participate. It can be considered as giving everyone a chance. Of course, although it's called this way, in fact, it is still a competition between the four big sections. Most of the geniuses in the Qi province have been recruited by the four big sects, and ordinary people who participate in the Qi province competition will never be able to fight against the geniuses from the four big sections. De Huang Dog said. It looked like he was very familiar with the Qi province competition. Northern and Southern dynasties? I've never heard of them before. I only know that there is a Wu Xing from the Burning Sky Pavilion, but 2 months ago, he had a fight with Guan Yun from the Black Sect, and he was defeated by Guan Yun. I thought the Burning Sky Pavilion would definitely lose this competition, but who are these Northern and Southern dynasties? What? An 18-year-old mid-heavenly core warrior? What kind of genius is this Northern and Southern dynasties? How can he be so frightening? An 18-year-old mid-heavenly core warrior is indeed frightening, but what's even more frightening is that he defeated late heavenly core warriors with just a mid-heavenly core cultivation base, and he even defeated Guan Yun and Bai Hua Dai. They are the top disciples amongst all the inner circle disciples from the four big sects. No ordinary late heavenly core warrior can compare with them. I never expected such a monster to appear in the Burning Sky Pavilion. The disciples from the other three big sects must be feeling a lot of pressure. Besides, this Northern and Southern dynasty's disciple is only 18 years old, his future is limitless, and he will be a potential threat to the other three big sects in the future. Many people were talking about this Northern and Southern dynasty's disciple. The Qi province competition was meant for the four big sects, and since this Northern and Southern dynasty's disciple was able to defeat all the inner circle disciples from the four big sects, it was enough to prove that he was extremely talented. Besides, he was only 18 years old, and at this age, he could become one of the rising stars of the Qi province. What's there to be proud of? The real genius is here. De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. In his mind, Jiang Chen was the most talented genius he had ever seen. Although he was only at the early mortal core realm, it would be hard for him to find a match for anyone below the heavenly core realm. Besides, Jiang Chen wasn't even 16 years old yet, so his future achievements might not be any worse than those from the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiangchen Gij, this Northern and Southern dynasty's disciple looks really strong. Yan Chenyu said. Looks like this Qi province is a place with many hidden talents. That's good, I didn't waste my time coming here. If all the geniuses in the Qi province were so ordinary, then it would be boring. Jiangchen chuckled as he remembered Nan Beichao's name in his mind. There weren't many people in his generation that he cared about. Buddy, after walking in this mountain range for so long, Daddy's mouth is getting bland. Don't you think you should treat me to a big meal? De Huang Dog said. Sure, you pick the place. Jiangchen was very forthright. He could still afford a meal. Why would I choose an egg? This is my first time here too, but I want to eat the best. De Huang Dog was very impolite. Jiangchen grabbed a passerby and asked, Brother, where is the best restaurant in Silver Moon City? Little brother, you must be new here. You don't even know about the Silver Moon restaurant. Just follow this road and walk for about an hour before you see the Silver Moon restaurant. However, the price of the Silver Moon restaurant is not low. Most people cannot afford it. The man pointed to a wide road and introduced. Alright, let's go to the Silver Moon restaurant. I'm going to eat everything in the Silver Moon restaurant today. De Huang Dog jumped up and down in excitement. He was like a beggar who had been starving for 3 days and suddenly heard that there was roast chicken in front of him. De Huang Dog walked in front with his fat body, while Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu followed behind him. They were all walking towards the Silver Moon restaurant. In Silver Moon City, only the mayor's mansion could be named after the Silver Moon. Therefore, the Silver Moon restaurant was the property of the mayor's mansion. In Silver Moon City, the mayor's mansion was the most powerful family. All the other big and small families followed the mayor's lead. The mayor was a heavenly core warrior, and he was the only heavenly core warrior in Silver Moon City. Of course, he could rule the entire city. Not long after that, Jiang Chen and the other two arrived at the Silver Moon restaurant. It was a magnificent restaurant with 2 floors, and the words Silver Moon were written in golden letters. The restaurant was luxuriously decorated, and it gave off an aura of nobility. Obviously, those who could afford to spend money in the Silver Moon restaurant were all nobles and rich people in Silver Moon City. They didn't accept gold or silver here, they only accepted human elixir. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. It was not long before noon, and this was the time when the Silver Moon restaurant's business was the best. Many rich people wearing luxurious clothes could be seen walking into the Silver Moon restaurant. "Sirs, please come in. Serve us tea, the best dragon tea." A young man who looked like a waiter was nodding his head and bowing to the customers. In the Silver Moon restaurant, even a waiter was at the Qi realm. This was something that Red City couldn't compare with. When the waiter saw Xianxia and the other two, he quickly walked up to them and said, "Sirs, this must be your first time here in the Silver Moon restaurant. Please come in." The waiter had good eyesight, he could remember those who had been to the Silver Moon restaurant. Those who he hadn't seen before must be here for the first time. He looked at Xianxia and Yan Chenyu. One was handsome, and the other was as beautiful as a goddess. Both of them were emitting an aura of nobility, so he knew they must be rich. Therefore, he didn't dare neglect them. Xianxia nodded his head casually, then he walked into the Silver Moon restaurant with big steps. The Dahuang dog stuck out his tongue and ran faster than Xianxia. "Hey, hey! This is a high-class restaurant, pet beasts are not allowed in." Only now did the waiter notice the Dahuang dog. He immediately stood in front of the Dahuang dog. Hearing the word pet, the Dahuang dog's expression changed. He couldn't stand it anymore. The Dahuang dog jumped up as high as a person and pressed the waiter to the ground. The waiter was at the Qi realm, but when he was pressed down by the Dahuang dog, he felt like there was a mountain on his body. Not to mention fighting back, he couldn't even breathe. "Bastard, who are you calling a pet beast? I am so wise and powerful, how dare you call me a pet beast? How dare you call this shabby restaurant noble? I am giving you face by coming here. Motherf asterisk cur, how dare you look down on me? I will bite you to death." The Dahuang dog was not someone to be trifled with. He was a noble descendant of the dragon horse, but he was being treated as a pet beast by the waiter. Of course, the Dahuang dog wouldn't accept it. Seeing this, Xianxia quickly stopped the Dahuang dog. He was worried that the Dahuang dog would really bite the waiter to death. The waiter had just called him a pet beast, it wasn't enough to kill him. Right at this moment, many people in the Silver Moon restaurant looked over. Most of them were looking at the ferocious-looking dog. A dog that could talk, this was not an ordinary dog. What's going on? Right at this moment, an old man walked out from the restaurant. This man had a strong aura, he was a mortal core warrior. When he saw Xianxia, Yan Chenyu, and the Dahuang dog, his expression changed. His experience was not something the waiter could compare with. With just a glance, he could tell that these three men and a dog were not people to be trifled with. "This young master has a lot of money, why is the Silver Moon restaurant stopping my friends? What is the meaning of this?" Xianxia's expression turned cold as he spoke in a cold manner. We don't dare. Please come in." The manager made an inviting gesture. Only then did the Dahuang dog stand up from the waiter and walk into the Silver Moon restaurant. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a handsome dog before?" The Dahuang dog stared at everyone with a narcissistic expression. "Fuck. What's so great about a dog?" Everyone was speechless. Behind them, the waiter had a wronged expression as he stood respectfully beside the manager. He knew he had caused trouble, so he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "Next time, be more attentive. Hurry up and serve them properly." The manager glared at the waiter. As soon as Xianxia entered the Silver Moon restaurant, he felt a pair of eyes looking at him. He followed the gaze and saw a young man sitting by the window. This young man looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. He was wearing a blue robe, and his black hair was parted in the middle. He had a handsome face and bright eyes. Although he appeared to be very lazy, it couldn't hide his extraordinary aura. The young man in blue had one foot on the chair and was leaning against the wall. He was holding a crystal wine pot in his hand. When he saw Xianxia looking over, he raised the wine pot in his hand and smiled at Xianxia. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched, returning a smile as a greeting. Dear guests, this way please. The waiter greeted them politely and led Xianxia and the other two to a big table in the middle. He looked at the Dehuang dog with eyes full of fear. This dog was really scary. He couldn't resist the aura he emitted. Dear guests, what would you like to eat? The waiter asked. Serve whatever you have. Give me a portion of the best food in your restaurant. If not, give me 3 portions. The Dehuang dog wasn't polite at all. In addition, his voice was loud, which attracted a lot of surprised gazes. What? All of them? The waiter was stunned. The Silver Moon restaurant was the biggest restaurant in Silver Moon City. The food inside was naturally the most expensive. If all of them were served, it would probably cost 200 to 300 people's elixir. Even the rich wouldn't dare to eat and drink like this. This dog was shameless and asked for 3 portions. That was the elixir of thousands of people. What are you doing? I have all the money. Hurry up and serve me. If you're any slower, I'll bite you to death. The Dehuang dog bared his teeth. Yes, the waiter didn't dare to be slow. He couldn't be happier to meet a rich customer. This dog must be Tai Chi, he can eat so much. He's so king rich. This is the behavior of a prodigal. That girl is so pretty. I wonder where she came from. While the crowd was talking, the waiter had already brought out a table full of food. There were even mortal core demon beast hearts and all kinds of spirit herbs and spirit ginseng. It was really luxurious. Kaka, I can't wait any longer. The Dehuang dog laughed excitedly. He leaned forward like a human and placed both of his paws on the table. His saliva was dripping onto the demon beast hearts. Seeing this, Xianxia and Xianxia both frowned at the same time. Can this still be eaten? The appetite that he had worked so hard to arouse instantly disappeared without a trace. Kaka, the whole restaurant was filled with the Dehuang dog's laughter. He suddenly stuck out his 1-meter-long tongue. What happened next shocked everyone present. The Dehuang dog swept everything away. In just 1 minute, his tongue had swept all the food on the table into his mouth. He licked the plates so much that one could look into a mirror. Not bad. Give me another table. The liquid in the Dehuang dog's mouth was flying everywhere. He shouted at the waiter who was standing next to him. Fuck you. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and serve me more food. The Dehuang dog slammed his paws on the table, causing the plates to fall to the ground. Fuck. This black-bellied dog was too outrageous. It was brutal when it killed people, and even more brutal when it was eating. It was simply unbearable to watch. Holy sh*t, this dog is too outrageous. He can eat too much. Whoever this dog follows, he will definitely eat until he becomes poor. Oh my god, I can't stand it anymore. Where did this dog come from? Isn't it affecting my appetite? Manager, hurry up and beat it out. Affecting my appetite, it's really affecting my appetite. Many people couldn't stand it anymore. Dehuang dog's saliva was flying everywhere, making people lose their appetite. This dog was definitely a genius in the world of top-quality food. Waiter, why aren't you serving the dishes? The big yellow dog ignored the disdainful looks and shouted at the stunned waiter, who was still standing there in a daze. Yes, the waiter didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly went to prepare the dishes. At the same time, 2 servants came out and quickly cleaned up the broken plates on the ground. Next to the window, the young man in blue was still lazily leaning against the railing, minding his own business and occasionally looking at Dehuang dog with a smile. Not long after, another table of steaming hot dishes was served. Dehuang's eyes lit up, and he was about to pounce on it. Xianxia reacted quickly and pressed down on Dehuang dog's head. Damn dog, you mother****, leave some face for me. No one is going to snatch it away from you. Woof. Little brat, take your hand away. Dehuang dog roared and didn't care about his image at all. He stuck out his 1-meter-long tongue again and swept away all the dishes. All the customers in the restaurant were stunned. Everyone forgot to eat and looked at Dehuang dog. Xianxia and Xianxia were speechless. Xianxia swore that he would never take Dehuang dog to eat again. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. Waiter, give me another table. De Huang Dog finished all the dishes in a minute and shouted at the waiter again. What the F***, this dog is really wasteful. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people's elixir have been eaten. Mother **, my food is not even as good as that dog's. I'm so angry. Someone angrily slammed the table. So many good things were wasted by a dog. It was simply a reckless waste of resources. They could not afford to eat many of the expensive dishes. Many people suddenly felt that they were not as good as a dog in the Silver Moon restaurant. Good, it tastes good. Hey, Xianxia, little brat, little you, why aren't you eating? You can't just sit there and watch. Come here and eat a bit. Big Yellow stared at Xianxia and Yu with a serious expression. He didn't think what he said was shameless, and he didn't notice that there were only empty plates on the table. Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. He kicked the dog's head and sent De Huang Dog flying 2 meters away. He suddenly had an urge to skin De Huang Dog and stew it. Someone next to him spat out the food. He really couldn't take it anymore. Where did this dog come from? It was too troublesome. Not long after, the waiter brought another table of dishes over. Another 2 servants cleaned up the floor to keep the Silver Moon restaurant clean. Seeing the dishes being served, De Huang Dog's eyes lit up again. He eagerly ran to the table and stuck out his 1-meter-long tongue. However, when he saw Xianxia and Yu's murderous gazes, De Huang Dog chuckled and retracted his tongue. Hee, let's eat together. De Huang Dog chuckled. He stretched out his paw and pulled a plate to his side. This time, he chewed slowly, looking much better than before. Eat, why aren't you two eating? While eating, De Huang Dog urged Xianxia and Yu. Just eat your food. Hurry up and leave. Xianxia angrily stared at De Huang Dog. Eat my ass. Sitting with this dog, it would be strange if he had any appetite. Then I won't be polite. De Huang Dog's face was filled with lust. This time, it seemed like this guy had made up his mind to carefully taste the food, so he ate slowly. The other customers watched for a while, then felt bored. So they stopped watching and turned around to drink and eat, talking about other topics. The Qi province inner disciple competition has ended. The northern and southern dynasties from the Burning Sky Pavilion have won first place. I heard that the rewards are pretty good. A high-ranked combat weapon and a 10,000-year-old herb. That's right. The rewards for the Qi province competition are provided by the 4 big sections. The Burning Sky Pavilion is really proud. The northern and southern dynasties are only 18 years old, it's really hard to imagine. Xianxia's ears perked up. Nowadays, no matter where he went, he could hear the names of the northern and southern dynasties. He had really become famous overnight. I heard that the Qi province outer disciple competition will also be held in Whirling Sun City in half a month. At this time, all the disciples from the 4 big sects should be there. The Whirling Sun City is located in the middle of the Qi province. It is a truly big city, and it is not something that this small Silver Moon city can compare with. There are also quite a few talented outer court disciples from the 4 big sections. Who do you think will win this competition? I think the Little Devil King from the Black Sect and Li Wushuang from the Tianjian Gate have more hope. Although the Burning Sky Pavilion and Valley of Happiness also have geniuses, they can't find anyone who can compare with the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang. That's right, I also think the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang will win. Everyone was talking about the Qi province competition. The competition between the inner circle disciples had ended, and it was the outer circle disciples' turn next. The 4 big sects of the Qi province were fighting each other openly and secretly. Every year, the Qi province competition would be held, and there would be huge rewards. Firstly, it was to stimulate the disciples' cultivation, and secondly, it was for the glory of the 4 big sections. It could also be considered as a ranking. Also, many of the famous youths of the Qi province became famous through the Qi province competition. Hearing the words Little Devil King, the young man in blue couldn't help but smile. He drank alone and didn't talk to anyone, he seemed to be very isolated. Qi province competition, Whirling Sun City. Xianxia whispered. He was really interested in the Qi province competition. Right at this moment, 4 figures walked in from the outside. The one in front was a fat man who looked to be in his 20s. His face was oily, and his hair was sparse. His beady eyes kept rolling around. He walked with his chest puffed out, and his whole body was emitting a domineering aura. Beside the fat man, there was another young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was holding a paper fan in his hand, and it was obvious that he was from a rich family in Silver Moon City. Behind the two of them, there were two tall and sturdy attendants. Their faces were filled with arrogance. Wow, young Master Ian is here, and young Master Lu is here as well. Young masters, please come upstairs. When the waiter saw the fat man, he nodded and bowed, and his face was filled with flattery. When the people saw the fat man, they quickly lowered their heads. Those who were talking loudly just now also quickly shut their mouths, like mice that had seen a cat. This young Master Ian was not someone to be trifled with. He was the son of the mayor, and his name was Ian Ren. This Silver Moon restaurant was opened by him. Ian Ren was the evil tyrant of Silver Moon City, and he was a super playboy. His temperament was just like his name, he was really a perverted person. Normally, he liked to bully people and take advantage of women. The young master beside him was a young master from the Lu family of Silver Moon City. Both of them had similar interests and were like-minded. Ian Ren nodded his head and strode towards the stairs. His pair of lustful green beady eyes glanced around the hall on the first floor, and when his gaze fell on Yan Qinyu, his eyes immediately widened. Even though he was only looking at Yan Qinyu's side profile, his blood began to boil. Ian Ren's biggest hobby was women. A peerless beauty like Yan Qinyu was a fatal attraction for a playboy like Ian Ren. Damn it, I didn't come out for nothing today. I never thought that there would be such a beautiful girl in Silver Moon City. She's like a fairy that descended from the heavens. In this world, I'm afraid only a girl like her is worthy of me. Ian Ren stared at Yan Qinyu without blinking his eyes, and said without any hesitation. When he said that, many people in the restaurant couldn't help but shake their heads. They looked at Yan Qinyu and Jiangchen with pity and sympathy. Being liked by Ian Ren meant that they were finished. Ian Ren signaled the two attendants beside him with his eyes. The two of them had followed their young master for a long time, so they immediately understood what he meant. They walked in front of Jiangchen's table in an imposing manner. "Miss, my young master invites you upstairs for a chat." One of the muscular men said with a voice that he thought was very polite. "Get lost," Jiangchen said without even raising his head. "Kid, what did you just say?" The other muscular man immediately became furious. He looked at Jiangchen in disbelief. How dare a young man talk to him like this in the Silver Moon restaurant? He was simply courting death. He asked you to get lost, are you deaf? Fuck, where the hell are you going? Don't disturb your father's meal. De Huang Dog became even more impolite. He raised his head and said impatiently. The young man in blue who wasn't far away also looked over. It seemed like he wanted to see how Jiangchen was going to deal with this. Those two muscular men were both mortal core warriors. Damn it, where did this stupid dog come from? How dare you talk to your father like this? The muscular man was furious. Stop talking nonsense, take this girl away, don't disturb our young master's business. After saying that, the two muscular men stretched out their hands and tried to grab Yan Qinyu. It looked like since they couldn't invite her, they would have to use force. These two men had obviously done this kind of thing many times before. She's finished, sigh, it's really unfortunate that the lecher young master has taken a fancy to her. That's right, such a good girl is going to be ruined just like this. Many people sighed in their hearts. Their faces were filled with pity. But what happened next made everyone's jaws drop to the ground. Just when the two muscular men's hands were about to touch Yan Qinyu, Jiangchen moved. Jiangchen raised his arm, and a golden beam shot out from his fingertip. The beam was like a long sword, and it slashed towards the two muscular men with lightning speed. Poochie poochie, following four poochie sounds, four bloody arms flew into the air. Blood sprayed out from the two men's arms like a fountain, splashing all over the other tables. No one noticed that when the blood got close to Jiangchen's table, it immediately froze and disappeared. Fast, it was just too fast. Many people who were sitting so close to Jiangchen didn't even notice how he attacked. Some of them only saw him move his shoulder, and all 4 arms of the 2 men were cut off. It was a terrifying scene. The feeling of losing 1 arm and 2 arms were completely different, and the pain was different as well. Even mortal core warriors couldn't bear it for a short period of time. Both men looked at their arms twitching not far away, and they could feel the blood gushing out from their arms. Besides fear, they couldn't feel anything else. Blood was everywhere. Some of them had blood all over their faces, and they immediately ran to a corner. The entire restaurant was in chaos. Many people had frightened expressions on their faces, especially the waiter who was standing closest to them. He looked at Xianxia as if he was looking at a ghost. The only person who could remain calm in the entire restaurant, besides Xianxia's table, was the young man in blue. The young man in blue's eyes were brighter than before. Even he didn't expect Xianxia to be so ruthless and decisive. Besides, Xianxia's attack was so fast that no one could see it clearly, but he could. And because he could see it clearly, he finally noticed Xianxia. When he first entered the restaurant, he had a feeling that Xianxia wasn't an ordinary man, and now, it looked like he was right. He's finished, he dared to cut off Yin Ren's follower, he's dead meat. That's right, Yin Ren is famous for being overbearing and arrogant, and he has a heavenly core father supporting him. He can do whatever he wants in Silver Moon City, and no one dares to say anything. Although this young man doesn't look like someone easy to deal with, offending Yin Ren won't end well for him either. I don't think this young man is an ordinary man. I'm afraid there will be a good show today. Many people were talking about it. No one dared cause trouble in the Silver Moon restaurant, and no one dared to hurt the people from the mayor's mansion. Doing that was no different than courting death. Damn it, what a horrible scream, it's affecting my meal. Da Huang Dog cursed loudly. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out 2 beams of golden light. They pierced through the space between the eyebrows of the 2 strong men, leaving behind 2 hideous bloody holes. The screams of the 2 men came to an abrupt end, and they fell to the ground with their backs facing up. Even when they died, the fear from before still remained in their eyes. As the follower of the young master from the mayor's mansion, and they were also mortal core warriors, they could do whatever they wanted in Silver Moon City. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that they would die here, in the Silver Moon restaurant, where they were usually the most arrogant, and in the hands of a dog. Following the disappearance of the 2 men's screams, the restaurant became quiet. At this time, Yin Ren and young Master Lu also reacted. The 2 of them looked at their lackeys lying motionless in a pool of blood with astonishment on their faces. Dead? Someone actually dared to kill his people in the Silver Moon restaurant? Isn't this the biggest joke in the world? This was simply unimaginable. He had been a tyrant in Silver Moon City for so many years, but no one had ever dared to touch his people, let alone kill them. Seeing that something big had happened, the manager hurriedly walked up to Yin Ren while trembling. It's none of your business. How dare he offend me? Today, he won't be able to walk out of the Silver Moon restaurant. Yin Ren waved his hand, signaling the manager to leave. With an evil expression, he walked towards Xianxia with big steps. The muscles on his body were trembling. Young Master Lu followed behind Yin Ren with the same arrogant expression. In Silver Moon City, there was no one they didn't dare to offend. Even if this young man in front of them had some abilities, they still didn't put him in their eyes. This was a serious case of a playboy mentality. They were used to being arrogant and despotic. They only knew that they had a powerful backer behind them, and they could do whatever they wanted. They had long forgotten that their own strength was actually not that great. They didn't even know that there were people in this world who didn't put them in their eyes. They didn't know what it meant to kick an iron plate. They didn't know what it meant to court death. Today, Xianxia would tell them. Everyone put on a posture of watching a good show. They didn't know how the young man would deal with the young master of the city lord's mansion. Only the blue-clothed young man not far away shook his head. He wasn't worried for Xianxia at all. The pity in his eyes was for Yin Ren and young Master Lu. Brat, you dared to kill my people. Do you know who I am? Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for you to die. Yin Ren said arrogantly. Scram. Xianxia didn't even look at Yin Ren. He spat out a word indifferently, just like how he treated the 2 strong men before. Yin Ren's fat face was obviously stunned. In Silver Moon City, no one had ever dared to say scram in front of him. This brat who came out of nowhere actually dared to say scram to him. This was simply a great disrespect. Brat, what did you say? Young Master Lu shouted, do you know who you're talking to? This is the young master of Silver Moon City's City Lord's mansion. If you know what's good for you, then hand over this young lady and apologize. Only then can you keep your life. If you don't scram, then go to hell. Xianxia didn't even turn his head and gave a backhand slap. This slap landed on young Master Lu's face. Crack 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 crack, this slap from Xianxia made young Master Lu's head spin like a whirlwind. It spun more than 10 rounds before it stopped. His neck kept making cracking sounds. The young master didn't move his body, but his head spun more than 10 rounds. When it stopped, his face was behind him, and he died tragically. While this time, the restaurant was suddenly in an uproar. Everyone's expression changed. They looked at Xianxia with eyes full of fear. It was too ruthless. This seemingly harmless young man was simply brutal when he attacked. That was the young master of the Lu family, but he was killed with a slap just like that. How ruthless was his method? It was simply shocking. Where did this young man come from? He's too ruthless. Yeah, Ren had already announced his name, but this young man still attacked mercilessly. Who on earth is he? Looks like it won't end well today. Many people sighed. At this point, even an idiot could see that the arrogant and despotic Ren had kicked an iron plate this time. He had encountered a tough nut to crack. The youth had killed someone with just a raise of his hand. It was a ghastly and shocking scene. The fact that Xianxia killed young Master Lu with a slap had really shocked Ren. This fatty's forehead was covered with sweat, and his body began to tremble. However, he still didn't back down. In his mind, he was still that lawless young master that no one dared to mess with. My father is the city lord. In this Silver Moon restaurant, no one dares to touch me. Only I, Ren, can touch the woman I like. I, Ren, will definitely get her. Ren gave himself courage in his heart. His pair of eyes glanced at Yan Qinyu's body, and his whole body became excited again. Seeing this, the young man in blue who was not far away couldn't help but sneer, idiot. This young master Ren was really too stupid. Couldn't he see that the girl was not afraid of him at all? If he was a bit smarter, he would have immediately left and called for help. Unfortunately, this young master was really too arrogant. His mind was completely occupied by the idea that in this Silver Moon City, he was the king. He had completely forgotten that this title was given to him by himself. Brat, you dare to offend me? Today, you won't be able to walk out of the Silver Moon restaurant. The muscles on Ren's face trembled. While he was talking to Xianxia, he didn't forget to look at Yan Qinyu's body with his obscene eyes, which made Yan Qinyu frown. Fatty, move your eyes away. Otherwise, you will end up miserable. De Huang Dog, who was eating and drinking, kindly reminded him. Such a bloody scene did not affect De Huang Dog's appetite at all. Where did the stupid dog come from? How dare you talk to this young master like this? Ren's aura was shaken, and his eyes returned to Yan Qinyu. Sigh, Xianxia sighed. He knew that he couldn't be polite with this kind of person. Once you provoked him, he would be like a dog skin plaster that you couldn't get rid of. This kind of person wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. Therefore, Xianxia didn't have any scruples when he attacked. He moved his fingers, picked up 2 chopsticks from the table, and fiercely stabbed them towards Ren's eyes. Poochie! Poochie, with 2 soft sounds, Xianxia's chopsticks fiercely stabbed into Ren's eyes. The sound of an eyeball bursting could be heard. The chopsticks had pierced halfway into Ren's eyes, and blood kept flowing out from the chopsticks. Ah, fatty Ren let out a blood-curdling scream. He was terrified. As the young master of the city palace, he was a dignified and elegant man. When had he ever suffered such an injury? The pain caused by a hard object piercing through the eyeball was not something an ordinary person could endure. Ah! I'm dead. Ren kept rolling on the ground. He took out a golden talisman from his clothes and crushed it. Seeing this, Xianxia furrowed his brows. It was a divine sense talisman, and even a heavenly core warrior could make it. The talisman contained the divine sense of a heavenly core warrior, and it was obviously left behind by the mayor for his son. Once the talisman was crushed, the mayor would be able to sense it immediately. "De Huang, stop eating, let's go." After saying that, Xianxia stood up from his seat. Right at this moment, the shopkeeper led a group of men and rushed out from behind, stopping Xianxia and the other two. Yin Ren was severely injured, and if they let the murderer go, all of them would be killed when the mayor arrived. "We're finished, this is going to get out of hand. This young man is too cruel, and he has blinded Yin Ren's eyes. The mayor will definitely not let this matter go." "That's right, the mayor is a heavenly core warrior. I wonder how he is going to deal with this matter. Is there even a need to think about it? The mayor will definitely avenge Yin Ren. I wonder where this young man came from, but he is so cruel and ruthless. It really makes people feel disappointed." Everyone were discussing in low voices. The famous young master Yin Ren had been blinded in the Silver Moon restaurant. This was definitely a huge incident in Silver Moon City, and it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Everyone looked at Xianxia with fear. This young man's cruel and ruthless methods sent chills down their spines. "Get lost. Those who stand in my way will die." Under the pressure of Xianxia's energy, the manager and the rest of the men's expressions changed, and they started trembling. They didn't doubt Xianxia's words at all. If they dared to stop him, they would be killed immediately. This guy even dared to touch young master Yin Ren, let alone them. Yin Ren's screams were still going on. His hands were trembling, and he wanted to touch the chopsticks in his eyes, but he didn't dare. The intense pain had made his body cramp, and he could only scream to vent his pain. Everyone's hair stood on end, and the atmosphere in the restaurant became extremely oppressive. "Who dares hurt my son?" Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out from outside the Silver Moon restaurant. The voice was deep, and it carried a powerful pressure. After that, a whirlwind blew by, and a man appeared in the restaurant. The man looked like he was in his 40s, and he wasn't tall. Just like Yin Ren, he was also a fat man, but his energy was a few hundred times stronger than Yin Ren's. This man was the mayor of Silver Moon City, Yin Zhongqing. Seeing the mayor arrive, the manager and the rest of the men let out a sigh of relief and quickly moved aside. The mayor's mansion wasn't far from the Silver Moon restaurant. When Yin Zhongqing sensed the talisman being broken, he immediately rushed over. A heavenly core warrior could fly in the air, and it would only take him a blink of an eye to arrive at the Silver Moon restaurant. When Yin Zhongqing arrived, he immediately saw Yin Ren, who was lying on the ground and screaming in pain. When he saw Yin Ren's terrible condition and the dead body on the ground, he immediately became furious. Yin Zhongqing slammed his palm onto Yin Ren's neck and knocked him out. After that, he used his yuan energy to seal the wound in his eyes, temporarily stopping the bleeding. After that, he shouted angrily, "Who did this? Who did this?" Yin Zhongqing was furious, he was completely furious. In this Silver Moon restaurant, someone had dared to touch his son. How could he let this happen? This was someone who dared to mess with the Tai Sui. He was going to make them pay a terrible price. "Mayor, it's him." The manager pointed at Xianxia. Xianxia furrowed his brows. With his current strength, it was hard for him to find a worthy opponent in the mortal core realm, but if he met a heavenly core warrior, he would still be at a disadvantage. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them, but he wasn't afraid. With his current abilities, even if he couldn't defeat them, he could still escape with his blood wings. Besides, with the help of De Huang Dog and Yan Xinyu, who had broken through to the mid-mortal core realm, it wasn't impossible for them to fight Yin Zhongqing. Yan Xinyu's 9 Yin meridians gave her an advantage that ordinary people couldn't compare with. And besides the blood wings, Xianxia also had a trump card called Poison. "Brat, I don't care who you are, and I don't care what reason you have. You ruined my son's eyes, so you'll have to pay with your life." Yin Zhongqing's killing intent soared to the heavens. The elemental energy in his palms revolved, and he was about to make a move. "Stop." Right at this moment, an indifferent voice came from the corner of the restaurant. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and saw the young man in blue standing up slowly from the window. He was slowly walking towards them. No one paid any attention to this young man in blue, but at this moment, everyone couldn't help but look at the two men. Anyone who dared to offend the mayor at this moment was either an idiot or someone with a high status. This young man in blue looked handsome, so he couldn't be an idiot. Xianxia looked over as well. He had been paying attention to this young man since he entered the restaurant, but he didn't expect this young man to stand out and help him at this moment. Who are you? How dare you stick your nose into my business? Xianxia shouted out loudly. He was extremely angry right now. I have a bad habit, and that is I like to stick my nose into other people's business. When I see someone I don't like, I'll stick my nose into it. You can't blame this young man for what happened today. Your son's brain was filled with lust, and he asked for it. You should thank this young man for showing mercy and only blinding his eyes. If it was me, he would be dead by now. The young man in blue said indifferently. He didn't care about Xianxia at all. What did you say? Who do you think you are? How dare you stick your nose into my business? In this Silver Moon City, no one dares talk to me like this. Xianxia became even angrier, but with his experience, he could tell that this young man in front of him wasn't an ordinary man. That's why he didn't attack immediately. Let alone your tiny Silver Moon City, I'll stick my nose into any business in the Qi province. This is my bad habit. Xianxia, if you dare touch this young man today, you'll be going against me, the Black Sect's Han Yan. The young man in blue said in an impolite manner. When the name Han Yan came out from the Black Sect, it immediately caused an uproar. What? He's the little devil king of the Black Sect, Han Yan? Why isn't he participating in the Qi province competition? Why is he here? Heavens, he's the little devil king. I never thought I would have the honor of having a meal with the little devil king. He's the #1 genius in the outer circle of the Black Sect. I think he's at the peak of the mortal core realm right now, and he'll be able to step into the heavenly core realm soon. With his talent, he won't be any weaker than Guaniyun from the Black Sect in the future. Of course, his potential is even higher than Guaniyun's. I heard that he's the descendant of the heavenly devil, and Gu Tianma's power is sealed within his body. He's not someone anyone can compare with. Besides, this man doesn't strike easily, but when he strikes, he'll take someone's life. That's why he's called the Little Devil King. Since the Little Devil King wants to stick his nose into this business, I'm afraid even the mayor will have to admit defeat. Han Yan is a rare genius in the Black Sect, and he has a high chance of becoming a core disciple in the future. He's highly valued by the upper echelons of the Black Sect, and he's not someone the tiny Silver Moon City can afford to offend. Sounds of discussions could be heard everywhere. Obviously, the Little Devil King had been famous for a long time, but not many people had seen his face. No one would have thought that the Little Devil King would come to the Silver Moon restaurant to drink. You're the Little Devil King? Xianxia was shocked as well. He no longer had the arrogant attitude he had before. He could offend anyone else, but he couldn't afford to offend the Little Devil King. Even though Han Yan was only a mortal core warrior, he still didn't dare offend him. If he offended the Little Devil King, that would mean becoming the Black Sect's enemy. And becoming the Black Sect's enemy was no joke. At that point of time, not only would he lose his son's life, he would also lose his own. I don't want to repeat myself. What happened today is your son's fault, it has nothing to do with this little brother. Han Yan said. But, he blinded my son's eyes. Xianxia still couldn't accept it. I told you, if it was me, I would have killed him. Xianxia, do you dare not give me face? Han Yan let out a cold snort. The lazy look on his face disappeared, and it was replaced by an arrogant look. I don't dare. Xianxia didn't dare show any neglect. The Little Devil King was someone he couldn't afford to offend. If he killed Xianxia and the other two in a fit of anger, he would have offended the Little Devil King, and he wouldn't be able to stay in the Qi province anymore. That's good. Little brother, let's go. Han Yan smiled at Xianxia, then he flicked his black hair and walked out of the Silver Moon restaurant. Xianxia ignored Xianxia's murderous stare and followed behind Han Yan. They walked out of the Silver Moon restaurant, and in the blink of an eye, the group disappeared. Mayor, what should we do? Within the restaurant, the manager asked cautiously. Get lost. Xianxia scolded. He bent down and picked up the unconscious Ren, then he flew up into the sky. He was the mayor, but he couldn't avenge his son. Furthermore, this was his territory, and that little devil king could have appeared at any time, but why did he have to show up now? The black sect was too big for him, so he had to come all the way to Silver Moon City to drink. A fake leopard bumped into a real tiger, there's nothing we can do about it. Meeting the little devil king, even the mayor would have to swallow his pride. That's right, but that young man in white is really ruthless. Did you guys notice? That young man doesn't have any fear on his face, that calmness is definitely not faked. I'm afraid that even if the little devil king didn't show up, he would still have a way to escape. Stop talking, the mayor needs to vent his anger, don't look for trouble. Outside of Silver Moon City. Thank you Brother Han for your help. Xianxia cupped his fist towards Han Yan. No matter what, Han Yan had helped him, so he had to show his gratitude. Besides, he had a good impression of Han Yan. You're too polite, how should I address you? Han Yan said with a smile. My name is Xianxia, this is my first time here, I didn't expect to run into something like this. Xianxia said with a bitter smile. That's right, damn you, you can't even let me have a peaceful meal. De Huang Dog hurriedly said to prove his existence. Xianxia couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy had been eating ever since he entered the restaurant, and now he was complaining that he didn't have a good meal. That was enough. Thinking about the meal De Huang Dog had eaten, it seemed like he had forgotten to pay the bill. But that was fine, since he had already taken revenge, why would he still need to pay the bill? Brother Jiang has some extraordinary skills, are you interested in participating in the Qi province competition in Whirling Sun City? Han Yan asked. The competition for the outer disciples of the four big sects? Xianxia's eyes lit up. He was really interested in the Qi province competition. Anyone in the Qi province can participate. With Brother Jiang's skills, you might be able to get a good ranking. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. I hope to see you in Whirling Sun City. After Han Yan finished talking, he turned around and left. His speed was extremely fast, and in a few breaths, he had disappeared. Obviously, this straightforward little devil king had a good impression of Xianxia. Young man, do you want to go to Whirling Sun City and experience the Qi province competition? De Huang Dog said. Alright, since I've just arrived in the Qi province, I don't have many places to go. Going to Whirling Sun City isn't a bad idea. Xianxia nodded his head and prepared to go to Whirling Sun City. Big bro Xianxia, let's leave this place as soon as possible. If the mayor catches up with us, it won't be easy to deal with him. Yan Qinyu said. Don't worry, little you. If Yin Zhongqing really wanted to kill us, he would have done it in the restaurant just now. He is worried about the little devil king, so if he comes out to kill us, it would be the same as offending the little devil king. He can't afford to offend the little devil king. Besides, I didn't kill his son, I was just blind. Xianxia said with a relaxed expression. Besides, even if Yin Zhongqing caught up with them, he wouldn't be afraid. With the three of them working together, it would be more than enough to deal with an early heavenly core warrior. Haha, let's go to Whirling Sun City. Xianxia was getting ready to leave for Whirling Sun City. He couldn't stay in Silver Moon City any longer, and he didn't want to stay in Silver Moon City for too long. Whirling Sun City was located in the middle of the Qi province, and it would take a lot of time to get there from here. De Huang, how long does it take to get to Whirling Sun City from here? Xianxia asked. With our previous speed, it would take at least a dozen days. It would be good if we could make it in time for the competition. If you're willing to carry us on your back, then we'll be able to make it in no time. De Huang Dog laughed. He actually wanted to carry Xianxia. Don't even think about it. If the little devil king can make it in time for the competition, then we can. Xianxia sneered. This dog was definitely still holding a grudge against him for carrying him last time, and he was looking for an opportunity to get back at him. He was really evil. It's your loss not to carry me. You don't even know how many people are fighting to carry me on their backs. De Huang Dog was extremely narcissistic. His face was showing an expression that made him think he was a great person. Xianxia and the other two quickly moved towards Whirling Sun City. After walking for less than 10 miles, they suddenly heard a few screeches coming from behind them. Xianxia turned around and saw 3 powerful flying demon beasts flying towards them at high speed. 3 mortal core warriors were standing on top of each demon beast. Each of them was filled with killing intent, and 2 of them were carrying combat weapons in their hands. Xianxia could tell that these people were coming for him just by looking at them and feeling their energy. Humph. Xianxia really didn't want to give up. He didn't do it himself, but he sent his men. This way, he won't offend the little devil king, and at the same time, he can get his revenge. Xianxia let out a cold snort. A grin appeared on his face. Stop. Where do you think you're going? A loud shout came from the demon beasts. In the next second, 3 demon beasts appeared in front of Xianxia, and 6 mortal core warriors jumped down from their demon beasts. The leading man was in his 40s or 50s, and his face was filled with killing intent. He was staring at Xianxia angrily. This man was at the peak of the late mortal core realm, and he was much stronger than Yan Zhanyun and Li Sanyu from Red City. There were 9 of them in total. Out of the other 8, 4 of them were at the late mortal core realm, and all of them were at the same level as Yan Zhanyun. The other 4 were also at the mid-mortal core realm. If this force was in Red City, they would be able to wipe out any family. You killed my son, and you think you can just walk away like this? City Lord gave the little devil king some face, but I, Lu Wei Wang, didn't agree. The old man bellowed. Xianxia immediately understood that this Lu Wei Wang in front of him was most likely the chief of the Lu family in Silver Moon City. He had killed the young master of the Lu family in the Silver Moon restaurant, so it was normal that the chief wouldn't let it go. Of course, even if the Lu family was a powerful family, it was impossible for them to send so many strong warriors at once. There were also 3 early mortal core flying demon beasts. Some of them must have been sent by the mayor. Obviously, Xianxia's whereabouts had been monitored by the mayor. Once the little devil king left, the mayor would use the power of the Lu family to deal with Xianxia. The 9 mortal core warriors were emitting powerful energy. They had surrounded Xianxia and the other 2. Their energy had locked down their surroundings, making it impossible for Xianxia to escape. In fact, Xianxia didn't plan to escape at all. A group like this didn't have the right to let them escape. I suggest you leave now and make way for me. Don't lose your lives here. It's not easy to reach the mortal core realm, Xianxia said. He was saying this for their own good. Haha, young man, you're too arrogant. How dare you blind our young master's eyes? Today, we'll chop you into meat paste. A late mortal core warrior laughed out loudly. He was sent by the mayor. These men didn't take Xianxia seriously at all. In their minds, with the combined strength of the 9 of them, as long as Xianxia wasn't a heavenly core warrior, he would die for sure. This place wasn't far away from Silver Moon City. Although it was just a plain, there were still many people coming and going. Many people could feel the killing intent from this place, so they looked over. It was rare to see such a big group of people. What's going on? Are they going to fight? Isn't that the chief of the Lu family? And the warriors from the mayor's mansion? What did this young man do? How did he offend the Lu family and the mayor's mansion? Isn't this the end for him? Someone recognized Lu Wei Wang and the warriors from the mayor's mansion. Although they didn't know how this young man offended these 2 giants, it was obvious that this young man was going to die today. Stop talking nonsense. Let's attack together and kill this young man and that dog. Don't kill that girl, we'll go back and compensate young Master Inren. Someone shouted out loudly. The 9 mortal core warriors unleashed their energy at the same time, then they dashed towards Xianxia and the other 2 men. Kaka, facing 9 mortal core warriors, not only was De Huang Dog not afraid, he even shouted out excitedly. He leapt into the air like an arrow leaving the bow and turned into a golden light. In an instant, he had pushed a mid-mortal core warrior onto the ground. Damn dog, die now. The warrior was furious. He had actually been pushed by a dog, this was really shameful. He tried his best to fight back, but to his horror, he realized that he couldn't even use his yuan energy when he was being pushed down by De Huang Dog. It was like there was a huge mountain pressing down on his body, and it was extremely difficult for him to even move. Damn it, there's no use in fighting back. De Huang Dog opened up his mouth and bit off the warrior's head. Blood kept gushing out from the wound. After killing one man in an instant, De Huang Dog leapt into the air again and dashed towards another man. Big bro Jiangchen, leave this Lu Wei Wang to me. After saying that, Yan Qinyu moved her body and stood in front of Lu Wei Wang. Humph. A weak little girl dares to stand in my way? Lu Wei Wang let out a cold snort. He suddenly attacked Yan Qinyu with his palm. The energy of a late mortal core warrior was fully displayed. Facing Lu Wei Wang's powerful attack, Yan Qinyu's expression didn't change. She gently pushed out her palm, and a faint white mist emerged from her palm. Immediately, a cold aura filled the air. Yan Qinyu and Lu Wei Wang's palms collided. Lu Wei Wang, who was full of energy, was knocked back by the attack. But this wasn't the most frightening part. The most frightening part was that Lu Wei Wang's entire arm was covered with a layer of frost. In the next second, Lu Wei Wang's arm was covered with a layer of ice. A bone-piercing cold energy rushed into his body, causing him to tremble. What? Lu Wei Wang shouted out in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. But no matter what, he was still a late mortal core warrior. He quickly used his Yuan energy to break the ice on his arm, but one of his arms had already lost all feeling due to the cold. Lu Wei Wang was staring at the beautiful girl in front of him with a frightened expression. The shock in his heart was like a tsunami. Cold body. Lu Wei Wang's lips were trembling. He could feel that Yan Qinyu's body was extraordinary. Right at this moment, a shrill scream came from the side. The late mortal core warrior from the mayor's mansion let out a blood-curdling scream. Both of his hands were scratching his face, and a green mist was rising from his body. The old man's scream only lasted for 3 seconds before he fell onto the ground. His body was burnt black, and his face was full of holes because of the poison. Poison, this guy knows how to use poison. Someone shouted out loudly. His voice was filled with fear. Another shrill scream sounded out. De Huang Dog had bitten a mid-mortal core warrior into pieces. It was a horrible scene. In the blink of an eye, 4 out of the 9 men had died. De Huang Dog had killed 3 mid-mortal core warriors, and Jiang Chen had killed a late mortal core warrior. Even Lu Wei Wang, who was the strongest among them, had been severely injured by Yan Qinyu's attack. The remaining 5 men were all scared out of their wits. They no longer had the arrogant attitude they had before. All of them were staring at the 2 men and 1 dog in front of them with fear. What kind of combination was this? How could they be so abnormal? Oh my God, how could this happen? That dog is so cruel. It killed 3 men in one go. Mid-mortal core warriors are nothing in front of it. This is too cruel. That young man can actually use poison. Even a late mortal core warrior was poisoned to death. This kind of poison is really rare. That beautiful girl is even scarier. Even Lu Wei Wang was injured by her. Where did this genius come from? Why have I never heard of him before? Don't tell me he is a genius from one of the 4 big sects. Many of the spectators who were watching the fight from afar were terrified. They thought the fight was going to end without any suspense, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into this. It was really hard for them to accept this. The way they looked at the 2 men and the dog had completely changed. You dare kill the men from the mayor's mansion? You guys are really daring. Lu Wei Wang shouted out loudly. What he said was just some bullshit. Chief Lu, this is a tough nut to crack, what should we do? An old man with a pale face asked in a low voice. Looks like the mayor has to deal with this personally. Let's go. Lu Wei Wang said to Ling Ling. He whistled, and the flying demon beasts that were circling in the sky immediately swooped down. Still want to leave? Jiang Chen would never let go of an enemy who wanted to kill him. He pointed his finger like a sword, and with both hands, he pointed out 3 bright lights. The single solar finger pierced through the air and accurately hit the 3 demon beasts. Roar! The 3 demon beasts let out a blood-curdling scream at the same time. After that, they fell down from the sky like kites with broken strings. Their blood splashed all over the place. After the 3 demon beasts fell onto the ground, they only moved a few times before they completely stopped moving. Under Xianxia's 6 solar fingers, these early mortal core demon beasts couldn't even withstand a single blow. What? Someone shouted out in shock. Xiao Yu, attack! Xianxian shouted out coldly. Yes. After saying that, Yan Qinyu's palms started dancing in the air. Streams of ice energy shot out towards Lu Wei Wang. I don't believe that with my strength, I can't deal with an ice body. Lu Wei Wang unleashed his energy. A low-ranked combat weapon appeared in his hand, and he forcefully thrust it towards Yan Qinyu. If Yan Qinyu was still an early mortal core warrior from Red City, she might not be a match for Lu Wei Wang. But now, she was a mid-mortal core warrior, and her body had fused with the 10,000 years freezing crystal. Even the monster in the pond could be killed by her with a single strike, let alone Lu Wei Wang. Swoosh! A late mortal core warrior, the chief of a noble family in Silver Moon City, had just died a horrible death a few miles away from Silver Moon City. He had been turned into an ice sculpture. At the same time, a sharp howl suddenly came out from Xianxia's mouth. The sound waves turned into ripples and spread out, cutting the air apart. The powerful sound waves weaved into a huge net and flew towards the other 3 mortal core warriors. Sound wave combat skill. Someone shouted out in shock. He immediately unleashed his powerful Yuan energy and formed a barrier around himself, trying to block Xianxia's sound wave combat skill. As powerful mortal core warriors, they had some understanding of sound wave combat skills. The powerful sound waves were everywhere, and it was very difficult to defend against. Bop, too bad, the gap between them was just too big. Xianxian, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, could easily destroy any mortal core warrior. Under the impact of the sonic hawk cry, the 3 men's Yuan energy barrier was shattered, and the sound waves went through their bodies. Wah! The 3 men spat out blood at the same time, and their faces became pale. Xianxian's sound waves had damaged the source of their souls. Clang! Xianxian's attack was extremely fast, and he didn't show any mercy. In his hand, a long sword appeared. This was the sword he got from the Tianjian Gate disciple in the forest. When the combat weapon landed in Xianxian's hand, it immediately turned into an invincible divine weapon. With a sway of his feet, he dashed forward like a ghost. In a flash, 3 heads flew up into the sky, and blood sprayed up into the sky. Plop! Plop! 3 headless bodies fell onto the ground, dying in a pool of blood. The scene was bloody and brutal, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Those who were watching the fight from afar were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Their faces were filled with fear. A scene like this was something they could never have dreamed of. Those were late mortal core warriors, but in front of this young man, it was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. This was like child's play. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Heavens, where did that freak come from? Why haven't I heard of him before? This is too cruel. At such a young age, there is already someone who can be so cruel and kill a late mortal core warrior so easily. Even among the outer circle disciples of the 4 big sects, he is still a rare existence. Only the Little Devil King and the others from the 4 big sects can kill a few late mortal core warriors so easily. I'm afraid this young man has just arrived in the Qi province. Otherwise, with such monstrous talent and skills, people would have known about him long ago. This is terrible. 9 mortal core warriors, and 3 mortal core flying demon beasts, all of them were killed. This is too cruel. For the mayor's mansion and the Liu family, this is a loss that can never be repeated. That's right. Everyone was shocked. No one knew who this young man who had appeared out of nowhere was. He actually had such tyrannical means. It had been a long time since such a massacre had occurred in Silvermoon City. Jia, this kid is ruthless enough. I like it. De Huangdog laughed as he looked at Jiangchen. Jiangchen's face was expressionless, and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Killing a few people was like killing ants to him. Once he arrived in the Qi province, he would be considered to have stepped into the world of cultivation. This was the law of the cultivation world, the law of the jungle. As the once greatest saint in the world, Jiangchen's mentality and skills were not something anyone could imagine. In his mind, killing people was a normal thing. Besides, he knew that these people had to be killed. If he didn't kill them, they would continue to pester him like a dog's skin plaster. Big bro Xianxia, after killing so many people, I'm afraid the mayor will have to do it himself. Yan Qinyu said worriedly. Right after she finished speaking, an angry shout came from afar. In the next second, a man was flying towards them from Silvermoon City. In the blink of an eye, he landed in front of Xianxia and the other two. It was Yin Zhongqing. When Yin Zhongqing arrived, he immediately saw the horrible scene on the ground. His expression immediately changed. After that, he stared at Xianxia with a gaze like a poisonous snake. Bastard, did you do all of this? Yin Zhongqing's eyes were burning with anger. These dead bodies on the ground were the backbone of the mayor's mansion, and there were also 3 flying demon beasts. Those were rare treasures, but they had all been killed here. For mortal core warriors who couldn't fly, flying demon beasts were the hardest to find. Demon beasts were brutal by nature, and it was very difficult for humans to tame them. In the entire mayor's mansion, there were only 3 flying demon beasts. You should have expected this when you sent your men to kill me. Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. Good, very good, this is great. I've given face to the little devil king once, but this time, you've killed so many men from the mayor's mansion. Even if the little devil king comes again, I won't let you off. Yin Zhongqing was completely furious. There was no way he wouldn't be furious. Although Silvermoon City wasn't a big city, and it was located far away from the city, and the 4 big sects didn't really care about it, he was still the overlord of this city. As a heavenly core warrior, how could he be humiliated by a junior? Damn it, let's fight him. Da Huang Dog was eager to give it a try. Damn dog, that's a heavenly core warrior, how are we going to fight him? Xianxia glared at Da Huang Dog. With his current strength, he could fight any mortal core warrior, but when facing a heavenly core warrior, he would still be at a disadvantage. After all, the gap between a heavenly core warrior and a mortal core warrior wasn't small. Only by working together with Yan Qinyu and Da Huang Dog could they fight a heavenly core warrior, and even then, they might not be able to gain the upper hand. Yin Zhongqing, I advise you not to provoke me. Don't bring yourself too much trouble. Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. Haha. What a joke, what a huge joke. You're just a tiny mortal core warrior, even if you have some talent, you're still no match for a heavenly core warrior. Today, I, the mayor, will tear you into a million pieces, skin that dog alive, and cook him. I'll capture that bitch and let my son have sex with her every night. Yin Zhongqing was extremely ferocious. He was gnashing his teeth in anger. Looking at his expression, it seemed like he couldn't wait to rush up and tear Xianxia into pieces. Bang! When Yin Zhongqing said this, Xianxia's anger immediately rushed up to his head. Yin Zhongqing's insulting words towards Yan Qinyu had directly touched Xianxia's reverse scale. Da Huang Dog was also jumping up and down in anger, and he was spitting out spittle. This old bird actually wanted to stew him, this was intolerable. Damn it, kill him, we must kill him. Da Huang Dog was furious. If the 3 of us join forces, we can fight him. Xianxia was determined as well. Looking at Yin Zhongqing's expression, he wouldn't let them go today. Although he could escape with his blood wings, if he brought Yan Qinyu and Da Huang Dog with him, it would be very difficult. They're going to fight again, even the mayor is here. What did this young man do to offend the mayor like this? Sigh, he's so young and frivolous, didn't he just cause a big mess? The mayor is a heavenly core warrior, and a heavenly core warrior can control natural energies. He's not someone a mortal core warrior can handle. Let's stay away from here, the mayor is furious right now. Don't let him kill us with just one slap. Everyone was shocked. This was a rare fight in the Silver Moon restaurant. So many people from the mayor's mansion had died, and if they let those 2 men and a dog leave just like that, where would Yin Zhongqing's face go? How was he going to be the mayor of Silver Moon City in the future? Young man, face your death. Unparalleled palm. Yin Zhongqing shouted out loudly. Without any hesitation, he struck towards Xianxia with a powerful combat skill. The unparalleled palm was a high-ranked mortal combat skill, and it was only weaker than an earth combat skill. It was unleashed by an early heavenly core warrior, and it was extremely powerful. Bang, following a loud rumbling sound, countless golden beams were unleashed by Xianxia. In an instant, the golden beams converged into a gigantic palm. The golden palm pressed down from the sky like a small mountain, then it threw itself towards Xianxia and the other two men. Attack! Xianxia shouted out loudly. He pointed his finger forward like a sword, and two huge golden fingers dashed out. Next to them was a huge shadow of a third huge finger. Obviously, if Xianxia broke through to the mid-mortal core realm, he would be able to completely transform the three solar fingers. At the same time, Yanqingyu unleashed a huge amount of cold energy from her body. She unleashed a silver-white icicle. Wherever the icicle passed, white mist would appear, and even the air would be frozen. De Huang Dog didn't want to be outdone. He spat out a golden beam from his mouth. There were mystical symbols within the beam, and it emitted a holy aura. The double solar fingers, the icicle, and the golden beam. Any one of these attacks could kill a late mortal core warrior, let alone the three of them working together. If the three of them fought Xianxia separately, they might not be his match, but with the three of them working together, it wouldn't be easy for Xianxia to hurt them. Bang, the great unparalleled palm strike collided with the attacks of the two people and the dog. The resulting shockwaves could be said to be earth-shattering. The air in that area was directly obliterated, and a resplendent shockwave rippled out, dazzling and dazzling. The ground was shaking, and all the people who were watching from afar were shocked. They rarely saw a heavenly core warrior fight, and today was a rare occasion. When the shockwave dissipated, Xianxia and the other two were still standing where they were. They weren't injured at all. This situation not only shocked Xianxia, even the people who were watching couldn't believe their own eyes. Those were heavenly core warriors. A heavenly core warrior had used a high-ranked mortal combat skill, but he still couldn't take down three mortal core warriors? This was too shocking, and it was unbelievable. This situation didn't mean that Xianxia, who was at the heavenly core realm, wasn't strong enough. It only meant that the three mortal core warriors were too strong. Heavenly core warriors are really strong. Yanqinyu's eyes lit up. On the other side, Xianxia had a serious expression on his face. Yuan energy was glowing around his body, and he slowly flew up into the sky. His divine sense had locked onto Xianxia and the other two. It looked like he was about to unleash an even stronger attack. Bang, Xianxia furiously struck out with the great unparalleled palm strike once again. This time, he flew up into the sky and attacked from above. This was the biggest advantage of a heavenly core warrior. He could attack at will, but his opponents couldn't hit him. With this, no matter how strong these three men and dog were, they would be killed by him sooner or later. The great unparalleled palm strike pressed down. Xianxia and the other two men had no choice but to strike out with powerful attacks once again. The ground beneath Xianxia's feet caved in, and a long crack appeared on the ground. Haha, young lad, I'll bury you here today. I'll let you know that a heavenly core warrior is not someone you can fight. Xianxia said with a loud voice. He kept striking out with powerful attacks, and at the moment, the sound of explosions could be heard. Powerful shockwaves from the battle could be felt everywhere, and everything within a few miles radius was affected by the shockwaves. The natural energies had become chaotic. They're finished. If this continues, they're going to die for sure. That's right, this is the advantage of a heavenly core warrior. They can't control the natural energies, and they can't fly in the sky. They can only defend, but they can't fight back. Even if they can defend for a short period of time by working together, it won't last long. Those who were watching from afar were sure that the three men and dog were going to die today. If the situation continued like this, there wouldn't be any accidents. Bang, damn it, this old bird has really pissed me off. Young lad, let's do something big today. I'll make this old bird die from anger. De Huang Dog said angrily. What do you want to do? Xianxia asked. Right now, he was filled with anger. Xianxia wouldn't let this matter go, and he would never let it go. Let's go, let's destroy the mayor's mansion, then we'll kill this old bird. Damn it. De Huang Dog cursed. I can't go fast with just my blood wings carrying you too. Xianxia said. Daddy isn't going to rely on you. Damn it, if a tiger doesn't show its power, Daddy will be a sick cat. Xiao Yu, get on my back. De Huang Dog said to Yan Chenyu. All right. Without any hesitation, Yan Chenyu sat on De Huang Dog's back. She didn't know what De Huang Dog wanted to do, but she knew that De Huang Dog would never harm her. Gagaga, let me show you how powerful your grandfather is. De Huang Dog let out a loud laugh. The golden light on his body kept flashing, and in the blink of an eye, a pair of wings made entirely of golden light took shape. With a flap of the wings, De Huang Dog turned into a beam of golden light and soared into the sky, carrying Yan Chenyu on his back. F***ck, seeing this, Jiang Chen's eyes widened. This dog was really good at disguising himself, he could actually fly. Obviously, this pair of wings of light was something that De Huang Dog had obtained when he broke through to the mortal core realm. This guy didn't want to show it, and he even wanted Jiang Chen to carry him. This was really shameless. If it wasn't for Yin Zhongqing making De Huang Dog really angry, he might not have shown his wings of light. Look, that dog is flying. F***ck, even a dog has wings. This is amazing. When many people saw De Huang Dog flying in the sky, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Haha, Yin Zhongqing, since you don't want to give up, then let's have some fun. We won't hold back anymore. Jiang Chen laughed out loudly. The blood wings on his back flapped, and he soared into the sky as well, flying side by side with De Huang Dog. This sudden change really shocked Yin Zhongqing. He stared at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog who were floating in the sky in front of him with a shocked expression. He didn't know what was going on. What's going on? How come that young man can fly as well? Oh my god, even a human can grow wings. Look, they are flying towards Silver Moon City. I wonder what they are going to do. In the sky, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were flying towards Silver Moon City at high speed. For them, a few dozen miles could be covered in just a blink of an eye. At this time, Yin Zhongqing also came to his senses. He cursed inwardly and hurriedly chased after them. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the sky above Silver Moon City. De Huang Dog was laughing all the way. He and Jiang Chen flew past Silver Moon City and directly flew above the city lord's mansion. Look, who is that? The young man in white and De Huang Dog. Isn't that the young man who blinded Yin Ren in Silver Moon Hotel? How did they come back? They can actually fly. Many people saw Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. It was their first time seeing a dog and a human with wings on their back. Naturally, they were extremely curious. The asterisk starred, stop. Yin Zhongqing's angry roar came from behind. It was obvious that Yin Zhongqing had already guessed what Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were going to do. Hee, let's go and raise the city lord's mansion to the ground. Jiang Chen chuckled and suddenly punched downwards. A golden beam of light was shot out by him and landed on a row of buildings. Rumble, a loud rumble resounded. The row of buildings instantly turned into ashes, turning into ruins. Gaga, De Huang Dog was not to be outdone. Golden light constantly shot out from his body, rushing towards the city lord's mansion like a rain of swords. For a moment, the entire city lord's mansion seemed to be collapsing. Screams and screams rang out. One figure after another ran out of the city lord's mansion frantically. They were so scared that they wet their pants. Many people had no idea what had happened. After coming out, they still had a blank look on their faces. Stop. Yin Zhongqing finally caught up. When he saw that half of the city lord's mansion had been turned into ruins, his lungs were about to explode. He couldn't help but curse his useless son in his heart. What kind of monster had he offended? He had simply brought a disaster to the city lord's mansion. Even if he killed the other party, the damage to the city lord's mansion would be irreparable. Old bird, today, I'll raise your city lord's mansion to the ground. De Huang Dog was incomparably arrogant. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden energy ball. With a loud rumble, it landed on a building, causing it to shatter into pieces. A shrill scream sounded out from the building. A fat man's body was nearly blown in half, and he died on the spot. Renner! Yin Zhongqing roared out. The fat man who was killed by De Huang Dog was none other than Yin Ren. Yin Ren's eyes were blinded, and he was severely injured. He was healing his wounds in the building, but he had never expected to meet with such a tragedy. Kaka, this fat man is so pitiful. He survived the Silver Moon restaurant, but now he's dead in his own home. This is so satisfying. De Huang Dog was jumping up and down in the sky, looking extremely happy. Damn dog, I'm going to skin you alive. Yin Zhongqing couldn't control his anger any longer. He swung his arm, and a huge axe appeared in his hand. The axe was shining brightly. It was actually a mid-ranked combat weapon. Combat weapons were very precious, and ordinary early Heavenly Core warriors couldn't get their hands on one. As the city lord, Yin Zhongqing's status was different, and that was why he was able to get his hands on this mid-ranked combat weapon. Swoosh, the huge axe flew across the sky, trying to hack De Huang Dog in half. Besides, the huge axe had locked onto De Huang Dog's energy, making it hard for him to dodge. Humph. De Huang Dog let out a cold snort. His body shook violently, and a holy energy rushed out from his body, cutting off the huge axe's lock. With a flap of the golden wings on his back, he elegantly dodged the attack. Bang! On the other side, Xianxia was even more ferocious. Every time he punched out, there would be destructive energy blasted out and landed on the prefecture. If this continued, it wouldn't take long before the entire prefecture was turned into ruins. Shouts and screams could be heard in the prefecture. Everyone was jumping up and down, trying to find a way out. Xianxia and Big Yellow didn't care about their lives. Although their target was the building and not the people inside, it was inevitable that some people would be caught in the crossfire. Heavens, the mayor's mansion is going to be destroyed. This is like a dream. This is too cruel, too brutal. This young man and De Huang Dog can't be offended. Not long ago, they killed young Master Lu and blinded Yin Ren in the Silver Moon restaurant, and now, they are going to attack the mayor's mansion as well. Looks like the mayor has pushed them too far. Once a cruel man gets angry, he will be extremely terrifying. I'm afraid the mayor's mansion is going to be destroyed soon. Everyone were sighing, and no one was calm. They stared at the young man with blood-red wings and De Huang Dog who were flying in the sky with frightened eyes. They felt lucky that their target was only the mayor's mansion. If Silver Moon City was involved, it would be a disaster for the entire city. Stop, bastard, stop. Yin Zhongqing was about to go crazy. He kept swinging the axe in his hand, but he couldn't even touch Xianxia and De Huang Dog. This young man and dog were too fast. Unless he broke through to the mid-heavenly core realm, there was no way he could catch up to them. What made him even more speechless was that once he used his mid-ranked combat weapon, he could lock onto his enemy's energy, making it impossible for them to dodge. But this young man and De Huang Dog in front of him both had the ability to cut off his energy. This made Yin Zhongqing feel like vomiting blood. Besides, Yin Zhongqing had to be careful when he attacked. If his axe couldn't hit Xianxia and De Huang Dog, it would hit the mayor's mansion and cause irreparable damage. Bang bang, at this moment, the entire mayor's mansion was filled with explosive sounds. 3 beams were dancing in the sky. Xianxia and De Huang Dog's speed was too fast. One of them had the blood wings of a blood-winged hawk, and the other had the innate wings of a dragon horse descendant. Both of them had unique advantages. Yin Zhongqing kept attacking, but because he was being cautious, he couldn't cause any damage to Xianxia and De Huang Dog. The mayor's mansion was now in a state of complete destruction. Yin Zhongqing, you asked for this. Xianxia shouted out loudly. As the once greatest saint in the world, he had done all kinds of great things. He had even slashed open the gate to the realm of immortals, let alone destroying a mayor's mansion. When the last building of the mansion was destroyed, Yin Zhongqing was completely enraged. He raised his head and roared out. Die, I want all of you to die. Yin Zhongqing's anger had almost materialized. His powerful yuan energy covered an area of more than 10 miles. The axe in his hand was shining brightly, and his powerful energy covered the entire sky above the mayor's mansion. Since the mansion had been destroyed, he didn't have to worry about anything anymore. Even his son had been killed, he had to avenge this. Today, he had to kill this young man and that damn dog. Kaka, until we meet again. De Huang Dog's wings of light were extremely fast. It was an innate ability that came from the bloodline of a divine beast. It was not something ordinary demon beasts could compare with. Ordinary early heavenly core warriors could never catch up with it. After destroying the mayor's mansion, De Huang Dog had vented his anger. He excitedly danced around in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he flew away from Silver Moon City. Haha, Xianxia burst into laughter. With a flap of his blood wings, he caught up to Big Yellow, who was flying at high speed. With their current strength, they could fight Yin Zhongqing if they joined forces, but it would be meaningless, because there was no way they could kill Yin Zhongqing. They had achieved their goal of destroying the mayor's mansion, and what they needed to do now was to run away. Jiangchen was full of vigor and high spirits. He had just arrived in the Qi province, and he had done something big. He couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. This made him feel like he was once again invincible in the cultivation world. Although he was cultivating a different skill in this life, he still wanted to be the same as his previous life, a path of domination. This Silver Moon City was just the beginning. Stop right there, leave your life behind. Yin Zhongqing roared out. He was extremely angry, and his anger was about to burn the air around him. If he let Jiangchen and De Huang Dog escape today, he would probably throw up 3 liters of blood because of his anger. Swoosh, Yin Zhongqing held the gigantic axe in his hand and used all his strength to chase after Jiangchen and De Huang Dog. In the sky above, 3 beams of light left and soon disappeared, leaving behind a ruined mayor's mansion. Smoke filled the air, and the magnificent mayor's mansion had lost its former glory. It was a miserable place. Stop right there, Yin Zhongqing's gigantic axe unleashed a bright beam that tore through the air towards Jiangchen and De Huang Dog, who were flying in front of him. Too bad, when the axe beam reached Jiangchen, it had lost all its strength. It was easily shattered by Jiangchen's slap. Haha, Yin Zhongqing, I think you should just give up. Without wings, you won't be able to catch up with me. Jiangchen turned around and laughed. Wakaka, woof woof. Old Birdman, chase to your heart's content. De Huang Dog barked excitedly, provoking Yin Zhongqing with his words. Yin Zhongqing was seething with anger from his 7 orifices, and the muscles on his face had begun to twist. He had only been chasing relentlessly, but the hatred in his heart had simply broken through the clouds. He was determined to kill Jiangchen and De Huang Dog. I don't believe that with my heavenly core cultivation level, I can't catch up with 2 mortal core warriors who have wings. My Yuan energy is stronger than theirs, and as long as I keep a distance from them, I'll be able to catch up with them when they run out of Yuan energy. Yin Zhongqing had already made up his mind. No matter what, he couldn't let these 2 people and a dog go today. Boom boom, Yin Zhongqing kept swinging his axe during the chase, but he was unable to deal any damage to Jiangchen and De Huang Dog. In the end, he could only give up on maintaining his stamina. Puppy dog, even you can fly now, this is great. Yanqingyu sat on De Huang Dog's back and patted De Huang Dog's head as she praised. Jia, of course, don't you know who I am? De Huang Dog was an extremely narcissistic person. If Jiangchen patted his head like this, he would have gone berserk and bitten him. But when Yanqingyu did this, he didn't do anything. This was probably what they called everything has its vanquisher. De Huang, can you still increase your speed? Don't play with him anymore, let's get rid of him as soon as possible. We need to get to Whirling Sun City as soon as possible. If we keep chasing like this, I'm afraid we'll attract unnecessary trouble. Jiangchen said. After all, they had just arrived in the Qi province, and on their first day, they had destroyed a mayor's mansion. This could be considered as an earth-shattering event. The combination of these 2 men and a dog would definitely be known by everyone in the city soon. Therefore, Jiangchen didn't want to attract too much attention. First, he wanted to go to Whirling Sun City and watch the Qi province competition. He wanted to see the geniuses from the 4 big sections. Second, they were still very weak right now, and they hadn't reached the stage where they could actually fight against a heavenly core warrior. Alright, getting rid of that old bird will be easy. De Huang Dog shook his head. The wings on his back flapped crazily, and his speed had almost doubled. Damn it, this dog is too abnormal. The descendant of the dragon horse really can't be compared with ordinary people. Jiangchen couldn't help but sigh. De Huang Dog wasn't a flying demon beast, but because of his innate talent, he had the ability to fly at the mortal core realm, and his speed was unparalleled. Even Jiangchen's blood wings couldn't compare with him. Looks like I can only use the dimensional shift to catch up to this dog. But, the dimensional shift is an extremely profound movement skill, and with my current strength, I can't use it to sense the power of space. Only when I reach the Combat King realm will I be able to sense the power of space. Besides, using the dimensional shift consumes a lot of yuan energy, and if I use it together with the blood wings, I can only use it for a short period of time. But, it should be enough to get rid of Yin Zhongqing. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. His footsteps became mysterious, and a mysterious cyclone emerged from his body. His body instantly became lighter, and with the help of the blood wings, his speed had almost doubled. In an instant, he had caught up to De Huang Dog. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? How can you catch up to my speed? Damn it. De Huang Dog grimaced in pain. He felt really gloomy. It looked like it would be impossible for him to find an advantage and a sense of accomplishment from Jiang Chen. The dimensional shift was an extremely profound movement skill, and it was rarely seen in this world. Only Combat King warriors who had comprehended the power of space could use it. In his previous life, Jiang Chen had relied on the dimensional shift to travel millions of miles in an instant. Swoosh swoosh, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog turned into two beams of light and disappeared from the scene. Yin Zhongqing, who was still furiously chasing after them, was startled. His eyes were wide open, as if he had just seen a ghost. Mother Kerr. After holding back for so long, Yin Zhongqing finally managed to say this. At this moment, this was the only sentence that could describe how depressed and confused he was right now. What kind of weirdo was this? A mortal core warrior being able to fly was already enough to make people speechless, but now, his speed was so fast that even a heavenly core warrior couldn't catch up to him. This was ridiculous. In the end, Yin Zhongqing gave up chasing after them. How could he chase after them? There was no point in chasing after them. If he followed behind them, he wouldn't even be able to eat dust. I won't let you guys go. Yin Zhongqing's roar reverberated through the air, piercing through the clouds. Yin Zhongqing would definitely not let this matter go. He would definitely take revenge for what happened today. He had to take revenge. 1,000 miles away, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog landed next to a hill. Both of them were breathing heavily. Obviously, they had overexerted their yuan energy. Kid, what kind of movement skill is that? With your blood wings, you can actually catch up to my light wings. De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen with a surprised expression. Dimensional shift, I can't use it for a long time with a mortal core warrior's cultivation level, and it consumes a lot of energy. Looks like I can't use it again unless I have to. Jiang Chen didn't hide anything. Kid, you have a lot of secrets. In that stupid red city, there's no way you could have such a mysterious movement skill. De Huang Dog was speechless, but he wasn't in a good state either. He stuck out his tongue and said, "Damn you, Daddy's light wings are the same. I just awakened my innate ability not too long ago, and with my current cultivation level, I can't use it for a long time. Especially that fast speed just now, it caused me some backlash. I won't be able to use my light wings for at least half a month. Let's go to Whirling Sun City, let's just walk. If not, you can carry me and Xiaoyu." De Huang Dog laughed. No matter if it was a mutated beast or a divine beast, or even a divine body like Yan Xinyu, their innate abilities or innate combat skills all had a certain limit. Once the limit was exceeded, it would cause a huge backlash to the user's body. As long as the backlash wasn't too serious, the user would be able to recover by themselves. However, this recovery would require a certain amount of time, and during this period of time, the user wouldn't be able to forcefully use their innate abilities. If they did, the backlash would be even worse. Carry my ass. Let's just walk and save ourselves some trouble. Our goal this time is the Qi province competition. Don't cause any more trouble. Jiang Chen glared at De Huang Dog. Big brother Jiang Chen, we've destroyed the mayor's mansion. That Yin Zhongqing will definitely not let this go. Yan Qinyu said worriedly. What's there to be afraid of? De Huang Dog said in an arrogant manner. It's fine. This is the world of cultivators. It's normal to have a few enemies. Besides, Yin Zhongqing isn't that strong. He hasn't reached the point where we can't fight against him. At least, compared to the Tianjian Gate, the difference is not small. Jiang Chen said. Along the way, he had been instilling in Xianxia the ideology of the world of cultivators. The current Xianxia had grown up a lot. At least, she was no longer that ignorant girl from Red City. And, as long as I'm with Big Brother Jiangchen, Xiaoyu won't be afraid. Xianxia smiled. Her smile could make anyone go crazy. This guy is a man who can bring disaster to a country. Being with him will be troublesome. De Huang dog curled his lips. Puppy dog, what are you talking about? Xianxia grabbed De Huang dog's ear. Ayaya, let go of me. I'm complimenting your beauty. Xiaoyu, when did you become so rough? You should be more gentle. De Huang dog said in a depressed manner. Following you two brutal guys, I'm already being very gentle. Xianxia snorted. De Huang dog looked up at the sky and had no tears. He was speechless. Xianxia had become like this because of him and Jiangchen. In the end, he was the one who had led her astray. Sigh, he was reaping what he sowed. Xiaoyu, what De Huang said makes sense. I think it's better for you to wear a veil. That will save you a lot of trouble. Jiangchen suggested. Xianxia had to be considered. The reason for the conflict in Silver Moon City was because of Xianxia's beauty. This was only the first stop in the Qi province, and this place was tens of thousands of miles away from Whirling Sun City. Wouldn't there be more trouble along the way? Alright, I'll listen to Big Brother Jiangchen. When we reach the next city, I'll buy a veil. What happened in Silver Moon City quickly spread throughout the area. Although no one knew what the name of the young man in white was, the combination of two men and a dog was too eye-catching. It was just a codename. Silver Moon City had suffered an unprecedented loss. The mayor's mansion had been turned into ruins, and the young master of the mayor's mansion had died tragically in his loft. A few mortal core warriors of the mayor's mansion had also died tragically. The mayor Im Zhongqing had chased after them for a few hundred miles, but in the end, he had no choice but to return. He had lost all his face. The dignified mayor, one of the tyrants of Silver Moon City, had been beaten so badly in his own territory that he had no place to vent his anger. At this moment, Jiangchen and the other two were on their way to Whirling Sun City. After passing through a small town, Xianxia bought a purple veil to cover half of her face. Even so, her beautiful figure couldn't be hidden. But compared to not wearing a veil, it was much better. This way, it would save them a lot of trouble. Whirling Sun City was a big city in the Qi province. No matter its size or power, it was not something Silver Moon City could compare with. Whirling Sun City was located in the middle of the Qi province, and it was a city built by the four big sections. Therefore, the power structure within the city was very complicated. Within the Whirling Sun City, there were the strongholds of the four big sections. This had also led to the endless battles within the Whirling Sun City. Luckily, the purpose of the Whirling Sun City's existence was only to participate in the annual Qi province competition. It didn't have any particularly powerful or high-quality resources. Otherwise, there would have been a lot of battles. Jiangchen and the other two were covered in dust from the journey. After half a month, they finally arrived at Whirling Sun City. Looking at the city from the outside, Whirling Sun City was emitting a magnificent aura. The aura of nobility was extremely strong, and it was not something Silver Moon City could compare with, let alone Red City and Fragrant Sky City. The walls of Whirling Sun City were more than 30 meters tall. It was impossible for a mortal core warrior to jump over it. When Jiangchen arrived at the Whirling Sun City, the entire city gate was filled with people coming and going. Well, it couldn't be said that they were coming and going, it would be more accurate to say that they were all here. The annual Qi province competition had attracted countless cultivators. The four big sects represented the entire Qi province. Who wouldn't want to witness the glory of the genius disciples of the four big sects? Most of the people who came here were people with power and influence in the Qi province. Firstly, they wanted to witness the glory of the geniuses of the four big sections. Secondly, they wanted to find an opportunity to interact with the four big sections. If they could get close to them, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in their own region. There were also a lot of people who came to cheer for the participants. After all, the disciples of the four big sects came from different places in the Qi province, and many of them were from powerful families. Therefore, a lot of families came to cheer for the participants, but in reality, they came to show off. Being able to join one of the 4 big sects was already a great honor, and being able to participate in the competition was even more of an honor. So many people. Xianxia said. The Qi province competition is held once a year, of course it would attract a lot of people. De Huang Dog said. Tomorrow is the Qi province competition. We came at the right time, we can watch the main show. Yeah, we didn't have the chance to watch the Inner Circle Disciple competition last time. This time, we can't miss the excitement of the Outer Circle Disciple competition. Let's go to the Whirling Sun Square early in the morning tomorrow, we can't miss the show. Everywhere was filled with discussions, and the topic was all about the Qi province competition. Whirling Sun City was huge, but it still couldn't handle a lot of people. Therefore, all of the inns and restaurants in the city had been booked out a few days ago. There were basically no vacant rooms left. A lot of people had rushed to the Whirling Sun Square, trying to find a good spot to watch the show. Everyone here was a cultivator, and sleeping on the streets was very common. With the protection of Yuan power, a little bit of cold was nothing. Jiangchen also couldn't find a place to stay, and he didn't go find the little devil king either. He just followed the crowd and arrived at the Whirling Sun Square. Brother Jiangchen, what a big square. This square is way too big. It's more than 10 miles wide. Xianxia was very surprised. This was the biggest square she had ever seen. It had a circumference of more than 10 miles, and it was unimaginably big. Inside the square, there was a fighting stage, and there were also stone steps that were so tall that they almost reached the clouds. She didn't know what they were used for. Also, there were some stairs around the square, probably to let the spectators see more clearly. Ignorant. The Whirling Sun Square was built by the 4 big sects just for the annual Qi province competition. How could it not be big? Yeah, you must be a newbie, a country bumpkin. Xianxia's words had just finished, but it immediately attracted a lot of disdain. Being treated like a country bumpkin, Xianxia's pretty face under the veil was a little angry. She pouted her little mouth, and when she saw Jiangchen and De Huang Dog laughing with their hands covering their mouths, she was so angry that she stomped her feet. Xiaoyu felt wronged. This square was really the biggest square she had ever seen. Even 10 of the central squares in Red City added together wouldn't be as big as this one. Why were they laughing at her? Big bro Jiangchen. Xianxia started acting coquettishly. This was a woman's weapon, especially a beautiful woman. No one could stand it. That's right, this square is too big, too big. Jiangchen said in a serious tone. With his experience and knowledge as the once greatest saint in the world, this square was nothing to him. Compared to those super battlefields in the Divine Continent, this square was just a child's play. Brat, how dare you make me, a noble existence, sleep on the streets with you? Don't you feel even a little bit guilty? De Huang Dog said in a dissatisfied tone. Get lost. You're just a dog, and you want to stay in a restaurant? Jiangchen was speechless. This dog was too outrageous. Woof. I'm not a dog. De Huang Dog barked and argued. Do you guys know what the Qi province competition is going to be like this year? Someone asked. Jiangchen and Xianxia immediately listened attentively. They were also very interested in the content of this competition. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the same as the previous years. There will be 2 competitions. Do you see those stairs that shoot up into the sky? That's called the Stairway to Heaven. Do you know what the Stairway to Heaven is? The reason why it's called the Stairway to Heaven is because of the difficulty of climbing it. That's right, this is the first competition of the Qi province competition. Tomorrow, each of the 4 big sects will send a late heavenly core warrior to stand at the top of the stairs, and they will unleash their energy together. The disciples who participate in the competition will have to climb up the stairs from the bottom. The higher they climb, the more pressure they will feel. In the end, according to the height they climb, the top 30 will advance to the second round of the competition. The combined pressure from 4 late heavenly core warriors, ordinary mortal core warriors won't be able to withstand it. Many people were discussing. Because there were a lot of people participating in the competition, the Stairway to Heaven was just the first step. Only those who performed outstandingly would have the chance to advance to the second round of the competition. This was the survival of the fittest. Only the strong could survive. I heard that people who aren't from the four big sects can also participate in the Qi province competition. In the past, there were people who performed well in the competition, and in the end, they became disciples of the four big sects. That kind of situation is really rare. The requirements to become a disciple of the four big sects are very high. If you want to participate in the Qi province competition, you can't be older than 25 years old, and you have to be at the mortal core realm. And if you want to become a disciple of the four big sects, you have to pass the test of the stairway to heaven and get into the top 30. That's right, it's too difficult. It's impossible to get into the top 30 by competing with the disciples of the four big sections. If someone can do it, then he must be a genius. A genius like this should have joined the four big sects long ago. Why would he wait until now to pass the Qi province competition? Everyone was discussing. Xianxia finally understood the rules and content of the Qi province competition. People who weren't from the four big sects could also participate, but if they wanted to get a good ranking in the competition, it would be too difficult. All the geniuses in the Qi province were gathered in the four big sections. Big bro Xianxia, does that mean you are qualified to participate in the Qi province competition? Yan Qinyu said. Yan Qinyu's voice wasn't soft, and it immediately attracted many gazes towards Xianxia. Kaka, your big bro Xianxia will definitely be able to defeat everyone and get first place in the competition. Even the little devil king won't be his match. De Huang Dog was even more shameless. Xianxia had black lines on his forehead. This dog really knew how to attract hatred. Sure enough, after De Huang Dog finished speaking, it attracted even more gazes. These gazes were looking at Xianxia as if they were looking at an idiot. Fuck, who is this guy? How can he be so shameless? He still wants to participate in the Qi province competition and kill the little devil king? Does he know who the little devil king is? That's right, where did this young man come from? He hasn't even grown his hair yet, he really doesn't know how high the sky is. Kid, go home, wash up and sleep. He wants to kill the little devil king? Are you an idiot? This guy is an idiot, let's stay away from him. Sure enough, some of the people who were closer to Xianxia quickly moved to the side, leaving a certain distance between them. Looking at their gazes, they were treating Xianxia like an idiot. Fuck, what's the meaning of this? Let me tell you, this is the #1 genius in the Qi province. It's not too late for you to kneel down and worship him. If you wait until he becomes famous tomorrow and you come and hug his leg, it will be too late. De Huang Dog said passionately. The distance between the crowd and Xianxia was getting further and further. Fuck. Xianxia kicked De Huang Dog's head with his big foot. Only then did De Huang Dog shut his mouth, but he still had that evil smile on his face. Stupid dog, no one will think you're a mute if you don't talk. Xianxia had an urge to press De Huang Dog down and give him a good beating. This dog was too evil, he was attracting hatred everywhere he went. De Huang Dog didn't stay quiet for long, he couldn't help but become restless again. This dog's 2 front hooves left the ground, and he stood up like a human. He even put his hooves behind his back and walked back and forth in the square, looking very arrogant. Hey, beautiful girl. De Huang Dog saw a female cultivator, and after greeting her, he didn't forget to throw her a flirtatious look. That idiot, what are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Look at your face, I don't want you even if you give me a human pet. De Huang Dog kept talking, and he kept offending people. Damn it, where did this dog come from? Beat him away. Some people couldn't take it anymore. This dog was too hated by everyone, he was simply a top-grade dog. Xianxia suddenly realized that bringing Yan Qinyue wasn't too troublesome, but bringing De Huang Dog was the real problem. No matter where this black-bellied dog went, he would always be the center of attention, and he would attract hatred everywhere. The second day, the sky wasn't even bright yet, but the whirling sun square was already filled with people. Even though the square had a circumference of more than 10 miles, it was still crowded. Every year, the Qi province competition was a grand event in Whirling Sun City, and it would definitely receive a lot of attention. Dong dong dong, following the muffled beating of the war drums, the noisy square immediately quieted down. The beating of the war drums signaled the beginning of the competition. The beating of the war drums came from all four directions at the same time, one after another, shaking people's hearts. The sound of the war drums had been passed down from ancient times, and now, the sound of the war drums was the symbol of a battle. Warriors on the battlefield couldn't help but feel their blood boiling when they heard the muffled drum beats. In all four directions of the whirling sun square, there was a long passageway, and on top of each passageway, there were four golden characters. The Black Sect on the east, the Xianxia Gate on the west, the Burning Sky Pavilion on the south, and the Valley of Happiness on the north. These were the exclusive passageways of the four big sections. No matter how crowded the square was, no one dared to get within 3 meters of the passageways, and no one dared to disrespect the four big sections. Everyone knew that although this competition was called the Qi Province competition, in reality, it was just a competition between the four big sections. "Look, the disciples of the four big sects are about to appear," someone said in a low voice. Following the beating of the war drums, many figures appeared outside of the four passageways and walked towards the whirling sun square with their heads held high. Many people were in awe, and some were even envious of them. The disciples of the four big sects who appeared were all arrogant. Some of them even had their eyes facing the sky, and they were filled with an indescribable arrogance. The gazes of the crowd made them feel like they were walking on air. All the disciples who walked out of the passageways were at the mortal core realm. On the surface, the weakest among them was at least at the mid-mortal core realm. Obviously, early mortal core disciples didn't even have the right to participate in the first round of the competition. Even if they were at the mid-mortal core realm, they would be the elites who had been selected. Ordinary mid-mortal core warriors wouldn't come here to embarrass themselves. On the Black Sect's side, all of them were wearing white outfits, and a golden one character was printed on their chests. That was the symbol of the Black Sect. On the other side, the Tianjin Gate also wore the same light yellow uniform with a short sword on the chest. The Burning Sky Pavilion wore black long robes and looked solemn. The only difference was the Valley of Happiness. The disciples of the Valley of Happiness were less than half of the other three sections. Among them, there were many women. These women wore flowery clothes and each of them had an enchanting and charming figure. Some of the female disciples didn't even bother to cover their bodies, only wearing a thin, transparent shirt, revealing their exquisite figures. Many people's nostrils bled as they looked at them. Some of the male disciples were also wearing breasts, looking quite different from the rest. Damn, the sluts in the Valley of Happiness are really unrestrained. If I can sleep with them for one night, it will be worth it. If you have the ability, join the Valley of Happiness. I'll sleep with you every day. How could it be so easy? The Valley of Happiness focuses on the dual cultivation method. It can be said that it is an evil sect. They are extremely strict when it comes to accepting disciples, especially male disciples. I heard that they have to test their compatibility with the dual cultivation method. When the girls from the Valley of Happiness appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Among the four big sects in the Qi province, the Valley of Happiness had the least number of disciples, but their overall strength was not to be underestimated. Especially their seductive techniques, they were unparalleled in this world. Furthermore, each female disciple of the Valley of Happiness was more flirtatious than the previous one. With their seductive techniques, they had won over many powers, causing the Valley of Happiness's position to be deeply rooted in the Qi province. Even some disciples from the other three big sects had affairs with the female disciples of the Valley of Happiness. They're all sluts, sooner or later, I'll take them all as my human pets, caca. De Huang Dog was laughing out loudly. The people next to him were shocked, and they quickly moved away from De Huang Dog. This dog was really despicable, he even dared to say that he wanted to take a human pet from the Valley of Happiness. If they stood next to him, they would be in big trouble. Damn dog, no one will think you're mute if you don't talk. Jiangchen was speechless. It's none of your business, get lost. De Huang Dog didn't show any mercy. Look, that's the little devil king from the Black Sect. Someone shouted out. Many people immediately shifted their gaze towards the direction of the Black Sect. Jiangchen looked over as well, and he saw the last young man to enter the passageway. He was wearing a blue robe, and he had a handsome face and an elegant demeanor. He was the little devil king who had helped him out in the Silver Moon restaurant. All the disciples of the black sect were wearing white robes, and he was the only one wearing a blue robe. This was considered a special case, but his dazzling aura of a genius made him stand out from the crowd. The little devil king is a rare genius of the black sect, and his talent is even greater than Guan Yin's. In the future, his achievement will definitely surpass Guan Yin's. I heard that he has Gu Tianma's bloodline in his body, and once that bloodline is activated, it will be extremely frightening. In this competition, the first place will most likely fall into the little devil king's hands. The appearance of the little devil king immediately caused a commotion. This was the aura of a genius. No matter where he went, he would always be the center of attention. Look, Li Wushuang from the Tianjian Gate is here as well. In this competition, only he can fight the little devil king. Someone pointed at the young man in yellow robe who was the last to come out from the Tianjian Gate. This man was 9 feet tall, and he had a majestic body, just like an iron tower. His body was emitting an explosive energy. This Li Wushuang is not simple either. I heard that he entered the Combat Soul's treasure and obtained the inheritance of a Combat Soul warrior. His cultivation is extremely powerful, and his body is as strong as a wild beast's. He's really frightening. Li Wushuang is indeed frightening. The inheritance of a Combat Soul warrior is a great fortune. In the entire Qi province, there isn't a single Combat Soul warrior. Ling Ao from the Burning Sky Pavilion and Xianxia from the Valley of Happiness have also appeared. Both of them are the best amongst the Outer Circle disciples, and they are the strongest existences in the sect. They also have the strength to fight the little devil king and Li Wushuang, but their chances of winning are slim. It's hard to say. This year's Qi province is full of changes, no one can predict the end result. Don't forget, during the Inner Circle competition, the Burning Sky Pavilion was the first to appear in the Northern and Southern dynasties. That's true, the Northern and Southern dynasties are indeed a dark horse. I wonder if there will be another dark horse in today's Outer Circle competition. If there is, then it will be interesting. The sounds of discussions could be heard everywhere. All the voices were centered around the little devil king, Li Wushuang, Ling Ao, and Xianxia. Every sect would have a representative, and these 4 were the most representative. If nothing unexpected happened, the first place in today's Outer Circle competition would be from these 4. Xianxia did a rough calculation. The Black Sect, Tianjian Gate, and Burning Sky Pavilion each had nearly 200 disciples participating in the competition. The Valley of Happiness had fewer disciples, around 70 to 80 of them. Although the Qi province was the smallest province in the eastern continent, it was still a vast land with many geniuses. In a big sect, there were more than 10,000 disciples, and there were more than 1,000 Outer Circle disciples at the Mortal Core realm. Even for those who came to participate in the exam, most of them were just here to gain some experience. There were nearly 700 disciples in the competition, and only 30 of them could enter the second round. It wasn't hard to imagine how high the elimination rate was. The disciples from the 4 big sects walked to the center of the whirling sun square and stood next to the stairway to heaven. Dong dong dong, right at this moment, the beating of the war drums became even louder. Many people held their breaths. They all knew that in the next moment, 4 powerful late heavenly core warriors would appear, and they would stand at the top of the stairway to heaven and unleash their auras. Just at this moment, 4 figures suddenly shot over from 4 different directions like shooting stars, landing at the top of the stairway to heaven. When the crowd saw the appearances of these 4 people, all of them almost jumped up, their mouths wide open in shock. Because, the 4 men who appeared this year were different from the previous years. They were sect elders from the 4 big sections. The 4 men on the stairway to heaven were 3 men and 1 woman, and they were all young men. Heavens, the ones in charge of the exam this year are the 4 of them. Damn, aren't these the 4 men who participated in the Inner Circle competition? Guan Yun from the Black Sect, Liang Xiao from the Tianjian Gate, Bai Hua Dai from the Valley of Happiness, and even the Northern and Southern dynasties from the Burning Sky Pavilion are here. That should be Nan Bei Chao, right? He's so young. He's really a rare genius. Today, I can see their faces. This trip is not in vain. The appearance of these 4 geniuses had caused the entire square to boil up, especially those from the northern and southern dynasties. Many people who had missed the inner circle competition were feeling regretful that they couldn't see this dark horse, but they never expected that their wish would come true today. Jiang Chen's gaze fell onto the top of the stairway to heaven as well. These 4 men were indeed extraordinary. Putting aside Guaniyun and Liang Xiao, the man from the northern and southern dynasties was wearing a golden robe, and his golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His face was sharp, and he looked extremely domineering. His body was emitting a faint aura of superiority. Even the once greatest saint under the heavens, Jiang Chen couldn't help but nod his head in approval. This man is so talented. Even compared to those peerless geniuses in the divine continent, he isn't any weaker. I never expected someone like this to appear in the tiny Qi province. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Wherever the northern and southern dynasties appeared, the natural Yuan Qi would automatically surround them. Obviously, they were people with great luck. Compared to them, Guaniyun and the other 2 looked way too ordinary. If the northern and southern dynasties were compared to princes, then Guaniyun and the other 2 would be ordinary citizens. A smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. Originally, he didn't have any expectations for the Qi province, but he never thought that people like the northern and southern dynasties would appear. This instantly ignited Jiang Chen's fighting spirit. The northern and southern dynasties stood in the middle of the stairway to heaven. Obviously, he was the leader of the group. He casually raised his hand, and the beating of the drums immediately stopped. Let's not talk about the rules of the stairway to heaven. Just like last year, we only need the top 30. As for the rewards for this competition, we won't announce it now. Let's begin. At the bottom of the stairway to heaven, all the disciples of the 4 big sects had finished their preparations. Each and every one of them were in high spirits, and the atmosphere was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The relationship between the 4 big sects had always been hostile, and even in this Qi province competition, there were still many conflicts. It could be seen that the relationship between the Tianjin Gate and the Black Sect wasn't good. Perhaps because Li Wuxuang and the Little Devil King were enemies, the disciples of both sides had started verbally attacking each other. The disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion had also shown obvious hostility towards the Black Sect. Not long ago, the genius of the Burning Sky Pavilion, Wu Xing, had been defeated by Guaniyun from the Black Sect, and this had caused a lot of disciples to take it to heart. Luckily, the appearance of the northern and southern dynasties had helped the Burning Sky Pavilion regain some face. Even so, it couldn't stop the hostility between the disciples. This kind of hostility would only become more intense after the competition. Not to mention the disciples, even the 4 geniuses at the top of the stairway to heaven didn't like each other. If it wasn't for them being the hosts of the Qi province competition, these 4 men wouldn't have been able to stand together peacefully. They would have started fighting each other as soon as they met. Below the stairway to heaven, the disciples of the 4 big sects were looking at the 4 men at the top of the stairway to heaven with admiration in their eyes. Senior disciple Nanbei is so handsome, he is the #1 genius in the Qi province, and he is my idol. If one day I can reach his level, that would be great. Get lost, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You think you are worthy of being compared with senior disciple Nanbei? How shameless. What are you being so arrogant for? Isn't it just the northern and southern dynasties? If it wasn't for our senior disciple Guan's abnormal performance, there wouldn't have been any problems for your northern and southern dynasties. Bastard, what are you talking about? How dare you disrespect our senior disciple Nanbei? Do you believe I won't destroy your Black Sect? The sound of the quarrel was very intense, and it seemed like they were on the verge of fighting. Yi Qingzi and Ling Ao were quite calm. After all, they were both geniuses, and entering the inner circle was a matter of course. In the near future, even in the inner circle, they would have a high status. However, the way they looked at Bai Hua Dai and the northern and southern dynasties was still filled with admiration. The calmest ones were the Little Devil King and Li Wuxuang. Whether it was Guaniyun, Liang Xiao, or even the northern and southern dynasties, they did not put any of them in their eyes. This was the pride that came from their bones. Maybe they admired the 4 from the northern and southern dynasties, but they would never blindly worship them, because they had the same great potential, and they had the confidence to surpass them. Begin. The northern and southern dynasties announced loudly, opening the curtains for the first round. As soon as he finished speaking, the war drums sounded again. Voila, nearly 700 men stood side by side in a row. The stairway to heaven was very wide, and even if it could accommodate 1,000 people, it wouldn't feel crowded. There were a total of 100 stone steps on the stairway to heaven, and each step was 1 meter tall. For mortal core warriors, they could easily take a step that was 1 meter tall, so it was nothing. Therefore, when the northern and southern dynasties finished speaking, some of them dashed forward like a leopard, and in the blink of an eye, they had climbed up 3 steps. They were like dragons and tigers, and it was an imposing scene. But, when many of them stepped onto the 4th step, they immediately felt a slight pressure, and their speed slowed down. The pressure came from the combination of 4 late heavenly core warriors. Besides, these 4 late heavenly core warriors were not ordinary late heavenly core warriors. If they worked together, perhaps even an ordinary early divine core warrior would be no match for them. The pressure on the stairway to heaven came from energy pressure, yuan energy pressure, and most importantly, soul pressure. This made it harder for the disciples participating in the competition to climb up. In other words, this year's competition would be much more difficult than the previous years. Guanyin, who was wearing a white robe, raised his head and looked at the crowd. With a cold expression on his handsome face, he said with a loud voice, "Besides the 4 big sects, those who want to participate in the stairway to heaven can come up now. If anyone can get into the top 30, he or she will immediately become a disciple of the 4 big sections." Right after Guanyun's words left his mouth, the crowd immediately became restless. All of them were looking at each other, but no one stepped forward. Everyone knew that Guanyun's words were just a symbolic statement from the 4 big sections. Under normal circumstances, no one would be stupid enough to challenge him. Suddenly, a few pairs of eyes stared at Xianxia. Someone said in a mocking tone, "Hey, buddy, didn't you say you want to kill the little devil king? Why didn't you do it?" "Haha, of course he's scared. If he can't do it, then don't talk big. This is too embarrassing." "That's right. Come on, let's all look down on him." Xianxia was instantly speechless. He didn't even do anything, but he was still being ridiculed. He stared at De Huang Dog fiercely. Those words weren't said by him, but by De Huang Dog. However, Xianxia was really going to participate in this competition. "Fine, I'll go. All of you, get out of my way." Xianxia waved his sleeves and strode towards the whirling sun square. This action of his surprised many people. This kid can't be serious, right? Why doesn't he know how strong he is? Competing with the 4 big sects, isn't he just looking for trouble? Even if he goes, he'll just be making a fool of himself. I guess he won't be able to walk up to 20 steps. 20? You think too highly of him. Look at him, he looks so weak. I guess he won't even be able to last 10 steps. Behind Xianxia, the ridicule became even more intense. What do you guys know? He's the greatest genius. This stairway to heaven is just child's play to him. He will definitely get the 1st place. De Huang Dog said arrogantly. Get lost. This dog's words aren't reliable at all. 1st place? More like last place. Someone scolded. He just wanted to slap this dog away. Damn you. Do you dare to bet? 100 human elixir, 1 to 10. Who dares to come? De Huang Dog said very seriously. His eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. Damn, 1 to 10. Damn dog, are you serious? How are we betting? Someone suddenly became interested. Isn't that simple? Each of you bet 100 human elixir. If that kid gets the 1st place, you guys lose. The human elixir will belong to me. If he doesn't get the 1st place, I will pay you 1,000. De Huang Dog's face was full of righteousness. You are the most unreliable dog. You can't be trusted. What if you go back on your words? Someone said. Look at your useless faces. So many of you, are you afraid that I will run away? You guys can drown me with your saliva. Go, go, go. If you want to bet, don't bet. If you don't want to bet, just leave. Anyway, this kid will definitely get the first place. De Huang dog wagged his tail, showing an expression of looking down on them. Puppy dog, what are you doing? You are going to get into trouble again. Yan Qinyu's voice reached De Huang dog's ears. This dog actually wanted to use her big brother Jiangchen to bet with someone else. This was too unfair. Only an idiot wouldn't want to make money. Little you just stand aside and don't talk. Today, we are going to make a fortune. De Huang dog was definitely a sinister guy. He wouldn't let go of any chance to make a fortune. Let's bet. Even if you beat me to death, I don't believe that kid can get the first place. I bet 200. I bet 200 as well. I bet all of my assets. If you lose, you have to pay me 2,000. Someone reminded him. Don't worry. I don't have anything else, but I have a lot of human elixir. If you don't trust me, you can take out the human elixir and give it to this lady here. She can keep it for now. De Huang turned around and looked at Yan Xinyu. Everyone else also looked at this girl who was wearing a purple veil. Their eyes couldn't help but brighten up. They were not idiots. With just one glance, they could tell that even if this girl was wearing a veil, she was still an extremely beautiful existence. Okay, I will give it to this lady first. I will bet 100. I will bet as well. Haha, damn dog, just wait to pay up. With the little devil king and Li Wuxuan here, no matter how capable that kid is, he will not be able to get the first place. First place my ass. I still think he won't be able to make it past 20 steps. Damn it, if this dog can't pay up, we will stew him. At this moment, everyone was fighting to place their bets. In just a few minutes, more than 100 people had placed their bets. Yan Xinyu had collected a total of 15,000 human elixir. Besides that, the commotion had attracted a lot of people's attention. They all rushed over, and when they found out why they were placing their bets, they were so excited that they almost jumped up. Fuck, someone who isn't from the four big sects wants to get the first place. Isn't that just a fantasy? Let's bet, let's bet. Someone had even bet his own money into the bet. De Huang dog's grin was so wide that it almost reached the back of his ears. Both of his dog eyes were filled with little stars. This was a huge windfall, and it came so easily. Others might not know about Jiangchen, but he did. This kid was really strange. This little stairway to heaven was nothing to him. Even if a divine core warrior were to fight him, they still wouldn't be able to suppress him. Hee, puppy dog, you're so mean. Big bro Jiangchen loves human elixir the most. Yan Xinyu giggled as she patted the dog's head. With one hand placed behind his back, Jiangchen walked step by step towards the stairway to heaven. He looked calm and unhurried. Looking at the disciples of the four big sects who were fighting each other to climb the stairs, a faint smile could be seen on his face. When the four men from the northern and southern dynasties saw Jiangchen, their eyes lit up. Putting everything else aside, just Jiangchen's bearing alone was something no ordinary man could compare with. On the stairway to heaven, someone had reached the 10th step. The pressure was huge, and his forehead was covered in sweat. The higher he climbed, the greater the pressure. What a huge pressure, I feel like my legs are filled with lead. The four geniuses working together is too strong, even my soul is trembling. With my current condition, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to the 20th step, this is so embarrassing. Everyone was trying their best to climb up the stairs. Even if they couldn't get into the top 30, they couldn't lose too much face, especially when all the disciples from the four big sects were here. No one wanted to drag their own sect down. In a competition like this, it wasn't shameful to lose to one's fellow disciples, but if they lost to someone from another sect, that would be really shameful. Haha, you guys from Tianjian Gate are all cowards. Look at your stupid face, you'll definitely get the last place. A disciple from the black sect turned around and laughed at a disciple from Tianjian Gate who was behind him, mocking him. Fuck you, you guys from the black sect are the cowards. This time, senior disciple Li Wuxuan will definitely get first place. The little devil king is no match for him. Just wait and see. The disciple from Tianjian Gate didn't want to be outdone, he immediately retaliated. Get lost, you bastard from the Burning Sky Pavilion, don't touch me. Fuck you, black sect, get lost. I'll beat you to death if you keep pushing. Xianxia, junior disciple from the Valley of Happiness, let's talk in private when we have time. The entire stairway to heaven was in a mess. Many people were on the same stone step, bumping into each other and fighting each other. All of them were gnashing their teeth in anger. If it wasn't for the rules of the competition forbidding fighting on the stairway to heaven, it would have become a battlefield by now. The competition didn't allow any real fights on the stairway to heaven, but there were no restrictions on verbal attacks. Therefore, scolding and mocking could be heard everywhere. Some of the more boorish disciples even cursed 18 generations of their ancestors. They really didn't care about the image of the big sects at all. As for those who were stronger, none of them said anything. They just kept climbing up the stairs with all their might. However, the higher they climbed, the more obvious the gap between the disciples became. Those strong late mortal core warriors quickly left the others behind. The most frightening ones were the Little Devil King, Li Wushuang and the other two. The four of them were rushing forward like a rocket. They had already reached the 50th stone step, and they were still moving forward side by side. When the four of them climbed to the 60th stone step, they already felt a little unnatural, and their speed had also slowed down. The pressure on the remaining stone steps had multiplied. Even someone as tyrannical as the Little Demon King and the others couldn't advance steadily under the pressure of the four people from the northern and southern dynasties. At this moment, a youth clad in white stepped onto the stairway to heaven. He calmly took a step forward, and with a single step, he was 3 meters high. He directly ascended to the 3rd step, and with another 3 steps, he reached the 10th step. His entire body was as light as a swallow, and in the blink of an eye, he had already ascended to the 20th step. His face still had a smile that resembled the spring breeze, as though the pressure on the stairway to heaven was merely a breeze. Look, who is that young man? It's actually so fast. There are actually people who are not part of the 4 great sects who are ignorant enough to participate in the grand competition. However, it looks like this kid has some ability. I wonder how many stone steps he can climb. Many people's gazes were focused on Xianxia. There was basically no one else on the stone steps below. Therefore, the sudden appearance of Xianxia was very eye-catching. Those who had made a bet with De Huang Dog to watch Xianxia make a fool of himself were momentarily stunned. Especially those who had previously declared that Xianxia would definitely not be able to reach the 10th or 20th step. Seeing Xianxia's performance, their hearts started beating like drums. I didn't expect this kid to have some ability. Looks like he wasn't just bragging after all. The first 20 steps are not much pressure, so it's normal for him to climb up. I'm guessing he will stop at the 40th step at most. As soon as these words were spoken, Xianxia leaped up and easily passed the first 10 steps. He directly reached the 30th step. At this place, many disciples of the 4 great sects had already started using their hands and feet to climb up. Xianxia still had one of his hands behind his back, and there was not the slightest bit of pressure on his face. *CK him. The person who had just said that Xianxia would stop at the 40th step at most almost vomited blood. Many people who had placed their bets on De Huang Dog had their hearts pounding. Xianxia took another step forward and reached the 35th step. His speed was truly extremely fast, like a leopard cat. Damn it, who is this guy? How can he be so fast? Where did this guy come from? Isn't this a blow to our confidence? He isn't from the 4 great sections. I've never seen him before. Could he be someone who isn't from the 4 great sects? Brothers, hurry up. If we lose to an outsider, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? Xianxia's sudden appearance instantly caused a commotion on the stairway to heaven. Many people gritted their teeth and prepared to chase after Xianxia. However, the pressure was too great and they could no longer bear it. They could only watch as Xianxia calmly walked up step by step. Xianxia turned around and grinned at one person. Then, the expressions of the 2 people froze at the same time. *CKU, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Xianxia really wanted to kick that person's face and send him flying off the stairway to heaven. It's you, it's actually you? That person immediately cried out in surprise. He pointed his finger at Xianxia and his body was trembling. He was none other than the Tianjian Gate disciple that Xianxia had purposely let go back in Origin Mountain. Xianxia did not expect to meet this person here. At that time, after this person ran away, he, Yan Qinyu, and De Huang Dog had left the mountain. Although they had stayed in Silver Moon City for a while, their speed was still not comparable to this person. Xianxia had only arrived yesterday, but this person had actually arrived before him and was even participating in the competition. This was indeed out of Xianxia's expectation. However, it was not hard to explain. The Tianjian Gate's influence was spread all over the Qi province. As a disciple of the Tianjian Gate, no matter where he went, he would receive great help. The simplest help was flying demonic beasts. Chang Lin, do you know this guy? A disciple of the Tianjian Gate asked. Not only do I know him, senior brother Liang Dong and Qin Shuang were all killed by him. He's in cahoots with De Huang Dog. That person's name was Chang Lin. When he saw Xianxia here, he immediately said while clenching his teeth. He did not remember the time when he had knelt in front of Xianxia in Origin Mountain and peed his pants. What? That's him? How audacious. How dare he participate in the competition? Today, I will tear him into pieces. Xianxia's identity was exposed in an instant, causing the disciples of the Tianjian Gate to look at him with hatred. Sigh, Xianxia shook his head and sighed. He thought that his luck was not on his side, but he was not afraid. Today's situation was different. It was a competition between the four major sects, and it was not up to the Tianjian Gate alone to decide. Xianxia pointed his middle finger at the disciples of the Tianjian Gate, then he turned around and continued climbing. Damn it, how dare this guy look down on us, the Tianjian Gate. Kill him, we must kill him. He is too audacious. A rogue cultivator dares to be rude to the Tianjian Gate, and he even killed a disciple of the Tianjian Gate. There is no way he can survive this. Haha, the Tianjian Gate is finished. Even a rogue cultivator can look down on you. That's right, this young man is not bad, I like him. The people from the Heavenly Sword sect were furious, but on the other side, the people from the Black sect were laughing out loud. They were having a great time. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. The disciples of the Black sect now found Xianxia pleasing to the eye. At this moment, the little devil king and the others had climbed up to the 70th step. At this point, the four of them were sweating profusely, and every step they took was extremely difficult. The pressure from the four late heavenly core geniuses was making them tremble. Maybe their talent was not any weaker than the four men above them, and one day, they would be able to catch up to them, or even surpass them. But too bad, their cultivation levels were too low right now. Pa the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang climbed up another step. This time, Yiqingzi and Ling Ao were slower, and the difference between them was obvious. Swoosh swoosh, right at this moment, the four of them felt a strong wind coming from behind them. They couldn't help but turn around and look. What they saw was a young man dressed in white chasing after them like the wind. His speed was extremely fast, as if he didn't feel any pressure at all. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia arrived next to the Little Devil King. He grinned, then he cupped his fist and said, "Brother Han, long time no see." "Good move, brother. How should I address you?" Han Yen asked while gasping for breath. Looking at Xianxia's calm and relaxed expression, this was the first time he felt a sense of defeat in his heart. That day, although he could tell that Xianxia was not an ordinary man, he didn't expect that Xianxia's performance would be beyond his imagination. That day, when he helped Xianxia, it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision, and he didn't ask for Xianxia's name. But today, when he saw Xianxia catching up to him on the stairway to heaven, he paid more attention to Xianxia, and that's why he asked for Xianxia's name. Xianxia. Xianxia patted Han Yan's shoulder and said, "Brother Han, take your time climbing, I'll go up first." After saying that, Xianxia turned around and continued jumping forward. The pressure had no effect on him at all. How is this possible? Li Wushuang's eyes were wide open, his face was filled with disbelief. Who is this young man? His yuan energy is only at the early mortal core realm, why is he not afraid of the pressure? He's not from the four big sects, and he actually surpassed us. Yiqingzi and Ling Ao were shocked as well. Humph. Li Wu Shuang, you have to know that there's always someone better than you out there. If you have nothing better to do, you better put away that arrogant face of yours, or you'll just make people hate you. Han Yan let out a cold snort and said to Li Wu Shuang without any politeness. He's just a little early mortal core warrior. I wonder what kind of cheating method he used to climb so high. If I meet him in the second round of the fighting stage, I'll be able to kill him with just one finger. Li Wu Shuang said with an arrogant expression. If you have the ability, just keep climbing. Han Yan sneered, then he turned around and continued climbing while gritting his teeth. But when he saw Jiang Chen had already reached the 80th step, he was so depressed that he almost knocked his head on the stone step. He couldn't help but say, "What a freak." Look, the new first-place disciple has surpassed the little devil king and Li Wu Shuang, and he's still climbing. Heavens, it's true. Who is that young man? Why is he so strong? Another dark horse. Last time there was a dark horse in the inner circle competition, who would have thought that there would be another one today? Not only that, he's not from the four big sects. This is so exciting. Kaka, did you see that? I told you he would be number one. De Huang Dog had a proud expression on his face. Those who had placed their bets had black lines on their faces. They were all grinding their teeth, wishing they could tear De Huang Dog apart. Where did this monster come from? How can he be so strong? Humph. He must have cheated, or else he wouldn't be able to do it so easily. Why are you panicking? It's not the end yet. The little devil king and Li Wu Shuang will definitely catch up. Those who had placed their bets were starting to feel dejected. Some of them comforted themselves, hoping that the little devil king and Li Wu Shuang who were gasping for breath would be able to catch up with Jiang Chen and kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen jumped up to the 80th step, his face still carrying a warm smile. On top of the stairway to heaven, the expressions of the four men from the northern and southern dynasties had changed. Especially Liang Xiao from the Tianjian Gate, who had looked down on Jiang Chen in the beginning. His face was filled with shock. Who is this guy? He actually managed to reach the 80th step under the pressure of the four of us. He has surpassed the little devil king and Li Wu Shuang. Liang Xiao said with surprise. Interesting, looking at his yuan energy, he is only at the early mortal core realm. Looks like he has a lot of secrets on him. Bai Hua Dai's posture was seductive, her body was full of flirtatious charm, and even her voice carried a hint of flirtatious charm. Her beautiful eyes landed on Jiang Chen, and she kept looking at him. She was very interested in this young man who had appeared out of nowhere. Release your soul pressure together. Lung Lung from the northern and southern dynasties said. A powerful soul pressure shot out from his body. Soul pressure was different from soul energy. Soul pressure came from the 5 elements, and it came from the powerful soul of a cultivator. It was a very special form of expression, invisible and untouchable, and it could directly affect one's soul. That's right, we can't let him reach the 90th step, and we definitely can't let him reach the top. If we do, where would our faces go? Liang Xiao said. Liang Zhao's words were agreed and nodded by the other 3 men. Indeed, the 4 of them were the top geniuses of the Qi province's younger generation. If the 4 of them couldn't even suppress an early mortal core warrior, they would lose all their face. This time, the 4 men from the northern and southern dynasties directly used their soul pressure, and they focused most of the pressure on Jiang Chen. Even so, because the pressure had increased, the little devil king, Li Wu Shuang and the others couldn't move anymore. They stopped at the 70th step, they couldn't take another step, and those who were behind. Feeling the tremendous increase in pressure, Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. However, he snorted coldly in his heart, trying to suppress me with your aura and soul pressure? What a joke. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, the pressure on his body immediately disappeared. As for the soul pressure, he didn't care about it at all. After cultivating the great soul derivation skill, his soul had reached the heavenly core realm. With the help of the skill, all soul pressure was useless to him. Most importantly, Jiang Chen's body was emitting the aura of a saint. It was an aura that resonated with the heavens and earth. Unless there was a direct suppression of strength or yuan energy, the invisible aura and pressure was nothing to him. Even though Jiang Chen didn't have the cultivation of a saint, he wouldn't be suppressed by a few heavenly core warriors. since you want to suppress me, I'll definitely make you lose face. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had always been like this. According to his original plan, all he wanted to do was get first place, and he didn't want to reach the top. But now that the men from the northern and southern dynasties were targeting him, it had completely ignited Jiang Chen's fighting spirit. In the path of cultivation, aura and fighting spirit were the most important things. A person's thoughts at a certain time were even more important. For example, right now, when facing the pressure from the four great warriors, if Jiang Chen compromised, it would leave a mark in his heart, and it would form a knot in his heart. It would be a huge obstacle for his future cultivation. In order to undo this knot in his heart, he would have to let his thoughts flow smoothly. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to reach the top, and stand side by side with the four great warriors. In Jiang Chen's heart, in this world, no one could stand above him, he would not allow that. Jiang Chen would never look up to others, he would never raise his head to look at others. In the mind of the greatest saint beneath the heavens, there was only the thought of standing high above everyone else, looking down on all living beings. In front of Jiang Chen, even a dragon would have to coil up, and even a tiger would have to lie down. Even if you were the chosen one from the northern and southern dynasties, don't even think about forcing your arrogance onto yourself. This was Jiang Chen. After being reincarnated, he still wanted to walk the path of domination, to look down upon all heroes, and to be higher than the heavens. Look, that young man has reached the 80th step, and he has attracted the attention of the four geniuses. They are going to unleash an even stronger pressure on him, and I'm guessing he won't be able to handle it, and he will have to step back under the pressure. Where did this young man come from? How can he be so brave? He hasn't come down yet, and it looks like he is in a stalemate with the four great warriors. This is terrifying. Is he really just a mortal core warrior? How dare he fight with the four geniuses from the northern and southern dynasties? Isn't he just looking for death? No one could remain calm anymore. Everyone was staring at the young man in white who was standing on top of the stairway to heaven. His black hair was fluttering in the wind, and under the pressure from the four geniuses, he was still standing there. What is big bro Jiang Chen doing? He is already ranked first, why does he still want to climb up? Yanchen, you didn't understand. What do you know? This young man is born with the aura of a superior being, and he will never allow anyone to stand at the top and suppress him. If he does, it will become a knot in his heart. Jiang Chen has to climb to the top and stand side by side with the four geniuses. If he does that, he might bring shame to the four geniuses and offend them, but at the same time, he will be able to think clearly and improve his cultivation level. Cultivation itself is a magical thing, and every magical thought is an opportunity, an enlightenment. With this thought, Jiang Chen might be able to break through to the mid-mortal core realm. De Huang Dog's eyes were glowing, and he started to pay more attention to Jiang Chen. Along the way, Jiang Chen had been able to think far ahead, he was resourceful, and he had hidden his strength well. Although he was still young, De Huang Dog had already treated him as a cunning old fox. Swoosh, on top of the stairway to heaven, the combined pressure from the four geniuses had already turned into a hurricane, producing a whistling sound. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the four geniuses. The corner of his mouth curved up, and his face was filled with pride. For him, the pressure was like a spring breeze. Behind him, the little devil king and Li Wushuang raised their heads and looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing in the middle of the pressure whirlpool. Their hearts were in turmoil. Right at this moment, no matter if it was the people on the stairway to heaven or the people on the whirling sun square, they all held their breaths, not letting out a single sound. They all wanted to see how this dark horse who had suddenly appeared was going to offend the dignity of the four geniuses. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Jiang Chen finally moved. With a leap, he rushed up 10 steps and landed on the 90th step. What? Everyone cried out in shock. They looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a ghost. Was he still human? That was the combined pressure from the four geniuses, and he was actually able to jump 10 steps under such pressure. This was insane. Mother ***, we've been tricked by De Huang Dog. This brat actually has such an abnormal method. De Huang Dog, you black-bellied dog. Hurry up and return the human elixir to us. Those who had placed their bets were gnashing their teeth in hatred, and once again targeted De Huang Dog. Facing those murderous gazes, De Huang Dog didn't seem to care at all. He raised his proud dog head and said, "Look at your cowardly faces. Isn't it just 1 or 200 human elixir? Can't you all have some dignity? Did I force you to place your bets? Just now, who was the one who wanted to place his coffin bet? Which idiot was the one who wanted to beat me up if I didn't allow him to place his bets? Where's that idiot? Come out here right now." De Huang Dog raised his hoof and scolded them. The group of people were speechless, and had nothing to say in response. They were filled with hatred and anger. They had been tricked by a dog, this was too fucking stupid. But, who could they blame? On the stairway to heaven, the expressions of the northern and southern dynasties and Guaniyun had changed. They could clearly feel Jiang Chen's yuan energy and energy ripples, and they were sure that he was an early mortal core warrior. At such a close distance, a young mortal core warrior was actually able to withstand the combined soul pressure from the 4 of them. This was unbelievable. And this wasn't the end of it. Jiangchen moved again. With a raise of his foot, he walked up another 5 steps. He was now at the 95th step. Fuse the soul pressure, I don't believe he can withstand it. Liang Xiao and Ling Ling said. The 4 of them increased their soul pressure once again, trying to push Jiangchen down the stairs. Looking at Jiangchen's momentum, he was going to reach the top of the stairway to heaven. Let alone the top, just being able to reach the 95th step was already a huge loss of face for them. This was something that would never happen in the past. Jiangchen didn't care about the ugly expressions on the 4 of them. Right now, his heart was filled with joy. The circulation of the dragon transformation skill was getting faster and faster. Once this thought was fulfilled, his cultivation would reach a new level. Jiangchen took another step forward and reached the 96th step, then the 97th, the 98th, and finally stopped at the 99th step. One more step, and he would be able to stand side by side with the 4 geniuses. Heavens, he actually reached the 99th step, is he still human? What is he doing? Is he really going to reach the top of the stairway to heaven? This position has already swept the faces of the 4 geniuses, does he not want to live anymore? This is too exciting, this is too exciting. Today's trip was really worth it. I thought the first place would be between the Little Devil King and Li Wuxuan, but who would have thought there would be such an explosive dark horse? A lot of people were crying out in surprise. Jiang Chen's performance was too shocking. The Qi province competition had been held for so many years, but there had never been anyone who dared to stand at the top of the stairway to heaven. Could it be that this dark horse today was going to break the record and create a miracle? The Little Devil King shook his head and smiled. He secretly thought that he had misjudged Jiang Chen. That day at the Silver Moon restaurant, although he could see that Jiang Chen was not ordinary, he didn't expect him to be this abnormal. The northern and southern dynasties said coldly. His eyes were emitting a bright red light. At this moment, the 4 geniuses had retracted their soul pressure. They understood that this young man in front of them had cultivated some kind of secret skill that made him unafraid of soul pressure. There was no point in continuing. But they couldn't let him step onto the last stone step. If someone walked onto the last stone step with them, they would lose all their face. Kid, if you dare step onto the last stone step, you know the consequences. Liang Xiao said fiercely. Hee, little brother, you're really strong. Join our Valley of Happiness later, I'll definitely take good care of you. Bai Hua Dai said with a smile. People from the Valley of Happiness didn't really care about their face. What if I don't go down? Are you going to push me down with your own hands? Jiang Chen smiled. He looked into the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties and Liang Xiao. There was no fear on his face. Push him down with their own hands, that was impossible. If they did, then they would be really shameless. The Qi province competition had always been open, fair, and just. There were tens of thousands of people standing in the whirling sun square. If these 4 dared to push Jiangchen down, it would immediately cause a huge commotion, and from then on, the Qi province competition would no longer be held. Jiangchen's calmness had shocked the 4 geniuses. Ordinary mortal core disciples would show respect when they saw them, but this young man in front of them had an indifferent expression on his face, and there was no emotion in his eyes. What surprised the 4 geniuses even more was the aura that this young man was emitting. they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This was really shocking. He was just a young man at the mortal core realm, but he made them feel like they were facing a superior being. This feeling was ridiculous. "What's your name?" the northern and southern dynasties said with a cold smile. "Xianxia." Xianxia narrowed his eyes, and a sharp glint shot out from his eyes. He stared at the northern and southern dynasties. A mere genius of the younger generation wanted to suppress Xianxia with his aura and make Xianxia feel fear. The northern and southern dynasties were far from being able to do that. Xianxia had never known what fear was. "If you back off now, I can let you enter the Burning Sky Pavilion," the northern and southern dynasties said calmly. "Sorry, I don't care." As Xianxia spoke, he took a step forward and directly stepped onto the 100th stone step. He stood opposite the 4 people from the northern and southern dynasties, standing at the same height. Boom! At that moment, the expressions of the people from the northern and southern dynasties changed drastically. A wave of undisguised anger burst forth from their bodies. 2 rays of cold light shot out from their eyes, as if they were solid. It was extremely frightening. Liang Xiao, who was standing on the side, immediately revealed his killing intent. This reckless young man in front of him had undoubtedly humiliated the 4 of them in front of so many people. Bai Hua Dai had a flirtatious expression on her face. She kept looking at Xianxia with her seductive eyes. She seemed to be very interested in him. Something like reputation was worthless to her. Guaniyin's expression was calm as well. He was a righteous man, and he thought that the reason why Xianxia could reach this stage was because of his own abilities. Right now, the entire whirling sun square was in an uproar. No one would have thought that Xianxia would really take the last step and stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 geniuses. Heavens, he really reached the top of the stairway to heaven. The Qi province competition has been held for so many years, but this is the first time someone has reached the top of the stairway to heaven. Where did this young man come from? What's his name? I admire him. Not only does he have the strength, he also has the courage. A miracle, this young man has created a new miracle. This is the first time someone outside of the 4 big sects has taken first place in the Qi province competition, and it is also the first time someone has reached the top of the stairway to heaven. Coming here today was not a waste of time. His name will definitely be recorded in the history of the Qi province competition. The atmosphere doesn't seem right. This young man has reached the last step and dared to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 geniuses. This is basically humiliating the 4 geniuses. Look, the northern and southern dynasties have ugly expressions on their faces. It seems like they are planning to kill him. Yeah, this young man is young and frivolous. He is too willful. Although he has created a miracle, he has also offended the northern and southern dynasties. This is not a joke. I'm afraid he will have a hard time in the future. Everyone was discussing this. This was the birth of a miracle, the birth of a dark horse, and his name in the Qi province competition would be hard to erase. While everyone admired Xianxia's abilities, they admired his courage even more. There weren't many people who dared to humiliate the 4 geniuses, and they were from the northern and southern dynasties, who were currently in the limelight. A lot of people couldn't help but worry about Xianxia's situation. On the stairway to heaven, when Xianxia stepped onto the last step, his thoughts became clear, and the circulation speed of the dragon transformation skill suddenly doubled. Dragon marks started forming in his body. This was an epiphany, an opportunity, and the benefits it brought were endless. With this opportunity, Xianxia had the hope of breaking through to the mid-mortal core realm. In the blink of an eye, another 6 dragon marks had formed in his Qi. Adding the 19 dragon marks from before, Xianxia now had a total of 25 dragon marks. He needed 30 dragon marks to break through to the mid-mortal core realm. However, Xianxia didn't choose to break through to the mid-mortal core realm right away. This wasn't the right place to do it. Besides, the benefits brought by this epiphany and opportunity weren't something that could be achieved overnight. He needed some time to break through to the next realm. 6 more dragon marks was pretty good. At least, Xianxia's combat strength had increased to another level. As for breaking through to the mid-mortal core realm, that was something he could think about in the future. Xianxia, no one dares disobey me, never. You are courting death. The northern and southern dynasties were filled with killing intent. His eyes were like those of a poisonous snake, sending shivers down people's spines. The number one genius of the Qi province was really angry now. He was blessed with great luck, and he was born with a noble aura. All living beings in this world had to lower their heads in front of him. This kind of nobility had already penetrated into the bones of the northern and southern dynasties. Although he could feel the same noble aura from Xianxia, he still felt that he was nobler than Xianxia. In the world of the northern and southern dynasties, he was the absolute king. No one dared to offend him, and no one could disobey him. That's why he was so angry right now. Haha, northern and southern dynasties, you really know how to put gold on your face. You don't have the qualifications to make me disobey you. Xianxia laughed out loud. The natural superiority of the northern and southern dynasties was just a joke in front of him. Courting death. The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties turned cold, and deep killing intent could be seen in their eyes. Northern and southern dynasties, pay attention to your status. This is the Qi province competition, and you are the most important host of this competition. Your every word and action represents the burning sky pavilion. In this competition, there is no rule that says the participants can't reach the top of the stairway to heaven. Xianxia is the number one in the first round of the competition, and you dare to attack him in front of so many people? Guaniyun opened his mouth. He wasn't really defending Xianxia, he just wanted to be fair to the competition. It didn't matter if the four of them were humiliated by Xianxia, but the face of the four big sects was important. Humph. Guaniyun, are you trying to teach me how to do things? We, the northern and southern dynasties, can do whatever we want. It's not up to you, a loser, to say anything. Don't forget, you couldn't even withstand 3 attacks from me. If you didn't admit defeat, you would already be a dead man now. The northern and southern dynasties. Lin glanced at Guaniyun, his entire body was filled with arrogance. Humph. Guaniyun let out a cold snort, anger could be seen on his face. However, what the northern and southern dynasties said was the truth. That day in the competition, he had indeed admitted defeat. The Qi province competition was originally a competition between the 4 big sections. Because of the relationship between the 4 big sects, once they stepped onto the stage, it would be a battle of life and death. Unless someone chose to admit defeat, otherwise, the battle would only end after a life and death battle. Therefore, when this was mentioned, Guaniyun's expression became very unnatural. However, after listening to Guaniyun's reminder, the northern and southern dynasties also retracted their killing intent towards Xianxia. If it was during normal times, if Xianxia offended their dignity, they would definitely kill him. However, the situation now was different. Although the northern and southern dynasties were arrogant, they couldn't joke around with the burning sky pavilion's face. Xianxia, you're very good. The northern and southern dynasties said coldly. Xianxia casually glanced at the northern and southern dynasties, then he turned around and jumped down from the stairway to heaven. At this moment, the first round of the competition had come to an end. All the disciples from the 4 big sects had also jumped down from the stairway to heaven. The little devil king arrived next to Xianxia, then he patted on Xianxia's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Jiang, good move, I admire you. Brother Han, you're being too polite. Last time when you helped Silver Moon City, Xianxia wouldn't dare forget that. Xianxia said. His impression of the little devil king was pretty good, and his impression of Guaniyun at the top of the stairway to heaven was pretty good as well. This gave him a pretty good impression of the entire black sect. Many disciples of Tianjian Gate stared at Xianxia with eyes that were about to shoot out flames. They all knew that Xianxia had killed disciples of Tianjian Gate, and they had treated Xianxia as their mortal enemy. Today, Xianxia had won first place in the competition, so of course, they weren't happy about it. Senior disciple Li, this guy killed a few outer circle disciples of Tianjian Gate. Someone walked up to Li Wushuang and whispered to him. What? Li Wushuang's expression changed. He's just a rogue cultivator, how dare he kill disciples of Tianjian Gate? He's simply courting death. Humph. If I meet him on the fighting stage in the second round, I'll tear him into a million pieces. He'll know the consequences of offending Tianjian Gate. Fine, kill him. Not only did this guy kill our disciples, he was also disrespectful to senior disciple Liang Xiao just now. he deserves to die 1,000 times over. Chang Lin said in a vicious manner. When he recalled how he had knelt down in front of Jiang Chen in the mountain range, he felt really bad. Only by witnessing Jiang Chen's death with his own eyes would he be able to vent his anger. Brother Jiang, I didn't expect you to have killed disciples of Tianjian Gate. Look at their faces, I'm afraid you won't have a good time today. Han Yan said with a smile. The appearance of a dark horse was the most satisfying thing. Everyone in the whirling sun square was in high spirits. The young man named Jiang Chen had created a miracle, but at the same time, a lot of people were starting to worry about Jiang Chen. It was obvious that Jiang Chen had offended the northern and southern dynasties and Liang Shao. Both of them were not easy to deal with, especially the northern and southern dynasties. They were the rising stars of the Qi province, proud and arrogant. All the disciples from the 4 big sects looked at Jiang Chen. They didn't know what to feel. Jiang Chen's performance had made them lose face. The Qi province competition had been held for so many years, but this was the first time that the first place had been taken by an outsider. The first round of the competition had ended. Next was the second round. The intense fights on the fighting stages were what everyone was looking forward to, because the real geniuses had to be the kings on the fighting stages. Although Jiang Chen had gotten first place in the first round, when it came to the fighting stages, he still wasn't favored by many people. Being able to resist the pressure didn't mean that he had great abilities. The Stairway to Heaven competition has ended. The top 30, please proceed to the fighting stages. The northern and southern dynasties said. The 4 big geniuses moved their bodies and flew up into the sky. They arrived at a tall stage in the middle of the square. In front of the stage, there were 15 fighting stages that were 6 meters tall. There were 15 of them, just enough for 30 people. The fighting stages here were designed for the Qi province competition. Every year, the Qi province competition would be conducted the same way. 30 people would go up to the fighting stages at the same time, and they would fight in pairs. 15 fighting stages was just right. The 30 people in front of the Stairway to Heaven walked towards the fighting stages with big steps. Each of them had high spirits, and they were filled with fighting spirit. Those who were able to stand out from the hundreds of disciples were all late mortal core warriors. Jiang Chen was the only one who was still at the early mortal core realm. However, the current Jiang Chen was much stronger than before he started the Stairway to Heaven. With the formation of 6 dragon marks, his combat strength had reached another level, and he was now at the peak of the early mortal core realm. He was just 1 step away from the mid-mortal core realm. On the high platform, Liang Shao took a step forward and said in a clear voice, "The first round of the Stairway to Heaven is just a warm-up, so don't worry too much about the names. There's no difference between the first and the 30th place. The first round itself is only a threshold for the second round. Only those who have an outstanding performance in the second round can obtain the final reward." Liang Zhao's words were obviously targeted at Jiang Chen. His meaning was clear. The first place in the first round was useless, and the second round was the most important. "Senior brother Liang, I wonder what the reward is this time?" Tianjian Gate asked. "That's right, tell us in advance, give us some motivation," someone said. Not only the disciples who were participating in the competition, even the spectators were looking forward to it. The rewards for the Qi province competition were prepared by the 4 big sects together, so the rewards would definitely not be bad. Alright, I'll tell you the rewards first. The champion of the Outer Circle Disciple competition will get 3 treasures. A mid-ranked combat weapon, a storage ring, and a 1,000-years-old earth fruit. Liang Zhao's voice was loud, and everyone in the square could hear him clearly. When the 3 rewards were announced, the entire square immediately burst into an uproar. Amazing! No wonder it's from the 4 big sects. A mid-ranked combat weapon. Even in the 4 big sects, only the inner circle disciples who have reached the heavenly core realm have the chance to get a mid-ranked combat weapon. But now, the outer circle disciple competition is giving out a mid-ranked combat weapon as the reward. The storage ring is even more precious, it's many times better than the storage bags we use. It's small and easy to carry, and it can contain the user's divine sense, so only the user can open it. A 1,000-years-old earth fruit is also an extremely rare natural treasure. I heard that it's very difficult to grow, and it requires a certain geographical condition. It needs to continuously absorb the earth energy, and it also contains the essence of the earth. What a generous reward. Sounds of surprise could be heard everywhere. For ordinary people, these three treasures were extremely rare, and they wouldn't even have the chance to obtain them in their dreams. It wasn't hard to imagine that once these treasures were announced, it would definitely stimulate the fighting spirit of all the disciples, and the fights on the fighting stage would be extremely intense. Xianxia's expression didn't change. With his status as the once greatest saint in the world, he had seen all kinds of treasures. A mid-ranked combat weapon was nothing to him, but a storage ring was definitely something good. Right now, he was only using an ordinary storage bag. If he could get a storage ring, it would be much more convenient for him to store items in the future. What really attracted Xianxia was the earth fruit. This kind of natural treasure was extremely rare. The 1,000-years-old earth fruit didn't contain enough essence of the earth, but for him right now, it was more than enough. Together with the benefits from the earth fruit, Xianxia was 100% confident that he could break through to the mid-mortal core realm, or even higher. Amongst the crowd, De Huang Dog was happily counting his harvest. He completely ignored the glares from the crowd that looked like they wanted to eat him alive. De Huang Dog, what rank do you think that guy will get in the second round? Someone asked. Do we even need to guess? He will definitely get first place. De Huang Dog said casually. First place? What a joke. De Huang Dog, do you dare to bet again? The man immediately said. He was afraid that De Huang Dog would say no. If he did, then his elixir would be wasted. Of course I dare. I'm just afraid that you guys won't dare. But, this time, it's not 1 to 10, it's 1 to 2. De Huang Dog said in a serious manner. No one could see the cunning look hidden deep within this dog's eyes. Haha, this dog is scared. 1 to 2. Looks like he doesn't have much confidence in that guy. That guy is only an early mortal core warrior, he is definitely not a match for the little devil king and Li Wushuang. It's impossible for him to get first place. I'll bet my remaining 100 elixir pills as well, I bet that this guy won't get first place. That's right. Look, De Huang Dog no longer has the confidence he had before. He lowered his bet from 1 to 10 to 1 to 2 because he's afraid that guy will lose all his money. What's there to be afraid of? Let's bet with him. I'll bet as well. Damn it, your father, want to win back all the money I lost. At this moment, more people came to place their bets than the first round. Those who lost in the first round were eager to win it back in the second round, and those who didn't participate in the first round didn't want to miss this opportunity. Almost no one believed that Xianxia could get first place. After all, withstanding the pressure and defeating the little devil king were two completely different concepts. Seeing this, De Huang Dog's grin was so wide that it almost reached the back of his ears. The cunning dog's scheme had once again succeeded. He had purposely lowered the bet, so that everyone could see his guilty conscience, and they could safely bet the elixir pills on him. Kaka, your father, am so smart. This kind of business that comes to me is so cool. De Huang Dog was extremely proud of himself. He felt that he was extremely smart, and that there was no one in this world who was smarter than him. If there was a mirror in front of him, perhaps De Huang Dog would have kowed out in front of it. In front of the fighting stage, all 30 men were fully prepared. They were just waiting for the order from the northern and southern dynasties. Nanbeichao took a step forward. With a wave of his hand, 30 tokens made of green wood were thrown out and lined up in a row. Each of the tokens had its back facing the disciples who were going to participate in the competition. There are 30 plates here, and each of them has a number from 1 to 15. You can pick one randomly, and the two with the same number will fight on the fighting stage. The northern and southern dynasties said. However, many people knew the rules of the previous competitions. Brother Jiang, if you and I pick the same number, don't hold back. Han Yan said with a smile. Of course. Jiangchen responded with a smile. The rewards for the Qi province competition are only for the champion, but your performance and ranking in this competition will be sent to your respective sections. When the time comes, the sects will give out rewards to those who have performed well. So, everyone, you have to give it your all. Guaniyun said with a loud voice. He was mainly talking to the Black Sect. Alright, let's begin. The Northern and Southern dynasties said. All 30 men walked up to the fighting stage, picked a plate and held it in their hands. Among the 30 men, the number of disciples from the 4 big sects was almost equal. Tianjian Gate and Burning Sky Pavilion each had 8 disciples, the Black Sect had 7, the Valley of Happiness had 6, and the last one was Xianxia, who was an outsider. Xianxia flipped over his plate and saw the number 8 on it. In other words, the other disciple who picked the number 8 would be his opponent, and they would have to fight on the 8th fighting stage. The drawing of lots seemed fair, but in fact, it was secretly manipulated. Under normal circumstances, disciples from the same sect wouldn't be matched against each other, and they would be matched against other sections. If not, it would be meaningless. Let me tell you the rules of the fighting stage. Anyone who steps onto the fighting stage will have to fight a life or death battle. I don't need to explain the relationship between the 4 big sections. If you have the ability, then kill your opponent, don't even give them a chance to surrender. The Northern and Southern dynasties said with cruel expressions. This was the rule of the Qi province competition. On the fighting stage, there was only life or death, and the only way for the loser to survive was to surrender. I'm number 9, who's my opponent? Daddy is number 1. Damn it, who's Daddy's opponent? Come up here and face your death. A strong man jumped onto the first fighting stage and said arrogantly. He was from the Burning Sky Pavilion, and he was a late mortal core warrior. He had an arrogant expression on his face, but in the next second, when he saw his opponent, the arrogance on his face disappeared. The arrogant expression on his face disappeared, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. He had the urge to smash his head against the ground. What a shame, because the opponent standing in front of him was none other than the little devil king, Han Yin. Mother *Ker, your father's luck is really bad. I admit defeat. That burly man cursed, he turned around and jumped down from the battle platform. His speed was even faster than when he came up. Although he was arrogant, he still knew his own capabilities. Fighting against the little devil king was no different from courting death. Who dares to fight me, I will let him die on his knees. The disciple from Tianjian Gate was extremely arrogant. He had a sturdy body, and although he was not as strong as Li Wuxuang, he was still a head taller than Jiangchen. His face was covered with a full beard, and his whole body was surrounded by a powerful aura. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Jiangchen's mouth. With a leap, he directly jumped onto the Tuzhong tall fighting stage, and landed in front of the disciple from Tianjian Gate. When the disciple saw that his opponent was Jiangchen, he was startled at first, but then a joyful expression appeared on his face. Haha, so it's you, little brat. I wonder what trick you used to get first place in the stairway to heaven. I didn't expect your luck to be so bad in the second round, to meet me as soon as you got here. You are really unlucky, little brat. Brother Huang Feng, this guy is not easy to deal with. You have to be careful. Brother Liang Dong was killed by him, and he also killed a few of our disciples from Tianjian Gate. Not far from the fighting stage, Chong Lin reminded loudly. Chong Lin did not lower his voice, so many people in the square heard him clearly. This time, the square was once again in an uproar. What? He actually killed a few disciples from Tianjian Gate. Isn't he a little too daring? It's over, Li Wuxuang and Liang Xiao are here today, they will definitely not let him go. A rogue cultivator actually dared to kill disciples from Tianjian Gate, he is simply courting death. His name is Jiangchen, right? I just heard someone mention his name. His methods are too cruel, and he is also too daring. He killed people from Tianjian Gate, and he still dares to participate in the competition. He just offended the Northern and Southern dynasties, he definitely won't be able to live today. Many people sighed. The name Jiangchen was also spreading like wildfire. From the beginning of the competition until now, Jiangchen, this young man who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, had become the focus of this competition. These words were also heard by Liang Xiao, who was standing on the high platform. His face suddenly turned cold and he snorted inwardly. Liang Dong, that trash, he couldn't even defeat an early mortal core warrior, he really brought shame to the Tianjian Gate. Jiangchen, how dare you kill a disciple of the Tianjian Gate? That's courting death. Today, I'll let you die on this fighting stage. Huang Feng's arrogance soared to the sky, his face filled with disdain toward Jiang Chen. Senior brother Huang Feng, kill him. Yes, tear him to pieces. All the disciples of Tianjian Gate were shouting out loudly. They had full confidence in Huang Feng. Although Liang Dong was one of the strongest outer circle disciples, his combat strength was no match for Huang Feng. They didn't believe that Huang Feng, who was only a late mortal core warrior, couldn't defeat an early mortal core warrior. Only Chang Lin's heart was pounding. He had personally witnessed how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Bang! Right at this moment, a series of explosive sounds could be heard. The people on the other fighting stages had already started fighting. The four big sects didn't have a good relationship with each other, and now that the disciples below the stage were fighting, it was like a tit for a tat. All of them were attacking each other with deadly attacks, trying to kill each other. Jiang Chen, face your death. On the 8th platform, Huang Feng let out an explosive shout. Unfortunately, this explosive shout was the only thing that Huang Feng could do in this year's Qi province competition. It was also the last thing that he would leave behind in this world. Swoosh, Huang Feng had just shouted out when Jiang Chen moved. His body moved slightly, and he dashed towards Huang Feng like a sharp sword. On his fingertip, a long and narrow golden beam that looked like a sharp sword slashed across Huang Feng's neck with lightning speed. Slash, a shocking scene appeared. The arrogant Huang Feng didn't even have the time to let out a scream before his head flew high into the air. It was directly chopped off by the golden beam in Jiang Chen's hand. Silver-red blood sprayed out from the decapitated head like a fountain. It was more than 3 meters high, and under the sunlight, it looked extremely demonic. This was the cruelest color in the world, it was so beautiful that it made people's hearts turn cold. Dong, 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 Huang Feng's head flew high into the air and landed on the fighting stage, then it rolled down onto the square. His eyes were wide open, and his face was still filled with the fear of death. Perhaps, until he died, he had never thought that he would end his life in such a way. In his opinion, the Qi province competition wouldn't take his life. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could still admit defeat. However, he had forgotten that in front of some people, sometimes, he wouldn't even have the chance to admit defeat. Huang Feng didn't even have the time to attack, he didn't even have the time to use his combat skills and combat weapon. That loud shout was the only thing he could do on the fighting stage. A cruel smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He didn't even look at the dead body on the ground, and he ignored the thousands of shocked gazes. He turned around and jumped off the fighting stage. For him, killing someone was just that simple, let alone someone from the Tianjian Gate. His relationship with the Tianjian Gate was irreversible, so killing one more wasn't a big deal. Heavens, what did I just see? How could he be so fast? That was a genius from the Tianjian Gate, a late mortal core warrior, but he didn't even have the chance to attack before he was killed. This is too shocking. Just how strong is he? This is too cruel, his methods are brutal, he didn't even give his opponent a chance. Huang Feng didn't even have the chance to admit defeat before he was killed. Did you guys see that? Jiang Chen didn't even blink his eyes when he killed his opponent, he didn't even put the Tianjian Gate in his eyes. Just this courage and attitude alone is enough to make me admire him. Everyone was shocked. The whirling sun square was in an uproar. Who would have thought that a mortal core warrior like Huang Feng would be killed, and in such a thorough manner? The way the crowd looked at Jiang Chen had once again changed. Those who bet with De Huang Dog had ugly expressions on their faces again. Their hearts were beating like crazy. Where did this abnormal young man come from? How could he be so abnormal? All the disciples of the Tianjian Gate were furious. They wished they could tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Those disciples who were cheering for Huang Feng now had ugly expressions on their faces. In the first round of fighting, only the Tianjian Gate had lost one man, and he was killed by a rogue cultivator. Jiang Chen had slapped the Tianjian Gate's face in front of the entire Qi province. Damn it, we have to kill him today. Kill him. We can't let him walk out of the whirling sun square alive. All the disciples of the Tianjian Gate were furious. Li Wushuang waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. When they saw Li Wushuang, the disciples of the Tianjian Gate once again saw hope. There's still Senior Disciple Li. I'm sure he's no match for Senior Disciple Li. That's for sure. Senior Disciple Li has obtained the inheritance of a combat soul warrior. How can that young man be compared to him? Senior Disciple Li will definitely avenge Huang Feng. Li Wushuang was the representative of the outer circle disciples, and he had obtained the inheritance of a combat soul warrior. He had extraordinary abilities, and he was definitely not someone that Jiang Chen could deal with. The little devil king walked up to Jiang Chen and said, "You're really ruthless, but I like it. I wonder how you're going to deal with this situation today. I'll just take it one step at a time." Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent expression on his face. He had been through much more dangerous situations than this, let alone this Qi province competition. The Qi province competition was held once a year, and he was one of the participants. Killing someone wasn't against the rules. If the Tianjian Gate wanted to deal with him, they would have to wait until the competition was over. The first round had ended, and 15 disciples had been eliminated. The remaining 15 disciples would have to fight each other. All 15 of them would draw lots, and one of them would have to draw a blank. The remaining 14 would have to fight each other. The little devil king's luck was pretty good, he had drawn a blank. In fact, it was a good thing for the other disciples that he could draw a blank, because no one wanted to fight the little devil king. This time, Jiang Chen's opponent was a late mortal core disciple from the Black Sect. When the disciple saw that his opponent was Jiang Chen, he immediately shook his head, cupped his fist and said, "Brother Jiang is really amazing, even Huang Feng was killed with a single strike. I'm not your match. I'm Wang Yu, I admit defeat." After saying that, Wang Yu turned around and jumped down from the fighting stage. He really admired Jiang Chen. The situation was clear now, Jiang Chen had offended both the Tianjian Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion. Right now, only the Black Sect would still like Jiang Chen. Besides, the little devil king and Jiang Chen knew each other before, and it seemed like they were quite close. Because of this, all the disciples from the Black Sect had a good impression of Jiang Chen. After the second round, there were only 8 disciples left. Han Yan from the Black Sect, Li Wushuang from the Tianjian Gate, Ling Ao from the Burning Sky Pavilion, and Yi Qingzi from the Valley of Happiness. The 4 representatives of the outer circle disciples were all here. Including Jiang Chen, there were 3 other late mortal core disciples. At this moment, the expressions of the 3 disciples had darkened. These 5 disciples in front of them, none of them could defeat them. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation level wasn't high, the way he killed Huang Feng had left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. In their minds, he was on par with the little devil king and the other 3 disciples. "Let's continue," the northern and southern dynasties said coldly. They waved their hands and threw out another 8 cards. This time, Jiang Chen's opponent was Ling Ao from the Burning Sky Pavilion. Jiang Chen and Ling Ao jumped onto the fighting stage at the same time and stood facing each other. Jiang Chen is going against Ling Ao. This is going to be interesting. Ling Ao's cultivation level has reached the peak of the mortal core realm, and he is just one step away from the heavenly core realm. His skills are extraordinary, and he is not someone Huang Feng can compare with. I wonder if Jiang Chen can handle him. It's hard to say. Although Jiang Chen is only an early mortal core warrior, he is a mysterious and cruel man. He hasn't shown his true skills yet. The battle between him and Ling Ao will be a real battle, and it's hard to say who will win. Let's wait and see, this is going to be a good show. Jiang Chen has already offended the northern and southern dynasties, which is equal to offending the Burning Sky Pavilion. With the way he killed Huang Feng, he won't show any mercy to Ling Ao either. Only at the end of the competition would there be something interesting to watch. Only the battles between geniuses could make people's blood boil. On the other 3 fighting stages, Li Wushuang, the Little Devil King, and Yi Qingzi were fighting against the 3 geniuses at the late mortal core realm. This was definitely not a coincidence, it must have been arranged on purpose. The 3 geniuses knew their limits, and they immediately surrendered and got off the stage. On the fighting stage, Ling Ao wasn't a tall man. His face was sharp, and he looked very handsome. He was emitting a strong killing intent from all over his body. The invisible killing intent had covered the entire fighting stage. "Kid, you do have some skills, but it's still not enough for me. I'll give you a chance to save your life. Admit defeat, then kneel down and apologize to senior disciple Nanbei. Ling Ao said with a loud voice. He couldn't hide the arrogance in his voice. His attitude showed that he didn't take Xianxia seriously at all. Admit defeat, kneel down and apologize. This was bullying. If it was someone else, they might be scared by Ling Ao's imposing manner, but not Xianxia. You talk too much. Xianxia sneered. Humph. Xianxia, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. You can die in my hands with a smile on your face. Ling Ao let out a cold snort. The killing intent emitted from his body became even stronger. He took a step forward and stomped on the fighting stage, causing the entire fighting stage to shake. After that, Ling Ao's black robe started fluttering. Like an arrow leaving a bow, he dashed towards Xianxia. As soon as he moved, his fist had already struck out. A bright golden light that looked like sharp swords flew towards Xianxia. Feeling this powerful force, Xianxia's expression became serious. This Ling Ao was indeed the representative of the outer circle disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion. He wasn't someone an ordinary late mortal core warrior could compare with. Compared to Ling Ao just now, Huang Feng was on a completely different level. Xianxia suddenly stretched out his palm. He clenched his fist and unleashed 5 golden beams that collided with Ling Ao's attack. If it was the previous Xianxia, he might have to spend a lot of effort to defeat Ling Ao. But now that he had 6 more dragon marks, his combat strength had increased to another level. He was confident that he could defeat Ling Ao. Rumble, the fighting platform shook, and the energy released by the two collided, causing the air to heat up. The shockwaves of the battle turned into golden ripples, sweeping over a radius of more than 100 feet. Many of the spectators who were close to the battle felt their hearts tremble. This was a battle between real geniuses, not a game of children. Furthermore, this was only an elementary collision of elemental energy. It could be said to be a probing attack, and it completely did not represent the true level of both parties. After the collision of energy, Ling Ao's fist, which was filled with elemental energy waves, had also neared. Xianxia was neither hurried nor slow as he raised his palm to meet the attack. Pa, the fist and the palm collided, emitting a dull sound. At the place where they collided, a large amount of sparks appeared. The ferocious force caused the void to tremble violently. This was a collision of origin energy, but it was also a collision of flesh and blood. Thud thud thud, a shocking scene appeared once again. Ling Ao, who had attacked in a domineering manner, rushed forward quickly and retreated quickly as well. Under the powerful impact, Ling Ao retreated 3 steps in a row before stabilizing his body. With every step he took, the fighting platform trembled. How is this possible? Ling Ao's expression changed slightly. He could feel the numbness in his arm, and the shock in his heart had multiplied. He knew how strong he was, and it was hard for him to find a worthy opponent in the mortal core realm. But now, he had been pushed back by an early mortal core warrior with just a single attack. This was unbelievable. Heavens, where did this Xianxia come from? Even Ling Ao was pushed back by him. I can't believe this. This is too terrifying, too powerful. Ling Ao is one of the most outstanding warriors of the younger generation, but Xianxia is able to push him back with a cultivation level that is 2 stages lower than him. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Monster, this is too monstrous. This Xianxia will become the biggest dark horse in the history of the Qi province competition. His fame will be comparable to that of the northern and southern dynasties. Don't get too excited yet, it was just one collision. Ling Ao is the representative of the outer circle disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion, so he must have more powerful skills. It's still too early to tell who will win and who will lose. However, Xianxia being able to gain the upper hand in the first exchange has already proven his monstrous talent. After all, he is only at the early mortal core realm. If he was at the peak of the mortal core realm like Ling Ao, I'm afraid Ling Ao wouldn't even be able to withstand a single attack from him. Everyone's opinion of Xianxia had changed once again. Their impression of Xianxia had once again improved. The battle that everyone thought was going to be one-sided had now become a mystery. The disciples of the 4 big sects were even more shocked than the outsiders, because they knew how powerful Ling Ao was. Among the outer circle disciples, only the little devil king, Han Yan, and Li Wuxuang could force Ling Ao to retreat. But this Jiangchen had done it. Looks like I've underestimated him. A smile appeared on Han Yan's face. Jiangchen, you have completely angered me. I will let you know what true terror is. Ling Ao was angry. His entire body started unleashing a powerful energy, and his entire body was covered by an energy whirlpool. Use whatever skills you have, just in case you don't have any more chances later. Jiangchen was calm and composed. His attitude was even higher than Ling Ao's. Jiangchen, next, I will use my strongest combat skill and kill you with one strike. Ling Ao's black hair was dancing in the wind. He looked like he was in the center of an energy whirlpool. The vast amount of energy made him look even taller. He slowly raised both of his palms. His palms were covered in a golden light, and it looked even more dazzling under the sunlight. Countless energy whirlpools were gathering in his palms. Ling Ao's combat strength had actually increased. Haha, senior disciple Ling Ao is going to use the primordial chaos grappling technique. This is a low-ranked earth combat skill, and it is senior disciple Ling Ao's ultimate skill. That's right, an earth combat skill. Even ordinary heavenly core warriors don't have the chance to obtain it. I heard that once this primordial chaos grappling technique is used, his palms will turn into a cage and trap his opponent. After that, he will kill his opponent in the most brutal way possible. It's brutal and overbearing. Senior disciple Ling Ao is angry. Jiangchen is finished this time. All the disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion were in high spirits. On the stage not far away, the masters from the northern and southern dynasties were smiling as well. Obviously, they had some understanding of this primordial chaos grappling technique, and they were very confident in Ling Ao. Brother Jiang, be careful. This is an earth combat skill, don't underestimate it. Han Yan's divine sense entered Jiangchen's ears. Don't worry. Jiangchen replied. He didn't mind it at all. How could an earth combat skill, the primordial chaos grappling technique, compare to his 6 solar fingers? Jiangchen, it's your good fortune to be able to die under my primordial chaos grappling technique. Ling Ao's energy shot up into the sky. He had channeled all his yuan energy into his palms, and an endless amount of energy waves spread out in all directions with Ling Ao as the center. It covered the entire fighting stage, and under the sunlight, it was glowing in 7 colors. Ha! Ling Ao shouted out loudly. The energy from his combat skill had locked onto Jiangchen. He pushed both of his palms forward, and a golden wave roared out and formed into a gigantic golden palm in front of him. It produced a deafening buzzing sound as it flew towards Jiangchen. Many people were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Ling Ao's energy was too strong. At this moment, no one shifted their gaze. They all wanted to see how Jiangchen was going to defend against Ling Ao's attack. Facing Ling Ao's primordial chaos grappling technique, Jiangchen squinted his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell how powerful the primordial chaos grappling technique was. Once this kind of grappling technique was used, it would seal off all of the opponent's movements, and turn it into a cage to trap the opponent. But too bad, Ling Ao's cultivation level was limited. With his peak Mortal Dan cultivation level, he was still unable to use this combat skill skillfully. This allowed Jiangchen to see through its flaws with just one look. When the golden palm was halfway through its attack, Jiangchen moved as well. He put 2 of his fingers together and forcefully pointed them forward. 2 loud rumbling sounds were heard as 2 golden fingers were pointed out by Jiangchen. Next to the 2 golden fingers, there was the shadow of a 3rd finger. After the golden fingers appeared, they quickly merged into one in midair. The golden fingers were like a heavenly pillar, indestructible, and strong enough to destroy a mountain. It then smashed towards the primordial chaos grappling technique. Rumble, the sky and earth were spinning. The fighting stage, which was protected by powerful fighters, started to crack. At the center of the collision, a flame appeared out of nowhere. It was completely caused by the collision. Under the impact of the 6 solar fingers, the primordial chaos grappling technique was smashed into pieces. Wah! Ling Ao felt a strong impact, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was pushed back to the edge of the fighting stage before he could stabilize himself. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. Ling Ao lost, he really lost. What kind of combat skill did Xianxia use just now? It's so terrifying. Looking at its level, I'm afraid it's not any weaker than the primordial chaos grappling technique. For a rogue cultivator to have such a powerful combat skill, he must have had a great encounter. This is too shocking. This Xianxia's strength is boundless, it's beyond common sense. Now that Ling Ao is injured, I'm afraid he'll have to admit defeat. If not, with Xianxia's skills, I'm afraid he'll kill him. Ling Ao had used the primordial chaos grappling technique, but still lost to Xianxia. This was something that no one had expected. While everyone was still in shock, Xianxia moved again. His body flashed, and like a ghost, he appeared in front of Ling Ao. In his hand, there was a cold sharp sword. His lips curled into a hideous smile, and the sword in his hand pierced towards Ling Ao's heart. Ling Ao's expression changed drastically. With his current condition, there was no way he could defend against Xianxia's attack. He was being suppressed by Xianxia's qi, and he didn't even have the chance to admit defeat. Stop! Nan Beichao shouted coldly. An imposing aura was unleashed from his body. At this moment, many people could see through Xianxia's intention. Pucci, unfortunately, the shouts of the northern and southern dynasties were useless. Xianxia's sword pierced through Ling Ao's chest, and the sword came out from his back. This sword had pierced through Ling Ao's heart, he was dead for sure. The life and death arena was like this. You die or I die, there was no reason. As for the Burning Sky Pavilion, since he had already offended them, he didn't mind killing one of their geniuses. The moment Xianxia's long sword pierced through Ling Ao's chest, the entire arena became silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and they held their breath. They could not believe what they had just seen. Then, an uproar broke out. Oh my God, what did I just see? He killed Ling Ao, he really killed Ling Ao. How audacious. The northern and southern dynasties have already warned him to stop, but he still killed Ling Ao. He did not even give Ling Ao a chance to admit defeat, this is insane. So cruel, so cruel. I have lived for so long, and finally, I have seen a real cruel person. I admire him. This is too exciting. The representative of the Burning Sky Pavilion's outer circle disciples, Ling Ao, was killed on the fighting stage. This is a huge loss for the Burning Sky Pavilion. But what Xianxia did was not wrong. Before, Ling Ao was filled with killing intent, and he did not plan to let Xianxia go easily. Since he wanted to kill Xianxia, why can't Xianxia kill him? This is a fighting stage of life and death, and once you go up there, you will die. Plus, Xianxia has already offended the northern and southern dynasties. With the northern and southern dynasties as character, they will not let him go easily. Therefore, whether Xianxia kills Ling Ao or not, he cannot change his fate. He has the courage to kill Ling Ao, which is admirable. The entire square was in an uproar. This kind of scene was too exciting. The Burning Sky Pavilion's outer circle disciple was killed, this was too shocking. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Xianxia had changed. Other than admiration, there was also a trace of fear. This was definitely a very cruel person. Below the fighting stage, Han Yan, Li Wushuang, and Yi Qingzi's expression changed. Although they had already put Xianxia in a very high position, especially Han Yan, he even thought that Xianxia could fight Ling Ao to a draw. But he had never thought that Xianxia would kill Ling Ao in such a decisive and cruel way. Where did this guy come from? Han Yan smiled bitterly. Having truly witnessed Xianxia's methods, he could not help but recall that day in the Silver Moon restaurant. Now, it seemed that even if he did not lend a hand that day, Xianxia also had the ability to escape unscathed. Of course, if the little devil king knew what Xianxia had done to Silvermoon City after he left, he would probably vomit a mouthful of blood. On the other side, De Huang Dog was walking around arrogantly, whistling at the ashen-faced people who had placed their bets, making people want to hang him up and skin him alive. What are you so proud of? The competition isn't over yet. You only killed Ling Ao. That's right, Ling Ao is not even on the same level as the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang. Damn dog, what are you so proud of? When that kid loses, you'll have to spit out all of your human elixir. Everyone said viciously. Is that so? Since you guys are so confident, then let's bet again. This time, the odds are 1 to 100. De Huang Dog bared his teeth at the crowd. Who else wants to bet? Hurry up and bet, the odds are 1 to 100. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. Xianxia, who was standing on the side, giggled. This black-bellied dog was too shameless. Unfortunately, no matter how much De Huang Dog encouraged them, no one took the bait. None of them were idiots. After witnessing Jiang Chen's true methods, they did not dare to bet anymore. Even Ling Ao was killed. Whether or not the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang could defeat Jiang Chen, it was hard to say. They could not be fooled by this dog again. Not to mention 1 to 100, even if it was 1 to 1,000, they still would not do it. This dog was too treacherous. On the fighting stage, Ling Ao was already dead. Jiang Chen slowly pulled out his long sword, and Ling Ao's dead body fell on the fighting stage. A genius of a generation had fallen just like that. The faces of the northern and southern dynasties were pale, their faces were extremely ugly. An undisguised killing intent was directed towards Jiang Chen. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? How dare you disobey me? The voice of the northern and southern dynasties was so cold that it could make people sink into the abyss. Everyone could see that this genius was really angry this time. Just now, before Jiang Chen killed Ling Ao, the northern and southern dynasties did tell him to stop. Jiang Chen slowly shook off the blood on his long sword. He fearlessly met the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties. Why should I listen to you? Can you control the fighting stage in the competition? Ling Ao didn't admit defeat, so I can kill him. What does that have to do with you? Jiang Chen's question made the northern and southern dynasties speechless. That's right, although he was an important person in charge of this competition, he still couldn't interfere with the process of the competition. Ling Ao didn't admit defeat, therefore, Jiang Chen had a reason to kill him. Jiang Chen is right. The northern and southern dynasties, the Qi province competition is fair and open. You have no right to stop Jiang Chen from killing Ling Ao. Guaniyun said. Although he wasn't a match for the northern and southern dynasties, as the representative of the black sect, he still had the guts to say this. Alright, let the competition continue. The northern and southern dynasties said indifferently. They didn't look at Jiang Chen again, but everyone could tell that the northern and southern dynasties were really angry. After the competition, they would definitely not let this matter go. Jiang Chen turned around and jumped down from the fighting stage. A disciple of the Burning Sky Pavilion ran up and carried Ling Ao's dead body down from the fighting stage. When the disciple came down from the fighting stage, he glared at Jiang Chen with hatred. The Burning Sky Pavilion had suffered a huge loss today. Ling Ao had extraordinary talent, and he would soon break through to the heavenly core realm and be promoted to the inner circle. In the future, although he wouldn't be able to compare to the northern and southern dynasties, he would still be the strongest in the inner circle. He was not someone ordinary geniuses could compare with. To put it bluntly, 10 late mortal core geniuses were not as precious as one Ling Ao to the Burning Sky Pavilion. At this point, the competition had entered the real climax. Ordinary people had been eliminated, and those who were left behind were the elites of the elites, the geniuses of the geniuses. Below the fighting stage, there were only 4 people left: Jiang Chen, Han Yan, Li Wushuang, and Yi Qingzi. This group made people excited, but at the same time, it also made people sigh. According to people's expectations, the one standing here right now should be Ling Ao and the other 3. But now, Ling Ao was dead, and his spot had been taken by a dark horse. For the 4 big sects, this was an irony. Let's continue drawing lots. The northern and southern dynasties waved their hands and threw out another 4 wooden plates. On top of the plates were written 1 and 2. The 4 of them casually grabbed 1 plate each. Jiang Chen flipped over the plate, and on top of it, there was a 1. 2 figures jumped onto the fighting stage at the same time. It was Jiang Chen who was wearing white clothes, and Yi Qingzi whose clothes didn't cover her body. Yi Qingzi was extremely charming, and her every frown and smile was hard to suppress. Jiang Chen and Yi Qingzi drew lots together, so naturally, the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang, who had always been rivals, drew lots together, and went on to the second fighting stage. This time, there will be something interesting to watch. None of these four people are easy to deal with, especially the Little Devil King and Li Wuxuang. These two people both have powerful trump cards. This is really exciting. Some people were very excited. Many of the people here had come for the Little Devil King and Li Wuxuang. Now that the two of them were finally facing each other, it would definitely be a fierce battle. Who do you guys think will win? The Little Devil King and Li Wuxuang each have their own merits. It's hard to say who will win. But that slut Xianxia is probably not Jiang Chen's opponent. Xianxia is at most at the same level as Ling Ao. If Jiang Chen could kill Ling Ao effortlessly, I'm afraid he can also easily kill Xianxia. That's hard to say. The Valley of Happiness's charm technique is unparalleled in the world. Since ancient times, even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. Xianxia's charm technique and charm is not something an ordinary man can handle. The sound of discussions rose and fell. Now, the real highlight of the Qi province competition was about to begin. The battle between four powerful geniuses made everyone hold their breath. On the first stage, Xianxia and Jiang Chen were standing opposite each other. Xianxia was graceful, her body was soft as if she didn't have any bones. Her pair of charming eyes were constantly sizing up Jiang Chen. After a while, Xianxia helplessly sighed and said to Jiang Chen, "Brother Jiang is really good. Xianxia admires you, I admit defeat." Xianxia directly admitted defeat. She directly admitted defeat before the fight even started. What was going on? Everyone was shocked. What's going on? Why did Xianxia directly admit defeat? She didn't even move her hand. What kind of magic does this Jiang Chen have? Even the genius from the Valley of Happiness directly admitted defeat. The square suddenly became restless. Many people couldn't understand. No matter how weak Xianxia was, she shouldn't have admitted defeat without even fighting. Jiang Chen cupped his fist at Xianxia and smiled. The others didn't know why Xianxia admitted defeat, but he did. Xianxia definitely didn't admit defeat without even fighting. The moment she stepped onto the stage, she had secretly used her charm technique on Jiang Chen, trying to confuse Jiang Chen. However, she didn't expect that her charm technique had no effect on Jiang Chen at all. Jiang Chen's temperament was much stronger than what she had imagined. This was the real reason why Xianxia admitted defeat. Her real combat strength was almost the same as Ling Ao's. Her only chance to win was to rely on her charm technique. If her charm technique was useless, then there was no need to fight anymore. Besides, Xianxia had personally witnessed Jiang Chen's strength. He didn't look like someone who would show mercy to the fairer sex. If he killed her during the fight, then wouldn't that be a great injustice? Brother Jiang is really a god. If you have time in the future, you can come to the Valley of Happiness to look for me. If you have any requests, I will satisfy them. Xianxia giggled and jumped down from the fighting platform. The words she left behind were simply a blatant seduction. Moreover, she admitted defeat in such a calm and relaxed manner. Perhaps only people from the Valley of Happiness could do that. Jiang Chen didn't even look at Xianxia. He would never look at a vulgar woman like her. Compared to Yan Xinyu, those women from the Valley of Happiness were like chickens. Damn, this Jiang Chen can't really get the first place, can he? I bet another 200 elixir, I've really been tricked by that dog. I think there's an 80% chance that Jiang Chen will get the first place. The battle between the Little Devil King and Jiang Chen will definitely end in a lose-lose situation. At that time, no matter who wins, their combat strength will be greatly reduced. At that time, they will definitely not be Jiang Chen's opponent. Damn, I've been tricked by that dog. I hope there's a turning point, or else I'll lose big time. De Huang Dog had become the biggest winner. Looking at the situation, if nothing unexpected happened, Jiang Chen would definitely get first place. No matter who won the battle between the Little Devil King and Li Wuxuang, it would be very difficult for them to deal with Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He raised his head and kept walking in front of the crowd. Looking at the bitter expressions of others, he was in an extremely good mood. This feeling of building one's happiness on someone else's pain was really good. Next, everyone's eyes were on the second stage. The little devil king and Li Wuxuang were still looking at each other, both of them were preparing their auras. These two could be said to be old rivals. They had fought against each other many times, but they were always evenly matched. The little devil king versus Li Wuxuang, that was the battle that everyone was looking forward to. Xianxia stood in front of the disciples of the four big sections. He ignored the gazes of Tianjian Gate and Burning Sky Pavilion, and put his attention on the stage. Both of them were rare geniuses. Their talents were even higher than Guaniyun and Liang Xiao. Their future achievements were limitless. However, before the two of them showed their true abilities, Xianxia couldn't really judge who had the bigger potential. Han Yan, you and I have fought 4 times, and we have never had a clear winner. Today, we will take advantage of the Qi province tournament and decide who is the real number 1. Li Wuxuang was as strong as an iron tower. His voice was also extremely loud. His whole body was filled with a domineering aura. It seemed like he was determined to get the rewards of this tournament. You talk too much. Li Wuxuang, you are not my opponent. Just admit defeat. Han Yan sneered. Humph. Han Yan, everyone says that you are the descendant of Gu Tianma, and that Gu Tianma's power is sealed in your body. Unfortunately, you can only reveal a trace of your demonic nature, and your power has never been awakened. In my opinion, the rumors are wrong. However, I will kill you today. Whether you are the descendant of Gu Tianma or not is not important anymore. Li Wuxuang coldly snorted. 2 cold lights shot out from his eyes. Gu Tianma? I never thought that there would be such a legacy in this world. I just don't know if it's real or not. Xianxia murmured. He had a certain understanding of Gu Tianma. He was the king of the ancient devils, the emperor of the devils. His bloodline was precious, and his physique was much more tyrannical than the average godly physique. Such a body of Gu Tianma was extremely rare. In other words, the powerful physiques of the ancient times had already disappeared in the long river of history. Xianxia had met a descendant of Gu Tianma in his previous life. Moreover, it was not a very pure one, but its means were extremely terrifying. Ordinary saints were no match for it. Trying to kill me? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Han Yan's blue robes fluttered in the wind. There was a faint smile on his face. His entire person was very calm. It was as if he was not facing a battle of life and death, but a very ordinary battle. Cut the crap. Let's see who's the real deal. Li Wuxuang moved. His entire aura was like that of a tiger. His huge body brought along a powerful wave as he fiercely pounced towards Han Yan. Around Li Wuxuang's body, there was an energy whirlpool. When the whirlpools collided, they let out firecracker-like sounds. This was a kind of brute force attack. Li Wuxuang cultivated a battle technique that was close to the barbarian technique. His body was extremely tyrannical. His entire body charged forward like a yak. The boundless yuan power in his body turned into a wave-like golden energy. It directly formed a golden shield in front of him. On the shield, there were runes lingering around it, making it look very mystical. Li Wuxuang charged forward like this. It seemed like there was nothing fancy about it, but in reality, it contained the profoundness of battle techniques. That powerful attack power made it very difficult for people to face it head-on. On the opposite side, Han Yan's face also became serious. His aura slowly increased, and the yuan power that overflowed from his body carried strands of black strands. That was a strand of demonic essence. Such a strong demonic essence. Han Yan is indeed related to Gu Tianma. However, the demonic essence in his yuan power is violently throbbing. It seems very restless. This is the sign that Gu Tianma in his body is awakening. The awakening of the heavenly devil physique is not a joke. If it happens in battle, it will be fatal. Xianxia's eyes lit up. His eyes were very sharp, and he saw through Han Yan's foundation with a single glance. What made Xianxia worried was that Han Yan's current condition was not good. The power of Gu Tianma in his body might be awakening soon. Once it was awakened in battle, it would not be a joke. Bo. On the battle stage, Han Yan's yuan power and demonic power fused together, forming a sharp qiao. It crashed towards Li Wuxuang's golden shield. Pung, two powerful forces collided, causing shockwaves to spread in all directions. The destructive energy even destroyed the air around them. Li Wuxuang and Han Yan both took 3 steps back at the same time. Both of them had fought 4 times, and no one was able to determine the winner. Even in the Qi province competition, it looked like it would not be easy to determine the winner. Han Yan, we know each other very well. Normal attacks are useless, and it will be hard to determine the winner. In my opinion, we should use our strongest attack to determine the winner. I forgot to tell you, my tyrannical script has reached the 3rd level, and its power is not something the 2nd level can compare with. Let's see how you deal with it. Li Wuxuang's body was covered with a domineering aura. This was because he was cultivating the tyrannical script. The tyrannical script was a high-rank earth skill. It was a skill that was fused together with a combat skill. Li Wuxuang obtained it from the remains of a combat soul warrior. All of his achievements today were due to this tyrannical script. A high-rank earth skill and combat skill, even in the entire Qi province, it was extremely rare. The tyrannical script had a total of 9 levels. Li Wuxuang was only at the peak of the mortal core realm, but he was able to cultivate the tyrannical script to the 3rd level. Come. Han Yan's messy black hair fluttered without any wind. There was no fear on his handsome face. When Li Wuxuang was controlling his aura, the energy waves coming from his body were getting stronger and stronger. The final battle is going to begin so soon? Both of their auras are so strong, no ordinary man can compare with them. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say, both of them have their own strengths. But, I think Li Wuxuang has a higher chance of winning. After all, he has obtained the inheritance of a combat soul warrior. I don't think Han Yan is his match. Everyone focused their attention. The 2 old rivals on the fighting stage were about to begin their final battle. They both knew that a normal battle would just be a waste of time, and it would be very difficult to determine the winner. Li Wuxuang's aura had reached its peak. His entire body was covered with a domineering aura, as if he was a tyrant king. Sky Tyrant Fist. Li Wuxuang suddenly shouted out loudly. He immediately unleashed the 3rd form of the tyrannical script. When he punched out, a deafening boom could be heard from dozens of miles away. Many people could feel their hearts palpitating from this punch. The tyrannical script was too powerful. Li Wuxuang's golden fist had sealed off the entire fighting stage. On the opposite side, Han Yan had a serious expression on his face. He pushed both of his palms upwards, and 2 bright lights carrying a demonic aura shot out from his palms. In the blink of an eye, a huge energy ball was formed. On the surface of the energy ball, there were mysterious patterns flashing. Han Yan pushed the energy ball with all his strength, and it collided with Li Wuxuang's fist. Bang! This time, the terrifying energy waves covered the entire fighting stage. The people standing on the outside couldn't see what was happening on the inside. There were terrifying energies everywhere, and they were all colorful. Some of the people who were closer to the fighting stage lost their hearing due to the vibrations. Some of the weaker ones almost fainted. Tap tap tap, on the fighting stage, Han Yan took 3 big steps back, and was pushed all the way to the edge of the fighting stage. Half of his feet were outside of the fighting stage, and his body was swaying. His face was pale, and blood could be seen dripping down from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered a serious injury from the previous collision. Haha, Han Yan, you finally lost to me. I told you, the 3rd level of the tyrannical script is not something you can handle. I, Li Wuxuang, am the real number 1. On the opposite side, Li Wuxuang was laughing out loud. His attitude was extremely arrogant. Defeating Han Yan with his own hands was his biggest dream, and he had finally accomplished it today. He was extremely happy. Good. Senior disciple Li's tyrannical script is really frightening. I told you that Han Yan is no match for you. Of course. Senior disciple Li has obtained a combat soul inheritance, he is not someone a little Han Yan can handle. After killing Han Yan, senior disciple Li will kill that Xianxia. Han Yan is finished, he is wounded. If he doesn't admit defeat now, he will only be killed by senior disciple Li. All the disciples of the Tianjian Gate were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Some of them were even jumping up and down. Looking at how happy they were, it was as if the one who had defeated Han Yan wasn't Li Wuxuang, but them. On the other hand, Xianxia, who was standing at the front, furrowed his brows. He stared at Han Yan without blinking his eyes. He had seen clearly that Han Yan hadn't used his full strength in the collision just now. In other words, it was because of his current condition that he couldn't use his full strength. Just as everyone was surprised that Han Yan was going to be defeated, a sudden change occurred on the fighting stage. Han Yan, who was originally in low spirits, suddenly let out a roar towards the sky. That roar was ancient, hoarse, evil, tyrannical, and mixed with all sorts of emotions. Many people noticed that black fog was rising from Han Yan's body. What's going on? Han Yan is going crazy. What a powerful demonic aura. I can feel that he is going to unleash an extremely powerful evil energy. This is Gu Tianma's energy. Han Yan is indeed Gu Tianma's descendant. The energy in his body is going to awaken. Countless people cried out in shock. Who would have thought that such a change would occur? As for Xianxia, he was looking at the center of Han Yan's eyebrows. In the center of Han Yan's eyebrows, there was a black symbol that kept flashing. When he saw this symbol, Xianxia's expression changed dramatically. That is the symbol of the heavenly demon, the symbol that only belongs to Gu Tianma. Han Yan is the complete inheritor of Gu Tianma, he is the true descendant of Gu Tianma. His cultivation base is at the peak of the mortal core realm, and Gu Tianma's energy was about to awaken. But because of Li Wuxuang's provocation, he is going to awaken Gu Tianma's energy at this moment. This idiot, with his mortal core cultivation base, there is no way he can control Gu Tianma's source energy. Even if he can kill Li Wuxuang, he will be devoured by Gu Tianma's energy and die together with Li Wuxuang. I have to stop him. This was an extremely dangerous moment. If Han Yan had only inherited a little bit of Gu Tianma's power, Xianxia wouldn't be so excited. If that was the case, Han Yan could directly break through to the heavenly core realm by awakening the power, and then kill Li Wuxuang. But, Han Yan had Gu Tianma's source mark in his body, which meant that Han Yan had inherited the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma. With his current condition, there was no way he could control the power brought by the awakened Gu Tianma. If that was the case, even if Han Yan could use this sudden power to kill Li Wuxuang, he would still suffer from the demonic energy's backlash, and even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Roar! Han Yan raised his head and let out a long roar. Waves after waves of powerful demonic energy burst out from his body. His energy was rising like waves, and his body was growing taller bit by bit. Popping sounds could be heard from his body, and even his bones were changing. At the same time, Gu Tianma's aura filled the air, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Every roar he let out could make people fall into an abyss. Heavens, how can Gu Tianma's power be so strong? This power has already reached the heavenly core realm. Li Wuxuang is in danger. The title of Little Devil King is not just for show. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Everyone was stunned by Han Yan. This was too terrifying, it was as if an ancient devil had suddenly descended upon them. On the fighting stage, the arrogant Li Wuxuang suddenly had an ugly expression on his face. He had never thought that Han Yan would have such a change at this critical moment. Han Yan had completely gone crazy, and he had shocked everyone. Not good, junior disciple Han's condition isn't right. On the high platform, Guaniyun's expression had also changed. The sudden appearance of Han Yan's powerful energy didn't make him happy, instead, he was worried. Although he couldn't see it as clearly as Xianxia, he could still feel the crisis Han Yan was in right now. Winning or losing wasn't important, but if he lost his future or even his life because of this, then it wouldn't be worth it. Roar! Han Yan's demonic energy was getting stronger and stronger, and he couldn't suppress it any longer. Stop! Guaniyun and Xianxia shouted out at the same time. This was the first time since the start of the Qi province competition that someone had interfered with a fight. Guaniyun was worried about Han Yan, and Xianxia was worried about Li Wuxuang. Everyone was well aware of the situation in front of him. Han Yan's strength had skyrocketed to the heavenly core realm, and he could easily kill Li Wuxuang. But after killing Li Wuxuang, he wouldn't have a good time either. It's too late. We have to stop it now. Xianxia's body flickered as he leapt onto the fighting ring at lightning speed. He stretched out a finger that flickered with a golden light and tapped on Han Yan's forehead. roar. However, his mind had not been completely corrupted by the demonic nature. He knew that the person in front of him was Xianxia. Go away. Han Yan's voice was hoarse, and he spat out black demonic smoke from his mouth. Brother Han, listen to me, Gu Tianma's demonic nature is too strong, you have to control it bit by bit. With your current condition, if you forcefully awaken Gu Tianma's bloodline and strength, the consequences will be severe. I'll teach you the Buddha's Heart Sutra now, use it to temporarily suppress the demonic nature in your body. Winning or losing doesn't matter, you have Gu Tianma's inheritance, so you don't need that little bit of reward. This Li Wu Shuang, I'll help you deal with him. Xianxia circulated his divine sense with the great soul derivation skill and transmitted it into Han Yan's divine sense. It directly penetrated into his soul, causing Han Yan's body to shake violently, and he regained consciousness for a short period of time. At the same time, a mysterious Heart Sutra flowed into Han Yan's divine sense like a clear stream. Good Heart Sutra, this is a Buddhist Heart Sutra, it's the nemesis of all demonic nature. If I have this Heart Sutra, I'll be able to control the demonic nature in my body better. Han Yan was shocked in his heart, and the demonic smoke on his body began to retract bit by bit. The Buddha's Heart Sutra was a Buddhist Heart Sutra, it was obtained by Xianxia from a Buddha in the Western continent. In his previous life, he spent all his life killing, so he didn't cultivate this Buddha's Heart Sutra. In this life, he cultivated the dragon transformation skill, and walked on a unique path, so he didn't need this Buddha's Heart Sutra. But Han Yan, who was in front of him, really needed it. After Han Yan obtained the Buddha's Heart Sutra, he hurriedly circulated it according to the sutra. The demonic nature in his body was actually suppressed for a short period of time, and the sky demon mark between his eyebrows also temporarily disappeared. Huff huff, Han Yan was panting heavily, and his forehead was covered with sweat. He looked at Xianxia gratefully and said, Brother Jiang, you've saved my life today, and you've even given me such a profound Buddhist Heart Sutra. Han Yan has no way to repay you. Han Yan was naturally very grateful. He understood his own situation very well, and he was very clear that the situation just now was dangerous. If it wasn't for Xianxia, he would have been completely finished. I like you. Xianxia patted Han Yan's shoulder. Han Yan smiled, looked at Li Wu Shuang who was still in a state of shock, and said in a clear voice, I admit defeat. After that, Han Yan looked at Xianxia, it's up to you now. Be careful, this guy is not easy to deal with. Han Yan admitted defeat. There were too many surprises in this competition, and it was too exciting. None of the battles developed according to the people's expectations, but it was also because of this that made this competition even more interesting. Xianxia, you dare to disturb the order of the battle stage, you're courting death. Xianxia shouted coldly, waved his hand, and shot a bright light towards Xianxia. He wanted to kill Xianxia with his first attack, he was ruthless. Bang, of course, Guaniyun wouldn't just sit back and watch. He blocked Liang Zhao's attack with his palm, and angrily said, Liang Xiao, what are you doing? Xianxia is a participant of the competition, and the winner hasn't been decided yet. As the host, you're too shameless. Guaniyun began to defend Xianxia. He was very clear that if it wasn't for Xianxia's timely intervention, Han Yan would have been in real danger today. The battle between Li Wu Shuang and Han Yan is not over yet. Xianxia went up on stage without permission, that's against the rules. Liang Xiao was not going to let it go. Haha, what a joke. If it wasn't for me, Li Wu Shuang would have died in Han Yan's hands. Shouldn't you guys be thanking me? Xianxia laughed out loud. He glanced at Li Wu Shuang from the corner of his eyes, and found that Li Wu Shuang's face was not looking good. Because in a way, Xianxia had saved his life. Alright, Han Yan has admitted defeat. Now, Xianxia and Li Wu Shuang will fight for first place. The Northern and Southern dynasties spoke. For the first time, they didn't make things difficult for Xianxia. For him, this was very unusual, and also puzzling. Others might not understand, but Xianxia could. These Northern and Southern dynasties probably just wanted to see how many tricks he had, and whether he could really contend against Li Wu Shuang's tyrannical script. Humph. Liang Xiao coldly snorted, and no longer said anything. Even the Northern and Southern dynasties allowed the competition to continue, what else could he say? On the square, everyone's heart was in turmoil. Today's competition could be said to be full of twists and turns. The appearance of this dark horse, Xianxia, had changed the entire competition, and it was not going according to common sense at all. Damn, Xianxia actually made it to the last step. So unlucky, to be cheated by that dog of 300 people's elixir. This is a good thing, the little demon king has admitted defeat, and Li Wushuang still has his full strength. In this case, Xianxia may not be Li Wushuang's opponent. As long as Xianxia loses, our bet on elixir can be doubled. That's right, Li Wushuang is still in his peak condition, Xianxia may not be able to defeat him. Keep an eye on that De Huang dog, don't let him run away. The fact that both of them didn't suffer any serious injuries gave the people who placed their bets a glimmer of hope. Now, all of them hated De Huang dog to the point of gnashing their teeth. They wished they could start a fire and roast this dog. Puppy dog, do you think big bro Xianxia can win? Yan Qinyu worriedly asked. Don't worry, this kid won't fight a battle he has no confidence in winning. If it was before, he might not be able to defeat Li Wushuang, but just now, he opened up his mind on the stairway to heaven, and his strength has improved greatly. Defeating Li Wushuang is not a problem. De Huang dog said. He was very confident in Xianxia. On the other side, the disciples of the Black Sect had surrounded Han Yin. Senior disciple Han, are you alright? Someone asked worriedly. I'm fine, it's all thanks to Xianxia. Han Yin said. I wonder if Xianxia can defeat Li Wushuang. I don't think there will be a problem. Xianxia is definitely the biggest dark horse in this Qi province competition, he is even darker than the northern and southern dynasties. All the disciples of the Black Sect had a good impression of Xianxia, and together with the fact that he and the Tianjian Gate were enemies, they naturally hoped that Xianxia could defeat Li Wushuang and take first place. Besides, many disciples of the Black Sect had the idea of recruiting Xianxia into the Black Sect. With Xianxia's outstanding performance in the Qi province competition, he was definitely worth recruiting. On the fighting stage, Xianxia calmly stared at Li Wushuang who was standing in front of him. His white robe was fluttering in the wind, and an invincible aura was being emitted from his body. This aura made him look extremely tall, and he was emitting an aura that no one dared to look directly at. Xianxia, you can kill Ling Ao, but you are definitely not my match. Li Wushuang said. Is that so? Xianxia smiled faintly, he didn't take Li Wushuang seriously. Humph. Xianxia, what are you being so arrogant for? You are just a rogue cultivator, you came here to participate in the Qi province competition, and you even offended the 4 big sects. You really don't know what's good for you. Fighting me is no different than courting death. Li Wushuang let out a cold snort. Xianxia was looking at him with an indifferent expression that had a hint of disdain in his eyes, and it had deeply stimulated his strong self-esteem. All this time, he had grown up in the eyes of admiration and reverence. In the Tianjian Gate, he was a shining star, and no one had ever dared to look down on him. But now, he was being looked down upon by a rogue cultivator, and it was the kind of attitude that came from the bottom of his heart. Besides, Xianxia was only at the early mortal core realm, how could Li Wushuang accept this? I just saved your life, and you're talking to your benefactor like this? Looks like the people from the Tianjian Gate really bite the hand that feeds them, they are worse than animals. Xianxia pretended to sigh and shook his head. Courting death. I will let you know the consequences of offending the Tianjian Gate. The fighting stage let out a thunderous sound. Li Wushuang's aura was extremely powerful. The golden shield that was completely formed from energy was extremely powerful, and it pressed down on Xianxia like a huge mountain. The tyrannical script that Li Wushuang was cultivating was a powerful body-strengthening skill. Comparing the strength and toughness of his body, it was very difficult to find an opponent at the same level as him. The tyrannical script was left behind by a combat soul warrior, and it had reached the high rank of Earth Realm. This was Li Wushuang's biggest advantage. Too bad, the advantage of the tyrannical script was nothing in front of the dragon transformation skill. Compared to a supreme skill like the dragon transformation skill, the tyrannical script was just too weak. Therefore, when Li Wushuang attacked Xianxia with his body strength, he had already lost. Xianxia was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and he had absorbed the bloodline of the blood-winged hawk and the dragon horse bloodline of the Dahuang dog. His body was extremely strong, and even some ancient beasts couldn't compare with it, let alone Li Wuxuang. Facing Li Wuxuang's attack, Xianxia didn't show any signs of panic on his face. When the golden shield was about to reach him, Xianxia punched out with lightning speed. Facing a powerful warrior like Li Wuxuang, Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. Therefore, this punch could be considered as using all of his strength. When he punched out, his entire arm was strengthened by the energy, and there were golden dragon marks floating around his arm. It looked like a simple punch, but it made people feel as if it was as heavy as a mountain. Idiot, using fists to compete with my body strength. Seeing Xianxia's action, Li Wuxuang's face revealed a mocking expression. Bang! Finally, Xianxia's fist collided with Li Wuxuang's golden shield. The scene where many people thought Xianxia would be sent flying didn't happen. Instead, Xianxia let them see the most shocking scene. Crack! The shield that was completely formed by condensed energy shattered into pieces, as if it was just a piece of rotten wood. Xianxia had the strength of 25 dragon marks, that was 250,000 jin. When he punched out, it was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. But Li Wuxuang still chose to use his body to collide, he was simply looking for trouble. Thud thud thud, Li Wuxuang was hit by a huge impact, and he had to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. His whole body had already retreated to the edge of the fighting stage, the sneer on his face had already disappeared, replaced by a deep shock. Whoosh! This scene instantly caused an uproar. This kind of scene was really too exciting. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, many people wouldn't be willing to believe it. My God, he actually forced Li Wuxuang back with just one punch, just like how he forced Ling Ao back. What kind of monster is this Xianxia? This really blinded my dog eyes. Li Wuxuang is cultivating the tyrannical script, that is a high-ranked earth skill and combat skill. He obtained the inheritance of a combat soul warrior, and his body is incredibly strong. But now, he actually lost to Xianxia in a physical fight. This is really unbelievable. Damn it, don't tell me Li Wuxuang is really going to lose? Your daddy, am using the 300-man elixir. I've been tricked by that dog. Monster, this guy is not a human. I guess his talent is even higher than the northern and southern dynasties. He is only an early mortal core warrior, and he can actually defeat Li Wuxuang? Isn't this just bullshit? No one wasn't shocked, everyone couldn't control their emotions. Although the winner between the two hadn't been decided yet, and Li Wuxuang had only lost by a small margin, but that was Li Wuxuang we were talking about. Those who had bet on Dahuang Dog had all placed their bets on Li Wuxuang. Li Wuxuang being forced back had directly pierced through their fragile hearts, and they wanted to cry but had no tears. Everyone from the Black Sect was in high spirits. Xianxia's strength was also beyond their imagination. Han Yan was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed, carefully studying the Mahabodhisattva Heart Sutra. He didn't see what was happening on the fighting stage, or else he would be even more shocked, because he knew better than anyone else how terrifying Li Wuxuang's body was. This little man is quite charming. On the high platform, the flirtatious Bai Hua Dai had a very interested expression on her face towards Xianxia. Bai Hua Dai, you can have your eyes on any kind of trash. Liang Xiao glanced at Bai Hua Dai Ling Ling. The trash that I have my eyes on, is at least stronger than you. Bai Hua Dai retorted, I'm sure that Li Wuxuang will lose. You slut, what do you know? Junior disciple Li hasn't used all of his skills yet. Liang Xiao let out a cold snort. The battle between Li Wuxuang and Xianxia was related to the honor of Tianjian Gate. Did you see what skill Xianxia used? Bai Hua Dai smiled charmingly. Liang Xiao, you better remind Li Wuxuang to admit defeat now, or else he will follow in Ling Ao's footsteps. Xianxia is not a merciful person. Guanyin laughed. Xianxia's performance had already exceeded their expectations. Today's Ji province competition did not go according to their expectations, and it was all because of the appearance of a dark horse, Xianxia. Rumble, at this moment, another earth-shattering roar came from the fighting platform. Li Wuxuang, who was in a rage, had started to attack again. A huge golden fist was fiercely rushing towards Xianxia. After being defeated in the competition of physical strength, Li Wuxuang used his firmament fist, wanting to use his powerful combat skill to defeat Jiang Chen and regain his face. Facing this huge fist, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry either. He pointed his finger like a sword and suddenly pointed it out. The strength of the 6 solar fingers was definitely able to suppress the firmament fist. With a loud bang, 2 huge golden fingers were pointed out by Jiang Chen, and the shadow of the 3rd huge finger was becoming more and more obvious. The dazzling light of the battle was constantly magnified on the fighting platform. The 6 solar fingers against the firmament fist, this was a battle between 2 of the fiercest combat skills. Many people were holding their breath as they watched. Rumble, finally, under the anticipation of many people, the 2 fiercest combat skills collided with each other. The powerful shockwave covered a radius of 1 mile. If it wasn't for the restrictions set up by the experts, under this attack, the fighting platform would have already been destroyed. In this collision, Jiang Chen took 1 step back, while Li Wuxuang took 2 steps back. On the surface, it seemed like they were evenly matched, but in reality, Jiang Chen's skill was still superior. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. After all, this Li Wuxuang was not someone Ling Ao could compare with. If it wasn't for him forming the 6 dragon marks and fighting Li Wuxuang head-on, it wouldn't be easy for him to gain the upper hand. Fuck, is this guy a monster? His body is even stronger than mine, and he's only at the peak of the early mortal core realm, but his combat strength is already able to suppress me. Li Wuxuang cursed in his mind. He was determined to win this competition. In his mind, the final match would be between him and the Little Devil King. But, he never thought that he would have to fight for the first place with a rogue cultivator. No, if I lose to Jiang Chen, and the first place of the Qi province competition will fall into the hands of a rogue cultivator, then I, Li Wuxuang, won't be able to stay in the Qi province anymore. But, if the fight continues, it will be hard for me to defeat him with my skills. Looks like I have no choice but to use my treasure. Li Wuxuang's face was gloomy. He couldn't afford to lose the fight with Jiang Chen. Not only was this related to the face of the Tianjian Gate, it was also related to his own face. As the representative of the Qi province, if he lost to a rogue cultivator, and one who was weaker than him, that would be too shameful. Jiang Chen, you're courting death, don't blame me for this. Li Wuxuang said in a cold tone. If you have any skills, just show me. Jiang Chen didn't respond to Li Wuxuang's harsh words. Humph. Li Wuxuang let out a cold snort. Suddenly, a golden talisman appeared in his hand. The talisman was covered with complicated patterns. Li Wuxuang forcefully squeezed it, and the talisman immediately exploded, turning into countless golden sparks that merged into his body. At the same time, Li Wuxuang's energy started increasing exponentially. Look, I don't know what kind of talisman Li Wuxuang has taken out, but his combat strength has actually increased. Jiang Chen is finished. What a powerful energy, Li Wuxuang's energy has reached the heavenly core realm. He really got the inheritance of a combat soul warrior, and he has some hidden skills. Let's see how Jiang Chen is going to deal with this. The battle was full of twists and turns, and the changes that were happening constantly impacted the hearts of the spectators. It made them even more nervous than the 2 men on the fighting stage. Source of combat strength talisman. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted. Others might not know what that talisman was, but he could recognize it with just one look. The so-called source of combat strength talisman was a talisman that a man would use his life force to seal his combat strength within it before he died. If someone could get their hands on this talisman, they would be able to use the power contained within it, and it was extremely terrifying. The source of combat strength talisman in Li Wuxuang's hand was obviously left behind by a combat soul warrior. But too bad, Li Wuxuang's cultivation level was limited, and he couldn't fully unleash the combat strength contained within the talisman. He could only unleash 10% of its power, and the remaining 90% was wasted. Even so, it was still extremely terrifying. Li Wuxuang was able to use the source of combat strength talisman to increase his attack by at least 2 levels, and there was no way Jiang Chen could deal with him. In the Saint Origin realm, a source of combat strength talisman like this was extremely rare, and it could be said to be extremely precious. No one would joke around with their life force. At the same time, although the source of combat strength talisman was extremely powerful, it still had its shortcomings. The talisman could only be used once, which meant that Li Wuxuang could only use the talisman to unleash a single attack. After that, all the energy in his body would be drained, and he would become an arrow at the end of its flight. But in the eyes of many people, an attack like this only needed one attack. Such powerful strength. Heavens, Li Wuxuang's energy has reached the mid-heavenly core realm. Xianxia is finished, there's no way he can deal with this. Someone shouted out in shock. Will big bro Xianxia be alright? Yan Qinyu's face was filled with worry. Even De Huang Dog had a serious expression in his eyes. Xianxia was indeed an abnormal monster, but his cultivation level was too low. No one had expected Xianxia to use such a terrifying attack in the end. Haha, Guaniyun, I wonder who will die in the end. How do you think Xianxia is going to defend against junior disciple Li's next attack? On the grandstand, Liang Xiao was laughing out loudly. He looked at Guaniyun, who had a worried expression. Humph. Guaniyun let out a cold snort, then he used his divine sense to send a message to Xianxia. Xianxia, just admit defeat, there's no need to lose your life. Right at this moment, Li Wuxuang's energy had reached the peak of the mid-heavenly core realm. Under this condition, even if he only had one chance to attack, would Xianxia be able to defend against it? Everyone became nervous. Some were happy, some were worried. But there was one thing that everyone firmly believed, and that was that Xianxia, who was only at the early mortal core realm, had no way of fighting against Li Wuxuang, whose combat strength had suddenly increased to the peak of the mid-heavenly core realm. Everyone felt that it was best for Xianxia to admit defeat at this moment. Even Guaniyun reminded him. Was he really going to admit defeat? That was impossible. If it was anyone else who was facing this kind of situation, the only thing they could do was admit defeat, or else they would die. But unfortunately, Li Wuxuang's opponent was Xianxia, an old monster who had the experience and wisdom of a saint. Xianxia had gone through countless battles, even if they were extremely dangerous, he still couldn't count them all. No matter if it was his temperament or experience, Xianxia was miles ahead of Li Wuxuang. Li Wuxuang's energy had finally reached its peak, and the attack that he had been preparing was finally going to be unleashed. He was extremely arrogant, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Haha, Xianxia, I can't believe you didn't admit defeat. Good, this is great. You are courting death, don't blame me for this. Li Wuxuang started laughing out loud. But right at the moment when he was about to unleash his attack, Xianxia did something that almost made countless people vomit blood. Behind the indifferent face of Xianxia, a pair of blood-red wings suddenly appeared. With a flap of the wings, Xianxia flew up high into the sky. Xianxia, who was hovering in midair, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a bright smile appeared on his face. He looked down at Li Wuxuang with great interest. What? He can actually fly? How is this possible? Damn it, what's going on? How can a mortal core warrior fly? This is the end, no matter how strong Li Wuxuang's combat strength is, there's no way he can defeat his opponent. Some people were about to vomit blood. They had never thought that there would be such a turning point at the last moment. Kaka, this little brat is really smart. He waited until Xianxin's aura was completely condensed, and he was ready to attack, then he directly flew away. At this time, Li Wuxuang was like an arrow that left the bow, he had no choice but to attack. If he didn't, he would suffer the backlash from the talisman's energy, and he would definitely die. If he did, he wouldn't be able to attack Xianxia at all. At that time, he would be like an arrow at the end of its flight, and would be at the mercy of Xianxia. De Huang Dog cackled. This move of Xianxia's could be said to have eliminated his opponent without a drop of blood. It was truly brilliant and vicious. Xianxia had understood this from the very beginning. Although Li Wuxuang could temporarily unleash an attack at the peak of the mid-heavenly core realm, it didn't mean that he was a heavenly core warrior himself. He also didn't have the ability to control natural energies and fly in the air. If he waited until Li Wuxuang attacked, with Xianxia's current strength, it would take him some time to break the lock of a mid-heavenly core warrior's attack. Besides, the attack of a mid-heavenly core warrior was too fast, and it wasn't easy to deal with. Therefore, Xianxia waited until the moment Li Wuxuang provoked him to attack, then he immediately flew up into the sky. No matter how strong Li Wuxuang was, there was still a limit to his attack range. Xianxia's height had far exceeded Li Wuxuang's attack range. Ha ha ha, Guanyin started laughing out loudly. Xianxia had once again given everyone a pleasant surprise. This situation had put Li Wuxuang in a very awkward position. He didn't know whether he should attack, but he also couldn't not attack. This was worse than swallowing a fly. This guy can actually merge with the wings of a demon beast? Liang Zhao's originally happy face had now turned into a shocked expression. No one had ever thought that an early mortal core warrior could actually fly in the sky. The one who was the most depressed right now was of course Li Wuxuang. He was extremely domineering, and he wanted to kill Xianxia. But now, the arrow was already on the bowstring, and the bowstring was fully drawn, but now he realized that the enemy was gone. This kind of feeling really made him want to vomit blood. Li Wuxuang raised his head and looked at Xianxia, who was looking at him with a mocking expression. He couldn't help but curse out loud, "Xianxia, if you are a fucking man, then come down here and fight me face to face." Li Wuxuang's face had turned red, and his majestic body was trembling. His body was surrounded by a terrifying energy whirlpool, and he couldn't hold on any longer. If he didn't release that energy, he would be destroyed. Yo Li Wuxuang, you even used the source of combat strength talisman of the combat soul realm, you really are a real man. Since you are a real man, why don't you release it and let everyone see how strong your attack is? I'm really looking forward to it. Xianxia said sarcastically, not afraid that his tongue would be cut if he said too much. Puff, hearing what Xianxia said, Li Wuxuang immediately threw up a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood, half of it was because of the backlash from the energy, and the other half was because he felt wronged. This Xianxia was really shameless, he had no sense of shame at all. Both of them were fighting face to face on the fighting stage, and he just flew away. Damn it, Xianxia's methods are too insidious and shameless. He didn't even attack, but he put Li Wuxuang in a dangerous situation. Sigh, Li Wuxuang is finished. Li Wuxuang's energy came from that talisman, it can be said that he borrowed external force. Now that the energy is wreaking havoc, if he doesn't release it as soon as possible, the consequences will be unimaginable. What else can we do? After all, he has wings and can fly. Li Wuxuang should just admit defeat now and release his energy. Otherwise, with Xianxia's methods, I'm afraid he will die. No way, I guess Xianxia doesn't dare to kill Li Wuxuang. He has already offended the Tianjian Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion. Li Wuxuang is the representative of the Tianjian Gate, if he is killed, Xianxia will have completely offended the Tianjian Gate. Everyone was sighing. From the beginning to the end, today's competition was full of drama. From the beginning to the end, every battle that was related to Xianxia would have an ending that exceeded everyone's expectations. And now, when everyone thought he was dead for sure, he flew up and turned the tide of the battle. This was really exciting. Ah, Xianxia, all F***CKU. Li Wuxuang was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Completely disregarding his image, he started cursing. At the same time, he suddenly threw a punch towards the sky. The golden fist was like a mountain, rushing towards Xianxia. The energy within Li Wuxuang's body could no longer be suppressed. If he didn't release it soon, he would be the first one to suffer a backlash. However, the attack that he released could not cause any harm to Xianxia. At this moment, Li Wuxuang's heart was like 10,000 horses were running wildly. If being suffocated could kill someone, then Li Wuxuang would be the first one to die of suffocation. Boom, the huge golden fist burst out with an earth-shattering sound, shaking the entire square to the point where everyone's ears were ringing. Li Wuxuang's attack was aimed towards the sky. If it was a flat attack, perhaps someone would be caught in the crossfire. The power of this punch was many times stronger than the previous one, it was at least 100 times stronger. There was a long golden trail behind the fist, it looked like a bright waterfall. Under the bright sunlight, it looked extremely dazzling. The huge golden fist was extremely fast, but too bad, Xianxia was too high up. When the fist reached Xianxia, half of its energy had already been consumed. Besides, because the distance was too far, Li Wuxuang's attack couldn't lock onto Xianxia. The blood wings on Xianxia's back casually flapped, and he easily dodged the huge fist. The huge fist just brushed past Xianxia's shoulder and disappeared into the vast sky. A source of combat strength talisman from a combat soul warrior was lost just like that, and it didn't even cause any damage to the enemy. A source of combat strength talisman from a combat soul warrior was not suitable for a mortal core warrior. If it was a battle between two heavenly core warriors, Li Wuxuang would definitely kill his opponent with this talisman. But too bad, when it was used against Xianxia, it was just a joke. Right now, the energy in Li Wuxuang's body was almost depleted. His body was shaking, and it looked like he could fall down at any time. His spirit was dispirited, and he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Junior disciple Li, surrender now. Xianxia shouted at Li Wuxuang, because he could see Xianxia flying down from the sky. If he didn't surrender now, then he might not have the chance to do so anymore. Too bad, right now, Li Wuxuang was completely immersed in grief and indignation, and he was unable to extricate himself. Today's battle had become the greatest shame of his life, and what made him feel even more heartache was that the source of combat strength talisman had been wasted just like that. Li Wuxuang's face revealed a ferocious expression, and he just stood there in a daze. At this moment, Xianxia had already landed on the fighting stage. In his hand, there was a golden-colored sword that was completely condensed from Yuan energy. It looked like a surging dragon mark, and he immediately slashed towards Li Wuxuang. Hua! Everyone cried out in shock. Was the famous Li Wuxuang going to die just like that? That was such a pity. Besides, Xianxia actually had the guts to kill Li Wuxuang. Right now, he was simply a lunatic. By doing this, he really didn't leave any way out for himself. Stop! Xianxia shouted out once again. His entire body was emitting a powerful aura, and he spoke with an unquestionable tone. Unfortunately, towards his words, Xianxia was completely indifferent. He had already made up his mind to kill Li Wuxuang. Today, even if it was the god of heaven, he wouldn't be able to save Li Wuxuang from his hands. Towards his enemies, Xianxia never left any witnesses alive. Moreover, to him, whether he killed Li Wuxuang or not, it wouldn't change his situation, and it wouldn't change his relationship with the Tianjian Gate. Since that was the case, why would he leave a potential disaster alive? This was not Xianxia's style. Swoosh, in the blink of an eye, the sword in Xianxia's hand had arrived above Li Wuxuang's head. At this moment, everyone in the square widened their eyes. Bastard, I told you to stop. Xianxia was enraged. Disregarding the rules, he flew up from the high platform and attacked Xianxia. Humph. Xianxia, not to mention you, even if your father or your grandfather were here today, they wouldn't be able to save Li Wuxuang. Xianxia coldly snorted, ruthless. I admit, Li Wuxuang finally reacted. The threat of death made his soul tremble. Too bad, at this moment, it was already too late to admit defeat. He didn't even have the chance to say the word admit defeat before he was cut in half by Xianxia. Admitting defeat now, too late. Li Wuxuang's body was sliced in half, and he fell onto the fighting stage. His blood and internal organs dyed the entire fighting stage red, and a pungent smell of blood filled the air. This was a very cruel and bloody scene, and it sent chills down everyone's spine. Everyone's expressions changed. What kind of crazy man was this? If he wanted to kill someone, even Xianxia couldn't stop him. This man was simply a madman, and it seemed like there was no one in this world that he didn't dare kill. It looked like even if Li Wuxuang was the son of the Tianjian Gate sect chief, he would still kill him. You're courting death. Xianxia was furious. He was a mighty late heavenly core warrior, but he couldn't even save someone from the hands of a mortal core warrior. For him, this was an insult. In order to get rid of this insult, the best way was to kill Xianxia with his own hands. Swoosh, Xianxia flapped his blood wings and flew up into the sky again. He didn't want to fight with Xianxia. A late heavenly core genius was not someone he could handle right now. Die. Xianxia didn't give up. He flew up into the sky with extreme speed and dashed towards Xianxia. He unleashed his late heavenly core energy, and if he attacked with all his strength, even if Xianxia had his blood wings, he wouldn't be able to escape. Xianxia, how dare you break the rules of the competition? Who gave you the right to do so? Guaniyun moved as well. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Xianxia, completely blocking his path. "Guaniyun, get the hell away from me. I'm going to kill him." Xianxia shouted out angrily. "Xianxia, don't you have any shame? Don't forget who you are. Jiangchen is the champion of the competition, he's not someone you can kill just because you want to. Jiangchen died because he didn't admit defeat, and you came onto the fighting stage to fight with the participants of the competition? If that's the case, I don't think there's a need to hold the Qi province competition anymore." Guaniyun did not give up. At this time, if he did not come out to protect Jiangchen, then today, Jiangchen would not be able to walk out of the Whirling Sun Square. "Do I need a reason to kill a rogue cultivator? What right does a rogue cultivator have to be the champion?" Liang Zhao's anger could not be quelled. According to the rules, Jiangchen can choose a sect to join, and he will no longer be a rogue cultivator. After saying that, Guaniyun turned around and looked at Jiangchen. "Jiangchen, I'm now inviting you to join the Black Sect, are you willing?" "Yes." Jiangchen smiled. Of course he was willing. Today's situation had become like this: if he didn't join the Black Sect, even if he managed to escape today, he wouldn't have a place to stay in the Qi province. Also, he would most likely lose the first place reward as well. Did you hear that? From now on, Jiangchen is an outer circle disciple of the Black Sect. Whoever dares to fight with him will be my, Guaniyun's, enemy. Guaniyun's voice was loud and clear, it was heard by everyone on the scene. Liangxiao has crossed the line, he doesn't care about his image at all. Li Wushuang didn't admit defeat, it's because he was courting death. Don't blame Jiangchen, this is a fighting stage of life and death. That's right. Now that Jiangchen has joined the Black Sect, he now has a strong backing. I'm afraid there will be a good show to watch today. That's right. This year's Qi province competition has a dark horse like Jiangchen, and he has created a lot of waves. The northern and southern dynasties haven't said anything yet, but they will never let Jiangchen go. If the northern and southern dynasties insist on attacking, even Guaniyun won't be able to stop them. Many people were discussing. Jiangchen taking first place meant the end of the Qi province competition. But obviously, something even more exciting was about to happen. Perhaps there would be another good show. Jiangchen had become famous after today's battle, and his name had spread across the entire Qi province. In this battle, he had killed Ling Ao and Li Wushuang, and he had even made Yi Qingzi admit defeat. It would be hard for him not to become famous. At this moment, the little devil king had also woken up. He had temporarily suppressed the demonic energy in his body. He had just witnessed the scene where Jiangchen killed Li Wushuang, and he was extremely shocked. Right now, Jiangchen was in a dangerous situation, so of course he had to help. Listen up, from now on, Jiangchen is the little devil king's, best friend. Whoever dares to attack him will be my, Han Yan's, enemy. The little devil king had also made his stance clear. He was determined to protect Jiangchen. No one dared to look down on the little devil king. Although the little devil king was only at the peak of the mortal core realm, everyone knew that once Gu Tianma's power was awakened, his cultivation level would increase by leaps and bounds. His potential wouldn't be any weaker than Guaniyun, or even the northern and southern dynasties. Besides, the little devil king had the Black Sect behind him, so no one dared to look down on him. Jiangchen flapped his blood wings and landed in the middle of the Black Sect's group. Immediately, the disciples of the Tianjian Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion glared at him with murderous gazes. However, the reaction of the disciples of the Black Sect was completely different. Many of them immediately surrounded Jiangchen. Congratulations, Senior Disciple Jiang, for becoming a disciple of the Black Sect. Senior Disciple Jiang is extremely powerful, he even killed Li Wushuang. In the future, I hope Senior Disciple Jiang can take care of us in the Black Sect. That's right. Senior Disciple Jiangchen's potential is unparalleled, and he is even stronger than the northern and southern dynasties. He will definitely become the hope of the Black Sect. All the disciples of the Black Sect started flattering Jiangchen. They weren't idiots. With Jiangchen's performance today, even if he were to enter the Black Sect, he would definitely be valued by the sect. Besides, Jiangchen's potential was limitless, and his future achievements would be limitless. Now was the perfect time to ride on his coattails. Liangxiao was gnashing his teeth in anger, but with Guanyin standing in front of him, there was nothing he could do. Besides, the competition had just ended, and if he were to attack the person who got first place in the competition, it would affect his status. Besides, Xianxia was now a disciple of the Black Sect. According to the rules of the Qi province competition, after the competition ended, disciples of the four big sects weren't allowed to fight in the whirling sun square. After all, the Qi province competition was a symbol of the Qi province. Tens of thousands of people were here to watch the competition, and if a fight broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Northern and Southern dynasties, are you still not going to announce it? Guanyin stared at the Northern and Southern dynasties who were standing far away. The Northern and Southern dynasties had cold expressions on their faces. Their cold gazes landed on Xianxia, and with a loud and clear voice, they said, I hereby announce that the number one outer circle disciple in this year's Qi province competition is Xianxia from the Black Sect. The Northern and Southern dynasties actually announced it. This made a lot of people feel confused. Initially, people thought that even if the Northern and Southern dynasties didn't kill Xianxia, they would still make things difficult for him. But they didn't expect that Xianxia would be announced as the number one disciple in the competition in such a straightforward manner. Daddy's 400-man elixir, that damn dog is lucky. The heavens are blind, Xianxia really got first place. That Li Wuxuang is too weak, what a waste of Daddy's feelings, what a waste of all my hopes on him. Damn it, that damn dog is going to win big this time. Those who had bet with De Huang Dog were so angry that they wanted to bang their heads on the ground. Especially those who had bet with De Huang Dog a second time, they were filled with regret. The Northern and Southern dynasties took out a storage bag and casually threw it towards Xianxia. Many people looked at them with envious gazes. Everyone knew that inside that storage bag was the prize for this year's competition. A mid-ranked combat weapon, a storage ring, and an earth fruit. Xianxia opened the storage bag and saw a shining long sword. Next to it was a light blue storage ring that was emitting a faint glow. Next to the storage ring, there was a box made of jade. A faint wave of energy was leaking out from the box, it was the earth fruit. Xianxia sent out his divine sense and instilled it into the storage ring. The storage ring immediately flew out. At the same time, with a thought from Xianxia, the long sword and the earth fruit both fell into the storage ring. Xianxia took out the storage ring, wore it on his finger, and casually threw the storage bag to the side. Inside the storage ring, there was at least 2 rooms worth of space. It was more than enough to temporarily store items. Furthermore, the storage ring was controlled by divine sense. It was different from those low-ranked storage bags that could be opened with yuan energy. If it was in his previous life, Xianxia wouldn't even look at a storage ring like this. But in his current situation, this storage ring was not bad. Congratulations, Brother Jiang. The little devil king cupped his fists towards Xianxia. Don't congratulate me yet, this matter isn't over yet. Xianxia smiled. He knew that this matter wouldn't end just like this. The Northern and Southern dynasties wouldn't let this matter rest. Sure enough, the Northern and Southern dynasties revealed a cold smile towards Xianxia, and immediately announced in a loud voice, I hereby announce that the Qi province competition is officially over. But, I have some private matters to deal with. After the Northern and Southern dynasties finished their announcement, they didn't move at all, but their whole bodies had already appeared in front of Xianxia like a ghost. Kneel down. The Northern and Southern dynasties' aura was tyrannical, and a strong noble aura rushed towards Xianxia. This action from the Northern and Southern dynasties immediately caused an uproar. Sure enough, this matter wasn't over yet. The Northern and Southern dynasties really went crazy. Now that the Qi province competition is over, they want to deal with Xianxia in their own name. Xianxia is in danger. Guanyin can stop Liang Xiao, but he can't stop the Northern and Southern dynasties. The 4 big sects have set a rule. After the competition, no one is allowed to fight in the whirling sun square. The Northern and Southern dynasties are breaking the rule. The crowd once again became restless. Everyone's gaze landed on Xianxia, trying to guess how he was going to deal with the Northern and Southern dynasties. This arrogant man was not easy to deal with. Northern and Southern dynasties, what are you trying to do? Guanyin stood in front of Xianxia, angrily staring at the Northern and Southern dynasties. Loser, get out of my way. A powerful shockwave shot out from the northern and southern dynasties towards Guaniyun. Guaniyun was forced back 2 steps. Everyone sighed. The northern and southern dynasties were too strong, even the mighty Guaniyun was no match for them. Some people still remembered when the northern and southern dynasties fought against Guaniyun, they only used 1 strike to defeat Guaniyun, creating a legend that couldn't be replicated. Xianxia, kneel down. The northern and southern dynasties said in an imposing manner. Northern and southern dynasties, Xianxia is now a disciple of the Black Sect. How dare you ignore the rules of the Qi province competition and act recklessly? Guaniyun didn't back down. If he couldn't protect Xianxia, then no one would be able to protect Xianxia today. The northern and southern dynasties could kill Xianxia with just 1 finger. Rules? When we northern and southern dynasties want to kill someone, we don't follow the rules. Don't try to pressure me with the rules. If you don't step aside, I'll kill you as well. The northern and southern dynasties had started making things difficult for this rising star of the Qi province. In his eyes, rules were nothing. Let alone the rules of the Qi province competition, he could totally ignore any rules in the Qi province. It was impossible to restrict the northern and southern dynasties with rules. At least, Xianxia had never thought about it. The northern and southern dynasties were dragons amongst men, they were born with great fortune, and there was a domineering aura above their heads. Geniuses like these would have limitless achievements in the future, just like those super geniuses from the divine continent, they didn't even put the heavens in their eyes. The northern and southern dynasties thought they were above everyone else, and no one was allowed to offend them. Therefore, they wanted to kill Xianxia, and they wanted Xianxia to die while kneeling on the ground. It's over, it's all over now. The northern and southern dynasties are too arrogant, they won't allow anyone to insult their dignity. Now, even Guaniyun can't protect Xianxia. The most important thing is that the northern and southern dynasties are too strong. Guaniyun is very strong, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Xianxia. I think the northern and southern dynasties are strong enough to fight a divine core warrior. A man like this can only be found once in 1,000 years, and the Qi province has never had such a person. He is the biggest pride of the Burning Sky Pavilion, he doesn't care about any rules. Countless people were sighing. The northern and southern dynasties were too strong, and there was no way they could fight against them. Xianxia was finished, there was no way he could survive today. If the northern and southern dynasties wanted to kill him, no one could save him. Even if he used his blood wings to escape, it would be useless. No one could escape from the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. Get lost. The northern and southern dynasties spoke in a tough manner towards Guaniyun with a cold tone. Northern and southern dynasties, don't think you can do whatever you want. Guaniyun was extremely furious. As the leader of the Black Sect, even if he wasn't a match for the northern and southern dynasties, he couldn't just sit back and watch the people of the Black Sect being slaughtered by the northern and southern dynasties. Liang Xiao, who was at the side, had a cold smile on his face as if he was watching a show. He wanted to see how Guaniyun was going to defend against the northern and southern dynasties. At this time, a big hand pressed on Guaniyun's shoulder from behind. It was Xianxia's hand. Xianxia walked out from behind Guaniyun and stood in front of the northern and southern dynasties. Xianxia was wearing a white robe, and he had a faint smile on his face. His robe and hair were fluttering in the wind under the pressure of the northern and southern dynasties, but the smile on his face didn't change at all. His eyes were as sharp as blades as he stared back at the northern and southern dynasties. Just in terms of bearing, he wasn't any weaker than the northern and southern dynasties. What a great bearing! Just this boldness alone makes this Xianxia amazing. This man's mentality is really strong, it doesn't match his age at all. It seems like he isn't afraid that the northern and southern dynasties will kill him with just a single slap. Everyone were shocked. Even Guaniyun didn't expect Xianxia to have such courage. He was able to face the northern and southern dynasties in such a calm manner without any fear. You aren't afraid of me? The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties were like cold knives, fiercely scraping Xianxia's face. He didn't make a move to kill Xianxia. The arrogant northern and southern dynasties wanted to know why Xianxia was able to stand in front of him so calmly and why he didn't kneel down. Why should I be afraid of you? You should be afraid of me. Xianxia sneered. I'm afraid of you? Haha, what a joke. What a great joke. Do you believe that I can crush you like an ant with one finger? The northern and southern dynasties laughed out loud. This was definitely the funniest joke they had ever heard. Because you know that my potential isn't any weaker than yours. In fact, it might even be above yours. That's why you're so eager to kill me. You're afraid that I'll come back and kill you after I grow up. Xianxia said word by word. When his words reached the ears of everyone present, they couldn't help but admire Xianxia's courage. At the same time, many people felt that Xianxia's words made some sense. Xianxia is right. Based on the potential he displayed today, he really isn't any weaker than the northern and southern dynasties. In fact, he might even surpass them in the future. Could it be that the northern and southern dynasties are really afraid that Xianxia will grow up and that's why they're so eager to kill him? What a joke. Do the northern and southern dynasties need a reason to kill someone? However, Xianxia's existence is really a threat to them. The discussions of the crowd reached the ears of the northern and southern dynasties. These words undoubtedly stimulated his arrogant heart. If he really killed Xianxia today, wouldn't he have to bear the reputation of being afraid of Xianxia? Xianxia, you have to understand that in front of me, you're just an ant. With my noble status, it's already your honor to be able to stand here and talk so much with you. If I want to kill you, I don't need a reason at all. The northern and southern dynasties always had a high and mighty attitude. They were full of noble auras, as if they were the only noblemen in the world. Northern and southern dynasties, put away your nobility. In front of me, don't show your nobility. Don't think that you're the most amazing genius in the world. Give me a year, and who knows who will win and who will lose. Xianxia snorted coldly. His aura was equally arrogant. His performance made many people tremble in fear. He was probably the first person who dared to be arrogant in front of the northern and southern dynasties. Moreover, he was arrogant so naturally and without any fear. Just this courage alone was enough to make people exclaim in admiration. Ha ha ha, the northern and southern dynasties suddenly laughed out loud. He took a step forward and almost stuck to Xianxia. Lung said, Xianxia, you're very smart. You want to use this move to save your life. Congratulations, you've succeeded. I'll give you a year. After a year, you and I will fight to the death. I'd like to see how much you can grow in a year. After saying that, the northern and southern dynasties turned around and flew into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, his voice was heard again, Xianxia, cherish your 1 year of life. Xianxia's expression didn't change, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. In today's situation, other than this method, no one could save him. Xianxia's eyes were very sharp. With just a glance, he could tell what kind of person the northern and southern dynasties were. This kind of person was filled with arrogance from head to toe. It was a nobility that came from their bones. They wouldn't look up to anyone. Therefore, he used a year of time to bet on the arrogance of the northern and southern dynasties. He was sure that the northern and southern dynasties would give in. There were too many people here, and the Qi province competition represented the entire Qi province. With the status of the northern and southern dynasties, if they still tried to kill him after he said that, it meant that they were afraid of him. How could the arrogant northern and southern dynasties be afraid of others? Therefore, the northern and southern dynasties left, leaving behind a 1 year promise. Damn, the northern and southern dynasties left just like that? That Xianxia is really something, he actually dared to make a 1 year promise. In just 1 year, no matter how much of a genius he is, there is no way he can be a match for the northern and southern dynasties. That's right, this Xianxia is too arrogant. He only used 1 year? He is only an early mortal core warrior now, and even if the northern and southern dynasties' cultivation stagnates for 1 year, Xianxia still won't be able to reach that level. Sigh, it's just 1 more year of life. At that time, he will still be killed by the northern and southern dynasties. I'm actually quite interested in this 1 year promise. Xianxia doesn't look like a reckless man. Let's just wait and see, 1 year from now, there will be a good show. That's right, the battle between Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties will definitely become the biggest attraction in the Qi province. 1 year from now, it will still be very lively. After Xianxia joins the Black Sect, he will definitely get better resources, and he will be focused on training. Everyone was sighing. Today's Qi province competition had been full of twists and turns, but in the end, it had ended in such a way. It was obvious that Xianxia was the biggest winner in this competition. An unknown rogue cultivator had appeared out of nowhere like a dark horse, sweeping away all the outer circle disciples of the 4 big sects and taking first place in one fell swoop. His name had spread far and wide. The name Xianxia, it wouldn't take long before it spread across the entire Qi province. There would be no one who didn't know about him. There were too many unexpected things in this Qi province competition. Who would have thought that the champion that everyone thought was going to win would die a horrible death here, his body split in half? Who would have thought that the genius Ling Ao would be decapitated? For the Tianjian Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion, the death of Li Wuxuan and Ling Ao was definitely a huge loss. As for the Valley of Happiness, they had no doubt played the role of a spectator in this competition. In fact, the Valley of Happiness only had a strong overall strength, but their dual cultivation technique was considered a crooked path. It was very difficult for them to produce any strong geniuses. In all the previous Qi province competitions, the Valley of Happiness had never won first place. From the way I Ching-zi admitted defeat, it could be seen that once the charming technique they cultivated became useless, they would lose their biggest advantage. 1 year promise, if you have the ability to survive for 1 year, then we'll talk about it. Liang Xiao let out a cold snort, he turned around and was about to leave. Right at this moment, a disciple from the Tianjian Gate stood out and said, "Senior disciple Liang, this Xianxia and that De Huang dog are together, ask him to hand over the dog." Eh? The dog that released the demon beasts in the demon ceiling tower? Liang Xiao was startled. He had heard about the incident in the demon ceiling tower. Not long ago, a hateful dog had appeared in the sect, and it had caused a huge mess in the outer circle. "That's right, it's that damn dog," the disciple said while gnashing his teeth in anger. "Xianxia, hand over that dog." Liang Xiao turned around and looked at Xianxia. "Liang Xiao, what dog? Don't be unreasonable," Guaniyun said in a dissatisfied manner. "Guaniyun, you can protect Xianxia, don't tell me you want to protect a dog? If you don't hand over that dog today, don't blame me for attacking you." Liang Xiao had been suppressing his anger. He couldn't kill Xianxia, and if he couldn't even take down a dog, he would die of depression. The crowd, who were about to leave, once again threw their gazes towards the center of the square. It looked like the Tianjian Gate and the Black Sect were going to fight over a dog. "That dog has nothing to do with me. If you have the ability, then go and catch him." "Why are you asking me for a dog? Which one of your eyes saw a dog beside me?" Xianxia sneered. That dog was not easy to catch, and even if he wanted to hand it over, there was nothing he could do. "That dog is right here," someone shouted out from the crowd. It was the man who had bet with De Huang dog on elixir. Swoosh, as soon as this person's voice fell, several disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect flew over to this side. "Where is De Huang dog?" The disciples of Tianjian Gate were all very aggressive, which made people wonder what that dog had done. It was as if all the outer sect disciples of Tianjian Gate had killed their father, and it actually made them have such a big reaction. "He's here, Elixir, the one who had tricked so many of us. We can't let him go." Some of them were gnashing their teeth in anger. When they thought about how they were tricked by a dog, they couldn't help but feel depressed. Many of them pointed at Big Yellow's position, but to their surprise, Big Yellow was nowhere to be seen. There was only a beautiful lady in purple clothes. "Damn it, that dog was here just now, when did it run away?" "De Huang dog ran away. Look, he can't have gone far," someone exclaimed. Many people looked towards the outside of Whirling Sun Square, but they couldn't find any trace of De Huang dog. That dog had disappeared without them knowing, as if he had never been there. "Damn it, how dare you trick us?" The disciples of Tianjian Gate were furious and grabbed that person's neck. That person was so scared that his face was full of sweat. No, there really was a dog here just now. It was very majestic and had yellow fur all over its body. They can all testify that I was not the only one who was tricked. Yeah, that dog was here just now. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? You guys are disciples of Tianjian Gate. We wouldn't dare to lie to you even if we had 100 guts. I just don't know how that dog ran away. So many people didn't see it, it's really frustrating. The others quickly testified that De Huang dog really did exist. They were also very depressed and wanted to cut De Huang dog into pieces. Hearing that, the disciples of Tianjian Gate released that person. That disciple used his divine sense to scan around Whirling Sun Square, but he couldn't find any trace of De Huang dog. He couldn't help but curse, damn it, that dog is very cunning, he ran away again. Oh right, this woman is with De Huang dog. They came here together with Jiang Chen. Someone pointed at Yan Chenyu. All the disciples of Tianjian Gate had their eyes fixed on Yan Chenyu. Many of them had their eyes lit up. Although this girl was wearing a veil, it still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. They couldn't help but imagine what kind of face was hidden under the veil. Tell me, where did De Huang dog go? A reckless disciple asked. How would I know? His legs are on him. I can't stop him from going anywhere. Yan Chenyu said coldly. These people in front of her were all Jiang Chen's enemies. Of course, she wouldn't be nice to them. Damn it, a little girl is still so arrogant. Let me see what you look like. You're still pretending to wear a veil. The disciple stretched out his big hand and grabbed the veil on Yan Chenyu's face. Jiang Chen, who was far away, saw everything. He couldn't help but let out a sigh and shake his head. Some people just like to die. The current Yan Chenyu was no longer the Yan Chenyu from Red City. Even if all the disciples of Tianjian Gate attacked her together, they wouldn't be able to defeat her. Looking at the disciple's action, Yan Chenyu's eyes turned cold. She stretched out her hand and casually waved it at the disciple. Swoosh, an icy cold beam was unleashed by Yan Chenyu, and it instantly covered the disciple. The mid-mortal core disciple was instantly turned into an ice sculpture. He was still in the same position as when he attacked Yan Chenyu, but his body was now covered by a layer of ice. Soon, his life was completely frozen. This scene had frightened everyone on the spot. For a moment, it was dead silent. Everyone stared at the veiled girl in purple clothes and the frozen Tianjian Gate disciple. Swoosh, after the silence, the crowd burst into an uproar. Many people couldn't help but take a few steps back and stay away from Yan Chenyu. Who would have thought that a little girl could have such powerful abilities? She could easily kill a mid-mortal core disciple of Tianjian Gate. The mid-mortal core disciple of Tianjian Gate was not someone an ordinary mid-mortal core warrior could compare with. Even so, he was still killed by this girl. This didn't mean that the disciple of Tianjian Gate was weak, it just meant that this girl in purple clothes was too strong. Damn it, how can this girl be so strong? She has hidden her strength too well. She has a cold body, which is very rare. She killed a mid-mortal core warrior with just a wave of her hand. Looks like she will be another dark horse in the Qi province competition. She came here with Jiang Chen, right? Both of them are just too abnormal. A lot of people were muttering to themselves, thinking that they had made a mistake. The shock in their hearts had reached an extreme level. Jiang Chen was already abnormal enough, but no one had expected that a random girl following Jiang Chen would be this terrifying as well. All the disciples of Tianjian Gate were dumbfounded as well. When they saw their own disciple being killed so easily, the sense of superiority they had as a disciple of Tianjian Gate had suffered a fatal blow. All of them stared at the girl in purple clothes furiously, but no one dared to attack again. You're courting death. On the other side, Xianxia saw what was happening. His expression turned cold. He reached out his hand and grabbed towards Yan Chenyu. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's expression changed. He flapped the blood wings on his back and dashed towards Yan Chenyu. At the same time, he didn't forget to tell Guaniyun, senior disciple Guan, stop him. Guaniyun didn't dare hesitate. He knew that the girl was one of Jiang Chen's people, so he immediately blocked Liang Xiao. Besides, he had just witnessed how terrifying Yan Chenyu was, she was no weaker than Jiang Chen. If a genius like her could join the Black Sect, it would be a good thing for the Black Sect. Bang, Guaniyun blocked Liang Zhao's attack. As their energies collided, a loud explosion sounded out. At the same time, Jiang Chen landed next to Yan Chenyu. He placed his hand on Yan Qinyu's shoulder and shouted at the disciples of Tianjian Gate, "Get lost." Swoosh, the disciples of Tianjian Gate were so scared that their faces turned pale. All of them backed away. Although they wished they could eat Jiang Chen's flesh, they knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. He wasn't someone they could deal with. If they offended Jiang Chen, he would just kill them with a single slap, and they wouldn't even have a chance to complain. Jiang Chen held Yan Qinyu's arm and swaggered into the black sex group. He was unleashing an invincible and domineering aura. "Guaniyun, get out of my way. The disciples of Tianjian Gate aren't people you can kill just because you want to." Liang Xiao felt like his lungs were going to explode. Today, the Tianjian Gate had lost all its face. Liang Xiao, from now on, that girl is also a disciple of the Black Sect. She killed those disciples of Tianjian Gate because they were the ones who disrespected her first. Many people have witnessed this. Today, if you don't care about the rules of the competition and start a fight in the Whirling Sun Square, the Black Sect will fight you until the end. "But, I'm not sure who will be able to fight me," Guaniyun said in a domineering manner. He had been humiliated by the northern and southern dynasties before this, and he wasn't happy about it. Now that Liang Xiao was trying to pick a fight with him, he would never back down. Good, Guaniyun, you've got guts. The next time we meet, I'll definitely take your life." Liang Xiao was so angry that his face turned green, but he couldn't do anything about it. With the current situation, if both sides were to fight, the Tianjian Gate wouldn't have any advantage at all. If he and Guaniyun were to fight, they would at most be neck and neck. However, it was a different story for the disciples below them. Li Wushuang was dead, and the outer circle disciples of Tianjian Gate didn't have any powerful disciples. As for the Black Sect, let alone Jiang Chen and that frightening girl in purple, even a little devil king would be able to give them a fatal blow. It's hard to say who will take whose life. Guaniyun coldly harumphed. He couldn't defeat the northern and southern dynasties, but he wasn't afraid of Liang Xiao. "Disciples of Tianjian Gate, listen up. Return to Heavenly Sword Mountain immediately. From now on, Jiang Chen will be on Tianjian Gate's must-kill list," Liang Xiaolingling said. After that, he brought all the disciples of Tianjian Gate and left the Whirling Sun Square. In today's battle, Tianjian Gate had suffered a great loss, and all of this was because of Jiang Chen's appearance. Furthermore, Liang Zhao's words had also put Jiang Chen on Tianjian Gate's must-kill list. The four big sects rarely released a must-kill list, but once they did, they would become the enemy of the entire sect, and everyone would have the right to kill them. The disciples of Tianjian Gate left through the tunnel they came from. Regarding the order to kill Tianjian Gate, Jiang Chen didn't care about it at all. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. It was the same for the northern and southern dynasties, and it was the same for Tianjian Gate. Bai Hua Dai brought Yi Qingzi and the other disciples of the Valley of Happiness to Jiang Chen. "Congratulations to little brother Jiang Chen for getting first place in the Qi province competition. We'll take our leave now. In the future, if young Master Jiang Chen is free, you can always come visit the Valley of Happiness." Bai Hua Dai was charming and flirtatious. She kept throwing flirtatious glances at Jiang Chen. The way she called Jiang Chen little brother made him stagger and almost fall to the ground. "Big bro Jiang Chen will never go to your place," Yan Qinyu said angrily. The way she looked at Bai Hua Dai and Yi Qingzi was extremely unfriendly. "Hee, little sister, you're jealous." Bai Hua Dai giggled. After that, she brought all the disciples of the Valley of Happiness and left. The Qi province competition had come to an end. All the spectators in the square had left one after another, and in the end, only the disciples of the Black Sect were left. "Brother Jiang, shouldn't you introduce this guy to everyone? We'll be fellow disciples from the same sect from now on." The little devil king, Han Yan, placed his arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder and looked at Yan Qinyu. He had seen Yan Qinyu's face with his own eyes, and there wasn't a single girl like her in the entire Qi province. Of course, only a girl like her could match up to Jiang Chen. "Let me introduce, this is Yan Qinyu, my fiancé," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Big bro Jiang Chen, you," Yan Qinyu's face blushed. Jiang Chen had actually said she was his fiancé in front of so many people. This was really embarrassing, he didn't even discuss it with her beforehand. However, from the happiness in Yan Xinyu's eyes, Xianxia could tell that she was very happy to be his fiancée. Haha, all the disciples of the Black Sect burst into laughter. The atmosphere was very lively. Junior disciple Yan, we'll be friends from now on, you don't have to wear the veil anymore. When we get to the Black Sect, you can't wear a veil every day, right? Yan Xinyu glanced at Xianxia. After seeing Xianxia nod his head, she slowly removed her veil. When Yan Xinyu's face was exposed in front of everyone, all the men's eyes lit up. Even a monk with a pure mind couldn't help but praise Yan Xinyu's extreme beauty. It was a kind of natural beauty, without any kind of makeup. Her beauty was indescribable. So beautiful. Senior disciple Yan will be the #1 beauty in the Qi province in the future. Senior disciple Jiang is so lucky to have a fiancé like senior disciple Yan. He has no regrets in his life now. What are you talking about? Senior disciple Jiang has both integrity and talent. He is talented, wise, and mighty. He is the best among all men. Only a beauty like senior disciple Yan is worthy of him. That's right. Senior disciple Jiang and senior disciple Yan are a match made in heaven. They are a perfect match. All the outer circle disciples of the Black Sect were flattering Xianxia and Yan Xinyu. None of them were idiots, especially after witnessing Xianxia's performance today. A monster like this, even if he were to come to the Black Sect, he would definitely be valued by the sect. Besides, after today's battle, Xianxia's name had spread across the entire Qi province. He had become a famous man, and the 1-year agreement with the northern and southern dynasties had pushed his reputation to a higher level. All of them had to suck up to him as soon as possible. Did you see that? With your abilities, when you arrive at the Black Sect, you will be the representative of the Black Sect. You have even surpassed me. Han Yan shook his head and forced a bitter smile. I didn't do it on purpose. Jiangchen spread his arms, expressing his innocence. Good brother, you saved my life today, and you even gave me the Buddhist Heart Sutra. I, Han Yan, will remember this kindness. Han Yan patted Jiangchen's shoulder and said in a serious manner. Han Yan knew that if it wasn't for Jiangchen today, he would have been devoured by Gu Tianma's power. Even if he didn't die, he would be controlled by his devilish nature, and he would become a murderous devil, losing his sense of self. The Maha-Buddha Heart Sutra given to him by Jiangchen was the source of the Buddhist Heart Sutra. It was very precious, and it was the nemesis of the devilish nature in his body. He was cultivating the Maha-Buddha Heart Sutra, and it could help him control the devilish nature in his body, allowing him to control the devilish nature and make it his own. Eventually, he would be able to enter the state of being a devil, but not a devil in his heart. We're brothers, there's no need to be so polite. Jiangchen smiled. He had a good impression of Han Yan. This man was straightforward, and eclectic, just like Jiangchen. Although Jiangchen was once the greatest saint under the heavens in his past life, and he had reached a height that no one could reach, he was actually a loner. He had no brothers, no friends, no women, no family, and no one dared to be his friend. The only thing he had was his obsession with the path of martial arts. Therefore, although Jiangchen stood at the top, his life was not complete. In this life, he wanted to start anew. He wanted to have family, women, and brothers. In this life, he could not be lonely. Alright, 2 grown men should not be so ambiguous. Alright, there's no need for 2 grown men to flirt with each other. Junior Jiangchen, you and Nanbei Chao have agreed to meet in a year, but this decision is too reckless. A year's time is too short. I know you're talented, and it's hard to avoid being arrogant, but Nanbei Chao isn't an ordinary man. He's far more terrifying than you can imagine. Guaniyun said with some worry. Everyone's faces, which were originally laughing, suddenly became gloomy. Even Han Yan frowned. In just 1 year's time, it was already very unrealistic to think that he could reach the level of the northern and southern dynasties. Even if he did, wouldn't the northern and southern dynasties improve? Everyone also felt that Jiangchen's decision was too reckless. After all, it was the northern and southern dynasties. For cultivators, 1 year's time was too short. Senior brother Guan, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Jiangchen smiled indifferently. His face was full of confidence, which made people wonder where his confidence came from. Alright, it's good that you're confident. Anyway, the 1-year agreement has already been set. It can't be changed anymore. Junior brother Xianxia, make good use of this 1 year's time. Guaniyun said. The 1-year agreement had already become an unchangeable fact. It was useless to say anything else. The only thing Xianxia could do was to cultivate hard in this 1 year's time and try his best to shorten the gap between him and the northern and southern dynasties. I will do my best, Xianxia said. His attitude towards Guaniyun was still very good. Today, Guaniyun had been protecting him, and Xianxia had seen it all. Alright, when we get back to the Chamber of Commerce, we'll all ride on the flying demon beasts and fly back to Black Mountain. Junior brother Jiang, come with us, Guaniyun said. After the Qi province competition had ended, all the disciples had to rush back to the sect as soon as possible. When Xianxia was about to nod his head, Yan Qinyu's divine sense suddenly entered Xianxia's ears. Big bro Xianxia, De Huang Dog said that there are treasures in this whirling sun city. He asked us to stay here for the time being. Hearing the word treasures, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. If it was someone else who said this, he might not care, but since it was De Huang Dog who said this, it was a completely different story. This dog had a very special and abnormal ability, and that was treasure hunting. Besides, any treasure that could catch the eye of De Huang Dog, it must be something extraordinary. Senior disciple Guan, brother Yan, fellow junior disciples, I still have some matters that I need to attend to. After I'm done with them in 2 days, I'll head to the Black Sect by myself. You guys go first, I won't be able to follow you. Xianxia looked around and said. Since junior disciple Jiang has something to attend to, then we'll wait for 2 days. But, junior disciple Jiang, you need to be careful. You're now famous, and you've offended both the Tianjian Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion. You can't be careless. Guaniyun kindly reminded Xianxia. Don't worry senior disciple Guan, I know what I'm doing. Xianxia smiled faintly. Xianxia was a man who traveled the world by himself, and he had no fear. He didn't have any plans to join any sect, and joining the Black Sect was just a coincidence. With his current situation, joining the Black Sect wasn't a bad choice. More importantly, the Black Sect had given him a good impression. Junior disciple Jiang, since you can fly, I won't keep any flying demon beasts for you. Brother Yan will arrange a place for you to stay later. Guaniyun said. The Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce was the Black Sect's main force in Whirling Sun City. The flying demon beasts that the Black Sect raised were kept in the Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce. After returning to the Chamber of Commerce, Han Yan arranged an exquisite courtyard for Xianxia. Little Xianxia, are you satisfied with this place? Han Yan asked with a smile on his face. Both of them had been chatting happily along the way, and they had become familiar with each other. As brothers, the way they addressed each other had changed as well. Han Yan directly called Xianxia Little Xianxia. In his words, it sounded more intimate. Not bad, I don't have many requirements for a place to stay. Xianxia replied with a smile. Alright, then you can stay here and take care of things. I really want to stay and have a few drinks with you, but too bad, the bloodline of Gu Tianma in my body is about to awaken. I need to go back and enter secluded cultivation as soon as possible, and try to break through to the heavenly core realm with the help of Gu Tianma's power. Han Yan said. Brother Yan, you have the devil seal in your body, and you have the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma. Once it awakens, it will bring you endless benefits, and you will be able to break through to the heavenly core realm with ease. You have to make good use of the Maha-Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. The complete bloodline of Gu Tianma is extremely powerful, and with the help of the Maha-Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, you will be able to break through to the heavenly core realm with ease. Xianxia reminded. Little Xianxia, what do you actually do? Why do I feel like you know everything? Besides, you gave me the Maha-Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, that is a secret scripture from the Buddhist sects. Even those orthodox Buddhist sects in the Western continent don't have it. Besides, you were able to merge with the wings of a demon beast, and when you were fighting Li Wu Shuang, you used an earth-level combat skill. This kind of ability, I don't think a rogue cultivator should have it, right? Han Yan was very puzzled, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Xianxia's actions didn't make him look like a normal person. Besides, he was able to casually use the Mahabodhisattva Heart Sutra, a secret scripture from the Buddhist sects. This was really unbelievable. I got it by accident. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. Things like reincarnation and rebirth were too scary to tell. All right. Han Yan shrugged his shoulders. Everyone had their own secrets. If Xianxia didn't want to tell him, then he wouldn't ask any further. After that, Guaniyun brought over 200 outer circle disciples of the Black Sect and rode on flying demon beasts, heading towards the direction of the Black Sect. The Black Sect was located in the northern part of the Qi province. From the Whirling Sun Square to the Black Sect, there was a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. Even if they rode on ordinary flying demon beasts and flew at full speed, it would still take them 2 to 3 days to get there. Within the courtyard, Jiangchen and Yanqinyu were sitting leisurely at a stone table. Big bro Jiangchen, where did De Huang Dog go? We can't just sit here and wait for him. Yanqinyu asked. Don't worry, that dog will definitely find his way here. Let's just wait here. If nothing unexpected happens, De Huang Dog will be here tonight at the latest. Jiangchen said. He was very confident in De Huang Dog. This dog's abilities were not just for show. Big bro Jiangchen, look at this. Yanqinyu flipped her hand and took out a light yellow storage bag, then she handed it over to Jiangchen. Jiangchen received the storage bag with a puzzled look. He scanned the contents of the storage bag with his divine sense, then he immediately widened his eyes and said, so many human elixir, it looks like there are at least 30,000 of them. Little you, where did you get so much human elixir? Haha, it was De Huang who tricked those people. Yanqinyu giggled, then she told Jiangchen about how De Huang Dog used Jiangchen to make a bet. Jiangchen was startled by what he heard. Ha ha ha, Jiangchen couldn't stop laughing out loud, this black belly dog is really talented. Well done. Those guys were tricked by a dog, I'm afraid they are so depressed that they will vomit blood. That night, the bright moon was hanging high in the sky, and the moonlight was like a silver veil sprinkling down onto the ground. Within the courtyard, Yanqinyu was nestling in Jiangchen's arms, admiring the moon. Right at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared from afar, and with a swoosh, it landed in front of Jiangchen and Yanqinyu. If it wasn't De Huang Dog, who else could it be? Puppy dog, where did you go? Seeing De Huang Dog, Yanqinyu immediately became happy. Bah! Immortal my ass. Those idiots from the Heavenly Sword sect want to capture me? Why don't they take a look in the mirror and see what kind of person they are? I am wise and powerful, so how could they capture me so easily? De Huang Dog spat on the ground, then he raised his proud dog head and looked at Jiangchen with a satisfied expression. Kid, you did well during the day. I didn't expect you to have such guts, I'm impressed. Get lost. Jiangchen glared at De Huang Dog. Aside from being two-faced, this guy was also narcissistic. You asked little you to tell me that there is a treasure in this Whirling Sun City, what is it? Jiangchen couldn't help but ask. The reason why he didn't go to the Black Sect with them was because of the treasure mentioned by De Huang Dog. I do not know what it is either. However, I have already sensed the hidden location of the treasure. It is within a wasteland behind the Whirling Sun City. My senses are definitely not wrong. Furthermore, for a treasure to catch my eye, it is definitely not an ordinary item. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Looking at De Huang Dog's reaction, Jiangchen couldn't help but laugh. A treasure that could make De Huang Dog react like this, it must be something good. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and find it. Jiangchen urged. In his previous life, he had seen all kinds of treasures, but that was different now. He was poor and had to start all over again. Why are you in such a hurry? Pour me a cup of tea first, I'm tired. De Huang Dog pretentiously sat on a stool next to the stone table, waiting for Jiangchen to pour him a cup of tea. Jiangchen grabbed De Huang Dog's ear and pulled De Huang Dog up from the stool. You damn dog. You're so brilliant just because I gave you some sunshine. You really think you're a big boss just because I gave you some courtesy? How can a dog drink tea? Jiangchen had long understood that this dog must not be spoiled. This black-bellied dog absolutely did not know what it meant to be insatiable. Woof. Damn you. Let me go. De Huang Dog grimaced in pain as he was thrown 10 feet away by Xianxia. In the end, he reluctantly brought Xianxia out of the courtyard and walked towards the northern side of the whirling sun city. You won't even let me drink a cup of tea. Do you have any humanity? You want me to help you find treasures? Can't you be a little more courteous to me? Bastard brat, bite his butt into dozens of pieces if you have the chance. Along the way, De Huang Dog kept muttering to himself, using this method to vent his dissatisfaction. Xianxia and Yanchen just followed behind De Huang Dog, turning a deaf ear to his words. The path that the two of them and the dog chose was rather remote. Therefore, they did not meet anyone along the way. This was the best way, as it could save them a lot of trouble. On the northern side of the whirling sun city, there was a huge wasteland. It was desolate and uninhabited. This was a wasteland where very few people would come and go. The wasteland was very vast, with a circumference of around 20 miles. There were very few buildings on it, and all of them seemed to be quite old and desolate. This kind of place reminded Xianxia of the wasteland of Fragrant Sky City. When he was reincarnated, he appeared in the wasteland of Fragrant Sky City. He was locked up by 2 guards of the Jiang family and was about to bleed him. It could be said that Xianxia's new life was born in this kind of wasteland. Little dog, are you sure? This is such a desolate place, how could there be treasures? Yanchen furrowed her brows. My intuition can't be wrong, the treasures must be in this area. My intuition is even clearer now that we're here. De Huang Dog said with a firm tone. What De Huang said is right, I can feel the existence of a defense mechanism in this area. This kind of wasteland, logically speaking, there shouldn't be any defense mechanisms here. If this defense mechanism is used to hide the treasures, then it makes sense. Jiangchen said. De Huang Dog looked at Jiangchen with a shocked expression. What kind of monster are you? You can feel the defense mechanism just by standing here? Your father, only came here because I sensed the aura of the treasures, and I haven't even sensed the existence of the defense mechanism yet. The way De Huang Dog looked at Jiangchen had changed even more. Defense mechanisms were very mysterious, and not just anyone could set them up. Even if it was the simplest defense mechanism, only those who had reached the heavenly core realm would be able to cast it. Jiangchen was only a mortal core warrior, and he had only just formed his divine sense, let alone sensing the existence of a defense mechanism. Big bro Jiangchen, there's nothing you can't do. It's just sensing a defense mechanism, it's not a big deal. Yanchen looked at her big bro Jiangchen with a face full of admiration. Love-struck fool. De Huang Dog ignored Yanchen. A woman in love would have 0 IQ. Alright, let's hurry up and find the treasures while it's still dark. I want to see what kind of treasures are hidden in this desolate place. After saying that, Jiangchen started walking towards the wasteland. Jiangchen relied on his ability to sense defense mechanisms, and De Huang Dog relied on his ability to sense treasures. The trio arrived in front of a dilapidated building in the center of the wasteland. The building in front of them looked like a dilapidated temple. The walls were full of holes, and some of the wooden pillars that were used to support the building had turned black. No one knew how long they had been decaying. An unpleasant smell came out from the building, and it made the trio furrow their brows. It smells so bad. Yanchen furrowed her brows the most. The building here has decayed, and I don't think anyone has been here for a long time. There is a defense mechanism in this building, let's go in and have a look. Jiangchen said. That's right, the treasures are in this dilapidated temple, I can't be wrong. De Huang Dog said with a firm tone. After that, he walked into the temple. The inside of the temple wasn't any better than the outside, it was also a dilapidated building. The ground was covered in dust up to their ankles, and there were also some debris falling down from the walls. Aside from that, there was nothing else in the temple. Jiangchen and De Huang Dog threw their gazes at the same place. There was a broken door there. Obviously, this was the place Jiangchen and De Huang Dog were looking for. The treasures are in here. De Huang Dog said, there really is a defense mechanism outside the door. Jiangchen's eyes were glowing. A bright beam shot out from his eyes and landed on the door in front of them, causing ripples to appear on the outside of the door. A defense mechanism set up by a divine core warrior. Jiangchen said that if it was him in his previous life, breaking this defense mechanism would be as easy as lifting his hand. But now, he would have to spend a lot of effort to do so. Could this be a treasure left behind by a divine core warrior? Xianxia was slightly surprised. Who would have thought that there would be a treasure left behind by a divine core warrior in this desolate area of whirling Sun City? Impossible, it can't be that simple. How could a mere divine core treasure make him feel that way? De Huang Dog said. Divine core warriors were indeed strong, but they weren't at the level where they could reach the heavens and the earth. Also, the treasure De Huang Dog felt was definitely not as simple as a divine core treasure. Looks like there's something fishy going on here. Let's break this defense mechanism first. Even if it's just a treasure left behind by a divine core warrior, it's still a pretty good treasure. Xianxia said. For him right now, divine core warriors could only look up to him. If he could enter a treasure left behind by a divine core warrior, he would definitely get unimaginable benefits. Buddy, you can feel this defense mechanism, do you have a way to break it? De Huang Dog looked at Xianxia with a provocative tone. It's just a divine core defense mechanism, how can it stop me? Both of you, step back. Xianxia smiled faintly. Compared to a divine core warrior, his current strength was indeed weak. But, defense mechanisms were different from other things. Defense mechanisms were created by warriors by connecting with natural energies, and no matter how perfect a defense mechanism was, it would still have a weak point. As long as the weak point was found, it would be easy to break it. Xianxia and De Huang Dog took 2 steps back. De Huang Dog stared at Xianxia without blinking his eyes. He wanted to see how Xianxia, who was only an early mortal core warrior, would be able to break the defense mechanism set up by a divine core warrior. Xianxia stood in front of the defense mechanism. His eyes were glowing brightly. The invisible defense mechanism outside the door was clearly visible to him. There were countless patterns intertwining with each other, and it could make anyone's scalp go numb just by looking at it. But what kind of person was Xianxia? Although he didn't have a deep understanding of defense mechanisms in his past life, it was still easy for him to see through a defense mechanism set up by a divine core warrior. Xianxia could immediately find the weak point of the defense mechanism. In the next second, a powerful soul energy was unleashed from his body. The soul energy was rolling between his palms, and Xianxia kept forming complicated seals with both of his hands. Numerous mysterious defense mechanisms were forming on his fingertips. Damn it, this guy really knows how to use defense mechanisms. De Huang Dog was shocked. Only a heavenly core warrior could cast a defense mechanism, and Xianxia was only an early mortal core warrior, but he could cast it perfectly. This was insane. Xianxia had a serious expression on his face. Casting a defense mechanism was a process that consumed a lot of energy, even more than concocting pills. If he didn't cultivate the Great Soul Derivation skill and the Dragon Transformation skill, with his current cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to cast a defense mechanism. Soon, a ripple appeared on Xianxia's fingertip. In the middle of the ripple, an invisible airflow was moving. It was an invisible defense mechanism, and it looked like a snake. Go, Xianxia shouted. With a flick of his finger, the snake-like defense mechanism struck towards the door. Pop. Bang, when the airflow hit the defense mechanism, a popping sound could be heard. After that, a deep explosive sound could be heard. The defense mechanism that had been cast by a divine core warrior for an unknown amount of time had suddenly shattered. The shockwave caused Xianxia to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize his body. Xianxia took a deep breath. With his current condition, breaking a divine core defense mechanism by force was still too much for him. On the other hand, De Huang Dog, who stood next to him, had his mouth wide open. He had broken the defense mechanism of the demon prison tower before, so he knew how terrifying it was. De Huang Dog was prepared to watch Xianxia fail to break the defense mechanism, and then he would do it himself. But, he never expected Xianxia to break the defense mechanism in such a casual manner. How could De Huang Dog not be shocked? What a freak! De Huang Dog said in an impatient manner. Big bro Xianxia, look, a tunnel has appeared. Xianxia pointed at the place where the defense mechanism was broken. The old door had disappeared, and a dark tunnel appeared in front of them. Come, let's go in and have a look. De Huang Dog dashed out and was the first one to enter the tunnel. Xianxia and Xianxia followed closely behind him. The tunnel wasn't big, it could only fit 2 people at the same time. This tunnel leads downwards, it looks like the treasure is hidden underground. No wonder it hasn't been discovered for such a long time, it's really well hidden. Xianxia said. Haha, I can feel the aura of the treasure getting stronger and stronger. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up, then he quickly walked down the tunnel. The tunnel wasn't too long, it was only about 30 meters long. When they reached the end of the tunnel, they saw a space that wasn't too big or too small. It was about the size of 3 houses, and it was surrounded by hard and cold stone walls. Dozens of fist-sized moonlight stones were embedded into the stone walls, and they were emitting a faint light, causing the dark underground to be lit up. Moonlight stones were rare, but they didn't have much value. They could only be used as decorations. Therefore, Xianxia and De Huang Dog didn't pay much attention to the moonlight stones. Ah! Big bro Xianxia, there's a skeleton over there. Yanqinyu cried out in shock. Xianxia and De Huang Dog looked over and saw a skeleton sitting on the ground in the middle of the secret chamber. The bones of the skeleton were rotten, and there were many small holes on its body. It looked like it would turn into dust when the wind blew by. Obviously, this man had been dead for a long time. This should be the divine core warrior. Xianxia said. The secret chamber was empty, and there were no treasures in sight. However, a light yellow storage bag was placed quietly next to the skeleton man. De Huang Dog's eyes scanned his surroundings, showing no interest in the storage bag at all. His dog's nose kept twitching as if he was searching for something. Xianxia didn't care so much. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion towards the storage bag. As if it was summoned, the storage bag fell into Xianxia's hand. A surge of essence energy seeped into the storage bag, and the contents of the storage bag were immediately clear to him. Xianxia flipped his palm, and a thumb-sized pill appeared in his palm. This pill looked similar to human elixir, but the energy it contained was far beyond that of human elixir. Big brother Xianxia, what pill is this? It looks like human elixir, but it's definitely not human elixir. Yanqinyu asked. This is Earth elixir, 100% Earth elixir. There are 10 of these elixir in this storage bag. Haha, I've made a fortune. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. The value of Earth elixir couldn't be compared with human elixir, let alone the 100% elixir. 1 Earth elixir was equal to 10,000 human elixir. The difference between the two was huge. Under normal circumstances, warriors at the Qi High, mortal core, and heavenly core realms would rely on human elixir. But when they reached the divine core realm, especially the mid or late divine core realm, the supply of human elixir would sometimes run out, and they would need a higher grade Earth elixir. In other words, only divine core and combat soul warriors would have the rare Earth elixir. There were 10 Earth elixir in here, and that was equivalent to 100,000 human elixir. Besides, if someone wanted to exchange 100,000 human elixir for 10 Earth elixir, no one would do it. When Xianxia cultivated the dragon transformation skill, it was a process of consumption. No matter how many energy pills he had, it would never be enough. But now, with these 10 Earth elixir, together with the 30,000 human elixir that De Huang Dog had tricked, and the 10,000 that he had saved up, Xianxia had a total of 140,000 human elixir. Such a huge amount of wealth was more than enough for him to break through to the late heavenly core realm. In other words, in a short period of time, Xianxia didn't have to worry about pills, and this saved him a lot of trouble. Xianxia stored all 10 Earth elixir into his storage ring. After that, he took out a battle axe from the light yellow storage bag. The battle axe was 3 meters long, and it was glowing with a faint golden light. It was extremely sharp, and it weighed more than 500 kilograms. Xianxia casually swung it, and the battle axe produced a buzzing sound that caused the space around it to tremble. This axe has such a powerful aura. Yanqinyu was shocked. This is a high-ranked combat weapon. The boost a high-ranked combat weapon can bring is unimaginable. With this battle axe, I can definitely fight a heavenly core warrior. Xianxia's eyes were shining brightly, and he was emitting confidence from all over his body. There are words carved on the handle of the axe. Yanqinyu reminded. Xianxia flipped the handle of the axe, and he saw 3 words carved on the handle, Axe of Thunder. Since it had such a name, it showed how extraordinary the power of this axe was. Xianxia was really satisfied with it. With this Axe of Thunder, he would have another trump card. The Divine Core Warrior didn't leave behind many treasures. Besides the Axe of Thunder and the 10 Earth Elixir, there were only 2 skill manuals left in the storage bag. One of them was called the Hurricane Skill, an Earth-level skill. Xianxia didn't even take a look at it, and he just casually threw it into his storage ring. As he was cultivating the Dragon Transformation skill, he looked down on any other skills in this world. Xianxia casually picked up the other skill manual, and when he was about to throw it into his storage ring, his eyes lit up when he saw the words written on it. Clap of Thunder Combat Skill. This was a combat skill. If it was just an ordinary combat skill, Xianxia wouldn't put it in his eyes. Ordinary Earth-level combat skills couldn't compare with his 6 solar fingers, and above the 6 solar fingers, there was also the 9 solar energies. But this Clap of Thunder combat skill was different. It was an axe skill that was used together with the Axe of Thunder. The Axe of Thunder was a high-ranked combat weapon. If it was used together with an axe skill, its power would definitely increase. I can cultivate this Clap of Thunder combat skill and improve my Axe of Thunder combat skill. Xianxia temporarily put away the Clap of Thunder combat skill. His trip to the Whirling Sun City had brought him a lot of rewards. Not only had he joined the Black Sect, he had also obtained many treasures. Kakaka, right at this moment, De Huang Dog started laughing out excitedly. Xianxia and Yan Xinyu looked over and saw this dog taking out a rusty scrap iron from a corner of the secret chamber. De Huang Dog was holding the scrap iron in his arms with both of his paws, and his saliva was dripping down from his mouth. Is this puppy crazy? Why is he so excited about a scrap iron? Yan Xinyu asked with a puzzled expression. This dog won't go crazy. Looks like that scrap iron is the treasure he was looking for. Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked at the scrap iron in De Huang Dog's arms. This scrap iron was about 2 meters long, and it was as wide as a palm. It was covered with iron filings, and this scrap iron belonged to the kind that no one would want even if it was thrown onto the street. More importantly, even with Xianxia's vision as the greatest saint in the world, he still couldn't tell the difference between this scrap iron and an ordinary scrap iron. He could tell that this scrap iron was part of a broken sword. However, Xianxia couldn't sense any energy ripples or laws from the broken sword. There was nothing special about this broken sword. With Xianxia's vision, even if it was a broken piece of a peerless saint weapon in front of him, he would still be able to recognize it. But right now, he couldn't recognize the scrap iron. In this situation, there were only 2 possibilities. The first one was that this scrap iron was really just a broken sword, and the second one was that this scrap iron had surpassed the realm of a saint weapon, to the point where even he couldn't recognize it. Xianxia believed in De Huang Dog's ability. This dog would never get excited over a scrap iron for no reason. De Huang, what is this? Xianxia asked. Are you blind? It's just a scrap iron, a broken sword. Everything else belongs to you, but this broken sword belongs to me. I'm warning you, don't try to snatch it from me. De Huang Dog hugged the broken sword tightly, afraid that Xianxia would snatch it away. The more De Huang Dog behaved like this, the more Xianxia felt that this broken sword was an extraordinary item. Hee, De Huang, let me have a look. I promise I won't take it from you. Xianxia revealed a smile that he thought was very kind. Get lost, don't even think about it. I found it myself. De Huang Dog was very straightforward. He opened his mouth and swallowed the broken sword. Damn you. Xianxia rolled his eyes. It seemed like digging out a treasure from De Huang Dog's mouth was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. He could only give up for now and think of another way in the future. Damn you. You've also obtained a lot of benefits, you should be grateful to me. De Huang Dog glared at Xianxia. He was very dissatisfied with Xianxia's performance. After that, the trio left the secret chamber and walked out of the wasteland, heading towards the Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce. De Huang Dog, what kind of treasure is that broken sword? Along the way, Xianxia was still unwilling to give up. Something that even he couldn't see through, he was naturally very interested. I don't know, but it's a treasure. De Huang Dog wagged his tail. Let me have a look, I promise I'll return it to you. No way. Fuck you. Woof. When they arrived at the courtyard, Xianxia still didn't get the broken sword from De Huang Dog's mouth. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. This dog was smart and evil, it was too difficult to get anything from him. Big bro Xianxia, when are we going to the Black Sect? Yan Qinyu asked. I'm going to absorb the earth fruit now. Once I break through to the mid-mortal core realm, I'll go to the Black Sect. If everything goes smoothly, we'll leave tomorrow afternoon. Xianxia said. He knew that in this world, no matter where he went, the most important thing was strength. Only with strong strength could he earn the respect of others. Only when he broke through to the mid-mortal core realm would Xianxia's foundation become even stronger. Xianxia's foundation would become even stronger. After that, Xianxia entered his room and started absorbing the earth fruit. Yan Qinyu and De Huang Dog were guarding Xianxia in the courtyard. The earth fruit was formed by absorbing the essence of the earth. It was an extremely rare natural treasure. The earth fruit in Xianxia's hand was only 1,000 years old, and it only contained a small amount of earth essence. However, the pure energy contained within was not something to be underestimated. This kind of natural treasure was perfect for the current Xianxia. With this earth fruit, he could easily break through to the mid-mortal core realm. Buzz, Xianxia circulated the dragon transformation skill. The yuan energy in his qi produced a buzzing sound, and the 25 dragon marks were like 25 real dragons spinning in his qi, forming a whirlpool. Once the dragon transformation skill was circulated to its limit, Xianxia swallowed the earth fruit in one gulp. Bang! The powerful energy contained within the earth fruit exploded in an instant, rushing into Xianxia's limbs and bones. What a powerful energy! Haha, this feeling is amazing. Xianxia's face was filled with excitement. The way he absorbed the earth fruit, if anyone else saw this, they would definitely be shocked speechless. The energy contained within 1,000 years old earth fruit was not something a mortal core warrior could absorb in an instant. Even if it was the little devil king or Li Wu Xuan who had obtained the earth fruit, they would have to absorb it bit by bit. Swallowing it in one gulp like Xianxia was simply unbelievable. Xianxia did this because he had something to rely on. The sudden explosion of energy from the earth fruit could only be controlled by a mighty skill like the dragon transformation skill. Roar roar, when the dragon transformation skill was circulated to its limit, the 20 dragon marks in his body started shaking violently. A deep dragon roar could even be heard from within Xianxia's body. Above his head, a dragon-shaped aura was circling around, and his black hair was moving without any wind. He looked like an ancient beast that was about to awaken. Under the control of the dragon transformation skill, the energy from the earth fruit was quickly absorbed into his qi, and it condensed into new dragon marks. Xianxia had absorbed the dragon horse blood of De Huang Dog, then refined the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. During the Qi province competition, his thoughts were clear, and now, with the help of the earth fruit, it could be said that he was well prepared. After an hour, 5 new dragon marks had formed in Xianxia's qi. Including the previous 25 dragon marks, there were exactly 30 dragon marks. The instant the 30th dragon mark was formed, Xianxia's entire aura became restless. I'm about to level up. Xianxia was overjoyed. He took out a large amount of human elixir and refined it. Cultivating the dragon transformation art required a large amount of energy to support every advancement. This caused Xianxia's demand for human elixir to be greater than ordinary people. Huff huff, powerful energy waves rushed out from Xianxia's body. If it wasn't for Xianxia's control, the energy waves would have broken through the room. Even so, the aura of breaking through was extremely strong. The natural energies in the air above the courtyard were instantly sucked dry. Big bro Xianxia has broken through to the mid-mortal core realm. Within the courtyard, Yan Qinyu was overjoyed. I wonder what kind of skill this guy is cultivating. Every time he breaks through, he would have such a powerful aura, what a monster. De Huang Dog muttered. At the same time, the people from the Black Sect Chamber of Commerce had also sensed the aura, and many of them were shocked. It's Xianxia's courtyard. Looking at this aura, it seems like Xianxia is about to break through. The Black Sect has gained another peerless genius. From now on, the Qi province won't only have one northern and southern dynasties. Pass down my order, no one is allowed to get close to the courtyard, and no one is allowed to disturb Xianxia's cultivation. Xianxia's name had spread across the entire whirling Sun City. There was no one in the Black Sect Chamber of Commerce who didn't know about Xianxia. Besides, Xianxia was now a genius of the Black Sect, and the people from the Chamber of Commerce could only look up to him. Xianxia had absorbed 1,000 human elixir pills, and only then could he completely stabilize his cultivation level at the mid-mortal core realm. This kind of consumption wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. If he wanted to break through to the late mortal core realm, it would take even more. Perhaps he would need at least 3,000 elixir pills. Buzz, the yuan energy in his GC was fluctuating, and the blood-red dragon marks were rolling around. A powerful blood chi was hovering around Xianxia. After 30 dragon marks had been formed, it was still far from over. Only 1/3 of the energy contained in the earth fruit had been used up. Xianxia was circulating the dragon transformation skill to its limit, and more dragon marks were forming in his GC. 1, 2, 3. When the sun rose again, another 10 dragon marks had been formed. At this moment, all the energy in the earth fruit had been consumed. Right now, within Xianxia's GC, 40 dragon marks were revolving around his mortal core. It looked like a living blood dragon was spiraling around. It was a mystical sight. As for Xianxia, not only had he broken through to the mid-mortal core realm, his cultivation level had also been stabilized, and it was showing signs of breaking through to the late mortal core realm. 40 dragon marks meant a force of 400,000 gene. This kind of strength coming from an early mortal core warrior was unbelievable. It was unimaginable. According to the records of the dragon transformation skill, in order to break through to the late mortal core realm, I need to form 60 dragon marks. Now, I've formed 40, and I'm not far from the late mortal core realm. Xianxia's sharp eyes kept glowing. The boost that 40 dragon marks had given him was unimaginable, and it could only be described with the word powerful. With my current combat strength, I can kill anyone in the mortal core realm in a second. If I were to fight Li Wuxuan in this state, I could kill him with just a single slap, and I wouldn't have to fight him for so long. Now, even ordinary early heavenly core warriors are no match for me. If I use the Axe of Thunder, I can easily kill an early heavenly core warrior. Xianxia was extremely imposing, and he was emitting a confident aura from all over his body. Killing a heavenly core warrior while only being an early mortal core warrior, this was really shocking. After all, the gap between the mortal core realm and the heavenly core realm was not small. Warriors who reached the heavenly core realm could already control the natural yuan energy. Xianxia was a freak, a real monster. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and he had the experience and skills of a saint. He couldn't be judged with common sense. With the increase in his cultivation level, Xianxia's combat skills had also improved by a lot. With his current state, when he used the 6 solar fingers, he could now unleash the 3 solar fingers. The sonic hawk cry sound wave combat skill had also improved, and its power had increased. Xianxia didn't hurry to leave his room. Instead, he took out the Clap of Thunder combat skill book from his storage ring. He had a strong foundation now, and if he could successfully cultivate the Clap of Thunder combat skill, then he would have another powerful trump card. In the future, he would be invincible among his peers in the Qi province. Xianxia flipped open the Clap of Thunder combat skill book. Just by reading the incantation once, he had completely understood the essence of the combat skill. With his cultivation experience as a saint, reading an earth-level combat skill wasn't difficult at all. This was an advantage that ordinary people couldn't compare with. This advantage was too strong. When other people cultivated a combat skill, they would need a few months, or even 3 to 5 years to understand the essence of the skill. But for Xianxia, he could understand it with just one look. Besides, using the dragon transformation skill to unleash a combat skill was much stronger than using an ordinary skill. With such a unique advantage, he was destined to become a peerless genius. At noon, Xianxia tidied up his clothes, then he pushed open the door and walked out. After breaking through to the mid-mortal core realm, Xianxia felt like he was bathing in the spring breeze, and his face was filled with a bright smile. "Big bro Xianxia, you broke through?" Seeing Xianxia walk out, Yan Qinyu immediately ran up to him. "Of course. Jiangchen lovingly pinched Yan Qinyu's nose, causing the little girl to giggle. Big bro Jiangchen, are we going to the black sect now? Yan Qinyu asked. That's right, let's go now. After all, we are now disciples of the black sect, how can we not go? After Jiangchen said that, he turned to De Huang Dog and asked, De Huang, are you going to the black sect? Yes, of course I'm going. De Huang Dog immediately wagged his tail. Let me make this clear, the black sect is not like the Tianjian Gate. I owe them a favor, so no matter where you go, you can't mess around with them. If not, I won't bring you there no matter what. Jiangchen said in a serious manner. De Huang Dog was an extreme person who could do anything. What he did in the Tianjian Gate, if he did it in the black sect, it would be even worse. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. De Huang Dog nodded his head in a serious manner. Although he had a righteous expression on his face, Jiangchen still felt that this dog wasn't reliable. But, with Jiangchen here, he believed that De Huang Dog wouldn't dare go too far. Besides, bringing this dog with him would bring him endless benefits. The 10,000-year freezing crystal that Yan Qinyu found, and the wealth left behind by a divine core warrior, had proven De Huang Dog's abilities. Alright, we'll fly to the black sect. Unleash your wings of light and carry Xiaoyu. Jiangchen said. What? I won't do it. De Huang Dog said with a wronged expression, last time when I escaped from Silver Moon City, I overused my innate ability, so I can't unleash my wings of light for a short period of time. In my opinion, you should unleash your blood wings and carry Xiaoyu and me. Is that so? Jiangchen grabbed De Huang Dog's ear and said while gnashing his teeth in anger, damn dog, don't play tricks with daddy. Your innate ability has been used for half a month, it should have recovered by now. If you want to follow us, you better carry Xiaoyu. If not, don't come with us. This dog was really cunning. Since his innate ability had suffered a backlash, it should have recovered after half a month without using it. From Silver Moon City to Whirling Sun City, they had traveled for half a month. With De Huang Dog's abilities, he should have fully recovered a few days ago. If not, he wouldn't have run so fast when he was found by the disciples of the Tianjian Gate in the Whirling Sun Square. 3 figures shot up into the sky from the Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce, and they quickly disappeared into the sky. One of them was a young man dressed in white with a pair of wings on his back, and the other was a De Huang Dog with yellow fur all over his body, carrying a young girl dressed in purple on his back. They kept muttering to vent their dissatisfaction. Dusk, Jiangchen and De Huang Dog flew above a yellow mountain range. Below them was a mountain range. Jiangchen, who was flying at high speed, suddenly had a cold expression on his face. Something's wrong. 4 figures suddenly appeared and surrounded Jiangchen and De Huang Dog. All 4 of them had powerful auras, and the fact that they were able to fly proved that they were heavenly core warriors. When one of them saw Jiangchen and De Huang Dog, he became extremely furious and let out a loud roar. Jiangchen, you little bastard, I'll let you die a graveless death today. The man's voice was fierce, he was the mayor of Silver Moon City, Yin Zhongqing. Jiangchen finally understood. No wonder there were heavenly core warriors surrounding him. When he saw that it was Yin Zhongqing, he immediately felt relieved. The relationship between him and Yin Zhongqing was irreconcilable, this man wanted to eat him alive. As for the other 3 men, it was obvious that they were the helpers that Yin Zhongqing had found. They had set up an ambush here, and they wanted to kill Jiangchen for revenge. Mayor Yin, you're really considerate, I didn't expect you to surround me here. Jiangchen had a faint smile on his face. If it was before, he would definitely turn around and run when he saw Yin Zhongqing, but it was different now. After he had broken through to the mid-mortal core realm, his combat strength had increased tremendously. Even if it was a heavenly core warrior, he wouldn't need to worry about them. Besides, these 4 men in front of him were all early heavenly core warriors. Jiangchen was confident that he could handle them. Humph. Jiangchen, I never expected you to participate in the Qi province competition, and you even got first place. You've become famous. Not bad at all. I have to thank you, if you didn't participate in the Qi province competition and became famous, it would be hard for me to find you. If you had followed those disciples from the Black Sect yesterday, I might not have had the chance to get my revenge. I never expected you to stay, we've been waiting for you here. Yin Zhongqing sneered. After Jiangchen and De Huang Dog had escaped, Yin Zhongqing had found a few of his close friends to search for Jiangchen's traces. His son had been killed and the city lord's mansion had been reduced to ruins. All of this was caused by this man and dog in front of him. With such hatred, Yin Zhongqing wanted to tear Jiangchen into pieces even in his dreams. With the abilities of these 4 men, they were able to accurately locate Jiangchen's tracks. Furthermore, after discovering that Jiangchen hadn't gone to the Black Sect with Guaniyun and the others, Yin Zhongqing and the others didn't dare attack Jiangchen at the Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce in Whirling Sun City. Therefore, they had decided to ambush him at this place where he had to pass before heading to the Black Sect. They wanted to give Jiangchen a heavy blow. Yin Zhongqing, I advise you to give up your hatred. If you leave now, you can still keep your life. As for the 3 of you, we have no enmity between us, so I advise you not to be bewitched by Yin Zhongqing. Losing your life is not a small matter. Jiangchen's gaze swept across the crowd and said in an indifferent tone. Ha ha ha, what a sharp-tongued young man. Being able to get first place in the Qi province competition, you do have some abilities. But no matter how talented you are still just at the mortal core realm. With the 4 of us heavenly core warriors working together to deal with a little guy at the mortal core realm, even if you have 6 pairs of wings, you won't be able to escape alive today. An old man with a white beard laughed out loudly. He felt that what Jiangchen said was a joke. They were 4 heavenly core warriors, and if they couldn't kill a little mortal core warrior, then they wouldn't be able to live anymore. I've already warned you. If you insist on attacking, I won't hold back. I, Jiangchen, never give anyone a second chance. Jiangchen's face turned cold. Jiangchen's enemies, only had one ending. Don't talk big. 3 of you, this young man is very cunning. Let's attack together and kill him, don't let him escape. Yin Zhongqing said. The 4 of them had completely locked onto Jiangchen. They surrounded Jiangchen from 4 directions, not giving him any chance to escape. Young man, I'll leave this to you. De Huang Dog took advantage of the fact that the 4 of them were all focused on Jiangchen and flew away with Yan Qingyu on his back. Stupid dog, don't go. One of them stretched out his hand and tried to grab De Huang Dog, but De Huang Dog easily dodged it. Don't worry about that dog, let's get rid of Jiangchen first. A sharp light flashed in Yin Zhongqing's eyes. Jiangchen's performance in the Qi province competition had really surprised him. He couldn't let a genius like this escape today. If he had the chance to continue growing, then he, Yin Zhongqing, would never be able to get revenge again. Let's attack together. The old man with the white beard shouted out loudly. It looked like the 4 of them had made up their minds. As long as they could kill Jiangchen, they wouldn't care about their status. After all, for heavenly core warriors attacking a young mortal core warrior together was not a glorious thing to do. Bang, the 4 of them were determined to kill Jiangchen, so they immediately unleashed their full strength. 4 powerful energies shot up into the sky and covered the sky. Hurricanes appeared everywhere in the sky, and the attacks from the 4 of them connected into a gigantic energy web. It flew towards Jiangchen, trying to tear Jiangchen apart. Humph, Jiangchen, who was surrounded in the middle, let out a cold snort. A serious expression emerged on his face. An early heavenly core warrior and 4 early heavenly core warriors working together, this was a completely different situation. However, Jiangchen had a strong foundation, so he didn't show any fear on his face. 6 solar fingers. Jiangchen suddenly shouted out loudly. In an instant, he unleashed the 6 solar fingers. 3 gigantic golden fingers were unleashed by him, and they looked like pillars that could support the heavens. At the same time, Jiangchen unleashed the sonic hawk cry. The powerful sound waves turned into invisible ripples that swept towards the other 2 men. Bang, this was the collision of 2 ultimate energies. At this moment, the entire sky above them exploded with a loud bang, and the air started burning. Large amounts of sparks flew all over the place. The combination of 4 early heavenly core warriors was no joke. Jiangchen was as ferocious as a tiger. With his mid-mortal core cultivation base, he was fighting against 4 enemies at the same time. He was emitting a domineering aura. No matter if it was the 6 solar fingers or the sonic hawk cry, they were both powerful combat skills. Perhaps only Xianxia, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, could do this. Xianxia had 40 dragon marks in his qi, so he wasn't afraid of consuming yuan energy. The energy from the collision quickly dissipated. With just Xianxia's strength, he was able to withstand the combined attack of 4 early heavenly core warriors. If this scene was spread out, it would definitely shock a lot of people. This was insane, and in the entire Qi province, perhaps only Xianxia could do something like this. He broke through again. He is now a mid-mortal core warrior. How is this possible? He is just a mid-mortal core junior. How can he fight against the 4 of us together? Is he still human? Monster, this guy is definitely a peerless monster. Today, let's work together and get rid of him. If not, we won't have another chance in the future, and the next time we meet him, I'm afraid he will be the one to kill us. The few great warriors were shocked. Xianxia's performance had far exceeded their expectations. Clang clang, all 4 of them had a combat weapon in their hands at the same time. Yin Zhongqing was still holding the golden axe, a mid-ranked combat weapon, while the other 3 were holding low-ranked combat weapons. Combat weapons were very precious. Ordinary heavenly core warriors couldn't get their hands on a mid-ranked combat weapon, unless they were inner circle disciples like the 4 big sections. Yin Zhongqing was the mayor of a city, and that was why he had a mid-ranked combat weapon. The 4 of them unleashed their energy to its peak. They were determined to kill Xianxia with a single strike. Xianxia's face was calm, and his eyes were as sharp as blades. If he was facing a single heavenly core warrior, he was confident that he could kill him, but when facing 4 heavenly core warriors, it wouldn't be so easy. Haha. Come, let's see who's stronger. Xianxia laughed out loudly. He shook his arm, and a 10-meter-long golden axe suddenly appeared in his hand. When the axe appeared, it immediately produced a buzzing sound that caused the air to tremble. High-ranked combat weapon. The 4 men shouted out in shock at the same time, especially the 3 men who were holding low-ranked combat weapons. They almost spat out some blood. This was a huge blow to their confidence. They were all heavenly core warriors, but they were only holding low-ranked combat weapons. But this guy was only a mortal core warrior, and he was holding a rare high-ranked combat weapon. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. Even Yin Zhongqing felt depressed. He looked at the axe of thunder in Xianxia's hand, and then looked at the axe in his hand. The gap between them had just been widened. Kill him. This guy has other treasures on him, we'll split them all later. Right after Yin Zhongqing finished speaking, the old man with the white beard was the first to dash forward. The longsword in his hand turned into a bright rainbow. At the same time, the other 3 men also started attacking. Let's attack one by one, let's kill one of them first. Xianxia's combat experience was too rich. He had experienced countless battles like this. His eyes locked onto the white-bearded old man. With the help of the dimensional shift and the blood wings on his back, Xianxia appeared on the left side of the white-bearded old man. This was a place where the attacks of the other 3 couldn't reach instantly. Clap of thunder combat skill. Xianxia shouted out lightly. He raised the axe in his hand high up into the air. Streams of natural energies turned into hurricanes and gathered towards the axe of thunder. The axe shone with a golden light, and a vast amount of energy spread out. In an instant, it locked onto the old man with the white beard. Die. Xianxia had a cruel expression on his face. He felt lucky that he had cultivated the clap of thunder combat skill, and now he could use it in a real battle. Swoosh, the axe of thunder let out a loud roar, and with an unstoppable momentum, it chopped down towards the old man with the white beard. A deep crack appeared in the air, and an intense energy roared out like a tsunami. What? The old man cried out in shock. He never thought that Xianxia would be able to use a high-ranked combat weapon to such an extent. At this moment, he actually felt the threat of death. The white-bearded old man's reaction was really fast, and he used his longsword to block the attack. But too bad, the axe of thunder's power was too strong, and it was also Xianxia's full-force attack. There was no way the white-bearded old man could withstand it. Clang, Xianxia's clap of thunder hit the old man with the white beard. The longsword in the old man's hand was instantly cut in half, but the power of the axe of thunder didn't decrease at all. It even chopped off half of the old man's head. Half of the old man's head flew into the air, and blood sprayed everywhere. The old man didn't even have time to scream before he died on the spot. Xianxia killed one of them in the most powerful way possible. After killing the old man with the axe of thunder, Xianxia once again used the dimensional shift skill with his blood wings, easily dodging the attacks from the other three men. The shockwaves from their attacks were shattered by Xianxia's battle axe. "Old Bai!" Zhongqing shouted out loudly. His eyes were about to shoot out flames. Four heavenly core warriors were attacking a young mortal core warrior, but one of them had been killed by his attack. This was ridiculous. "Everyone, be careful. This guy is a super abnormal monster. Now that he has broken through to the mid-mortal core realm, his cultivation level is no weaker than an ordinary early heavenly core warrior. He has a high-ranked combat weapon, and he can use combat skills that are compatible with the weapon." Zhongqing reminded everyone. "Let's attack together and use our combined strength to suppress him. No matter how abnormal he is still just a mortal core warrior. He has used 2 combat skills just now, and now he has used his high-ranked combat weapon once. His yuan energy should be almost depleted. I don't believe he can still use the power of his battle axe," another old man said in a cold voice. He had a good relationship with the old man with the white beard. His good friend had been killed on the spot, and this made his hatred towards Xianxia skyrocket. Heavy rock strike. Triple hurricane slash. Invincible 4 heavy waves. The three of them didn't dare underestimate Xianxia any longer. In their minds, Xianxia was a super abnormal monster, and they couldn't treat him as a young mortal core warrior anymore. The three of them unleashed their strongest attacks at the same time. Combat skills and combat weapons had perfectly displayed the energy of a heavenly core warrior, and the powerful shockwaves from the battle had destroyed the surrounding space. Endless energy flashed in the sky like a rainbow. The shockwaves from the attacks had destroyed a mountain. The combined attack of 3 early heavenly core warriors was incredibly powerful. "Haha, come on, let's attack together. I, Xianxia, have nothing to be afraid of." Xianxia laughed heartily. He stood in the air with a battle axe in his hand. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, and his entire body was covered in golden light. He looked like a peerless king who had descended to the world, his domineering aura filling the sky. At this moment, Zhongqing and the other two could clearly feel a powerful aura from Xianxia. This young man in front of them seemed to be a natural king. It was as if he was no longer a teenager, but an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. This illusion was very absurd, but it was also very real. Facing the frontal attacks from 3 heavenly core warriors, Xianxia had no intention of backing off. His strong heart wouldn't allow him to back off, and Xianxia wouldn't dodge either. The only thing he wanted to do right now was to defeat 3 heavenly core warriors with his current combat strength, and create another miracle. Buzz buzz, the axe of thunder started producing an intense buzzing sound. The golden light kept filling the air, and deep dragon roars could be heard from Xianxia's body. Dense yuan energy was crazily rushing into the axe of thunder. It was endless, like a vast ocean, and it seemed like it would never dry up. The axe of thunder combat skill was a powerful combat skill, and when it was unleashed by Xianxia, it felt like it could split open a mountain. Bang, the sky was shaking, and a loud explosion could be heard. Xianxia raised the axe of thunder high up into the air, and a bright light turned into a golden beam that shot up into the sky. In the next second, Xianxia chopped down with all his might. 3 gigantic battle axes that were completely condensed from energy, each of them were more than 100 meters long, and they were all chopping towards the incoming attacks. Each of the golden battle axes carried a domineering aura that could destroy everything in its path. It was a truly destructive aura. Bang, it was 1 against 3, this was a rare battle between those with higher cultivation levels. Combat skills, combat weapons, every single one of them represented destruction. The entire sky was filled with destructive energies, and it had turned the entire battlefield into a mess. Zhongqing and the other two were hit by the powerful impact of the axe of thunder, and they were forced back more than 30 meters before they could regain their balance. Looking at Xianxia in front of them, he was still covered in a golden light, and his domineering aura made him look like a judge of all living beings. The battle axe in his hand could rule over all living beings. How is this possible? How can a mid-mortal core warrior be so strong? Is he really just a mid-mortal core warrior? How can he use such a powerful combat skill? It seems like his yuan energy is endless, and he's not afraid of consuming it at all. This is unbelievable. Damn it, Brother Ian, what kind of monster have you offended? The three of them felt like they were going to vomit blood. As heavenly core warriors, they had dominated this area for so many years, but they had never encountered such a difficult fight. Bang! Right after one of them finished speaking, another explosive sound could be heard. Xianxia flapped his wings and attacked again. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of one of the men, and the axe of thunder had arrived above the man's head with a sharp axe light. Fast, it was too fast. It was so fast that the man only had a chance to react, and there was no way he could block it. Not good. The man cried out in shock. He never thought that after Xianxia had unleashed his strongest attack, he would still be able to unleash another attack in the blink of an eye. Too bad, it was all over. The battle axe was merciless, and it sliced the man in half. Blood sprayed across the sky, and the blood splashed onto the other two men, causing them to shiver. Swoosh, Xianxia was filled with killing intent, and he didn't stop. After killing one man, he immediately swung his battle axe towards the other man. Run! Xianxia reminded his men, then he turned around and started running. There was no way he could continue this fight. Xianxia was too strong, brutal, and overbearing. There was no chance for him to avenge himself, and the most important thing right now was to stay alive. If this continued, neither of them would be able to escape, and they would both end up like the old man. Xianxia was the first to run away. The other man was so scared that he started sweating. He turned around and tried to escape, but he was too slow. Coupled with the fear in his heart, he had lost all will to fight, and he was killed by Xianxia's battle axe. 3 men had died in this fight. Xianxia's expression was cruel and merciless, and his eyes were glowing with a cold light. He raised his head and looked at Xianxia, who had run far away. He flapped his blood wings and chased after him. Right when Xianxia started running, De Huang Dog had already chased after him and stood in front of Xianxia. Damn dog, get out of my way. Without saying anything, Xianxia immediately swung his battle axe towards De Huang Dog. Running for his life was the most important thing right now. If he was caught by that man, he would definitely die. Pop, De Huang Dog opened his mouth and spat out a huge golden energy ball. At the same time, Yanqingyu unleashed a curtain of ice, blocking Xianxia's attack. Rumble, the explosion of energy started rolling. After being delayed by De Huang Dog, Xianxia's escape speed was slowed down by half a beat. At this moment, Xianxia had already caught up to him. Looking at Xianxia, who was filled with killing intent, and the axe of thunder in Xianxia's hand that was glowing in a golden light, Xianxia's expression became extremely ugly. An aura of death had enveloped him, and his body was filled with fear. Xianxia, don't kill me. Let me live, I promise that I won't trouble you anymore. Xianxia begged for mercy. Those who kill will be killed by others. Xianxia's face was cold as he raised his battle axe high up. Xianxia, you have to know that a single mistake can lead to everlasting sorrow. You shouldn't have offended me that day in Silver Moon City. Xianxia's words were like a death sentence for Xianxia. He was like a judge from hell. Whoever he wanted to kill, that person would have to die. Bang, the battle axe produced an explosive sound as it swung down with extreme speed. No. Xianxia let out a furious roar. He tried his best to raise the battle axe in his hand to block the attack, but he couldn't change his fate. He was killed by Xianxia's battle axe. After killing 4 heavenly core warriors in a row and continuously using the clap of thunder combat skill, even Xianxia felt tired. The yuan energy in his body had been consumed too much, and he had no choice but to take out some human elixir to recover. You're getting more and more abnormal. You killed 4 heavenly core warriors. If this news were to spread, I wonder how many people would be scared to death. Big Yellow waved his arms and legs, his face filled with excitement. They were courting death. Xianxia sneered. With a casual wave of his hand, he grabbed all 3 combat weapons and stored them into his storage ring. Let's keep going. Xianxia flapped his blood wings and continued flying towards the direction of the Black Sect. This battle with 4 heavenly core warriors had allowed him to truly understand his combat strength, and he had learned a lot from it. Yin Zhongqing's tragedy was just like what Jiangchen had said. He shouldn't have offended Jiangchen back in Silver Moon City, and he shouldn't have bothered Jiangchen even after the conflict was resolved. That was why he ended up like this. Jiangchen had used the cruelest method to teach him a lesson. In this world, there were some people that you shouldn't offend. Once you did, you would have to pay a hefty price. The Black Sect was located at the northernmost part of the Qi province. It was a majestic mountain range, and it was filled with dense natural yuan energy. White mist lingered around the mountain all year round, giving it a holy and noble feeling. This mountain range was called the Black Mountain. On top of the Black Mountain, there were many different peaks. It was said that the ancestor of the Black Sect found an underground energy vein here, and he occupied it, creating the everlasting Black Sect. An energy vein, not only could it provide a high-quality cultivation environment and gather natural yuan energy, it was also a symbol of luck. The reason why the 4 big sects in the Qi province could remain prosperous for so long was because they occupied an energy vein, and they were able to cultivate geniuses one after another. 2 days later, at noon, Jiangchen and De Huang Dog had successfully arrived at the Black Sect. They landed at the foot of the mountain. So beautiful. Yanqing couldn't help but praise as she looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her. Not bad indeed, it's a perfect location. Jiangchen nodded his head, he didn't have much of a reaction. He had seen much more than Yanqing. A small sect like the Black Sect couldn't even be ranked in the Divine Continent. Let's go, we're now disciples of the Black Sect. We need to report first. Jiangchen smiled, then he started walking towards the top of the Black Mountain. Halt, intruder. Jiangchen threw a glance at these 3 men, and he found that they were only at the Qi High Realm. They should be novice disciples of the Black Sect, and they belonged to the Outer Circle. If they were Outer Circle disciples who had reached the Mortal Core Realm, they wouldn't be assigned to guard the mountain gate. But as a disciple of the Black Sect, even if they were just ordinary novice disciples, it was enough for them to be proud of themselves. There were many geniuses among the novice disciples, and many Outer Circle disciples and even Inner Circle disciples who had reached the Heavenly Core Realm started as novice disciples. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Black Sect? Are you seeking death? A fat man said with an arrogant tone. His body was filled with a sense of superiority. Jiangchen was amused. Disciples from big sects were indeed different, they were much more arrogant than others. Just as Jiangchen was about to tell them his name, he saw a disciple looking at Yanqing from top to bottom. His eyes shone brightly. Pretty girl, what are you doing here in the Black Sect? Your big brother can help you. The disciple smiled at Yanqing, but he didn't know that what he did had violated someone's taboo. Watch your eyes. Jiangchen glared at the disciple and said without any hesitation. After that, he started walking towards the top of the Black Mountain. If this disciple wasn't a disciple of the Black Sect, he would be a dead man by now just because of what he did to Yanqing. Fuck, who is this guy? How dare he act so arrogantly in the Black Sect? Kid, stop right there. The 3 men stared at Jiangchen and blocked his way in front of Jiangchen. The fat man had a ferocious expression on his face. Where did this guy come from? How dare he act so arrogantly in the Black Sect? He must have eaten a leopard's guts. Get out of my way. Jiangchen furrowed his brows. Initially, he wanted to treat them nicely, but the way they behaved had disappointed him. Damn it, this guy is too arrogant. The fat man cursed. Slap! Right after the fat man's words left his mouth, a slap landed on his face with lightning speed. Following a loud and clear slap, the fat man's 200 kilograms body fell onto the ground and let out a painful howl. How dare you hit someone in the Black Sect? You must be tired of living. When the other disciple saw this young man who came out of nowhere and dared to attack the Black Sect, he immediately. However, before he could finish his words, he was slapped to the ground as well, and suffered the same fate as the fat man. The last man was dumbfounded. He stared at Jiangchen with his mouth wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. Jiangchen's domineering attitude had stunned him. No one had ever dared to come to the Black Sect and beat up a disciple of the Black Sect. This was outrageous. You wait for me. The disciple finally reacted. He turned around and ran towards the top of Black Mountain, running faster than a rabbit. Kaka, this kid went to get reinforcements. De Huang Dog cackled. I never thought something like this would happen right after I arrived at the Black Sect. What a disappointment. Xianxia pouted. This is a good opportunity to show off. Let's just wait here, let's see if he can bring out Guanyin. Xianxia crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a faint smile emerged on his face. He wasn't in a hurry to go up the mountain, he was waiting for someone to come and invite him up. Not long after that, 8 disciples wearing white clothes walked down the mountain in an aggressive manner. The leader of the group was a tall and strong man with a full beard. Next to him was the disciple who went to get reinforcements. They are all novice disciples at the Qi Hai realm, not good enough. De Huang Dog was squatting on a big green rock, leisurely wagging his tail. Senior disciple Lu, that's him, that's the guy who hit people. The disciple pointed his finger at Xianxia. The novice disciple who was called senior disciple Lu had a ferocious expression on his face. When he saw the 2 men lying on the ground, he immediately stared at Xianxia angrily. This senior disciple Lu should be one of the more famous novice disciples. He was at the peak of the Qi Hai realm, and those who came down with him were all famous novice disciples as well. Kid, do you know what this place is? Senior disciple Lu stood in front of Xianxia and said in a fierce tone. Get lost, you don't have the right to talk to me. Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. Fuck. Senior disciple Lu was instantly enraged. With his status, there was no novice disciple who didn't respect him, but this guy who came out of nowhere dared to ask him to get lost? Damn it, this was the Black Sect's territory. I think you're looking for, slap. Senior disciple Lu didn't even have the chance to finish his words before he was thrown onto the ground by another slap. All the other disciples were shocked, they couldn't believe what had just happened. Senior disciple Lu was one of the best novice disciples, but he was also thrown onto the ground by a single slap. This young man was really strong. Without waiting for them to be shocked, Xianxia took a step forward. Slap, 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 a loud and clear sound of slaps rang out like firecrackers. All the men who came down from the mountain were thrown onto the ground, and they were lying on the ground in a mess, crying out in pain. The novice disciple who came to get help was still standing there, but this time, he was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't bear to look at all the people lying on the ground. This young man was too cruel, he just slapped them as soon as he arrived. This was the Black Sect after all. Let's go get more people. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. Alright, just you wait. The disciple was trembling as he once again started running up the mountain. Not long after that, another 3 men came down from the mountain. Besides the disciple who went to get help, there were 2 other young men. These 2 young men were even more arrogant, and their energy was even stronger. They had both reached the early mortal core realm, and they were both outer circle disciples of the Black Sect. In the Black Sect, the difference between novice disciples and outer circle disciples was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was just like the difference between an outer circle disciple and an inner circle disciple. Senior disciple Huang, look, it's that guy, he hit our men. The novice disciple pointed at Xianxia once again. When the 2 outer circle disciples saw so many people lying on the ground, they were immediately enraged. Senior disciple Huang threw his glance at Xianxia and carefully observed him. He wanted to know who was so daring. Young man, I don't care who you are. How dare you come to the Black Sect and hit our men? This is a serious act of courting death. I want you to kneel down and apologize to them right now. Senior disciple Huang had an imposing manner, he wanted Xianxia to kneel down. These 2 men were obviously just small fries amongst the outer circle disciples, and they didn't participate in the Qi province competition in Whirling Sun City. If they did, they wouldn't be so arrogant when they saw Xianxia. What's your name? Xianxia asked. Fuck, senior disciple Huang asked you to kneel down, are you deaf? The other mortal core disciple cursed. He raised his hand and slapped towards Xianxia. Slap, another slap sounded out, but it wasn't Xianxia who received it, it was the arrogant mortal core disciple. The man was slapped by Xianxia and fell onto the ground. He kept struggling, but he couldn't stand up. The scene was shocking. Senior disciple Huang's eyes were wide open, and as for the novice disciple, he was terrified. Slapping a novice disciple and slapping an outer circle disciple were two completely different concepts. Where did this young man come from? He was too strong. Slap, another slap. Xianxia's slap landed on senior disciple Huang's face. Senior disciple Huang, who was extremely arrogant just now, couldn't react in time. He was slapped by Xianxia and spun 3 times on the spot. But Xianxia had controlled his strength well, so senior disciple Huang didn't fall down. Just you wait. Senior disciple Huang turned around and started running towards the top of the mountain. He replaced the novice disciple and became the one to call for reinforcements. The novice disciple who was left behind was stunned. His face was filled with fear. He hoped that Xianxia would slap him and throw him onto the ground as well. But Xianxia didn't slap him. For him, this was a torture. All he could do was stand there without moving. After a while, another 2 figures walked down from the top of the mountain. One of them was senior disciple Huang, and the other one had an even stronger aura. He was unleashing the aura of a late mortal core warrior. Both of them were extremely fast. Soon, they arrived at the middle of the mountain. The late mortal core disciple first looked at all the men who were lying on the ground, crying in pain. Then, he looked at Xianxia. When he saw Xianxia's face, and Yan Qinyu and Da Huan Dog who were watching from the side, his expression changed dramatically. Senior disciple Wang, this is the guy who dared come to the black sect and beat up our men. Cripple him. Beat him until his mother can't even recognize him. Disciple Huang pointed his finger at Xianxia and said fiercely. He had a proud expression on his face. He was ready to see how miserable Xianxia would be. Senior disciple Wang was one of the strongest outer circle disciples. He would definitely beat this guy until his mother couldn't even recognize him. Cripple your ass. Your father, will beat you until your mother can't recognize you. Senior brother Wang was immediately enraged. Without saying a word, he slapped disciple Huang's face. What? What was going on? Disciple Huang was dumbfounded. What was going on? Didn't senior disciple Wang come here to help him? Why did he suddenly slap him? Senior disciple Wang, why did you slap me? Disciple Huang felt like he had been wronged. Daddy can't beat you to death, but I'll make you blind. Senior disciple Wang slapped disciple Huang's face once again. After that, he walked up and gave disciple Huang a good beating. In the blink of an eye, disciple Huang's head was smashed to the point where even his mother couldn't recognize him. Disciple Huang laid on the ground and wailed. His face was covered with tears. What was going on? Why was he always the one getting hurt? Not only him, all the disciples who were lying on the ground were confused as well. They had no idea what was going on, but they would soon find out what was going on. What they saw was senior disciple Wang walking over to Xianxia and bowing deeply towards him. With an apologetic smile, he said, Senior disciple Xianxia, my name is Wang Yun. These bastards don't recognize senior disciple Xianxia and senior disciple Yan. I hope senior disciple Jiang will blame them. What? Senior disciple Xianxia? Senior disciple Yan, he was Xianxia, and that beautiful girl was Yan Qinyu. Plop. Hearing the name Xianxia, the expressions of the disciples who were howling on the ground immediately changed. Their faces turned pale, and they wished they could slap themselves again. What was called having eyes but failed to see, what was called not recognizing Mount Tai, what was called not courting death, this was a typical case of courting death. Was it a loss to be beaten? Serves them right, that disciple with the surname Huang had tears streaming down his face. What had he done just now? He dared to be so arrogant in front of senior disciple Xianxia, and he even said he would beat senior disciple Xianxia until even his own mother couldn't recognize him. He was simply courting death. Everyone threw their gazes at the notary disciple who had fainted. If looks could kill, this man would have been cut into pieces. If it wasn't for this notary disciple who invited them, they wouldn't have offended Xianxia. That was Xianxia. In just one day, Xianxia's achievements had become a hot topic in the black sect. Getting first place in the Qi province competition, killing Ling Ao and Li Wuxuang, setting a one-year agreement with the northern and southern dynasties. Although they hadn't seen Jiang Chen's face, Jiang Chen had become the idol of many disciples in the black sect. Damn it, they had offended an idol they had never met before. Being beaten into a pig's head wasn't a loss at all. Not only was it not a loss, everyone even felt lucky. They felt lucky that they were disciples of the black sect, lucky that Jiang Chen had shown them mercy. They had heard that Jiang Chen was ruthless. He had killed Ling Ao and Li Wuxuang in front of the northern and southern dynasties and Liang Xiao. Today, they had offended Jiang Chen. If they were slapped to death, there would be no one to blame. The black sect wouldn't punish a peerless genius just for an outer circle disciple. All of you bastards, hurry up and apologize to senior disciple Jiang. Thank senior disciple Jiang for showing mercy. Wang Yin glanced around and scolded loudly. As soon as these words came out, how could these disciples dare to be the slightest bit negligent? One by one, they crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. They couldn't be blamed for this. It was just that Jiang Chen's slap was too heavy. It really made it difficult for them to move. After being beaten up, they still had to crawl on the ground and apologize. Logically speaking, they should be feeling very aggrieved. However, right now, none of them felt aggrieved. Just like what Wang Yin had said, they should be thankful that Jiang Chen had shown them mercy. If they had followed senior brother Jiang Chen's previous methods, they would already be corpses by now. Alright. Jiang Chen waved his hand casually, then he started walking towards the top of Black Mountain. Yan Qingyu and Da Huang Dog followed closely behind him as they walked up the mountain. Wang Yin revealed an expression of exasperation at disciple Huang's failure to live up to his expectations, and scolded him again. Then, he eagerly chased after Jiang Chen's footsteps. Disciple Huang sat down on the ground. He seemed to have lost his soul, and his face was filled with grievance. Tears were streaming down his face. Thinking about his future status in the black sect, disciple Huang started crying again. Damn it, I've offended Jiang Chen, how am I going to stay in the black sect in the future? Although I'm also an outer circle disciple, how can my status be compared to Jiang Chen's? Although this was Jiang Chen's first day in the black sect, his status among the outer circle disciples was no weaker than Han Yan's. Damn it, Shi Pai, who's guarding the mountain today? Disciple Huang roared at the crowd. His eyes were about to shoot out flames. His name was Huang Jing, and he used to have a good life in the black sect. But what happened today had completely destroyed him. Senior disciple Huang, it's those three. Someone pointed out the three novice disciples who were guarding the mountain today. One of them had already fainted, and when the other two saw them being pointed at, their faces immediately turned pale. They were so scared that they kneeled down on the ground. Senior disciple Huang, we're so sorry, we didn't know he was Jiang Chen. One of them was crying. When he thought about how he teased Yan Qingyu just now, he felt like killing himself. Damn it, are your eyes on your butts? You can't even recognize senior disciple Jiang, how are you supposed to guard the mountain? Daddy's future has been ruined by you three bastards. Huang Jing scolded them, then he walked up and kicked both of them to the ground. Both of them were crying out in pain, and they couldn't help but curse in their minds. Huang Jing, you didn't recognize Jiang Chen either. If you did, why would you ruin your own future? You can only blame yourself for being blind, it has nothing to do with us. Look at Wang Yun, perhaps he will be rewarded by senior disciple Jiang when he gets back, and with senior disciple Jiang's protection, he will be able to do whatever he wants in the black sect. It's because of these three bastards that we offended senior disciple Jiang. Let's beat them up. That's right, beat them so hard that even their mothers won't recognize them. The flustered and exasperated crowd seemed to have found an outlet to vent, and the three disciples guarding the mountain became the target of public criticism. Bang bang bang, it was too tragic. This was human nature. Today, the three people guarding the mountain could be considered to have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Normally, when they were guarding the mountain, this kind of situation would not occur. However, today, they encountered Jiang Chen coming up the mountain. The most miserable one was the nominal disciple who had fainted. He was beaten awake and then knocked out again. Alright, stop fighting. It's useless even if you beat them to death. Huang Jing said. If the fight continued, the three of them would be beaten to death. brothers, do you still want to stay in the Black Sect? Huangjing asked. Of course. Joining the Black Sect has always been my dream. Someone said. The Black Sect was one of the 4 big sects in the Qi province. Joining the Black Sect was not only a symbol of status and identity, but also, cultivating here was many times better than cultivating in the outside world. There was an energy vein underneath the Black Mountain, and no matter if it was natural yuan energy or cultivation resources, the outside world couldn't compare with them. It wasn't easy for these people to join the Black Sect, so who wouldn't want to stay here and have a bright future? Today, we've offended senior disciple Jiang. How are we going to survive in the future? Huangjing said. Looking at the 3 disciples who were lying on the ground and howling in pain, he held back his urge to kick them again. What should we do, senior disciple Huang? Please give us some advice. Someone said. The current situation was very clear. Jiang Chen had obtained first place in the Qi province competition, killed Ling Ao from the Burning Sky Pavilion and Li Wuxuan from the Tianjin Gate, and had also made a 1-year agreement with the Northern and Southern dynasties. Such a peerless genius, just like the Northern and Southern dynasties, had not appeared in the Qi province for thousands of years. Now that he had joined the Black Sect, he would definitely be valued by the higher-ups of the sect. As long as Jiangchen gave the word, they would no longer be able to survive in the Qi province. Jiangchen didn't even need to say anything. If what happened today was spread out, these people would immediately become public enemies, and they would be attacked by the other disciples. At that point of time, there would definitely be people who would find trouble with them in order to flatter Jiang Chen. If that happened, there would be no way for them to survive in the future. I'll go look for senior disciple Wang Yan and ask him to introduce us. We'll go find senior disciple Jiang Chen together and ask for his forgiveness. At that time, all you have to do is pay some money and take out some human elixir or some treasures that you think are valuable. With senior disciple Jiang's status, I'm sure he won't stoop to our level. Huangjing said, I'll ask you now, is there anyone who doesn't want to go with us or doesn't want to pay? If there is, stand out now. Who dared to stand out? Who didn't want to? If they could solve this problem by paying some money, they would be more than happy to do so. Besides, many of them were from big families in the Qi province. Since they were able to come to the Black Sect to cultivate, they all had some background, so they didn't mind paying some money. We're all willing. Senior disciple Huang, we'll leave this to you. Someone said. Alright, carry these 3 bastards as well, we'll ask them if they want to go with us or not. Huangjing angrily glared at the 3 men on the ground. However, he was still thinking about them at the very last moment. This proved that Huangjing was a good man. If they went to find Jiang Chen and didn't bring these 3 men with them, these 3 men would never be able to stay in the Black Sect anymore. Under Wang Yan's lead, Jiang Chen and the other 2 men passed through the outer perimeter of the Black Mountain and arrived at the Outer Circle Disciples area. There were many mountain peaks in the Black Mountain, and they were all located in different areas. From the Outer Circle Disciples to the Outer Circle Disciples, to the Inner Circle Disciples, all of them were divided into different areas. Besides, the deeper one went into the Inner Circle, the thicker the natural yuan energy would be. This division would undoubtedly increase the competitiveness of the Inner Circle disciples. Senior disciple Jiang, senior disciple Guaniyun has specially prepared a place for senior disciple Jiang to stay and cultivate in the Outer Circle. No matter who receives senior disciple Jiang, no one is allowed to neglect him. Being able to personally receive senior disciple Jiang today is my, Wang Yan's, honor. Wang Yan said. Where's Han Yan? Jiang Chen asked. After senior disciple Han came back, he immediately went into secluded cultivation. Before he went into secluded cultivation, he specifically told everyone that senior disciple Jiang and senior disciple Han are good brothers. I heard that senior disciple Guaniyun also went into secluded cultivation after he came back. Besides, senior disciple Guan has a very high status in the sect, and he usually doesn't show himself in the outer circle. He's someone we all look up to, and the reason why I personally came to the outer circle to make arrangements is also for senior disciple Jiang. Wang Yan said. The meaning behind his words was clear. From now on, all the outer circle disciples would follow Jiang Chen's lead. Everyone worshipped strong warriors, and it was the same no matter where they went. Jiangchen nodded his head. Han Yan and Guaniyun going into secluded cultivation at the same time was within his expectations. Putting aside Han Yan, Gu Tianma was about to wake up, and after this secluded cultivation, he would be able to break through to the heavenly core realm. As for Guaniyun, he was defeated by the northern and southern dynasties with just a single strike during the Qi province competition, and he must have suffered a huge blow to his heart. As a competitive man, he wouldn't allow himself to suffer any more blows. Therefore, the reason why Guaniyun went into secluded cultivation was because he wanted to break through to the divine core realm. Who is that guy? He doesn't look like someone from the Black Sect. Wang Yan is following behind him, and he looks very respectful. That's right, I've never seen someone like that before. He's just a young man, but even senior disciple Wang Yan is bowing to him. I guess his background isn't ordinary. I know, he's Jiangchen, he must be Jiangchen. A young man they had never met before, and someone who could make Wang Yan, a late mortal core warrior, nod his head and bow down to him. Perhaps it could only be Jiangchen, who had been in the limelight recently. This was an easy guess. Right at this moment, two outer circle disciples were walking towards them. When they saw Jiangchen, they immediately walked up to him. Senior disciple Jiangchen, you've finished your business? That was fast. Welcome senior disciple Jiangchen to the Black Sect. We hope senior disciple Jiangchen can give us some pointers in the future. Both of them bowed towards Jiangchen. With this, Jiangchen's identity had been confirmed. Those disciples who didn't participate in the Qi province competition had their eyes wide open, and they were looking at Jiangchen from head to toe. Heavens, so he is Jiangchen. He looks so young, he looks like he's only 15 or 16 years old. I heard he killed Ling Ao and Li Wu Shuang with his early mortal core cultivation level. This guy looks handsome, but I never expected him to be so cruel. Lower your voice. Senior disciple Jiangchen will be the leader of our outer circle in the future. He has already made a deal with the northern and southern dynasties, he will definitely be valued by the sect. Wow. Senior disciple Jiangchen is so handsome. It would be great if I could become his girlfriend. Get lost. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Open your eyes wide and look at the girl in purple next to Jiangchen. That should be senior disciple Yan Chenyu. If senior disciple Yan is a swan, then you can't even be considered as a pheasant. Only a girl like this is worthy of senior disciple Jiang. Sounds of discussions could be heard. Although these were private discussions, and their voices weren't loud, Jiangchen's hearing was very good, so he heard every single word. He couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He didn't expect that he would become so famous before he even joined the Black Sect. Obviously, his fame was spread by those outer circle disciples who participated in the Qi province competition. The Black Sect wasn't that big, and the Qi province competition was a big event. In less than an hour, even the lowest servant disciple would know about it. Alright, go do what you need to do. Senior brother Jiangchen has traveled a long way, so I'll take Jiangchen to his residence first. In the future, if there's anything you don't understand in your cultivation, senior brother Jiangchen will guide you. Wang Yan waved his hand at the two of them, and then led Jiangchen into the interior. Along the way, Jiangchen bumped into many disciples who had participated in the Qi province competition. When they saw Jiangchen, all of them happily greeted him. None of the disciples from the Black Sect were idiots. Flattering Jiangchen might not bring them any benefits, but it definitely wouldn't bring them any harm. Not to mention Jiangchen's friendship with the Little Devil King, Han Yan, and Guaniyun, Jiangchen's means alone were enough to make people respect him. Buddy, I didn't expect you to be so famous. Even your father's glory has been overshadowed by you. How presumptuous. De Huang Dog said in a dissatisfied manner. Don't talk if there's nothing important. Jiangchen gazed at De Huang Dog. If this dog could behave himself in the Black Sect, he would thank the heavens. Puppy dog, this is the Black Sect, don't act recklessly. Yan Chenyu patted De Huang Dog's head and reminded him. Not long after that, under Wang Yan's lead, the group arrived at the Outer Circle Disciples' dormitory. The Outer Circle Disciples' dormitory was built in the middle of a mountain range. There were rows of exquisite courtyards and ancient buildings. Senior disciple Jiang, the Outer Circle's dormitory is usually built in the form of courtyards. The buildings are connected to the underground energy vein, and usually, 6 disciples live in one courtyard. Late mortal core disciples can have their own courtyard, and they can stay there until they break through to the heavenly core realm and enter the inner circle. Wang Yin said. May I know who I'm staying with? Jiang Chen asked with a smile on his face. Senior disciple Jiang, you must be joking. Although you haven't reached the late mortal core realm yet, with your strength, you can easily sweep across the entire outer circle. Senior disciple Guaniyun has specially told me to prepare the best place for senior disciple Jiang in the entire outer circle. Wang Yin brought Jiang Chen around the dormitory area and arrived at the back of the dormitory area. Here, there was a very exquisite courtyard. The courtyard was located at the top of the mountain, and it was directly separated from the dormitory area. It was surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, and there was even a waterfall. The environment was beautiful, and the natural yuan energy was rich. Also, it was separated from the noisy dormitory area, so it could be said to be the best place for cultivation. Wow, this place is so beautiful. Yan Qingyu stood at the top of the mountain, and she could see the entire Black Mountain. The feeling of looking down at all the mountains made her feel refreshed. There were a total of 3 exquisite rooms in the courtyard. Besides Jiang Chen and Yan Qingyu, even De Huang Dog could have his own room. This kind of treatment was unique in the outer circle. Pushing open the door, the furnishings in the room were very simple. Aside from a bed, there was also a golden cushion in the middle of the room. Senior disciple Jiang, this cushion can connect directly to the underground energy vein. Cultivating on this cushion will yield twice the result with half the effort. Wang Yin explained. This cushion was specially prepared by Guaniyun for Jiang Chen. In the entire outer circle, besides Han Yan, only Jiang Chen had this kind of treatment. Not bad. Senior disciple Guan is really considerate. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He was really grateful towards Guaniyun. The place he prepared for him was also unique. Senior disciple Jiang, are you satisfied with this place? Wang Yin said with a smile. Not bad. Wang Yin, what skill are you cultivating? Jiang Chen looked at Wang Yin and asked. Wang Yin was startled, he didn't know why Jiang Chen suddenly asked about his skill. Senior disciple Jiang, I'm cultivating the Black Sex wave-breaking skill, a high-ranked mortal skill. Wang Yin said. You're lying, you're not cultivating the wave-breaking skill. Jiang Chen casually pulled a chair and sat down, he didn't even look at Wang Yin. But Wang Yan's expression changed. He was just standing there, he didn't even expose his aura, but Jiang Chen was able to tell what skill he was cultivating with just a glance. Let me ask you, for the past 3 months every midnight, do you feel pain in your Guanyuan acupoint? Or, in other words, for the past few days, the pain has become unbearable? Jiang Chen asked. Wang Yan's expression immediately changed. He stared at Jiang Chen with his eyes wide open and said with a trembling voice, how did you know? Humph. There's something wrong with your cultivation, and you still won't tell me the truth. With your current condition, in less than 2 months, you'll definitely die from cultivation deviation. Tell me, what skill are you cultivating? Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. If it wasn't for Wang Yan's good performance today, he wouldn't have bothered to teach him. Plop, hearing that he would die from cultivation deviation in less than 2 months, Wang Yan knelt down in front of Jiang Chen. He didn't dare to hide anything anymore. Senior brother Jiang is truly a peerless genius, to be able to see through my symptoms with just a glance. That's right, the wave-breaking skill is only a method to cover up my cultivation. What I'm cultivating is a mid-grade Earth Realm skill, the Cloudy Rock Art. I obtained this skill by chance when I was out on a training trip. An Earth Realm skill is countless times more precious than a human realm skill. I couldn't resist the temptation and started cultivating this Cloudy Rock Art. However, this skill is extremely strange, and I don't know what went wrong. 3 months ago, my Guanyuan acupoint started to feel a slight pain, and in the past few days, the pain has reached an unbearable level. I beg senior brother Jiang to save me. If Wang Yin was previously only afraid of Jiang Chen, then right now, he was practically treating Jiang Chen as a god. Activate the Cloudy Rock Art. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Yes. Wang Yin didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately activated the Cloudy Rock Art. A cold and gloomy aura overflowed from his body, along with a trace of evil qi. Xianxia observed carefully, and when Wang Yun was activating the cloudy rock art, his eyes flashed with an evil light, which was the sign of cultivation deviation. Stop. Xianxia signaled Wang Yun to stop. The cloudy rock art itself is a skill that leans towards the cold and gloomy attribute. Although it isn't considered a righteous skill, it isn't an evil skill either. However, you took the wrong path, and practiced it into an evil skill. When you first obtained the cloudy rock art, every night, you would forcefully absorb the yin qi of heaven and earth, and even absorb some evil yin qi. This method of cultivating the cloudy rock art can indeed bring about a great increase in your cultivation in a short period of time, but it is also because of this that you have destroyed yourself. Senior Brother Jiang, Great God, please save me. Wang Yun repeatedly kowtowed. He felt that Xianxia was an existence that was as high as a mountain. He had only activated the cloudy rock art once, but Xianxia was able to see through his cultivation method. Wang Yun felt that in front of Xianxia, he was like a transparent person, any little secret would be discovered. The youngster sitting on the chair in front of him was no longer a youngster in Wang Yun's heart, but an omnipotent senior. With just a few words, he had made him realize the seriousness of his cultivation. Stand up and talk. Xianxia said. Wang Yun stood up, and respectfully stood beside Xianxia, like a child who had done something wrong. I've told you before, the cloudy rock art is a skill with the yin attribute, it is definitely not an evil skill. You've cultivated the wave-breaking skill before, and cultivating the cloudy rock art on top of that will cause a certain degree of conflict. But, you've chosen a cultivation method that you shouldn't have chosen. From now on, you have to give up on the wave-breaking skill, and cultivate the cloudy rock art in your normal state. Don't try to absorb yin energy on purpose. After saying that, Xianxia pointed his finger out with lightning speed, and it landed right on Wang Yun's origin guan acupuncture point. Wang Yun felt a warm flow entering his body, and under the impact of this warm flow, the pain in his origin guan acupuncture point quickly disappeared. When the warm flow disappeared, Wang Yun felt refreshed. The strange feeling in his origin guan acupuncture point had disappeared, and he had returned to his normal state. Cultivate the cloudy rock art according to what I've told you. Tonight, your origin guan acupuncture point will no longer hurt. With your potential, it will take you at most half a year to break through to the heavenly core realm and become an inner circle disciple. Xianxia said. Plop Wang Yun felt that his luck was truly heaven-defying. At this moment, his feelings of respect and gratitude towards Xianxia were as endless as the surging waters of a river. Luck, he was really lucky. If he hadn't met Xianxia, he would have continued cultivating the cloudy rock skill until he died from cultivation deviation. It looked like a good person would be rewarded. He had performed well in front of senior disciple Xianxia today, and he was lucky enough to receive guidance from senior disciple Xianxia. Not only did he survive, his future was limitless. The only thing that puzzled Wang Yun was that Xianxia was so young, how could he have such an ability? He could see through his problem with just one look, this was really puzzling. But in the end, Wang Yun attributed it all to a genius. In this world, there were many things and people that couldn't be judged with common sense. Get up, this place is not bad, I'm satisfied. You deserve my guidance. Xianxia said. His body was emitting the qi of a superior. That kind of graceful bearing could easily make people submit to him. Damn it, what kind of monster is this guy? De Huang Dog murmured. He had been following Xianxia for a long time, and he realized that Xianxia was becoming more and more mysterious. Thank you, senior disciple Xianxia. Wang Yun stood up from the ground. His face was still filled with gratitude. You can leave now. Remember to inform me if anything happens in the sect in the future. Xianxia said. Alright, I won't disturb senior disciple Jiang and senior disciple Yan's rest. Wang Yun cupped his fist, turned around and left. This guy had jumped down from the top of the mountain, and this was the happiest moment for Wang Yun ever since he obtained the cloudy rock skill. De Huang Dog shook his head and slowly walked out of the courtyard. Stop, De Huang, where are you going? Xianxia squinted his eyes. I'm just taking a stroll, it's too boring here. De Huang Dog showed his teeth. No, stay here, don't go anywhere. Xianxia scolded. If he let this dog out, it wouldn't take long before the entire black sect was thrown into chaos. Fuck, Daddy is going to see if there are any treasures in the black sect. De Huang Dog looked dissatisfied. If that's the case, then I can't let you go out. You'd better stay by my side. In the future, you'll go wherever I go. Xianxia said that this dog's ability to find treasures was top-notch. As one of the 4 big sects in the Qi province, the black sect naturally had a lot of treasures. If he let this dog out, it would bring great losses to the black sect, and if that happened, he wouldn't be able to stay here anymore. Damn you, how dare you restrict my freedom? Damn it, I suddenly feel sleepy. Let's sleep first. De Huang Dog was extremely depressed. He angrily walked towards a room. Xianxia clearly saw a golden light flashing on De Huang Dog's body the moment he entered the room. Is this dog going to level up again? He can level up while sleeping, what a weirdo. Xianxia still remembered that the last time De Huang Dog leveled up, it was through sleeping. Just now, he sensed the restlessness of the Yuan energy on De Huang Dog's body. It was indeed a sign of leveling up. Xianxia let out a long sigh. A descendant of a divine beast like De Huang Dog had an advantage that ordinary people couldn't compare with. No one knew when De Huang Dog would level up, or how he would level up, or when he would awaken a powerful innate ability. Little you, following me is tough, isn't it? Xianxia grabbed Yan Qinyu's hand and said with a gentle voice. Since they left Red City, Yan Qinyu had been following him for a long time. They had been through endless battles and slaughters, and the tense atmosphere had caused Jiang Qinyu to take less care of her. It's not tough at all. As long as I follow Big Brother Jiang Chen, little you won't be afraid. Besides, Big Brother Jiang Chen has shown me a completely unimaginable life. It's so exciting. Yan Qinyu smiled mischievously. This kind of life was indeed something she had never dreamed of. If it wasn't for her following Jiang Chen, even if she had awakened her 9 meridians, she would still be a little princess in Red City. Little you, Big Brother Jiang Chen is going to walk on an unusual path. There will be many days like this in the future. You are born with 9 meridians, and you will not be mediocre in the future. Cultivate well, and when I finish walking on my own path, I will marry you. Jiang Chen said with a smile. As long as he was clear about the path he was going to walk, it was a path that was destined to be filled with killing and hot blood. The first thing he wanted to do after his rebirth was to return to his peak, and step into the legendary realm of immortals. In his past life, he had used his saint blood to open the door to the realm of immortals, but he didn't have the chance to enter the realm of immortals. This was his biggest regret. Now that he had the chance to make up for this regret, how could Jiang Chen let it go? Of course, it was still too early to talk about the realm of immortals. His rebirth was just a new beginning. Not to mention the realm of immortals, he didn't even know when he would be able to step into the faraway divine continent again. Yan Qinyu had a shy expression on her face. Since Jiang Chen had helped her awaken her 9 meridians, Yan Qinyu had treated herself as Jiang Chen's woman. Now that she heard Jiang Chen wanted to marry her, she couldn't help but feel happy. Little you, how much of the 10,000-year freezing crystal have you absorbed? Jiang Chen asked. I've absorbed 1/3 of it. I'm preparing to go into secluded cultivation and absorb the 10,000-year freezing crystal with all my strength. I want to break through to the late mortal core realm as soon as possible. Yan Qinyu said. Alright, the black sect's cultivation conditions are pretty good. If you have nothing to do in the future, you can just cultivate here. Jiang Chen said with a concerned tone. At the same time, he was surprised by the speed of her divine body leveling up. Ever since Yan Qinyu awakened her 9 meridians, her cultivation speed could only be described as skyrocketing. Now, she was going to break through to the late mortal core realm with the help of the 10,000-year freezing crystal. This kind of speed was something that ordinary people couldn't even catch up with. De Huang Dog went to sleep, and Yan Qinyu went into another room to cultivate. Jiang Chen sat alone next to a stone table in the courtyard. He was calm and relaxed, enjoying the cool breeze coming from the mountains and rivers. His soul energy and divine sense were floating around the courtyard, feeling the existence of nature. For a cultivator, just cultivating was not enough. On the path of cultivation, the most important thing was comprehension. The mortal core realm was just one of the foundational realms, and it was far from being able to show the importance of comprehension. Once a cultivator surpassed the combat soul realm and reached the combat king realm, comprehension would become extremely important. The combat king realm allowed one to control the dimensional laws, and it was a supreme realm that no other realm could compare with. In the evening, Wang Yun had returned. Together with him were Huangjing and a group of dozens of men, including the 3 disciples who had been beaten up by the group. Wang Yun, what's the meaning of this? Xianxia gazed at the group and asked with an indifferent tone. You bastards, hurry up and apologize to senior disciple Jiang. Wang Yun scolded Huangjing and the group. Senior disciple Jiang, we were blind, and we have offended senior disciple Jiang's dignity. We hope senior disciple Jiang can forgive us. Huangjing bowed deeply toward Xianxia. That's right, senior disciple Jiang, it's all our fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. We hope senior disciple Jiang can be magnanimous and forgive us. It's all our fault, senior disciple Jiang, please punish us. Everyone started expressing their opinions. The 3 disciples who were in charge of guarding the mountain even knelt down on the ground and started crying. They felt wronged, they felt really wronged. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He didn't take this matter to heart, but these people had become restless and came to apologize to him. But after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. After all, he had a big reputation now, and after the 1-year agreement with the northern and southern dynasties, he had become the representative of the black sect. Since these people had offended him, they would definitely be bullied by his fans in the future. Senior disciple Jiang, these are the gifts they gave to you. I've checked, there are a total of 3,000 human elixir. Wang Yan took out a storage bag and handed it to Xianxia. 3,000 human elixir wasn't much for Xianxia, but for these people, it was a huge amount of money, especially for those novice disciples. They didn't have much money, and these 3,000 human elixir were probably all they had. From this, it could be seen that these people were sincere in coming to apologize to Xianxia. I didn't take what happened to heart, so you guys don't have to worry about it either. As for these human elixir, I don't think any of you are rich, so you should just take them back. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. Senior disciple Jiang, you should just take these human elixir. If not, they won't be able to feel at ease. Wang Yun said. That's right, senior disciple Jiang, this is all we have. If you think it's too little, I, Huangjing, will try my best to get more. Huangjing said. Xianxia smiled. He knew these people had misunderstood him. He immediately took the storage bag and said, all right, I'll take these human elixir. What's your name? Xianxia looked at Huangjing. My name is Huangjing. Huangjing quickly said. Come here. Xianxia waved his hand. Huangjing didn't dare hesitate, he quickly walked in front of Xianxia. Huangjing, you guys should have heard about my methods. That's right, in this Ji province competition, I fought a total of 3 matches and killed 3 people, including Ling Ao and Li Wushuang. I, Xianxia, am cruel and merciless to my enemies, but I'm not like that to my own people. What happened today can't be blamed on you guys, after all, you guys didn't know me before this. These human elixir are a small gift from me, take it and share it with your brothers. Xianxia placed the storage bag into Huangjing's arms. He could see the sincerity of these people. Besides, he had a good impression of the black sect. The elixir was nothing to him, but to them, it was very important. Senior disciple Jiang, this, Huangjing didn't know what to say. He didn't expect Xianxia to forgive them so easily, and he even returned the human elixir to them. Senior disciple Jiang is a kind man, you guys should hurry up and thank senior disciple Jiang for his kindness. From now on, you have to work hard for senior disciple Jiang. When Xianxia first arrived at the black sect, the first thing he needed to do was to win the hearts of the disciples. In this life, Xianxia still wanted to make everyone look up to him, but he didn't want to be alone anymore. Since he had come to the black sect, he wanted to lead the black sect to greater heights. Just the Qi province alone wasn't enough. What Xianxia did today had completely won over the hearts of these disciples. Wang Yun was now completely loyal to him. Besides, for a disciple like Wang Yun who was doing well in the black sect, his loyalty could basically represent the entire outer circle. As for Huangjing and the others, aside from feeling grateful, their hearts were filled with respect for Jiang. It was very difficult to change one's opinion of someone, especially from fear to respect. Alright, you guys can leave now. Don't mention this again in the future. Jiangchen waved his hand. Once again, everyone bowed towards Jiangchen, then they turned around and left. At the foot of the mountain. I didn't expect senior disciple Jiangchen, who is known for being cruel and merciless, to forgive us just like that. He didn't even ask for our human elixir. What do you know? Who do you think senior disciple Jiang is? Elixir is nothing in his eyes. Besides, senior disciple Jiang cares about us, he knows how useful these pills are for us. From today onwards, senior disciple Jiang treats his enemies differently from his own people. From today onwards, I will work for senior disciple Jiang with all my heart. As long as senior disciple Jiang asks me to do something, I will never say no. Everyone sighed, their opinions of Jiangchen had completely changed. If you work hard for senior disciple Jiang in the future, you'll get a lot of benefits. Wang Yin said. The benefits he had obtained today couldn't be bought with any amount of wealth. After all, no amount of wealth could buy back one's life. Early morning the next day, a loud explosion sounded out from outside the Black Mountain. After that, a loud shout echoed through the sky above the Black Sect, lingering for a long time. Jiangchen, get your ass out here. Get your ass out here. Get your ass out here. Come. His voice echoed throughout the area, causing the peaceful Black Sect to burst into an uproar. Damn it, who is this arrogant guy? How dare he provoke senior disciple Jiangchen in front of the Black Sect's entrance? He's courting death. Let's go out and take a look. Let's see who has such guts. Many figures arrived at the outer perimeter of the Black Sect. Everyone could see a young man wearing a yellow robe hovering high up in the sky. His black hair was fluttering in the wind, and he was unleashing an intense killing intent. There was a dagger embroidered on his chest. He was a disciple of the Tianjian Gate. Those men from the Tianjian Gate. Damn it, those men from the Tianjian Gate have come all the way to the Black Sect's front gate. Aren't they just courting death? What the fuck? Do you think there's no one in the Black Sect? Any two senior brothers from the inner sect would be able to kill him without a complete corpse. I know him, his name is Li Wuling, Li Wushuang's younger brother. This man's talent is just average, far weaker than his older brother Li Wushuang. He was an outer circle disciple of the Tianjian Gate, but I never expected him to break through to the heavenly core realm. Looks like he's here to get revenge for his older brother. Someone recognized the man, and it immediately caused a commotion. Although Li Wuling was also an outer circle genius from the Tianjian Gate, his talent was far inferior to his older brother Li Wushuang. But today, Li Wuling had come all the way to the heavenly core realm, and he had already broken through to the heavenly core realm. Jiangchen, get your ass out here. Li Wuling's voice was loud, and he was extremely arrogant. His killing intent soared into the skies. It was obvious that he was going to kill Jiangchen and get revenge for his older brother. This man dared to come all the way to the Black Sect alone, just this courage alone was enough to make everyone admire him. Damn it, how can this bastard be so arrogant? Does he think there's no one in the Black Sect who can defeat him? Huangjing had also arrived at the outer perimeter of the Black Sect, and he said angrily. Senior disciple Huang, should we inform senior disciple Jiang? A disciple asked. They were now following Jiangchen's lead, and now that Li Wuling had come all the way here, they had to inform Jiangchen as soon as possible. Inform my ass. Such a big commotion, do we really need to inform him? Senior disciple Jiang isn't deaf. Huangjing glared at the man. Within the Black Sect, Jiangchen, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He furrowed his brows. Right at this moment, 3 figures flew across the sky, and they were flying towards the entrance of the Black Sect. These were the inner circle disciples of the Black Sect. Who dares to cause trouble in the Black Sect? Following a loud shout, 3 figures appeared outside the Black Sect's entrance. Among these 3 men, the leading one had a dignified appearance, and he was handsome. The aura he was unleashing could make anyone feel awe and respect. Although the aura of the other 2 wasn't as strong as him, they were still early heavenly core warriors. Look, it's senior disciple Duanli from the inner circle. Senior disciple Duanli is a mid-heavenly core warrior, and he rarely shows himself. This Li Wuling dares to cause trouble in the Black Sect. If we don't teach him a lesson, the Black Sect will become a laughingstock. Senior disciple Duanli will be able to kill Li Wuling with just a single strike. That's right, this Li Wuling is simply courting death. The appearance of Duanli immediately caused a commotion among the crowd. In the eyes of the outer circle disciples and notary disciples, every single inner circle disciple was a mighty existence. Tell Xianxia to get his ass out here, I want to challenge him. Li Wuling's black hair was fluttering in the wind, he was extremely arrogant. Humph. Junior disciple Xianxia isn't in the Black Sect. Duanli let out a cold snort. Obviously, everyone in the Black Sect had heard about Xianxia, and Duanli was no exception. This wasn't anything strange. Xianxia's performance in the Qi province competition was something that everyone had heard about. Besides, since Guaniyun had taken a fancy to Xianxia, who wouldn't pay attention to him? Senior disciple Duan, senior disciple Xianxia has arrived at the Black Sect yesterday. Wang Yan was the first one to arrive, and he said to Duanli, "Oh?" Duanli was surprised, then he let out a cold snort. If I remember correctly, you should be Li Wu Shuang's younger brother, right? You have an ordinary talent, but you have broken through to the heavenly core realm in such a short time. This really surprised me. However, with your heavenly core cultivation level, don't you think it's shameful for you to challenge Xianxia, who is only a mortal core warrior? Duanli threw a glance at Li Wuling. He had met Li Wuling before, but he didn't have a deep impression of him. With Duanli's mid-heavenly core cultivation level and status, not to mention Li Wuling, he didn't even care about his brother Li Wu Shuang. Cut the crap, I'm here to avenge my brother. If Xianxia has the guts, come out here and fight me. Li Wu Shuang was like a madman, he shouted loudly outside the Black Sect's entrance. His voice echoed throughout the entire Black Sect. Damn it, who does this guy think he is? How dare he come to the Black Sect to kill someone and act so arrogantly? This guy is really shameless. He challenged senior disciple Jiang with his heavenly core cultivation level, and he even came to the Black Sect in such an aggressive manner? Did his brain get kicked by a donkey? Many people started cursing. Why couldn't he just say he was going to kill someone for revenge? Why did he challenge them? Li Wuling, you're just a small fry from the Tianjian Gate who has just broken through to the heavenly core realm. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you think there's no one in the Black Sect who can defeat you? If you want to challenge me, Daddy will fight you too. An inner circle disciple standing next to Duanli had a big build, and he looked like a hot-tempered man. He shouted out loudly and was about to rush towards Li Wuling. I'm not going to fight you, my target today is Xianxia. Li Wuling gazed at the disciple, he didn't show any signs of wanting to attack. It looked like he had made up his mind when he came to the Black Sect, he was only looking for Xianxia. Xianxia, if you're a man, come out here right now. Li Wuling continued shouting. You're courting death. The Black Sect's inner circle disciple was furious. This Li Wuling had dared to look down on him, and he had even caused a ruckus in front of the Black Sect. If he wasn't taught a lesson, the Black Sect would lose all its face. Right when the disciple was about to attack, an ear-piercing sound suddenly sounded out from within the Black Sect. After that, everyone could see a blood-red figure flying at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it had appeared in the sky with a pair of blood-red wings. If it wasn't Xianxia, who else could it be? It's senior disciple Jiang. Wow. He can really fly. That pair of blood-red wings is so magical. So cool. A mortal core warrior who can fly, I'm so jealous. So he's senior disciple Xianxia, the one who won the Qi province competition. He's so cool. But, for him to come out at this time, don't tell me he really wants to accept Li Wuling's challenge? When Xianxia appeared, he immediately became the center of attention. Even Duanli and the other two inner circle disciples were staring at Xianxia. After the Qi province competition, Xianxia had become a famous man, and this was the first time many people had seen his face. What an extraordinary aura, he really is a dragon amongst men. No wonder senior disciple Guaniyun has such a high evaluation of him. Duanli nodded his head. So, you're Xianxia? Li Wuling stared at Xianxia with a gaze as sharp as a knife. Killing intent surged from all over his body. That's right, who are you? Xianxia asked. My name is Li Wu Ling, Li Wu Shuang is my brother. You killed my brother, I want to challenge you, I want to avenge my brother. Li Wu Ling shouted out loudly. Xianxia finally understood. No wonder this guy wanted to kill him, and even risked his life to come to the black sect to look for him. It was all because he wanted to avenge his brother. Xianxia, if you have the guts, fight me to the death. Li Wu Ling said with a stern expression. Junior disciple Jiang, don't lower yourself to his level, just leave this guy to us. Duanli said. No need, I accept his challenge. Xianxia smiled at Duanli, he accepted Li Wu Ling's challenge. What? Senior disciple Jiang actually accepted Li Wu Ling's challenge? This is too impulsive. That's right, too impulsive. Although he killed Li Wu Shuang and Ling Ao, Li Wu Ling is a heavenly core warrior. Comparing a mortal core warrior and a heavenly core warrior, the gap between them is huge. He can't accept it, it's not fair. Many disciples of the Black Sect were in an uproar. No one had expected Xianxia to accept Li Wu Ling's challenge. Don't say anything, since senior disciple Jiang has accepted it, he must have his own reasons. We have to believe in senior disciple Jiang's ability. End of chapter 110. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.